3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Ah, there we are. NVIDIA broadcast decided that it will not launch today. Hello, hello, hello. There was a voice, I just didn't notice. It turned off for some reason. Hello, Aztekar, hello, thank you, Kun. So, we were supposed to kind of continue getting our Tsaritsa funds and maybe do a little bit of more of Wuthering Waves. But we have a drastic change of plan today. Today we're gonna do visual novel. We're not gonna finish it today for sure, because I've read that for English speakers it takes around 8 to 10 hours. So we are gonna see how long will I manage talking after 9 hours of meetings today, and then we're gonna just finish on Saturday. So that's our plan for today. I think I want to put the voice volume a little bit down because it's gonna be in Chinese, and we're gonna do the voiceover anyhow. Hello Shita, thank you for the headpad. I think it might be very sad, so let's hope we will not get to the sad part today. Ni hao, ni hao. We're playing Chinese games today. It's still a little bit too loud in my headset. Okay, now it should be okay. We're gonna see how sad it is. So that was too fast for me to read, and then how the rest is slower. I often ponder why my father named me Liang. The word Liang indicates shan, virtue. The character shan is in the shape of an open-mouthed sheep. Looking at it, you can imagine the sheep's cry. Perhaps, if one is as gentle as a lamb, Liang suits him. However, I refuse to see myself as a sheep. I am a wolf. Oh, that looks nice. Liang sent him home? From nearby there came a rough voice inquiring. I glanced sideways and the man approached from the distance. Step by step he made his way, twigs and fallen leaves crunching. Sunlight streamed through the cracks in the woods, dappling everything, yet he adeptly hid himself in the shadows. He looks tired. I sized him up. Capped in a bamboo hat, clad in a raincoat, holding a gourd, he seemed more a fisherman than a menace at a first glance. Such an appearance made it easy to let one's guard down, hence he was usually tasked with luring the sheep, and then I would do the butcher's job. This fella was another wolf accompanying me. His name was Shi Xing, but I preferred calling him Tong. Hey, why the silence? Did you wrap it up? Wrapped up, gave the sheep a stab when he wasn't looking. Where did you dump him? Breed. Did you bring him cautiously? We're not far from the town. Make sure no beasts dig him up. Buried him tight, no worries. All right. What was on him? 3,000 coins worth 5 taels of silver, plus 200 coins ragged clothes in the pouch. I take 4 taels and you get the ragged clothes and the pouch is mine. Why? This time there was just one sheep. I killed and buried him, so I deserve more. All right. How much is the pouch worth? Not much. It's just a common item. Let me take a look. Tong wanted to see the pouch. I reached into my waist bag and pulled it out for Tong to see. The pouch was small enough to fit in one hand. Common sense would dictate that a sheep's pouch might contain a handkerchief or some checks, but it was empty. The pouch was red, sewn together with patches, yet it looked new and was embroidered with the light-colored word An. I chuckled softly. How did the pouch end up with this embroidered word? Did the sheep's name contain An? Or did he wish safety from the pouch? If it's the latter, the pouch surely failed him. Damn, it's really just some junk. You can keep it for yourself. I don't know why you're into this wool. You always take some wool every time you butcher a sheep. Beware, one day you'll find yourself killed for leaving traces. No big deal. I gave the pouch a squeeze and tossed it into my waist pouch. Let's go. While it's still daylight, we should grab some food and drinks in Huazuo. Tong patted my shoulder, taking the lead. Liang, since you got the bigger share this time, it's your treat. Okay. I responded casually to Tong, pressing my hand on my bamboo hat to softly lower it. Following Tong's footsteps, I walked forward, each step accompanied by the crunch of leaves underfoot. It was fine not to pay attention to these sounds, but if you do, they could become quite loud. It was as if the bird chirps and monkey cries had disappeared, and the whole forest was flooded with the crunch of trodden leaves. We, the two wolves, trod across the desolate mountains and wild ridges. Upon passing a tree with a sturdy twisted trunk, I couldn't help but look closer. I knew it. Beneath the death tree lay the sheep I butchered. That is a very wicked way of describing things. That transition is so freaking fast. The sun hung high, almost blinding, but its rays lacked the slightest trace of warmth. I couldn't shake the memory of the sun from my childhood, so warm and inviting. Now it felt different. That is something I've read, that some people think that the way we perceive the world around us is different when we get older, like the colors lose its saturation and stuff. Perhaps it was a sign of the fading dynasty, an era gripped by misfortune, where even the daylight had grown cold. Perched on a boulder by an inn in Huazo, I emptied the last drop from my flask. The fiery liquor seared my throat, yet its warmth refreshed my stomach. In bygone days, I deemed myself an unfortunate soul. However, in this year of calamity, savoring the fiery liquor proved to be a rare stroke of luck. Liang, a job, a big one. A familiar voice rang in my ears. I glanced over, and there was a Tong standing behind me. Same old attire, bamboo hat, straw raincoat, he seemed like a fisherman. Tong's eyes gleamed, smiling at me, ready to spill some good news. What's the job? I gave him a quick look, inquiring casually. Up north at an inn, got a few lamps locked up. Yin-san's. Originally, Yin-san's crew was supposed to escort these lamps, but they got into trouble, caught by the official soldiers. Now he's short on manpower and he wants us to take over the task. I won't handle lamps. Ah, you've got it wrong. I know you won't harm any lamps. Then what's the deal? We're to escort some lamps to Luoyang. Human trafficking? My heart sank. I finally got what Tong had been hinting at with his mysterious talk. Whenever he sought me out before, it usually meant dark deeds like robbing and killing. This time, all secretive-like, turned out he wanted us to do trafficking, delivering some acquired lamps to Luoyang for a good price. Human trafficking? Don't frame it like that. We didn't nab those lamps. It's not human trafficking. Anyway, if that's how you want to see it, I can understand. You know, Yin-san, he helps us spot opportunities in the underworld, but his main hustle is human trafficking. This deal is about taking the lamps he found and delivering them to Luoyang, but it's not an evil deed, it's a good deed. How is human trafficking a good deed? I frowned and almost didn't want to hear him talk anymore. Of course it's a good deed, trust me, just listen. Liang, with the widespread drought in recent years, many families are on the brink of starvation, so you know, in the desperate times, they sell their lamps to Yin-san for some money and food. In Luoyang, there's a fancy sheep, with deep pockets but no offspring. He's eyeing a deal to acquire a few from impoverished areas. Just think about it. Those lamps from poor families were bound to starve. We're just giving them a chance in wealthier places. So, their parents won't starve, the lambs will be well fed, and everyone's satisfied. We're doing a good deed. And no secrets here. 1 lamp for 100 taels. 4 for 400 taels. We split in 50-50 and we're set for a few years without worrying about food and clothes. Then why the fuss? Just spill it. If you decline, I'll find another guy for such a great deal. You know why I believe it has to be you? You are a veteran who, as one, can do the job of 2. Hold on. I called out to Tong. When do the lamps need delivering? As soon as possible. I'm checking it out today. Fine, I'll join you. I rose, brushing off dust. Tong laughed, leading the way. Tong said a few words, managing to convince me. Maybe it was the promise of no worries about food and clothing, or perhaps the idea of doing good deeds that swayed me. Anyway, I'm going along with Tong's plan to see what's up. Well, my esteemed guests, you're here at last. Please take a seat. Damn that stupid mud. Fetch hot wine for our two guests now. Just arrived at the inn with Tong, and Yin-san greeted us with flattery. Guiding us to our seats at the inn, he scolded his workers to bring us drinks. The sudden shift in behavior made me wonder if he was just acting. I stayed standing, eyes fixed on Yin-san, my mind wandering into some interesting scenarios. Possibly from my childhood love for shadow plays, whenever I meet someone, their animal form pops into my head. Most are sheep. Tong and I are wolves. Yin-san, though, comes across as a fox. This fox lair was the inn in North Wazo. No guests came and it's closed all year. The inn was a cover. He used it for his business dealings. There's a higher-up he answered to. The big boss handed down missions and he passed them on to us. Back then, the jobs we pulled for him were all about hitting caravans. He would tip us off on Sweet Hal and we would go join in. This time it's a bit different. A job involving human trafficking. Whatever the job, we meet up at this inn most of the time. Yin-san, we're here. Liang's in for the job. Who said I'm in? I haven't committed. Huh? Haven't made up your mind? Haha, Master Liang. You can't be uncertain now. You're skilled and you're buddies with Master Xing. We can't do this without you. I know you've never been in the line of human trafficking before and don't want to. Just relax. Your job this time is just delivering lamps. How they got here and who they're for, none of your business. What's more, I'll be straight with you. The persons getting the lamps wield serious power. Even if things go south, the government won't be able to dig into it. And in this chaos, the government can't keep up anyway. Master Xing, you agree, right? Exactly. Forget the officials. Many spots in Shan are in rebellion. They're either chasing money or hoarding it. They won't hassle us. Yin-san explained to me, relying on Tong's backing him up at the same time. Tong chugged half a cup of hot wine, backing Yin-san and shooting me with wings. No worries about food and clothes, doing good deeds, and times are chaotic. They kept echoing in my mind, challenging my principles. Now, do I dive into this job or think twice? Decision-making time. I guess I am scoping out the lamp first. I'll take a look at the lamps first and decide after. I said slowly to Yin-san and Tong. Alright, if you're interested in checking the lamps, I might have a chance. Mott, go, bring the lamps up here. Yin-san shouted, his voice echoing. The inn's waiter nodded, hurrying towards the back door. The lamps were brought up, tied with hemp ropes around their waists, linked together to stop any escape. Some softly cried, others trembled, nudged into a line by the inn's waiter standing in front of me. I kept quiet, scanning the lamps. They're so young! The leftmost lamp and the second one. They must know each other. Staying close, the other guarding the younger. Probably sisters, both pretty young. I figured the older sister was 9 and the younger one was 6. Both sported worn clothes, dark complexions, and rugged, disheveled faces. Their slender frames hinted at a poor background. I wouldn't say that they have that much of a dark complexions. The older one definitely is pretty pale, even in this lighting. Glancing at them, the older sister, scared yet putting out a brave front, defiantly locked eyes with me, while the younger one shied away, too frightened to speak. Maybe the older sister aimed to protect the younger one and viewed me as a threat. The third lamp stood out from the first two. Probably of school age, she wore old clothes, was small, but had much fairer skin than the first two lamps. She bowed her head in fear, hesitant to speak, yet her upright stance hinted at an unusual background. Both the two on the left, the third snatched? I casually asked Yin-san, laying out my judgment. Well, what a sharp eyes. To be honest, Master Liang, it's true. Over there, these two lambs are sisters. They're from a nearby poor hamlet. With famine everywhere now, her family couldn't feed all those kids, so they sold the girls to feed their youngest son. Yin-san spoke slowly, and as he did, I shifted my attention to the two lambs, keeping an eye on their reactions. After hearing that, the younger sister stood there, seeming a bit lost. The older sister, with teary eyes, looked on the verge of crying. It seems what Yin-san said was true. About the third one, she's from a good family, was indeed snatched by us. Snatched. Is it safe? Absolutely safe. Do you think I'd risk sending her out otherwise? No way snatched ones are safe, especially when this lamb seems from a decent family. I hushed my tone and spoke easily to Yin-san. Unusual situation, Master Yang. Easy, easy, take it easy. Yin-san chuckled awkwardly in response to my words. Let's talk over here. Yin-san pulled me aside a bit, trying to steer clear of that lamb. Master Liang, this lamb is in a unique situation. We've looked into it. Despite her noble background, trafficking her is risk-free. Why? When does trafficking a noble young lady become risk-free? Aren't you worried her family might report this to the government? Report to the government? No chance. Her family is too occupied right now. No way they would come looking for her. What happened? Her family had close connections with Inspector General Yuan, seemed to be distant relatives. You know Inspector General Yuan, right? The one who offended the Emperor, got sliced up and had 3 generations of his family wiped out? After Inspector General Yuan's death, her family faced consequences. Some were killed, some banished, and others demoted. Their household has already fallen apart. I kept quiet. If Yin-san's word held true, no one would bother about the lamb's family lost. Even in times of peace and prosperity, the offspring of condemned officials were disregarded, let alone in times of turmoil. Fine, I'll give the last lamb a look. I know that, leaving the matter of the third lamb behind, and turned my attention to the last one. Oh, it's a boy. The fourth lamb's a young boy. He looks like the oldest, tall, only a head shorter than me. That is weird, because like it was said that there's like this guy who's looking for like a potential bride because he doesn't need an offspring. Why would he need a boy? Hunched awkwardly, tilting his head. He anxiously looked around, his gaze dodgy and elusive. Yin-san, this lamb looks off. Is he sick? Tong frowned, studying the fourth lamb before him. True, he's a bit slow. Did he get a childhood fever that fried his brain? No, he's naturally slow. This lamb has been like this since childhood. His family initially thought he was the reincarnation of Maitreya Buddha, but they kept raising him. Later, when famine hit and the family became poor, not wanting to keep the Buddha anymore, his mother sold this lamb to us. Mom. Upon hearing the word mom, the fourth lamb got agitated, staring intently and yelling mom loudly. Seeing these, the other lambs seemed to think of their own moms too. I stared up, quietly sobbing. Maybe for these lambs, feelings spread like laughter. Yin-san, you think the fancy sheep would want a lamb like this? Chong asked with a mocking tone, a hint of anger emerging in his voice. Well, who knows? So he believes the reincarnation thing and wants to keep him? Not that impossible. The family in Luoyang said that I prefer girls, but might consider boys as well. It's tough to find boys, so we had to settle for this one. Nah, this one's definitely a no-go. Why not, Master Xing? Even if I were the buyer, I wouldn't want such a lamb. Besides, we can't handle escorting him. This Buddha is too much trouble. If Master Liang and I get annoyed with him on the road, we might just end up getting rid of him. Master Xing, ease up. There are the lambs the fancy sheep wants. Lose one, lose money. Lose 2, you pay extra up. Then count me out. Can't handle the slow one. We can't handle him. If he keeps yelling, it will draw attention from soldiers and bandits. Everyone will be in trouble. Agreed. I sided with Tong. This lamb was too hard to handle and might stir up troubles. Alright. Figured you wouldn't be keen on this one. That's fine. Honestly, I was worried for the fancy sheep you wouldn't like a boy, even a plump one. There's a high chance of return. But might as well bring that lamb. That lamb? I furrowed my brow, puzzled by Yin-san's words. Before long, the waiter returned with another lamp. The lamp stepped out from the backyard, immediately catching my eye. Appeared to be around 10, in the early years of schooling. Donned in the worn-out clothes, her skin neither dark nor particularly fair. Quite slender, my first takeaway from observing her. She had a small frame, clothes tightly wrapped around her, revealing protruding bones at her wrists. The thin fabric outlined her bones. Her hair was pitch black, while her eyes had an unusual deep blue hue. This lamp appeared delicate. If she were a bit plumper, perhaps she would be a beauty in the making. Hey, these lamps look alright. Honestly, apart from the Buddha, your other lamps ain't bad. That's right, my lamps are top-notch. What do you think, Mr. Yang? I don't mind how the lamp looks, but I'm curious why she isn't tied up like the others. I noticed the last lamp wasn't tied with a rope around her waist. Curiously, I asked Yin-san. She's unique, and doesn't need a tie. You trust her? Certainly. She came here on her own during the famine, not sold nor snatched. This one arrived last month, trained, obedient. Feed her and she'll do any work. Well, it's a pity, but if you don't want the Buddha, you can let her go instead. She's up for a trip to Luoyang. She's mute but well-behaved. Just mention a place with plenty of food and she'll definitely want to come along. I gotta ask Yin-san, why are all these lamps here either slow or mute? So what if she's mute? You two, if you weren't for the deal with the fancy sheep about quantity, I wouldn't have considered selling her. Trust me, even without the words, she'll be worth a good sum once she's grown up. Her ears good? No problem. Alright, that's convenient. Tong nodded, agreeing with Yin-san's idea. Having the girl along would be easier than dealing with the boy's issues. I agreed with that, but I wanted more details. Yin-san, how old are these lamps and what are their names? I asked Yin-san. The two sisters on the left are 9 and 6 years old, named Hongar and Suyar. The third one is named Xionghua, 9 years old. The last one, she's mute and can't read, so it's tough to know her name. You can just call her Little Mute. I still know her age. Asked if she's 9, she nodded, so she's about 9 years old. No name. 9 years old. Mute. I looked again at the last lamp brought in as a backup. This time she looked up and met my gaze. Surprisingly, she didn't shy away like other lamps. She stared at me quietly. Her deep blue eyes reflected my image. A faint moisture seemed to be layered over her eyes, or maybe it was just my imagination. Strangely, during the brief eye contact, a peculiar thought crossed my mind. She stood out as the only one among the children who didn't resemble a lamb. A cat. She appeared to be a cat. Since it says Liang chapter 2, does it mean that we will have different perspectives? I agreed to Yin-san's job. After that, Tong and I spent a night at Yin-san's inn. Oh, that was a tongue twister. The next morning, I tidied up my attire, wiped down my sword, and sheathed it. Before we hit the road, Yin-san got us 2 pack horses for the journey. Can't ride them, but they're perfect for carrying stuff. To avoid checks on the main roads, we'll take lots of mountain paths. Those trails aren't good for wagons, but pack horses will work. The inn was in a remote spot, and very few people were around, especially in the early morning. Tong and I stood by the inn, estimating how much time our job would take and planning what things to bring along. Huazhou to Luoyang, 200 miles. Even at 15 miles a day, it's still around half a month. Can't reckon it that way. With the lamps, we'll make at most half dozen miles a day. Taking detours will extend the distance if anything. Damn, gotta pack 30 days worth of food and water. With famine all around, it's gotta dig deep into our pockets. Pack light for now, buy provisions on the road. Head east, fewer folks, fleeing cheaper grub. Sure, if we're stuck in the mountains and super hungry, we'll munch on a little lamb. Tong grinned and cracked a joke. I just shrugged it off and didn't say anything. Time to roll. I'll fetch them. I tossed a quick word to Tong, grabbed my blade, and headed straight into the inn to call the lambs. I woke up the lambs and took them outside. 3 had ropes around their waists, tied together. The mute one, without a rope, bounced around strangely. Liang, should we tie up the mute girl too? Yin-san says she came willingly, but her bouncing around, I'm not so sure she wouldn't dash off. Yeah, makes sense. I nodded, went to the saddle and found a rope in the bag. I connected the new rope to the third lamp's, tied a knot, and then went over to the mute girl with the other end of the new rope. The mute girl surely caught wind of our talk. She peeked at me, then turned away. Though she didn't look at me directly, she stood tall, arms raised on both sides. I didn't say anything, just stood behind her, head down. I took the rope, looped it twice around her waist, and tied a knot at her back. As I wrapped the rope, I could feel how skinny she was. The rope around her waist was only half an arm's length, so thin. After that, I double-checked the ropes on the lambs and then tied the rope's end to the pack horse. These knots were really tight, so unless they had something sharp, it would be tough for them to untie. Even if they tried to cut the ropes, it would take time. Tong and I would keep watch, making it tricky for the lambs to get a chance. When I tied the rope around the little mute's waist, she went along with it, didn't put up a fight at all. She did seem as sensible as Yin-san said. Hey, listen up, brats, we're setting off. On this journey, call me Master Xing and him Master Liang. We're gonna be on the road for a month or 2, aiming to take you to a place with lots of eat and drink. Once we're out of the city, we're heading east, mostly taking mountain paths. He's like a touring guide. Won't be covering much ground each day, just half a dozen miles. Got the food ready? We're eating twice a day now, noon and evening. Eat more during these times, no whining about hunger at other times. No crying or fussing on the road. Break the rule, no food for a day. No thinking about running away on the journey. Runners get 100 lashes, and if you die, I'll strip your skin and have a feast. Tong, all red-faced and loud, introduced himself to the lamb and set his rules. While he talked, he pulled out a switch from his bag and waved it in the air, showing it to the lambs. The young lambs couldn't hide their feelings well at that. When they heard about a place with lots to eat and drink, their eyes got big, but when they heard about "I'll strip your skin and have a feast," they all got scared and huddled up. Especially that refined lamb named Xianghua. When Tong waved the switch, she got so scared her legs shook, almost falling down. Tong always liked seeing the lambs scared because of him. He glanced at the frightened Xianghua and a playful smile on his face. Don't dawdle, time to go. I told Tong not to overdo it and pay attention to the time. Got it, let's roll. Tong turned around and yelled at the lambs once more. His shout made the lambs shiver. He chuckled, licked his lips, and led the way forward. We followed Yin-san's chosen path to leave the city. Outside, we headed east along the planned route. To steer clear of the main road, we had to go through the foothills of the True Hua Mountains area. First, we would cross Shaohua Mountain and then Mount Huashan, and after that we would reach Tongguan, where Yin-san had set up a place for us to stay. The mountainous journey would take 4 to 8 days. Tong and I knew this part around the True Hua Mountains area well enough to avoid bandits, but with wild beasts in the mountains can't be too careless. We walked through Shaohua Mountain. We didn't speak along the way. All we saw were endless trees, dirt and rocks, and all we heard were hoofs, insects, and footsteps. After about 2 hours, Tong suddenly started talking to me. Hey Liang, know what about tiger herd? Tiger herd? You don't know. The tiger herd are tigers that come together. Usually, tigers like to be on their own. Years back, during the famine in northern Shan, lots of folk fled east and ended up in the mountains, where they got eaten by tigers, with tigers chowing down on more folks, They had more babies, and after a couple of years, they turned into a herd of tigers. Yang, what if a dozen tigers show up? Can we survive? Doubt it. Haha, you never know. We have blades. If we run into tigers, swish, cut the lumps, spill some blood. When the tigers see blood and meat, they won't go after us with our blades. They'll charge to eat the lambs, and that's when we can escape. Tung burst into laughter, cranking up his voice in the last two sentences. I knew he was doing it on purpose, trying to lead the lambs behind us here. You seem to enjoy frightening these lambs, huh? Is it that fun? I threw a cold remark at Tong. Sure is fun, Tong chuckled, dagger slung over his shoulder, moving forward. I glanced back at the lambs. Three of them were scared wide by Tong's words. The mute one just lowered her head, lost in thought. Was she not afraid of tigers? Around noon, after walking for about 4 hours, we took a break for an hour. Tong had some grub first, then he said he wanted a quick nap and dozed off against a tree. After that, I handed out food to the lambs, giving each one a serving of dry ration and half a pot of water. The hungry lambs quickly started munching on the food and shared the water. As I munched on my own ration, I kept an eye on them. The two darker-skinned lambs, Hongar and CR, if I remember right, ate pretty fast and finished quickly. Hongar was the older sister, and she looked after her younger sister, giving her more water. She only took a tiny sip herself. The well-bred girl who got snatched was still kinda scared. She took the grub really carefully, eyes wide open, like she thought I might stop her while she was grabbing a bite. Surprisingly, even though she's a kidnapped miss, she didn't complain about the grub and finished it all. Not sure if Vincent did a good job training her after the snatch, or she just figured out how things are now. While eating, her eyes got teary, and I figured she's thinking about something. Heard it's easier for poor folks to handle rich life, but rich folks struggle in poverty. Probably his lambs like her hard. Yeah, besides watching those three lambs, I also kept an eye on the mute girl. She chowed down on her grub, eating it really quick. Looked away for a second, and she polished off everything like she hasn't eaten in forever. Master... Master Liang? While I was watching the mute girl, a lamb's voice suddenly reached my ears. The sister named Hongar lifted her arm, shyly calling me, not quite used to saying my name. What's up? I stood up, furrowing my brow, and asked her. Sis needs to go poop. Can't hold it. Hongar told me a bit awkwardly. I turned to look at her younger sister. Face first turned really red. She hunched over, holding her legs, just like Hongar said. Eat, drink, pee, poop. We were constants of human life. We had been on the road for a while, so these lambs probably needed a break. Since Tong didn't cover the rules about relieving themselves, they might have been holding it until now. Sure, if anyone needs to go, just do it on the spot. I looked at them and casually announced my solution. Master Liang can't. Why not? The lamp called Xianghua seemed uneasy about my suggestion to do it on the spot. She looked at me awkwardly and then glanced nervously at Tong, who was resting under a nearby tree. Her eyes showed worry and discomfort. Well, I wasn't entirely sure of her thoughts, I could guess. Maybe she was concerned that if Tong woke up and saw them relieving themselves nearby, he might find a reason to punish them. Or she might be hinting that being a girl among guys, she didn't want to do it in front of men. I leaned more towards the first one. After all, these young kids were still a few years away from being adults. So, such concerns shouldn't bother them. Oh, hello, Lavida. Falling asleep in a couch listening to you reading this game? Nice. Get cozied up. Alright, follow me with the ropes. We'll head to spot behind the trees, line up and take care of it there. I shared the plan and went to the pack horse undoing the tied ropes. Holding the ropes, I guided each lamb. We passed the sleeping Tong, going forward a cluster of trees a bit away. I led the lambs to relieve themselves. When they came back, Tong was still asleep. The lambs took a short nap. I stayed awake, keeping an eye on them and the surroundings. After lunch, we resumed our journey. We walked for 4 or 5 hours around the foot of Shaohua Mountain. Thankfully, we didn't run into any beasts or the tiger herd Tong mentioned. Sui R stumbled along the way, almost falling. Luckily, the rope tied around her waist and being close to her sister kept her from hitting the ground. And the silver moon shone bright, and the stars scattered across the sky. Soft clouds moved slowly, and insects made a racket. Night made it hard to see. So we decided to find a campsite at dusk, resting until dawn before hitting the road again. We'd been through these mountains a lot, found a good mountain lake for camp as dusk settled in. The lake was good for water and washing, and the conditions were decent. Tong set up a camp and I made a fire. He unloaded tools from the pack horse, gathered some dry straw nearby, and set up makeshift bedding. I grabbed a bundle of firewood and took out the fire-starting tools from the pack. With a fire striker in one hand and a piece of flint in the other, I struck the flint hard, producing sparks. I swiftly brought the flint near the tinder, and after a few attempts, a flame finally caught on the tinder. The flame quickly spread from the tinder to the firewood, forming a blazing campfire. The campfire served as a warning for nearby beasts and provided us with light and warmth. Do you mean normal time for Americans? It's my usual time, but we had like the summertime change in Europe. Maybe that helped you. Unless you're bamboozling me now. Also, hello, Jason. Nice to see you after a while. Wow, big fire! The youngest Sui-R happily sat down and got close to the blazing fire. She reached out her hands to feel the warmth of the campfire. Seeing Sui-R do this, the other lambs first checked our expressions, making sure we weren't mad, and then they also gathered around the campfire. Liang, you're good at making a fire. Weren't you scared of it before? Just done with his work, Tong joined us by the campfire. He brought up my old story. Well, I used to be scared of fire due to past memories of a disaster. Was scared before, not now. Ah, good. Thought I'd leave you behind for the next arson and murder if you were still afraid of fire. Tong scared the lambs with his words again, but I didn't feel like continuing the talk. Thank you for the headbutt. And honestly, when you have to deal with someone, you don't need to resort to arson. Damn, so tired. If it weren't for the risk of these lambs running off, I would have them gather wood and make beds for us. Liang, I've had my rest at noon. You catch a 4-hour nap first, then we swap shifts. We love arson. All right. I nodded and settled down by the campfire. A gentle breeze passed by, making the campfire flames sway like torn red ribbons in the air. The fire's glow revealed the faces of the lambs, who remained still, perhaps fearing punishment. Yet their shadows had already adjusted to the surroundings. With the flickering firelight, those shadows danced freely, and the crackling of the burning wood added a lively tune to their performance. The scene in front of me brought back memories of the shadow plays I enjoyed during my childhood. Feeling a bit drowsy when lost in thoughts of shadow play, I ended up dozing off. Yes, I'll sleep first. With Tong watching over the lambs, no need to fret. Slightly on edge, I clutched my blade and fell asleep. My gaze fixed on the dancing flames, I succumbed to the weight of my eyelids, gradually slipping into the dreams. Liang, wake up! Tong's voice rang into my ears. I slowly opened up my eyes. Did 4 hours fly by already? Guess that short nap didn't do much. Honestly, I felt more worn out now. I asked Tong as I got up. I accidentally skipped. Yeah, burned 2 bundles, nearly 4 hours. The lambs okay? Yep, all sleeping. Tong gestures at the nearby beds. Lambs rested by the fire, Sui-R and Hong-R together, Xiong-Hua and the mute girl on separate beds. Ropes around their waists kept them in place. Okay, I'll take the next shift. I nodded, gesturing to Tong, and decided to stand up for a quick stretch to refresh myself. Tong saw me stand up, then he found a bed and lay down. He instantly fell asleep. He dozed off fast, and soon enough I heard his snoring. Now it's just waiting for the sun to rise. Quite a core. 4 hours of sleep daily for several dozen days. In this regard, those lambs probably had it better than us. On the way, they could sleep for 8 hours. When we reach our destination, they could get sold to the fancy sheep. If luck was on their side and they were chosen, they might get adopted as daughters. Even if luck wasn't on their side, becoming servant or maids in these chaotic times was still better than being refugees and bandits like us, right? Thinking about it in that way, this job might actually be a good deed. While lost in my thoughts, a sudden noise caught my attention. I swiftly turned to see its origin. In the dancing firelight, a lamb rose to its feet. It was Little Mute. "Why are you up?" I asked Little Mute coldly. No words, she couldn't. "Hungry?" I asked again. Shook her head. "Need to pee?" She nodded. "Pee?" I frowned. "In the middle of the night, such a bad habit." "How is that a bad habit? What is wrong with him? If you gotta go, you gotta go. That's normal. That's literally what happens in life." She needed to pee, but it was tricky. The rope tied her to the other lambs, and going could disturb their sleep. Or even with her tongue. Going nearby wouldn't be ideal either. It could get smelly, and if I let her once, she would probably do it again next time. "Alright, I'll untie you for now and lead you to the lakeside to pee. Just be good and don't do anything extra," I told Little Mute coldly. She nodded obediently. "Rustle." I moved behind her, carefully looking for the knots, and after a bit of effort, I finally undid the rope for her. "Follow me." I went to the fire, grabbed the unburned stick, lit it as a torch, and continued forward. Little Mute followed behind me. She kept a grip on my rope, following closely to stay on track. She kept stumbling onto my back, using it to stay steady. We walked over dry branches and fallen leaves, pushed aside the foliage blocking our way, and finally stepped onto soft soil. "Oh, that looks so pretty." We reached the lakeside. "Here's a good spot to go," I said to Little Mute, pointing to the nearby reeds. Little Mute nodded and went over. She crouched down, tried to untie her belt, but then stood up again. She looked at me a bit embarrassed. Well, seemed like she's shy. She preferred some privacy. Fair enough. She seemed smart. I respected her wishes. I turned around to give her some privacy. After a bit, I heard a rustling sound. She was undoing her skirt, doing it slowly, maybe a bit hesitant, perhaps worried I might turn around and catch a glimpse. Thinking a lot for a 9-year-old. When I was 9, did I care if there were people around when I peed? Oh, yeah, that might be true. Suddenly, a chilly breeze swept over my neck. That's a weird sound, holy hell. That was a very, very weird sound. Big, rhythmic footsteps came from behind. Someone was running right behind me. Little Mute. I spun around. The shiny dagger flashed in the moonlight. In her hand, a small dagger glimmered, and she thrust it upward, aiming at my throat. Her hair fluttered in the breeze, and beneath those strands I saw a pair of eyes filled with deadly intent. Where did she get the dagger? Why did she want me dead? My mind went blank, beads of sweat forming on my forehead. Her sudden attack caught me off guard. What should I do? Step back? Good to dodge the dagger. In a moment of panic, without time to think, I stepped back sharply to avoid the dagger. But then, a problem. In my rush, I slipped on the wet ground by the lake. Unable to stand firm, my body suddenly lost balance, tilting backward. Damn it! It's over! I cursed silently and fell backward. She actually killed me. Two clear sounds, me hitting the ground and her dagger through my throat. I stared at her, my killer Little Mute. She put all her strength into the dagger, splitting my throat completely. Couldn't see her expression under her hair, but those gritted teeth told me she gave it her all. Must have used every ounce of strength to take me down. Blood gushed from my neck. Tried to break free, but with my throat like this, it was useless. Little Mute, why did she kill me? No answers. Death's grip spread, draining my strength and warmth. With questions and answers, I slowly closed my eyes and sank towards death. Died halfway. What do you mean died halfway? Okay, so we gotta go to this one, right? That was this chapter. And now we gotta like skip a lot. Oh, that was a big skip. Neck tackle. An ordinary person might have died from her surprise attack. We were an ordinary person in the last try. But my years of bloody experience kicked in. I stayed calm, faced with the dagger. I didn't try to block with my hand or hastily dodge. I quickly lowered my body, moved aside from the dagger, and then forcefully slammed into her. My charge threw her off balance, and her arm lifted. She missed the stab. The dagger pierced through the air. Relieved, I pressed on, pouncing like a wolf into its prey, and shot her into the reeds by the lake. Oh, this is us. That's the first time we see ourselves. I pinned her down, right leg on her belly, left leg on her arm. Right hand gripped her dagger hand and left squeezed her throat. After her failed stab, the dagger slipped from her hand. The instant she struggled to snatch it back, I promptly pressed down on her. Now she was completely under my control, unable to move. What the hell were you planning at? I glared at her, my eyes fierce like a wild wolf, growling at her with low voice. Meanwhile, I pressed down even harder on her, pulling her arm with an increased force, almost crushing her thin forearm. She could hardly bear it when I suddenly pinched her arm and pressed all my weight onto her. In particular, her right hand was probably hurt by my knee, and the bone might have been broken. The short dagger slipped from her hand and fell to the ground. Right after that, something I could never expect happened. Spare me, spare me! With slightly red, teary eyes, she begged as she cried. Little mute, she actually spoke. Insane, she actually spoke. I need to get, like, a drink. The shock. How come you're talking? I mean, I didn't know, like, he was so sure that she's, like, you know, really mute. I mean, I wanted to save her. Apparently, I might die and I might finish the game early. But we definitely do want to save her. Although she doesn't seem that bad. How come you're talking? You're not mute? I stared blankly at little mute pinned beneath me. She actually talked. Tears in her eyes, face red, struggling for breath under my weight. Even so, a moment ago, she begged for mercy, each word crystal clear. Did being frightened by me make her suddenly able to speak? No way. Never heard of a mute being cured. This girl must have had some sinister plan from the start, faking being mute to catch others off guard. Spill it. Why the mute act? And where did you get that dagger? I snapped at her, eyeing the dagger that had slipped from her hand. Mr. Liang, you're crushing me. I can't talk. She kept begging for mercy. I glanced at her and sighed. Grabbed the dagger she dropped. My left hand held her arm, the dagger against her neck in the right. I rose, eyes fixed on her, pulling her up from the ground. Legs busted, I can't stand. She got up, wobbling a bit before finding her footing, like a newborn deer learning to walk. Spill it, Brad. Why the mute act? Why the hell did you play mute? I kept my gaze fixed on her, each word sharp and deliberate. By the way, the rest of the lamps in the camp, they're like unattended right now. The tongue is sleeping, right? Right. At the same time, I pressed the dagger closer to her neck. I was still steaming from her failed sneak attack. This brat was definitely aiming to finish me off just now. If she didn't explain, I might actually cut her throat. Spare me. I'll talk. I faked being mute to dodge Yin-san suspecting me. Yin-san is a trafficker. I was afraid he would ask too many questions, so I pulled the mute act. What are you scared he would figure out? I aimed to off the swine demon, couldn't risk his suspicions. Swine demon? She looked down, and the mention of that term just made me more puzzled. What's swine demon? Why is she bringing it up all of a sudden? Must. Can we go back? We can. Master Liang, actually Insan lied to you and Master Yixing. You weren't sending us to fancy homes, but straight to the swine demons as a lamb dishes. Sell us off to Luoyang, and we're on the menu for the swine demon. He urgently spoke with a teary tone, and I was caught off guard. That complicates things. Tong and I were taking those lambs to become lamb dishes. I knew the meaning of lamb dishes. It meant people who would be eaten. I remember hearing that term for the first time when I was young, back in the peaceful era, and it gave me chills. But in recent years, there was a famine in Shan. Heard in some hard-hit areas, folks were selling kids for food. Some even sold concubines for cash, dissecting them to hog their organs. Sounds brutal, but it doesn't seem made up. The lambs I'm sending are actually gonna end up as some swine demon's lamb dishes. In Luoyang City, there's this swine demon who weighs 1,000 pounds and has a taste for human flesh. With 1,000 years of cultivation, it can take on a human form. To onlookers, it looks like the richest person in Luoyang, but it's actually a great demon. Our whole family lives near Luoyang. That's a tenant farmer for the swine demon. One day, when it came to our place to check the land, it took a liking to my sister. Asked my dad to let my sister become its concubine. Dad feared it, so he gave in. Soon after, my sister vanished. Dad went to ask about her, and they claimed she stole something and ran off, and couldn't track her down. I can't believe my sister would steal. I cried every day wanting to see my sister. Until one day, I dreamed of her. She told me the swine demon devoured her and asked me to seek revenge. She said the swine demon's appetite is getting pickier, not just women, but also little kids. Sis told me the swine demon made a deal with the Insan in Huazo. He's rounding up kids to feed it. She urged me to find a chance for revenge. I listened silently to her tale, pondering for a moment. Not convincing. What she said about the lamb dishes was morally despicable, even for a bandit like me. And all of this planned by swine demon with 1,000 years of cultivation, her knowledge coming from dreams her sister sent her? Certainly hard to buy into. You acted mute, letting instant take you, just to get close to the swine demon, I asked, ice in my voice. Little Mute nodded. You think I'll believe in your nonsense? Swine demon eating people? Sister sending dreams? Don't bullshit me. Don't get how a kid like you comes up with so many lies. If you really want to off the swine demon, why lay hands on me just now? Hi, thank you for your visit. What? I know you played pleasure for good pleasure. While at the same time chasing me. I want to run. I really want to run. If I die, who's gonna take you to meet the swine demon? How are you gonna avenge your sister? Ignoring my mystical talk about the swine demon eating people and her sister, sending in dreams, as I spoke, I quickly spotted holes in her story. While her tale could explain her choice to act mute and carry a dagger, it couldn't justify why she attacked me earlier. Hello. I hope you're doing good. I'm today having a break from my gacha. I'm doing light novels. It's gonna expand till Saturday because apparently it takes like 8 to 10 hours to finish this part in English. Maybe we'll be lucky and we'll finish a little bit earlier. And it's allegedly sad, as I was told, but we'll also see about that. Her reasoning just didn't add up. If I died, who's gonna escort her to off the swine demon? Sure enough, the little mute went silent, unable to answer my question. She lowered her head and stopped talking. Seeing her go silent, my suspicions deepened, and I began questioning the truth behind her words. What now? Should I end her? End this lying brat? Or wake up Tongue and figure out how to handle her? I pondered, biting my lip, when suddenly I caught sight of bean-sized tears rolling down her face, resembling a snapped string of pearls. "'Cause I'm real scared. Too scared. In the day, Master Xing warned us he would skin us and devour us if we misbehaved. That you were swine demons too. Got really scared and had nightmares just now. I just hid the dagger in my skirt. If you hadn't turned away and saw me peeing, taking off the skirt, you'd definitely spot the dagger. You looked away this time, didn't catch a glimpse, but if you picked next time, you'll probably turn into swine demon and gobble me up. Scared, didn't know what to do, got overwhelmed, then thought of stabbing you. Master Liang, sorry, I wouldn't dare to do it again." Little Mute wiped her tears, crying on and off. While crying, she kept saying sorry to me. She cried, gasping for air, body shaking. She looked really scared, asking me to forgive her. But I still wanted to see. "You get it right. Since you've got a dagger, no matter what you say, I'll be suspicious. On top of that, you tried to stab me with that dagger, so I should kill you no matter what you say." I snarled, quietly seizing her dagger, lifting my head, mimicking a move I was about to stab her. "Master Liang, don't kill me. I won't do it again, I swear." "I am gonna kill you." "Spare me, Master Liang. I'll make you rich when I grow up. I'll be your provider. I'll build shrines for you. I'll make golden statues for you." She's very convincing right now. "Please spare me." She shook in fear, legs giving way, crying with watery eyes and snotty face, talking nonsense. Terrified, she tried to flee, falling like a scared piglet, kicking her legs while letting out a chilling non-stop wail. Yeah, I actually feel very sorry for her. It doesn't matter if her dreams from her sisters were true or not. I mean, come on, she's a kid and she's officially being sold to some rich man to become his wife, and she's like 10. Like, that's a wild times to live in. So regardless if the swine demon story is true or not, no matter what, she's in a very stressful situation for her age. If I hadn't held her, she would have hit the ground. The night was too dark to see clearly, but her terrified state suggested she might wet herself if pushed any further. It made sense. Seeing her like this, I felt a bit at ease. She had been too mature before, and with her smooth talk earlier, it had me on edge. Now she genuinely seemed scared, showing the age-appropriate tears. Considering her clumsy dagger move, she didn't seem skilled. Unless I tripped just now, she couldn't have killed me. I feel called out for tripping on the first try. After some thought, I eased up on my guard. At the same time, any thoughts of killing her vanished. "Get up." I sheathed the dagger and pulled her to her feet. She glanced at me, fear lingering, surprised I spared her suddenly, still sobbing softly. "I'll let you live this time. Not killing you for now." "Thanks, Master Liang. I knew you weren't some monster. You're a good guy." "I'm not a good guy. Tonight, I can't just pretend nothing happened." I went cold-faced. After my words, Little Mute, who had relaxed a bit after narrowly escaping, immediately stiffened, her expression freezing. "Face away from me," I coldly commanded Little Mute. She obeyed, stiffly turning her body around. "Mr. Liang, what are you doing?" "I'm punishing you." "How?" "Take off your skirt and you'll see." "What the hell?" "Take it off, didn't you hear me?" I barked at her, the suddenly loudness causing her body to join. I don't want to undress. If you don't, I'll kill you." "What exactly are you going to do, Master Liang?" Her voice quivered, filled with reluctance. I was puzzled, a sudden wave of irritation hitting me. Why was this brat being so difficult? I said I wouldn't kill her, and she won't even take a simple punishment. Is she trying to challenge me? With that in mind, I decided to go ahead and forcibly remove her skirt. And then she said something that left me stunned. Master Liang, you can't do something illegal. My dad told me there are rules, and those who rape girls under 12 get executed. I'm not even 12 yet, Master Liang. Please think twice, please. I froze and the attempt to remove her skirt came to a sudden halt. Uh, I didn't anticipate this brat having such ideas. I told her to turn around to remove her skirt, intending to give her a corporal punishment. I wanted to cut a piece of the nearby reed and spank her bottom a few times, leaving 3 red marks, but I really didn't expect that this little troublemaker thought I was after something intimate. In that moment, my thoughts felt childlike, while she appeared mature. It gave me a strange sense of reversal, making my already irritated mood turn awkward, chaotic, and even more displeased. How should I handle this to teach her a lesson? Just hit her. Spank. I don't want to explain anything to her anymore. No more words. Might as well hit directly. Swish! I took the dagger she just used and sliced the switch from the lakeside reeds. As I made the cut, she flinched, eyes shut. Afterward, I measured the reed's length with my hands, assessing its thickness. Perfect. This reed switch was perfect for spanking her. Master Liang, what are you doing? Doing what? Of course it's for spanking your butt. Where did your mind wander off to just now? Time for the punishment, a solid one. Are you going to spank my butt? What? Go ahead, just make it gentle, please. Take off your skirts, or should I do it? I'll do it. Little Mute hurried forward, reached for her sides of the skirt, swiftly used her fingers to untie the knots, and remove them. The dim light, coupled with tall reeds, obscured the details from my view. Then I heard the soft rustle of clothes hitting the ground, and vaguely saw her exposed skin in the shadows. Well, it seems she did take off her skirt, revealing her bottom. Master Liang, I've taken it off. Ease up on the spanking, okay? Ease up on the spanking. I didn't bother talking more with her. Everything's set. It's time to get started. I raised my hand, lifted the reed switch, and gave her bottom a firm smack. Ouch. My screen just moved and I flinched. Uh, why did they decide to make the screen shake? It hurts, stings too much. She wiped her tear-stained face, pulled up her skirts, and retied the knots. I gave her 3 strikes. The child's skin is delicate, and she appeared frail, offering little resistance. To avoid causing harm to her muscles and affecting her ability to walk, I restrained my force. Still, I was certain it would leave 3 red marks. Your life spared for now. You just missed very questionable piece of the video game. Very questionable. I think at this point, because for some reason it shows the game as a normal one, so we need to put 18 plus, I guess. Because that was dark. I don't know why the audience for the game is treated as everyone. I'll be watching you closely on this journey. If you try anything again, I'll kill you, breaking my rule of sparing children. On the way back, she limped, feeling the sting from the punishment. As she walked ahead, I lectured her from behind. At the same time, I asked her some questions. The more I think about it, the less you seem like a 9-year-old. How old are you exactly? 11. Born in the first year of Tianqi, year of the rooster. Oh, you seem small like a 9-year-old. Eat less, so I'm short. What's your name? Mansui. She paused for a moment and then uttered 2 words. How do you write it? Don't know. Don't know how to write. Just know sui as in wheat ear. Your parents truly work as a tenant farmers. Really? When we reach Luoyang City, you can verify. What if these words are false? If I lie to you, my whole family will suffer. I'll check your story as we travel, no need for oaths. I hate being lied to. If you lie to me, I'll kill you and your whole family, I warned her coldly. After hearing the threat of killing her whole family, she shivered and fell silent. She might have been scared or just been worn out from the crying and yelling earlier. In either case, she walked in front of me in silence, not paying me any more heed. Moonlight stretched her shadow as she moved through the mountainous woods. From behind, she appeared slender and solitary, akin to a lone young animal. Mansui, Sui as in a wheat ear. I silently repeated her name. This name echoed with the hope of farming family, like the wish for fields to be lush with golden wheat ears. Suddenly, a series of scenes surged into my mind. It was as if I could see a vast wheat field. The endless field bathed in sun, wheat ears linked together like a golden lake. A strong wind stirred, creating ripples on the lake, forming waves. Her family held her hand, running amidst its waves. She laughed and fell into the golden sea, smiling joyfully. Wow, we are actually changing the perspective. That's nice. I didn't expect that to happen. I knew my dad named me Mansui. Dad was a farmer working a hectare of land. The hectare he farmed was all planted with wheat. In spring, wheat was green, and come summer, it would transfer into stunning golden color. And Dad would go harvest the wheat when summer was drawing to a close. Back then, I would trail behind Dad one step after another. Dad prayed for a good harvest every year and hoped that the wheat would fill the entire field. That's why, after my birth, he named me Mensoi, meaning full head of wheat, and nicknamed me Suyor. Good kitten, good kitten. I squatted down and gently stroked the kitten's chin. It was very fitting. Very, very fitting. I mean, I'm still weirded out because I see that he's not anonymous. I see it. I just have no idea. Absolutely no idea. Wait a second, because I think I missed something. I just have like absolutely no idea why it shows as anonymous in the chat and with name and activity feed. I squatted down and gently stroked the kitten's chin. When I stroked its chin, it would feel good, raise its head, squint its eyes, and start purring. I couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of the kitten. Recently, a kitten had been regularly showing up at our doorstep. A stray kitten came from nowhere and found its way to our village one day. At first, it would wander around the village entrance, and Dad said that sooner or later it would be butchered and eaten. I couldn't stand the thought of that, so I kidnapped it and brought it home. I didn't keep it locked up. Instead, I just let it roam around every day. However, since I had been regularly feeding it, it didn't usually stray too far from my home. Over time, it became my cat. Hey, little kitty, where does your mom live? I stroked the cat's head and asked it. The cat meowed at me once. I didn't understand what it was saying, but my guess was that it had probably gotten separated from its mom and had been wandering for a very long time. Kitty, what's your favorite food? I tilted my head and asked it. Meow. The kitten meowed again. I still didn't understand what it was saying. Let me go find you something to eat. Not understanding the language of cats, I smiled and gently patted the kitten's head. Then I walked over to a small clay pot next to the front door. I reached into the pot and took out a small fish, the size of my palm. I caught it in the river this morning. Here, eat this. I gave the small fish to the kitten. The kitten joyfully snagged the fish with its two paws, licking it fervently with its tongue. And that's when I would take the opportunity to pet it. I put my hand on its back, slowly stroking its fur. It's very well behaved. It doesn't move no matter how I pet it. Hey, Sway, why'd you give that fish to the cat? It's such a waste. I caught this fish in the river. It's too small anyway, we can't eat it, so it's better to give it to the kitten. Oh, it's still edible even if it's small. Why don't we let your dad cook it and we'll have some fish with vegetables? Oh, come on, it's pretty tough these days. Even cats eat better than humans. Our entire family barely get to eat fish or meat a few times a year, and these naughty kids are usually using fish to feed the cat. I hear my grandma's non-stop complaints in my ears. As Grandma grew older, her nagging also gradually increased. She complained about Mom the most, and me next. Mom really took good care of Grandma. She never talked back when Grandma was nagging. Instead, she would bow her head, admit her fault, and adjust silently. I thought that was really smart. Oh, she's pouting! If you talked back to Grandma, she would counter 10 times, and so forth without an end. Soyar, stop playing around, come help me out. While I was thinking about Mom, she suddenly called my name. Wait a moment! I can't wait, I'm feeding porridge to your brother. What do you need help with? Wash the vegetables. Alright, I'm coming. I shouted to my mom inside the house. Kitty, I can't hand feed you anymore. You have to finish everything though, alright? I patted the kitten's head and tossed the fish onto the ground. Meow. The kitten obediently lifted its head and let out meows as it understood my words. Such a clever kitten, I sighed in admiration silently, then turned around and went inside to help Mom. If they're gonna eat the cats, I'm done. Mom was feeding porridge to my brother. I grabbed a bunch of wild vegetables piled in the corner of the room. The roots of the vegetables were covered in dirt, emitting an earthy scent. To prevent the house from becoming a dump, we washed the vegetables outside. I carried the vegetables washing basket outside and started washing them next to Grandma, who was sunbathing. She glanced at me with her eyes half closed before dozing off again. Mom already taught me how to wash vegetables. I scooped some water from the water tank and poured some into the vegetable washing basket, then tossed the wild vegetables in. After soaking the vegetables for a while to remove the dirt, I changed the water and used my hands to scrub them. I wanted to clean the vegetables well, so Mom would praise me for being responsible when she sees them later. It's the 6th of May. Interesting. Suyar's birthday is also the 6th of May. Mom, how old is Sui? 8. Well, in a few years she's going to get married. How many years? At least in another 6 years. When she turns 14, she can tie up her hair and then she can get married into another family. Then at what age do I get married off? No, since you're a boy, you don't get married off. You'll have to carry on the family line, make a name for yourself in the imperial examinations, and marry someone into our family. I was washing vegetables outside the house and I could hear their conversation. He's my younger brother. He was 3 years old and just learned how to talk last year. Ever since my brother was born, the most adored child in the family has become him instead of me. I felt jealous when my younger brother took away the love that used to be directed at me and the family. There were times when I really disliked him and times when I liked him. In the past year, I guess the liking part has been a bit more than the dislike. Sawyer. Suddenly, I heard a familiar voice, which made me immediately stop my job and raise my head. A man was approaching from the farmland in the distance. He was dressed in a burlap fabric and wearing a bamboo hat. He was tall and broad, and there was always a tender smile on his face. He's my dad and my favorite family member. Daddy! I ran over right away and hugged his tight upon seeing him. Hey, good girl, so you are. Dad stroked my head like how I stroked the kitten's head. Take a guess, CR. What did Daddy bring you today? What is it? I curiously leaned forward. Dad then took out the treasure he had hidden for a long time. It was a dark red thing with a weird shape like a wooden ball. What's this, Daddy? I heard this is called a sweet potato. It's a rare item from overseas. Eating it can lead to a long life. How did you get it? I spent some coins and bought it from a townsman. It's been pretty tough this couple of years, yet you're still splurging. It's fine, it's not like we're having this every day. I'll work harder on the farms and make up for this in no time. Dad explained while smiling, and Mom didn't say anything more. I put my hands on the potato, which was rough on the surface. It seemed like it had to be peeled first before eating. Dad, I wanted to eat it. Me too. I told Dad I wanted to eat the sweet potato, and my brother also wriggled in my mom's arms, saying he wanted some too. What's the big deal? I want some too. Even Grandma stumbled in from outside the house saying she wanted some. Okay, I'll roast it in a bit. Be patient, I'll get your share. Dad chuckled, stroking my head and shouting at us. I looked at my family in the house and felt blissful. I looked up toward the cloudless sky. I wanted to find a cloud that resembled me, but I couldn't. What will I be when I grow up? Who will I marry in the future? Besides, getting married, what else will I do in the future? I have no clue about any of these. I only know that I have a wish. I want to be with my family forever. We're back to young. Actually, back to young. One second, I need to gather breath before I continue. I think we should be good now. In the early morning, a light mist covered the mountains and forest. The sun broke through the haze, shining on our campsite. The birds were already up at this hour, chirping without fatigue, as if signaling to the lambs that it's time to get up. Throughout the night, I remained vigilant to observe the surroundings. I held onto my blade, leaning against the tree, awaiting the break of a dawn. Mansui's mindset was surprisingly good. Despite the events of the last night, it didn't seem to bother her sleep. Once at the campsite, she soon drifted off, her delicate snores blending with the nighttime chorus of insects. Perhaps my spanking last night left her bottom too sore to lie down, so she chose to sleep on her stomach. With arms crossed on the ground, she nestled her head between them, half dozing with her backside in the air. Even more like a cat. After observing Mansui for a while, I took a brief glance at the other lambs and Tong. Midway through, I took a short nap, attempting to sleep with my eyes open. I tried sleeping with my eyes open several times over the years, but it never seemed to work. After a couple of hours of restlessness, I witnessed the sunrise across the hills as dawn arrived, and Tong woke up. Get up! Wake up, everyone! It's time to hit the road again! Tong, freshly awake, promptly urged the lambs to get up. He paced, shouted, and tapped his dagger onto the tree next to the lambs, occasionally poking them. The lambs rubbed their eyes, sat up, and then stood up one by one. After everyone woke up, we hit the road. The sun was in the east, and we walked toward it. After an hour of walking, a lamb suddenly called me. Master Liang, something is up. Hunger called out to me. What's up? Need to go potty again? No, we're hungry. My sister's hungry, and so am I. Oh, I'll go get some grub. Liang, wait. I headed for the saddlebags, and that at the moment Tong stopped me. Why go along with the lamp? Let her be if she's hungry. We agreed on a schedule, right? Grub is given only at noon and dusk daily. It helps manage the lamps without missing the appointed times. Okay, I nodded and pulled back my hand from the reaching for the ration. Tongue was right. Rules bring order. Fetching grub every time a lamb is hungry would disrupt the routine and prevent them from realizing their disadvantaged situation. Hang in there a bit longer. I'll distribute rations at noon. I walked over to Hongar and relayed my message. Their faces showed a hint of disappointment. I glanced at them without saying more and continued on my way. We kept going on the mountain path, moving slow to accommodate the lambs. Climbed up it a bit, then went down another stretch. Past experience suggested we were just past Shuaho Mountain into Mountain Huashan's territory. Dense trees limited visibility. I couldn't spot Mount Huashan's peak. At noon, everyone was a bit hungry and the lambs were showing signs of fatigue. We decided to take a short break, grab some food. But right at that moment, something unexpected happened. Damn Liang, hurry! Tongue at the front of the line suddenly yelled. He saw something in the woods, and a surprised look on his face. He waited for me to come over. I was puzzled. I continuously moved forward, hand on the blade at my waist. A corpse. Clearing away the branches what came into view as a lifeless body. Leaning against a tree, probably a man. The reason I said probably was that he had been dead for days, making it hard to distinguish his features. Trees connected to white bones, bones fused with flesh, flesh clinging to clothing and all bound together. Shrouded with a black cloth on the head, dressed in a ragged robe, hair unkempt. Face mostly hidden in the shadow of his hair, but glimpses of a bloody hole picked through strands. Countless ants crawled over his mangled body, flies buzzing around. They darted in and out of his flesh, feasting on the man's corpse. I was curious why the bodies didn't stink when I noticed the insects, the full odor hit my nose carried by the wind. Gross. Suddenly the distinguished smell of the corpse hit me, filling my lungs and making my stomach churn. Xianghua, who came with us, got a bit scared when she saw the corpse. Shh, don't yell. Tong gave Xianghua a fierce look. Xianghua quickly stepped back in fear. Hongar also noticed the corpse, didn't stare, just rushed to block Sui R from seeing. Mansui just got a bit jittery seeing the corpse, but compared to other girls, she held up well. She kept staring at the body, looking kinda spaced out. Deadly injury on the neck? I held my nose and leaned over to check the body. The man had a neat cut on his neck. Even though the blood had dried, it was clear that his cut ended his life. Dead for over 10 days, definitely not an animal's doing. Someone killed him. Corpse is in a good shape, no big beasts have come to eat it. Well, looks like bad news, bandits around, good news, no wild beasts nearby? Might not be bandits, could be someone from his same group who did it. This route's not an official road, but we've been through it before, hardly ever run into bandits. Nowadays, travelers killing each other isn't uncommon. I shared my suspicions, stealing a glance at the man who is behind me. Indeed, had I been less cautious last night, I might have been killed by her and left sprawled by the lake. A fortnight later, my remains would be a feast for insects discovered amidst horrified screams. With that in mind, I felt the urge to give her a stern lesson again tonight. Liang, check if there's anything else on him. All right. Entering the other tongue, and I decided to scavenge the corpse. This was our custom. In the forest, we always resembled wolves. Wolves would bite down on prey worth biting, and they would gnaw on leftover remains. Damn, empty-handed, completely looted. Looks like the work of the bandits. Not empty-handed. At least found this. I presented Tong with a unique find. Despite finding nothing on the man, we came across a wooden box nearby. The box was a rich, dark wood, the specific kind unknown to me. About 3 feet in length, and housed a donkey hide, 2 braces, 3 differently sized brushes and knives, 3 pre-cut puppets, and a cluster of dye bottles. I knew these things. The wooden box contained items for shadow play. What's this? Used for shadow play for performance. Shadow play? Seems like this guy was a performer. Not necessarily, maybe just had to resort to shadow play as a means of making a living. I casually told Tonk, and as I spoke, I began packing up the men's wooden box, intending to stow it into our belongings. Hey, Leah, you plan to pick up on this trash? Not even the bandits bothered with it. How much can you get for it in town? I just want it. You've got to place this stuff further from where we kept the food or it will smell. Luckily, this box was already far from the corpse. Saying that, I wedged the wooden box into a gap in the stuff on the pack horse. Damn it, I already had no appetite and now it's even worse. We missed lunch by 2 hours. Finding a dead body tended to ruin everyone's appetite. During this time, Xionghua and Hongar struggled with nausea, likely disturbed by the memory of the corpse. They held back from vomiting, not wanting to lose precious food. Vomiting would mean one less meal, and it might draw attention, risking a scolding from us. 2 hours later, Tong and I handed out the grub to the lambs. I took a short nap at noon, and Tong took the lambs for a bathroom break. Then he also rested for a bit while keeping the watch. In the afternoon, we walked along a long stretch of mountainous trail. It got tougher with a good stretch of unused trail. We pushed through the weeds, and sometimes I had to use my blade to cut through thorns blocking the way. Yonghua's legs got a bit shaky during this, and there was a moment when she slipped into a mountain ditch. Luckily, she had rope tied around her waist, and we swiftly pulled her back up. After getting pulled up, she was still shaken. Tong mocked with a few mean comments, but Mensui approached, took her hand, and comforted her. Shivering and teary-eyed, Xionghua slowly calmed down, but Mansui's silent comfort. Mansui took care of things for us. Tong and I weren't going to coddle the sensitive lamb. Even Tong had to admit, well, this mute lamb is the most worry-free. As Tong said that, I glanced at Mansui. At that moment, she raised her eyes and looked at me with a hint of smugness, as if to say, see, I fooled him. Her look made me want to punch her. I knew she was faking being mute, lied about her age, and was the trickiest, was the dangerous troublemaker. But to keep her alive, I kept it to myself, not telling Tong any of it. Come to think of it, why am I even bothering to keep this girl alive? Why did I cover up for what happened last night from Tong? We may not be the best buddies, but after all we had been through together, why was I reluctant to spill the beans to Tong? I didn't know. Every time I wanted to spill the beans to Tong, I felt this tightness in my chest, making me choose to keep covering for her. It was stifling. At night, the lambs had another meal of rations and water. After eating, Tong and I had to get the fire going and arrange the beds. Liang, let's untie the rope on the little mute. Why? Yin-san said she's obedient, no need to tie her up. I didn't believe it at first, but now I think this lamb is well behaved. We can leave her untied. Untie her. Having an extra hand to gather wood will speed up our daily tasks. Can't trust this brat. I should have called look at Mansui and said to Tong. Now, and did you get more watchful than me? Relax, a lamb can't stir up much trouble. And these mountains she can't run even if she wants to. Fine, just untie her at this time every day. I agreed with Tong and went up to untie Mansui. While doing so, I kept a close eye on her. Of course, I didn't trust her, even though I had taken away her small dagger and searched her thoroughly to make sure she had no hidden weapons. If she found the chance to grab a sharp stone and attack our necks or poke my eyes, it would be pretty dangerous. Go, get us some firewood. I untied the rope from her waist and gave her a stern order. She didn't dare to defy, nodded, and went off to collect some firewood. Tonight, Tong would sleep first, and then it would be my turn. I got a couple of hours to spare, so might as well make the most of it. In the next few days, staring at the sleeping lambs wouldn't reveal much, so I needed to find something else to do. I took out the wooden box from my stuff and put it on the grass. It contained items for shadow play, and I went through each one. Briefly, I sniffed them to make sure there was no stench from the corpse. Luckily, the box had only a slight smell, and everything inside was clean. I took a deep breath and laid out the donkey hide from the box in front of the campfire. The donkey hide was thin and had been specially polished. I unfolded the donkey hide, spreading it out in front of the campfire by holding the two corners. The campfire's light, upon touching the donkey hide, spread softly, creating a gentle glow covering its surface. Oh, I remember, this donkey hide was called a white screen. In shadow play, performers set up the widescreen with a wooden frame and light it up with lamps. Then the performers can control the puppets behind the widescreen. Now, the challenge was how to use this frame. How can you support a widescreen with two sticks? Australian, it's not. Just as I picked up the two sticks, unsure how to set up the widescreen, I heard a voice beside me. Mansui spoke to me in a hushed tone. I glanced at her and took a quick look at the others around. Tong had his head tilted back, eyes shut, and the rest of the kids were scattered on the ground like a tipped-over basket of radishes. They were all asleep with steady breathing. No wonder she dared to speak up. Know how to do it? I asked Mansui. She nodded, ready to come over and help. However, as she took the first step, the rope wasn't long enough. She looked at the rope around her waist and then glanced at me with a pleading look. She looked at me and I looked back at her. Okay, I'll undo it for you. Don't try anything. I walked over and untied the rope around her waist from behind. They're still asleep. Let's not wake them up. Well, we'll find another spot, carry the stuff here, and light a new fire to figure this out. I glanced at the sleeping group and whispered the plan to Mansui. She nodded in agreement. I'm becoming a father. You know what this reminds me of? When I was playing Crusader Kings the last time and my whole family died and I only had two children. And I was like, yeah, it's okay, daddy's here with us, we will manage. And at the same time, my children died and I was not even a single father anymore. I became a single person. Now I have a chance to redeem myself. I can become a father again. I took the box and went with Mansui to cliff 50 paces away. It had a good view of the camp while being well concealed itself. I told Mansui to gather some fresh wood and I went back to the campfire for a flame. I got some burning wood from the campfire and went back to the cliff. I threw the flame into the new wood pile. Mansui and I watched as the new fire slowly lit up, brightening the cliff's surroundings. How did you learn to do this? My grandpa used to perform shadow plays, and my dad learned and taught me too. Once, when our family was running out of food and needed money, my dad took me to the neighboring village to put up on a show, and we earned quite a bit. How much did you know? I know the basics. Mansui told me, taking the frame and widescreen from my hands. She threaded the frame through a small hole next to the widescreen, her wrists thinner than the frame, weaving back and forth, slowly fitting the frame into the widescreen. Master Liang, the frame's not tall enough. Missing two pieces. We need to find branches and thin ropes to tie them. She got stuck halfway, seemingly facing a problem. You go find some. I don't know where the thin rope is. Alright, I'll go. I got up and went to fetch what she needed. I went back to camp, grabbed the two thin ropes from our equipment, and picked up some branches. Returning to the cliff where Mansui and I were, I handed her the items. She started trying to support the frame and small branches with ropes, then threaded the small branches through the widescreen. In no time, she had set up the widescreen in front of the campfire. Master Liang, why do you want to set up the widescreen? After finishing the setup, Mansui curiously asked me. Just bored, I replied casually. Master Liang, wanna learn shadow play from me? Sure, teach me if you know. I'm bored anyway. Sure, Master Liang. I wanted to help and make up for making you mad before. Mansui continued checking the widescreen, smiling as she spoke. The brat knew how to talk. However, she didn't simply piss me off, she wanted me dead. I kept that in mind. Master Liang, the widescreen is ready, but we're missing some things. What's missing? We need instruments. In a shadow play, two people are usually involved. One manipulating the shadows and the other playing music and singing. Alright, when we get to the city, I'll get a musical instrument. For now, see if you can handle the shadows and give me a little show. Can't sing without music, and I don't know how to sing anyway. Didn't you say you knew all the basics? I'm not good at singing. I remember the words, but I can't sing well. In the past, my dad always did the singing. I either controlled the shadows or played the drums. Alright, just use the puppets first and I want to see. Alright, let me check if the puppet is working. She nodded and went behind the white screen to tinker with the puppet. I noticed she needed a seat, so I fetched a wooden box for her. She didn't sit fully in the box, not sure if it was customary for a shadow play artist or if she couldn't sit down because her butt still hurt. I got up and went to her side, watching carefully. The puppet had a body attached to two bamboo sticks. She moved the sticks behind the widescreen with her fingers. The puppet wore red-robed armor, looked sturdy, and held a long spear-like weapon while riding a bright red horse. I recognized this puppet. Which character was it from the Romance of the Three Kingdoms? Ah, good question, Lubu. Ah, what did I do? What the heck happened? Like, I got an achievement. I think I missed, like, a lot. Let's see the log. What is this? Mansui also sat at a wooden box. She wiggled her fingers. Ah, there it is. Is it Lubu? I looked at the puppet in Mansui's hand and asked. Yes, so you knew that too. Look, there are three more puppets in the wooden box. Liu Bei, Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, and Lubu. They are all puppets used for the performance of the three heroes' battle, Lubu. Mansui pointed to the other three puppets. After she said that, I managed to recognize all the puppets. The black-faced one with the spur is Zhang Fei. The red-faced one with the broadsword is Guan Yu. The yellow-faced one with two swords is Liu Bei. The one Mansui was holding, riding a red horse and wielding a halberd, was the invincible Lubu. This girl knew quite a lot. She even figured out that these are puppets for the performance of the three heroes battle Lubu before I did. Why does only Lubu have a horse in a shadow play? No idea. Maybe it makes him seem tougher. The puppets aren't well made. If I made them, I would give all of them horses. I can teach you, but there are no materials in the wooden box. I opened the wooden box and saw the dye bottles inside had dried up. We might need to add water to use them. Even if we had dye, there were no spare materials to make significant changes to the puppets. Perhaps the dye in this box was originally meant for touch-ups, and the carving knife had become useless due to lack of materials. As I thought about it, how did that body really end up dead today? Did he venture into Mountain Flash and alone or with others? Was he only one of the shadow puppet performers, and were there more people with him? Could he have escaped from a theater group only to be chased down and killed? Numerous questions and speculations raced through my mind. However, there wasn't enough information at the scene for me to form a clear judgment. I might never uncover the true story. Alright, never mind. Didn't want to think about it too much. Time was short, so I had Mansui perform for me first. You perform, I ordered Mansui. Alright, Master Liang, take a seat in front of the widescreen, Mansui said to me. I nodded, stood up, and went to sit in front of the widescreen. Sitting down, I looked up the widescreen. Mansui also sat on the wooden box. I had just moved position behind the screen in the center. She wiggled her fingers, and behind the screen, the puppet of the Zhangfei appeared first. To my surprise, no long after, Mansui took a deep breath and softly began to sing. White robe, black armor, plain headscarf, serpent spear grippled in my hand. She said she wouldn't sing, but as she performed, she thought shadow play without sound wasn't as good. To find her rhythm, she started humming softly. Her voice was low, like she was singing to herself, and the tone wasn't professional. She was probably remembering how her dad used to perform for her, imitating and singing along. Now facing Liu Bu in battle, no way that scoundrel escapes my Zhang Fei's hands. Urging his horse toward two armies, challenging the traitor to fight. She kept singing in a hushed tone like Zhang Fei brandished his serpent spear, shouting on the battlefield, ready for the imminent appearance of Lu Bu. The puppet's shadow swayed behind the blurred white screen, seeming alive. The serpent's spear twirled and the bright beam erupted from its tip, dazzling my eyes. Oh, we got flashbanged. The scene played out again in front of me. Back then, my dad and I were also enjoying a shadow play. The lamp flickered, the drums echoed, and the heroes of the story clashed behind the white screen. Soon Wukong swung his golden staff, hitting the white-boned demon. The staff lit up with a golden glow as it struck the monster's head. Just as I watched, cheering for the performance, the spark suddenly grew stronger and turned into bright light. In an instant, intense light burst from the widescreen, accompanied by a loud boom. swallowing the entire world. Bang! With a thunderous sound, everything was consumed by the intense light. All I could see turned into a fiery ball. Ah! I shouted, jolting up from where I sat. Master Liang, what happened? Can't watch. Shouldn't watch. I got up in a daze, my hands and feet unsteady, eyes wide open. I looked down, palms facing up, lifting both hands in front of my chest aimlessly. Sweat covered my face and the back. My heart raced, and my trembling hands couldn't stop shaking. I quickly scanned the surroundings, then stared blankly ahead, unable to focus. I repeatedly confirmed that I was in a dark environment, safe from imaginary bursts of intense light. I thought I could gaze at the flames again after many years, though I could watch shadow plays once more. Now it still seems I still can't. I came to my senses and found Mansui looking at me with a worried expression, trying to figure out what had come over me. I'm fine, just not up for it today. Can't watch shadow plays anymore. Let's head back to the camp. Don't want anyone getting suspicious about our absence. I gestured awkwardly to Mansui and muttered some explanation to her. Then I dared not to glance at the white screen behind the flames. I put out the campfire, turned around, and stumbled back toward our original camp, paying no attention to whether the wooden box was neatly arranged or not. Even now, I kept avoiding it. Over the years, I thought I had changed, grown stronger, shifted from a lamb to a wolf, free from fear. Yet I still couldn't shake off the nightmares of that year. The 6th year of Tianxi. I stayed in the capital with my father and traveling merchant for a few days. On the 6th day of May, that's Mansu's birthday, at the hour of snake, white light consumed everything. When I came to my senses, there was only a sky filled with blood rain and shattered corpses. For many years afterward, I could never escape the nightmare of that day. And even now... Okay, we've been here for like an hour 40, and I need to have a short break before I lose my voice. Can I like make it stop auto mode? No. I'm just gonna leave it like that because the music is nice. And my Be Right Back music is not really that good compared to this. So I will just disappear myself for a bit. And then I'll be back and we will continue. Turned. The 6th year of Tianxi. The capital. A sudden white light engulfed everything inside. Hello, Jessica. How are you? Houses turned into ruins, people into corpses. My father turned his face towards me, smiling as if trying to say something. However, behind him a white light suddenly flared up. I reached out to grab to him to pull him out of the reach of the light, but in the moment I grasped his arm, we were swallowed by that white light. Immediately we were thrown backward like swatted mosquitoes. My head hit something, momentarily robbing me of consciousness, and I blacked out. Upon awakening, my father was gone, and I found myself amidst the debris. The area was filled with the remains of buildings and burning fires. My ears were ringing, unable to hear any sound, only sensing blood oozing from my ear canals. My clothing lay in tatters, and numerous people lay naked on the ground, their bodies mutilated. The world turned into a storm of blood rain, dyeing my entire body on the ground below in deep red. I hoped the blood rain would put out the flames on the buildings, but the fires only grew, refusing to be extinguished. Where was my father? How was he doing? I slowly got up, wanting to search for him, only to realize I was holding something in my hand. It was my father's severed left arm. I woke up from the nightmare, my back drenched in cold sweat. After watching the last shadow play last night, memories of that year flooded back. Later I sat in the camp, lost in thought for a while, losing track of time. 4 hours later, Tong took over the watch duty. I attempted to catch some sleep, trying to escape the nightmares, but I tossed and turned, not sleeping deeply. Oh, that's such a nice sky. For the next 2 days, I was lost in my thoughts. My mind buzzed in chaos, and my spirit felt like it had lost its way. I walked, ate, and slept in silence. I didn't continue studying shadow play with Mansui. That day, she packed up and took everything back to the back course. She must have wondered about my unusual behavior, but I didn't feel need to explain. Of course, there's no need to explain anything to her. Liang, you've been off lately, like you caught some bad vibes. What's up? On the fourth day of the journey, Tong pulled me aside. Just reminiscing about that explosion. Tianxi explosion. Mm-hmm. Why now? No idea, it just hit me. I bet it's that stuff from the play you picked up. Bad juju, toss it. Not happening. Fine, you're stubborn, I won't push. Liang, we've been in the mountains for 4 days, nearing Tongguan. Yingsan arranged for help in Suigo village near Tongguan. Once we reach there, we can eat well and rest for a day. Alright. Tong hinted for me to tough it out. Walking through the mountains for days, the monotonous scenery and the constant vigilance against beasts and bandits got us down. Hopefully, once we reached a place with people and could feel the local vibe, I would perk up a bit. The road to Shuigua village was tricky. We learned to stay sharp in times like these. And my gut feeling was spot on. On the morning of the 5th day, we had to cross the official road to confirm the way to the village. Trouble hit us. Hold up. I spotted something and stopped. At the same time, I raised my right hand to signal to the others behind me. Liang, what's up? Someone's here. I pointed ahead. Tong looked over. About 30 steps away, a group of 6 people came into view. They all wore iron helmets, green iron armor, and had swords on their sides. Walking through the woods, their helmets glinted in the sunlight. Bandits? Doesn't seem like it. They look like soldiers. Soldiers on this trail? Don't know, but we gotta avoid them. Tong and I huddled. Doing this kind of job, soldiers were the last thing we wanted. Sure, the world's a mess now, and the soldiers, busy with rebels as they are, probably wouldn't care about us, but it would still be bad to run right into them. Shh, everyone quiet and still. Crouch down, we wait for the group to pass. Tong let out a deep breath, eyes wide, and whispered orders to the lamps behind us. We all squatted down, watching the soldiers tens of steps away. Great. They weren't heading our direction. Just had to wait a bit. Just a bit longer, and they'll be gone. I stared at the soldiers in the distance, watching them move in a single direction. Their leader disappeared from view, followed by the others getting farther away. They would be gone soon. But then, something unexpected happened. Out of nowhere, I heard a lamb yelp. I spun around. Suyar, the lamb, suddenly stood up. She stomped her feet and hastily stepped back, almost falling over. Snake! There's a snake! She pointed to a patch of grass ahead, her face pale with fear, tears welling up. Other lambs, hearing her, quickly fled from the spot she indicated. Suddenly, the silent woods echoed with lamb cries, screams, and frantic footsteps, turning into chaos. Damn it! Tong cursed and hurried to Suyar, trying to cover her mouth. But it was too late. The soldiers spotted us. They changed direction and came toward us. Who's there? The leader yelled from a distance. All 6 soldiers stopped. They pulled out their swords, ready to fight, facing our direction. What now? I asked Tong. He usually knew what to do in these situations. Darn it, these noisy lamps couldn't keep quiet at the wrong time. Liang, I'll keep them busy. You quickly untie the lamps before they get suspicious. Tong said to me, and I nodded. Yes, we needed to untie the lamps first. When the soldiers got closer and saw the ropes around the lamps' waists, they would surely figure out we were traffickers. Officers, calm down, and just our girl making a fuss. Tong walked towards the front of the line, about 10 steps away from us, yelling to the soldiers as he went. Who are you? Just regular folks. Where from? What are you up to? From Huazhou. We're traders heading to Luoyang. Stay where you are. We're coming over to check. Tong and the soldiers were yelling at each other from far away. I'd just reached Xianghua and was about to untie Mansui, but they were getting closer fast. Bad. Couldn't untie all the lamps in time. You there, I said don't move. I wanted to sneak over to Hongar and Suyar to untie them, but the soldiers spotted my move and stopped me quickly. They came closer step by step and I checked out their outfits. They looked like the bored guards near Tongguan, not too tidy, but all with the same gear, even with the same swords. The leader had a taller helmet and carried a short bow on his back, seemed like their officer. Was it your girl who yelled just now? Yeah. Why'd she yell? Spotted a snake. You said you're traders, right? What goods are you taking to Luoyang? The head soldier asked sharply. Tong was stumped. We knew we only had food with us, nothing else. If we made up goods and they asked to see them, we would be caught. I took a deep breath, trying to calm down. We're ferrying folks. I chimed in when Tongs couldn't answer, talking to the soldier. Ferrying folks? But earlier you said you were traders. How does that turn into ferrying folks? Ferrying folks is still trading. We've been asked to take these kids to Luoyang. I replied calmly. Alright then, ferrying folks, so you admit it. You're human traffickers. No, it's the kids' parents who asked us to do it. Then why aren't you on the main road? Didn't you avoid it? I calmly replied to the soldiers and ended with a jab. It did seem a bit odd. Usually soldiers like them would stick to the main road. Why didn't they take the main road out of the Tongguan? Could it be that they had something to hide? Could it be they were deserters? Hey Liang, watch your words with the officers. Officers, don't mind my buddy here, he ain't good with words. Indeed, we're ferrying folks. The reason we're not on the main road is because of the recent disasters. It's packed with refugees fleeing famine. We heard folks fleeing disasters are desperate. They might grab kids for food. We didn't want our food or the kids taken, so we took the mountain path. So what are you up to then, human traffickers? It's a long story. We're hired by a rich family in Weinan to escort their missy to Luoyang for her wedding. Tong had a bright idea, like he'd figured out a plan. Who's the miss? Her. Tong pointed at Xianghua. Xianghua was put off guard by the sudden attention, stood frozen, her face pale, clearly surprised to be singled out. Are you the bride-to-be? Soldier squinted and looked at Xianghua, asking her a question. Xianghua remained silent with her head bowed. My and Tong's hearts jumped off our throats. Bad. If Xianghua spilled the beans about us being human traffickers now, it would all be over. Yes, officer, I am. Huh? Right when Tong and I were tense, Xianghua suddenly spoke up. She nodded pleasantly at the soldier, speaking quietly without looking at him. Why? Tong and I were both surprised. We didn't think Xianghua would help us lie. You seem pretty young for a wedding, and why aren't you dressed fancier? Xianghua fell silent, looking scared as she kept her head down. Officer, the miss looks young, but she's almost at a marrying age. Her in-laws wanted to meet her first, so they sent for her to stay in Luoyang for a while. I suggested the plain clothes for safety. With the long journey, there's a risk of bandits. Plain clothes make her less of a target. Although he still frowned, looking skeptical. It's unclear if he bought our story. Why are the other kids tied up then? Suddenly another soldier chimed in. Next to the leaders stood another, slightly chubby soldier. He had a long black bag slung over his back, maybe carrying a spear. He hadn't said a word before, but now he noticed ropes tied around Lam's waists. Realizing only Xianghua wasn't bound, he raised his suspicion. Tong again couldn't respond, just kept quiet. The soldier's eyes sharpened, coldly scanning us. Not good. Can't explain. Xianghua's cooperation was surprising, but these soldiers were digging deeper, picking apart our story. If we were talking Xianghua to get married, bringing a bunch of kids her age didn't make sense. And why these kids were tied up was even harder to explain. I placed my hand on the hilt of my saber, and the soldiers took a slow step forward. No one spoke. Silence hung heavy, broken only by the chirping of insects. Sweat beaded on my forehead. I knew a fierce battle was about to erupt. Should I strike now, take out the leader, or bide my time waiting for another opportunity? I'm kinda scared that I'm gonna die again. Strike immediately. Take action. No more chances. Might as well strike now, take them one by one. I stepped forward, grabbed my sheath with one hand, and pulled out my blade with the other. Oh, this music in the background is a banger. The lead soldier's eyes widened in shock as he saw the gleaming metal in my head. Swish! Before he could react, I swiftly swung my blade, leading a solid blow on his neck. Blood spurted out in an instant, and then spattered all around. Clutching his bleeding neck, he staggered backwards, step by step, until he fell. Damn it, the leader's been cut. They're definitely bandits. Yang, what's with the rush again? The other soldier yelled angrily, the sound mixing with some grumbling and the lamb's scared cries as they ran off. The rest of them drew their weapons and charged at us. Kill. Just so blood. Now my heart's boiling with the urge to kill. Heard these soldiers are nothing but trouble. Some even go around killing innocents to use their heads as fake proof of killed rebels. Can't reason with them. Go to fight hard, let the swords do the talking. Clank, clank, stepped up, swinged my blade twice more, clashing with one of the soldiers. I shifted my footing a bit and spun around, landing a kick. The soldier stumbled, thrown off balance by my blow, so I pressed on and swung my blade again. Swish. I aimed poorly, so I slashed horizontally, hitting the soldier's chest. His armor cracked, leaving a shallow wound, but it wasn't lethal. What a pain. If he weren't armored, I could have finished him off in one blow. But it's okay, neither I nor Tong got hit by their swords, and we've broken their formation for now. The guy I struck earlier might not die, but he's still out for the fight. Just need to take down one more, then it's 2 against 2, giving us a bit edge. You're dead meat, bandit. Looking towards Tong, I saw the fast soldier from before grab something from his black bag. I then realized it was a musket. He pointed the long black barrel our way. It's over. The musket went out with a bang and a blaze of shot out from the barrel, followed by a plume of black smoke. The instant the blast hit me square in the chest, and my vision was instantly obscured by a mist of blood. I stared in belief at my chest as my body uncontrollably fell. My chest. We are dead. Okay, I figured I could take them on with my sword, but then one of them pulled out a musket. God damn it. What do you mean died halfway? Okay, let's see our flowchart. How far we are. We are 15% in this story, and we've been here for 2 hours right now. Now we need to go here. And then we got to skip. Skip to the decision making. Wait for an opportunity. I kept thinking about drawing my blade, but I held back. 6 soldiers were too many to take on. They had a good gear, and I wasn't sure I could take one down in a single slash. Even with Tong's help, it would be tough to handle it all. But what good would waiting for a chance clear really do? In the midst of the tense standoff, Mansui's voice suddenly broke off the silence. Her soft cries grabbed everyone's attention. What's she doing? Mansui went to the pack horse beside her. She opened the bags and got out the wooden box she stored there a few days ago. It was the box for the shadow play. Mansui opened the wooden box and showed what's inside to us and the soldier. She stared at everyone's were there with the big eyes. Wasn't there? The head soldier looked blankly at the wooden box. I get it now. Mansui was trying to tell us something. With the shadow puppets and all, it's pretty clear. I suppose she wanted me to say... Officer, these are the props for the shadow play. The skeets, except the miss here, are part of the traveling theater troupe. Facing the officers, I gestured towards the wooden box and then towards Mansui, Hongar, and Suyar. The journey is long, and the master worries the young lady will be bored, so he arranged for a few theater troupe girls to accompany her. They are all from humble origins and will accompany the young lady as her attendants. If you don't trust us, they can show you, I calmly suggested to the soldiers, and they glanced at Mansui once more after I spoke. Mansui was setting up the shadow play screen, placing it on its stand. No need, soldier. I waved his hand, gesturing to for Mansui to stop. He stayed quiet, looking at me and Tong, the not Xionghua, Mansui, Hongar, and Suyar. I trust what you're saying. If you were really bad folks, these girls wouldn't help you lie. Just wondering, seems like quite the procession for a wedding. Who's the girl going to Luoyang? Officer, she's from the Jiao family in Luoyang. Well, heard of the Jiaos, they're quite well known. Yeah, the soldiers and the Tong were talking back and forth. I figured Tong didn't know Master Jiao, and neither did the soldier. Alright, off you go. Stick to the main roads, mind you. Don't want to exhaust your lady, ah? Thanks, officer. Thanks, officer. We'll stick to the main roads. Tong bowed deeply, showing his gratitude. Thanks, officer. I also thanked the officer, and then they turned around to leave. Finally, the tension in my chest was eased. Wait, one more thing. Suddenly he stopped walking and turned back around. What's he up to now? Remembered something. When you were checking the bag earlier, I saw plenty of rations. It's not far from Tongwan. You don't need to worry about rations here. We're off to deal with bandits, so we'll borrow some of your rations for now. Okay, help yourself, officer. No need to borrow, just take what you want. Tong found as the soldiers started grabbing rations from our pack force. After they took most of it, they finally got ready to leave. Oh no, they took our food. Damn, those greedy soldiers had ate up half our rations, bought with hard-earned coin. Half an hour after the soldiers cleared off, we pressed on, and finally Tong found the nerve to lose his tongue. Wait, I got it now. It's all that blasted kid's fault. If it weren't for her, those pesky soldiers wouldn't have found us. You little rat almost got us killed. I'll chop you up. Tong suddenly remembered it was Sui R yelling that brought those soldiers to us. Tong drew his knife and approached Sui R, ready to strike her down. No, stop, Master Tong, Master Xing, don't hurt me. Master Xing, don't hurt my sister. If you must hurt me instead. Move. Today both of you'll get it. Tong swung his blade at Hongar and Suyar. Clang. I quickly intervened, blocking his swing with my blade. Enough, Tong. Sure, the kid attracted the soldiers, but none of them sold us out when they showed up. If they had, we would kill them. Since they didn't, there's no need. Not like I'd really kill her, I'd just chop off her hand. And then what? A missing hand means we pay, you'll cough up later. Besides, it's still a ways to the nearest village. Can a kid with a missing hand make it alive? After hearing me, Tong didn't go to kill Lamb anymore. He probably figured out what was at stake, that he couldn't kill or maim the lamb. Damn, if we're not killing her, hurting her, she still has to be punished. Punished hard. Yeah, punishment is necessary. Remember your rule? Cry or fuss on the road. No food for a day. Let's stick to that. Tong glanced at me, his eyes flashing with anger. He seemed to think the punishment wasn't harsh enough. But it was the littlest lamb who caused the trouble. If I hit her like I did with Mansui yesterday, especially if Tong joined in, things could go out of hand. I kept looking at Tong seriously, and his anger slowly faded away under my stare until it was completely gone. Oh, to hell with it. I don't want to hear that brat's voice again. She owes me one, and if she keeps yapping, she'll end up on my blade. With a grumble, Tong sheathed his dagger and stumped forward. He finally agreed to spur Sui R. Thanks, Master Xing. Thanks, Master Liang. Thanks, Master Liang. The two sisters were scared by Tong's rage now, crying and thanking me over and over. No more tears. Keep crying and I'll give you a smack even if I spare your lives. With that stern warning, I pressed on ahead. We got to main road just before the night. Tong and I checked the signs, guessed how far Shuigo village was, then crossed the road and kept going for the village. We camped by a stream nearby, and at diner Tong did as he said, didn't give any food to Suyar, and even spat in her direction as she lay there. Suyar watched us eating dry rations, almost crying with hunger, thinking about how she almost got us in trouble today. Tears streamed down her face. Trying not to cry out loud, she wiped her tear eyes silently with her hands. I saw Mansui secretly take a piece of her own dry ration and give it to Suyar. I also saw Hongar do the same. Suyar ate it quietly when Tong wasn't paying attention. I turned a blind eye, pretending it didn't happen. Late at night, Tong snoozed while I kept watch. I freed Mansui and motioned her over for a chat. I wanted to talk about what went down during the day. You did good today. When the official soldiers came, you helped us with the lie. Yeah. The soldiers seemed shady. I couldn't trust them. They didn't follow the main road and had no discipline while marching, probably deserters. If we sought help from deserters, they could have taken us away, treating us worse than you. Master Liang. Once I spoke her thoughts to me. That little brat had some smarts, came to the same conclusion as me. The soldiers totally seemed like they were running from something. With Tongwan always in battle, it's odd to see small groups of soldiers wandering like that. If they got caught, they would get 100 lashes, not much different from being called a human trafficker. So they were like bad guys, ready for anything. These deserters, even if they thought that they were up to no good, might just let it slide. Once we gave them a way out, they probably didn't want to poke around too much. But I was still not sure about today. Mansui seemed smarter. She knew those soldiers weren't good. So why did the other kids, especially Xianghua, agree to help us? If they wanted the soldiers' help, that was the time. Hey, Mr. Liang, there's something I want to tell you. Just as I was wondering, Mansui spoke up. What's up? Well, except for Master Xing, I reckon everyone knows I'm not mute now. When the soldiers showed up, I talked to Xiongquan, Hongar, and Suyar heard it too. Oh, I get it now. It hit me all of a sudden. While Tongo was busy chatting with the soldiers, I was totally focused on him. But it made sense. She was probably telling them keep quiet, don't spill the beans about us being human traffickers, cause those soldiers aren't the friendly type. You did good this time, lass. Seems like you deserve most of the credit for dodging those soldiers. I chuckled a bit, praising Mansui. I trusted you, that's why I did it. Hey, Master Liang, still up for learning shadow play today? Not interested anymore. Why not? What's up, Master Liang? Mind your business, just don't feel like it anymore. I replied coldly to Mansui, then decided to head back to sleep. This girl, she's sharp and wise beyond her years, not like most kids her age. She's just as I imagined her from the start. She's like a cat. After successfully evading the soldiers, the following afternoon was finally arrived at Shugo village. Upon hearing the name Shugo meaning water ditch, I thought there would be a water ditch running through the entire village. The villager lived by the channel with its gurgling water. By the stream, the washerwoman was washing clothes while the old man was fishing. However, upon reaching the village, we realized there was no stream in sight. The ground had long dried up, cracked by scorching sun, and cracks forming a tangled web from afar resembling the wrinkles at the corners of an old man's eyes. At times, the locusts would leap among the crevices, while at the other times they would flap their wings and skim the ground. With no water in the village and the crops already dead, there were scarcely any locusts remaining, only a few scattered ones left. Yet I could picture that just a short while ago the locusts blanketed this area, sweeping through the village, devouring all the crops amidst the cries of the farmers. After arriving at the Shuigo village, we traversed a few households, yet encountered no signs of human presence. How do we find Yin-san's men? Well, he wanted us to find the Yu Yonghu in the village. We asked around to find out where he is. The villagers here, they've probably fled already. I'm not sure how many households are still here. I remarked as I led the pack horse and observed the dilapidated village. There was nobody on the streets. It was completely empty. It seemed like there was a very severe famine here as well. Despite being near the central plains, this place wasn't much better off than northern Shan. Since the new emperor took the throne, there had been successive disasters in the past few years. In the first year, the droughts plagued northern Shan, leaving the wheat fields completely desolate. People fled in search of food, famine was widespread, and starved corpses lay strewn across the countryside. After a few years, despite the commonest people hoped that the years of disasters were over, more regions were afflicted by droughts, and there were even new locust plagues. In larger towns like Huazhou, Shanzhou, and Luoyang, things were somewhat better. They still had reserves from previous years, enough to last for a while. In these cities, although they were refugees and corpses scattered along the roadsides, the majority of the city dwellers still had food to eat. However, the small villages with scant reserves would have faced complete ruin in the wake of consecutive years of calamities. Amidst the famine-stricken small villages, those deprived of food either resigned themselves to death in the village or fled eastward in search of relief. Shuigo village was likely one among the hundreds of villages afflicted by the disaster. The villagers here either died of starvation or fled, leaving a few behind. Liang, come over here. Just as I was lost in thought, Tong called out to me abruptly. He stood at the doorway of the first house at the village entrance as if he witnessed something terrifying, frozen in place and reluctant to enter. What? With curiosity I approached the house. What could it be that would scare Tong like this? Oh shit. A smell of rotting flesh blended with the strong tang of blood. The constant drone of flies swirling and buzzing noisily. This space likely served as a butchery for animals. A wooden slab occupied the center of the room, its surface marred by dried black blood that seeped onto the ground below and congealed. Near the wooden board, heaps of bones lay, buzzing with flies, while maggots squirmed nearby. Some bones were bloody, others boiled. They looked like pig bones at first, but examining closely sent a shiver down my spine. Damn it, these were clearly human bones. Something's off about this village. I glared at the human bones on the ground and said to Tong. Yeah, something's off. After the disaster, they turned to eating folks. Probably all dead now. Strange. Loads of bones here, but not a single head. Not strange. They likely buried the heads, even when starving folks don't fancy munching on heads. Why is that? Heads don't have much meat and they are a hassle to eat. Plus, they say chowing down on heads can make you sick. Well, I figured it was for some other reason. Other reason? I thought that once eaten might suddenly move and bite back. Tongue jung, but I couldn't laugh. I inspected the bones carefully. No skulls, mostly arms, legs, or smashed torsos. Some parts looked gnawed by maggots, maybe innards. Even with all the blood and death I'd seen, I still felt sick. The walls, covered in blood, emitted an overpowering stench. Hold on, something's off. These bones on the ground, they looked kind of small. Looking closer, they were all the bones of little ones, not big ones. Even the larger ones, they seemed like women, none from men. Could it be... Not good. A shiver ran down my spine as I realized something was wrong, quickly getting up and heading out to the door. Kid, there's a kid! As I rushed out, a voice called from the distance. From a nearby house stepped out a villager. Scrawny, wearing torn clothes, somewhere in his 40s. This guy looked rough, eyes dark, with a green gleam like the wild animal. Sure enough, the village wasn't quite dead yet, and this village just started cannibalizing. From the bones left on the ground, they began with lambs and even ate some eaves. Our lambs were in danger. Oh, look, strangers outside, they've got horses and some kids. Let's grab them for a meal. Eat, eat. One villager shouted and another burst out from the different house. Soon after I saw 4 or 5 villagers coming out from nearby houses. Their eyes glowed green, bodies wobbling as they rushed towards the pack horses and lambs. What? Xionghua next to me went pale with fear and hunger, and Suya tried to run back, but they were tied up and couldn't escape. To them, these hungry villagers looked like scary monsters. Get lost, I shouted furiously, warning the villagers rushing toward us. Eat. One villager, red-eyed with hunger, didn't listen to me and still dashed towards the lambs. What a damned idiot. I cursed silently and hurriedly closed the distance. The guy was on the verge of passing out from hunger and wasn't running very fast. I quickly caught up. Instead of stabbing, I lifted my foot and kicked him hard. He'd been starving for days, barely able to walk straight, light as a feather. One kick sent him flying nearly 10 steps. The crazy hungry guy tumbled on the ground, rolling over 3 times. After falling to the ground, he lay twisted on the ground, bones likely broken. He caught blood and then stared wide-eyed at the sky, gasping like a dying fish. My kick might have ended up being fatal. But hey, he wanted to eat our lambs. He probably ate his own already. If I took his life, he had it coming. Back off, I got a sword. Whoever tries to snatch, I'll kill, I shouted at the approaching villagers, keeping the lambs safe from behind me, and I pulled out my sword, pointing at them. The sunlight glinted off the blade, making the villagers step back in fear. Damn, who are these wild monkeys trying to mess with us? We've killed plenty, taking you out would be a breeze. Anyone tries to snatch from us, our bunch of brothers will come down and wipe this village. Tong whipped out his blade too, adding to our row of force. Smart move, acting like bandits and threatening back up. Normally, we wouldn't dare. Even the tallest bandits wouldn't dare raid a village without lots of men. But now, they were weak from hunger, probably not thinking straight. And it's a bad year. This village was too far from any official soldiers' street, so no worry about them warning the nearby towns. The villagers, seeing how I looked, didn't dare come closer. The troublemaker from earlier even plopped down on the ground, kneeling. Spare us, please, spare us. Now our village has nothing left to offer, no way to give you. The head villager bowed and the rest started keeping their distance. I glanced at the villagers nearby and far, counting them quietly. 17. That's how many villagers I saw. Most were men, no men, women, or kids. Wait. Most were men, no women or kids. What is this translation? They said the women were taken by the official soldiers, and the women and kids who weren't taken were probably eaten by them. Didn't know if there were more villagers alive. Anyway, I gotta be more cautious around them. These folks now, not much different from wild beasts. No need to freak out. We're not here to loot you today. Just looking for a guy named Yu Yongfu. Want to have a chat with him. Yu Yongfu? That guy ran off a month ago. Ran off? Yeah, last month officials came to take men for the army to fight bandits. Yu Yongfu got wind of it somehow and bolted early. The guy ran off quick. Where did he go? Don't know. The east is not as bad. Probably headed that way. If you knew the east was safer, why didn't you all run? Most did. They fled for safer lands. Some went east, some went west, some even joined the rebels. Us folks who stay were mostly old and frail, scared to roam outside, afraid we'll be eaten. They say home is where the heart is. Even if we die, we want to die here. Not wander as lost souls. The villagers looked at us from a distance, their eyes showing something. His idea did make sense. These folks, even if facing death, won't leave. Running away or joining rebels meant more danger for them, and the end might not be better than dying here. It hit me then. Folks like me and Tong, always moving around, might be the minority. Most folks probably live and die in one place. Hey, hero. Just as I was thinking, the villager called me again. I looked at him confused, not sure what he wanted to say. My boy went to fight, no word since. Wife taken by officials, now it's just me starving. Can't last 2 more days. Could you help us out, maybe with a horse or some food? Once the hard times pass, I will build you a shrine, offer prayers for you. The villager knelt down, pleading with me and Tong. The rest, all dozen or so, followed suit, tears in their eyes, begging us. One by one they started bowing their heads. Should I share some food with them? This is difficult because the soldiers already took like half of our rations. We were supposed to meet this guy here that is gone. So yeah, that's actually tricky. The thing is that probably not all of them are frail and weak. And even if we leave the village, we will still be close by and they might attack us during the night. Share some food with them. You knew what I was going to suggest, Liang. Don't go soft now. Didn't you see those corpses just now? They've been starving, eating their own kind. But they didn't come for us. Kind-hearted. Nah, just scared. We're thieves, bandits, worse than them. They know if they come for the food, we'll kill them. That's why no one's brave enough to come and snatch from us. If you give them food, it'll make them less scared of us. Feed them up, give them strength, we'll all be in hot water. Young was right. These people might be groveling now, but that doesn't mean they're innocent and weak. We're low on food already, not much to spare. If we give them anything, they'll just come back for more. They might even follow us and try to kill us later. That house full of corpses was a grim reminder. No food, not a bit. Listen up. No horses, no food. Anyone tries to rob, I'll kill them. We brandished our blades, glaring at the kneeling villagers. Backing away with the lamps, we left Shugo village far behind. Later we entered the forest east of Shugo village, never to see it again. That's when we started planning our next move. What now? Keep going east, I guess. Good enough food to reach Shanzoi? Damn, soldiers took half, so it's going to be tight. Should we go to Tongguan? It's close. Liang, you brave enough for Tongguan? It's swarming with soldiers. Even if we have a pass, explaining these lamps to soldiers means trouble. We're closer with Yin-san. Where else he got people? Let's see, Wenxiang? He's got a place there, and I got some pulse nearby too. Alright, Wenxiang it is. We have to stretch our food, so we'll tighten our belts and walk a bit farther. I told Tong and the lamps too. That said, I wondered if these lamps got why I turned those villagers down. They begged, but I refused to feed them. But they didn't see that room full of bones, didn't know what happened there. Can they understand this? Can these lambs understand how hunger can make folks act as like wild animals, losing their minds and resorting to cannibalism? Probably not. We went southeast to Wenxiang. To avoid the hungry folks from Shuga village, we traveled extra at night. The lambs were exhausted after 2 extra hours of walking, so we took a break. I made a fire and gave the lambs rations and water. Maybe because I said we'd have less rations for a while, or because they saw those hungry people, the lambs ate their rations seriously today. They held the tasteless rations like treasures, savoring every bite carefully. How far is Wenxiang from here? Taking a bite of my ration, I asked Tong, seated across from me. Not super close, but not far either. It should take us about 3 or 4 days to get there. Are you familiar with Shanzhou? Wenxiang is southwest of Xiangzhou, about 3 days walk away. Tong talked about how far and which way, and when he brought up Shanzhou, I got the idea. Didn't seem like we were talking too many extra steps. After that, Tong fell asleep fast. It's my turn to keep the watch. Wouldn't have been able to sleep anyway. Those villagers got me thinking. First fierce and mad, then scared and humble. Were they like sheep? No, they fought for survival. Sheep are more numb, taking the pain without a peep. Wolves? No, too pathetic, begging on their knees. So what were they? What animal? Master Liang. As I thought about the villagers from earlier, I heard a soft call nearby. It was Mansui calling me. What's up? I looked at her with confusion. Need to go. She blushed slightly and bit embarrassed as she spoke to me. Oh. I untied Mansui and took her to a spot downwind, about 50 steps away. She really needed to go, no fooling this time. She was shy and asked me to give her some space. I couldn't see anything, but I heard some noises. After she finished, she took a bit longer before coming back to me. Thanks for coming with me to P. Master Liang. It's so dark out here, I wouldn't dare alone. Oh, you scared of the dark glass? Yeah, I'm totally scared. I wouldn't dare walk alone at night. Oh, speaking of which, you scared of those villagers earlier. Yeah, they looked like they wanted to munch on us. Hey, Master Liang, you and Master Xing checked out a house today. What was in there? Mansui curiously asked me. Should I tell her what was in that house? Tell her the truth. She needs to know that not only monsters are bad. In that house there was a room with a wooden board covered in blood and meat. Blood all over the walls, bones on the ground. People? Yeah, lots of folks, mostly kids. The village was hit bad, folks starving, so they started eating kids. What's in that house was just the leftovers. I told Mansui coldly, keeping an eye on her reaction. She looked surprised when I told her, but didn't seem too frightened. Maybe she's just acting tough. If I were her age, I would be scared out of my wits by that hellish scene. Master Liang. The other kids won't go blabbing to Master Xing that I can talk, right? Just as I was wondering if she was scared on that house, she hit me with a question out of nowhere. No, they were scared of him. Wouldn't dare to talk back. Yeah, everyone's terrified of Master Xing. Remember when he nearly killed Sui R? I think everyone likes you, Master Liang. Whenever there is a trouble, they all come to you now. Stop with the sweet talk. I haven't forgotten how close you were to killing me. You sure don't forget things. Does your butt still hurt? No, it's fine now. Is what you said about your sister and their swine demon true? Yes, it is true. Once we get to Luoyang, we'll be fed to the monster. But I'm not scared. I'm going to get revenge for my sister. I frowned, staring at her intently. She looked determined, not like she was lying. When she said revenge, I could feel her resolve. But how could an 11-year-old kid like her seek revenge against a man-eating swine demon? If it's true, should Tong and I really take them there? I fell into a thought. Not good. As a wolf, I shouldn't even care about this question. The lives of these lambs were none of my concern. I lived for me, not them. It was hot and the ground was really dry. I sat in front of my house, lost in thought, with my arms around my knees and my chin rested on them. I had been crying, my tears flowed, and my nose ran too. I hadn't been drinking much water, so I didn't shed too many tears, even though I cried my heart out. Sweetheart, don't be mad. We really had no choice but to cook the cat. It was going to die anyway. It was lying flat on the ground, its eyes squinting, and it wasn't making any noise. It wouldn't have made it through the day. I crouched by the doorway listening to my mom's voice coming from inside the house. Mom was talking to me, but I pretended that I didn't hear, because I was still mad at my mom. I hated my mom because she just cooked my kitten. Sweetheart, don't act up now. People are starving and you still care about livestock? Your grandma passes out a few times a day, and when she sleep talks, she talks about how she craves meat. Don't be so childish. Do you want your grandma or the cat? Sweetheart, be a good girl. Come have some too while it's still warm. Whatever. Sayar, it's going to finish everything if you don't hurry. Mom kept yapping on and on, and they actually cooked the cat. He bit into a leg, teeth sinking into a piece of meat still attached to the bone, then took a big gulp of soup. I didn't want to hear those sounds. The smell of the meat soup wafted through the air, and sword tang with a bit of gamey smell. The smell made me want to puke, but it also made my stomach growl from hunger. I didn't want to smell that. I tried hard to cover my ears and also wanted to pinch my nose shut, but I couldn't do it because I only had 2 hands. So I dropped my head and pressed my entire face against my knees until it was hard for me to breathe. The gap between my knees made it difficult for me to hide myself and escape from this home I didn't want to be in. Yan Yun, Swear is not in a good mood. Stop bothering her. Just leave her be. Our daughter is not a kid anymore. She'll come around. I heard a deep sigh from Dad. Lately Dad had been a drooping weed stalk, lacking vitality, spending his days sighing with his head hung low. It had been a long while since I last saw the dad who used to smile constantly and provide a sense of security. Everything had changed. It was completely different from 2 years ago. It hadn't rained for a long time. The last time it rained, my brother was still very young and Mom had to carry him around all day long. I recall that day from 2 years ago when I was 8 years old, when it rained heavily. There were a lot of fish in the river. I caught one and fed it to the kitten. That day, Dad even brought a sweet potato back for our family. It was the first time I'd ever had a sweet potato. I hadn't seen rain since that day. Without rain, a lot of things changed. The river became shallow and the fish died. The ground cracked and the wheat also perished. The wheat began to fade, turn yellow, and then wither away before it could even fully mature. Dad desperately wanted to revive the wheat. He grabbed his hoe, loosened the soil, and worked tirelessly from dawn till dusk. At first, he would smile and encourage, just saying everything would turn out all right. So long as he worked hard, better days would come. However, the wheat continued to wither away bit by bit. One morning, I saw Dad sitting on his knees in the wheat field. Looking around, I could see that all the wheat in the entire field had withered and died. The way wheat and fish die are quite similar. When a fish dies, it lies on the dried riverbed, eyes wide open, gasping for breath slowly. Similarly, when wheat dies, it too lies on the crackled earth, swaying gently with the wind, rising and falling slowly. I snuck a glance at Dad. I saw him clutching the lifeless body of wheat stalk in his hand. He held it close to his chest, gritting his teeth, drooping his head as if he was in tears. Gradually, his grip tightened, crushing the wheat in his palm, scattering it into the dry wind. Dad tried his best, but nothing good came of it, leaving him shaken. He began to blame himself, regretting the reckless spending from 2 years ago when he bought that sweet potato. I wasn't sure if he cried or not, but I think he did. Last time I went to exchange grain, I noticed that many houses in town were vacant. Did they all run away? Yeah, I heard they all gone east, heading towards Shanzhou. Shanzhou? Didn't Aunt Shen say that there was just a rebellion there and even the county magistrate was killed? All Aunt Shen knows is spread rumors. I asked a fellow townsman and he said there was no rebellion there. Plus, if you really think about Shanzhou, it's close to Tongguan. With so many troops stationed here, who would dare to rebel? I was still sitting in the doorway watching the barren land in the distance while eavesdropping on my parents' conversation. They mentioned some towns to the east like Shanzhou and Tongguan. What kind of places are Shanzhou and Tongguan? What is a rebellion? What now? We don't have much food left in the house. I did the calculation a few times. For our family of 5, it'll only last us a month even if we have tin porridge every day. Well, should we also escape to the east? No, Mom isn't fit for travel, and our 2 kids are still too young. We can't carry them around. Plus, everyone is fleeing to the east. Bandits are camping in the mountains, and by the main roads looking to rob food. It's not safe for travel. But if this keeps on, what we should do if we run out of food? The pound shop is still open in town. I'll go pound some more stuff tomorrow and buy some food from the townsmen. Pound my bracelet too then. Your dad left you that, forget it. Just pound it. The price of food keeps going up. It's better to pound it now and buy the food early. We'll get it back after the hard times pass. But Mom and Dad were still discussing about exchanging food. I heard Mom was going to pawn her bracelet. That bracelet looked quite lovely. It was part of the dowry left to my mom by her family. The kitten was eaten because we needed to eat. Mom was going to pawn her bracelet so we wouldn't starve. Perhaps I should forgive Mom. Suddenly I heard my grandma coughing. Grandma was awake. She was sick for quite a few days and even passed out because of it. We were so worried about her, and she was finally awake. Mom! Dad and Mom quickly gathered around Grandma as she woke up. Did you just feed me some soup? Yes, we fed you some soup. What kind of soup was it? It was so pungent. It was cat meat soup. Oh, no wonder. There's still a bit of soup left. Do you want to have some more, Mother? No, I don't like how cat tastes. Plus, I'm going to kick the bucket any minute now. I don't need to have more soup. You all can have it. Mother, don't say such ominous things. You're looking much better than yesterday. I'm the only one who knows how I'm doing. I just paid a quick visit to death's door and saw the hell guards who wanted to chain me up, but I managed to wriggle free. It's not that I was scared to go with them. I just had stuff that I didn't finish telling you about. Go ahead, Mother. This disaster seemed to have come out of nowhere, but come to think of it, there were signs of it long before. When your dad passed away, I had a nightmare. The scene I dreamed of was exactly what is happening now, and it feels like I'm repeating what I said in the dream too. After I pass away, you must find water, find a snake, and dig a well beside it. With that well, the village will survive. Okay. Sleep well, Azekir. Thank you for your head, but I'll be heading off to bed soon as well. Do not eat or sell that treasure in our backyard, for a deity resides in it. We must not offend the deity. I want to see Sayar. Where's Sayar? Grandma, I'm here. I am such a good boy, Sayar. Grandma called out to my brother once, and my brother ran over to her side. Grandma tended to be more affectionate toward my younger brother than toward me. When something happened, she would usually call from him first. She would often forget about me. How about Sayar? However, I was caught off guard. This time, it didn't take long for her to call my name. I stood on the same spot, hearing Grandma calling my name. I wasn't sure why, but I was getting a bit nervous. I wasn't sure how I should face her. Not long ago, I got mad at Grandma because Mom said Grandma wanted to have some meat, which led to the kitten being cooked. But now, for some unknown reason, I'm not really mad at her anymore. Sayar, hurry up and come over here, Mom called out to me. I didn't hold a grudge anymore. Instead, I obediently sat by Grandma's bedside with my younger brother. Grandma, I'm here, I gently called out to Grandma before sitting down and looking at her. Grandma was lying on the bed. Her breathing was weak but steady. I thought she would look pale since her body was weak. However, her face was actually a bit red at the moment. The wrinkles on her forehead smoothed out, and the smile graced her lips, giving her a gentle and kinder appearance. In my recollection, Grandma was always fond of arguments, to the extent that one might even say she enjoyed stirring up trouble for no reason. Whenever someone in the family did something slightly wrong, she would follow them around nagging for half a day. But now she's different from before, appearing so gentle and kind. It felt somewhat unfamiliar. I could hardly recognize this version of Grandma anymore. So you are calm. Grandma has a story to tell you. Mother, you should get some proper rest first. No, I'm feeling much better now than earlier. I can't sleep anymore. I just wanted to tell these two kids a story. Just go do your thing and stay out of this. Grandma grasped for breath and she scolded Dad for attempting to get her to rest. In that moment, she bore a striking resemblance to the grandma I knew so well. I've heard the story about the Hell Messenger. No. What about the story about the swine demon? No, I haven't. I guess I only told the stories to Soyar and not you. Let me tell you the story about the swine demon first, then. A few hundred years ago, a swine demon resided on the Mount Huashan near Huazhou. With 1,000 years of cultivation, it preyed on little kids. 4 kids were captured, and there was one brave kid who hid a knife and was going to kill that swine demon. Grandma told us the story about the swine demon. The sun went down as she went on and on. The sunlight in the room grew dimmer and dimmer, and as did the light in Grandma's eyes. When the night came, Grandma's voice grew increasingly faint. Each word seemed to be a struggle, while her trying hard to breathe while speaking through her clenched teeth. Eventually, she stopped before finishing the story. I thought she fell asleep first, but I didn't hear her breathing. Dad came over and touched Grandma's wrist, then stood there absent-minded without saying a word. I also touched Grandma's wrist. It was icy and cold. After that moment, Dad gathered around Grandma and cried. My brother started crying too after seeing them in tears. The room echoed with the sound of weeping. I was stunned and stood still as I glanced at everyone. I felt as in my heart I was being gouged out with a knife, but I didn't cry. Earlier today I had already cried all my tears for the kitten. By the time midnight came, there were none left for my grandma. A bathhouse? That is weird. Did we go so far? Leaving Shugo village is a 3-day journey to Wenxiang. Each day we walked a bit, munched on rations at dusk, and drank water. Nothing out of the ordinary happened along the way. If anything stood out, it was how the lambs started getting along better. One time, with Tong snoring away, I feigned sleep. The lambs took the opportunity to exchange few whispers. Sis, you could talk all along? Yeah, not a mute. Why'd you pretend to be mute then? It's easier that way. People will trust you more if they think you can't talk. What if Master Xiang and Master Liang find out? They won't if you don't tell them. You won't tell, right? Never, we won't. Sis, thanks for sharing rations yesterday. No problem, eat more, get stronger. Hey, even though we are the same height, you seem more grown up. And since we don't know your name, we just called you sis. Oh, I guess I do seem more grown up. Hey, what's your name, sis? I know the sisters' names Suyar and Hongar, but we don't know yours. My name is Sui. You can call me Sis Sui. Remember, don't talk to me around Master Xing. If he knows I'm not mute, he'll kill me. Got it. Mansui whispered to the lamb serious-like. I peeked, trying to hear. She told them a different name than the one she told me. I heard Mansui, but they just heard Sui. What's her real name? She hiding it from me too? For 3 days I had been thinking about these lambs, wondering where they were from, what they had been through. Kept me going, stopped me feeling too hungry. We agreed, 1 meal a day. Not much for them, definitely not enough for me. With just the afternoon meal, come midnight, my belly started growling. Felt like there was a storm brewing inside. By dawn, maybe I would starve enough because hunger faded away. At noon, with the sun blazing overhead, the water in my belly turned into fire, making me parched and dizzy. I felt like I had lost a part of myself, my steps heavier than when I was full. Thankfully, the days like this didn't last. 3 days later, we crossed the main road and reached Wenxiang. Tang was right. Yin-san did indeed have an inn in Wenxiang. After we arrived, we asked around and quickly found it in the eastern part of the town. It looked a lot like the one back in Huazhou, with a similar size and decoration, just some minor differences in how the tables and chairs were arranged. Tong went inside to talk to the inn waiter. The lambs and I waited in the lobby, catching bits of their conversation from a distance. Hey, who are you, friend of Master Yin-san? Yeah, from Yinsan crew. Here to haul stuff for lambs headed to Luoyang. Oh, Master Yinsan's deal. Had one like that 2 months back. Another delivery, also Luoyang bound? Yeah, also headed there. With some lambs too. Hold on. We've been traveling for a while. Got it. Rest here for a day, no charge for Master Yinsan's job. If you need anything, I'll lead you where you get it. Got it. One more thing though. What's up? Is Li Gui around? Where he's at? Li Gui? Oh, Master Li. He's over at the tavern in the East Market today. I'll show you the way later. No, I know where it is. He took me there before. Tong and the waiter were nearly done talking. They whispered a bit more when Tong came out of the back room and joined us in the main hall. Young, I'm gonna head to the market to get some supplies and meet a friend. We can still buy food here? Yeah, it's a big city after all, but the prices have doubled, damn it. Even if they have doubled, we're still going to buy. It's a long way to Luoyang. Also, what should I do while you're out shopping and seeing friends? To watch these lamps, I told the innkeeper to take you all to the bathhouse. You can have a wash. You're not washing up before we go out? No, I'm not staying here tonight. Going to ask Ligui for a place and wash up there. Graceful and exquisite, much better than these lamps. I know it's not your thing, otherwise I'd take you along for some fun. Tong winked and gave me shoulder as a tap as he talked. After seeing his expression, I recalled who Li Gui was. I met him once. He's like Yin-san in Wenxiang doing similar work, but he mostly sold women and not lambs. He often tricked respectable women from far-off places into brothels or dressed up girls from brothels to sell them elsewhere as servants. That's the sort of business he was always in. He ran a tavern in Wenxiang full of courtesans. Hong went to find him to stay the night too. I reckoned he was up for a chat and some fun. I was not much into that stuff. Better keep an eye on the lamps so they don't wander off. Master Liang, the water's ready, right this way. After Tong left, the waiter took us into the inn bathhouse into the back hall. It was a big bathhouse, about 3 times as large as the inn's lobby. There was a big pool in the middle and a large wooden tub next to it. Wooden buckets sat by the pool and tub filled with hot water. White steam rose from the water, floating in the air like tiny clouds. The waiter then left, leaving only me and the lamps in the bathhouse. Hail, I'll untie your ropes so you can all take a bath. I'll use the big pool over there and you can use the wooden tub. After washing, we'll rinse our clothes in the nearby stream and let them dry for tomorrow. As I talked to them about washing and changing clothes, I untied ropes around their waists. Master Liang, a question. What's up? We're bathing together? Yeah, you're all going to bathe together. No, I mean, are you going to bathe with us? Not together, I'll be bathing in the pool and you all in the tub. So are we bathing at the same time in the same bathhouse? Master Liang, we're going to all be in the bathhouse and you'll undress and we'll undress. Is that how we're going to wash? Sorry, Master Liang, maybe I thought too much. But men and women shouldn't be too close, and my parents said a woman's body should only be seen by her husband. I get it now. But remember a few days ago when you needed to go out there too, right? That's different, there were bushes you couldn't see. And also my parents said when girls turn 7 they shouldn't bathe with boys. It's a rule breaking, it means no one will want to marry you. I stayed quiet as Xianghua finished talking, not saying anything. Seeing me silent, she kept quiet too, not daring to speak. She kept her head down, maybe because she was shy or scared, and didn't look at me. She stood up for her beliefs, not wanting to bathe in the same room with me. At first I felt awkward, but thinking about it, it made sense. I thought the other lambs were just kids too young for men and women shouldn't be too close. But for some, turning 7 meant a clear distinction between genders, while the other lambs came from simple families and didn't care much about customs. For Xianghua, raised in a strict home, it was a big deal. I've heard stories of well-born women shamed and driven to extremes over their honor. While I may not see gender divisions as significant, she might. I nodded along with Xionghua's idea, but I wasn't sure if I should go along with it. These lambs were like goods to me, commodities to be bought and sold. If I agreed now, would they push back more later? Maybe bathing together would remind them of their place as good. But I wasn't really one of those traffickers. Should I really go that far? How about this? Xianghua, Hongar, and Suyar, you go wash first, then me and Master Liang will go later. Just when everything felt stuck, Mansui suddenly blurted out something. Ah? She had been quiet as a mouse. What she said caught me off guard. What's this little rascal up to? Sui, how come you're talking? You can't talk in front of Master Liang. Sui. Suyar was surprised because Sui spoke in front of me, while Hongar and Xionghua stared at Sui in shock, unsure whether to be more alarmed by her sudden speech or her suggestion to debate with me. It's fine. Master Liang knows I can talk. No need to worry. Mansui looked up at me and gave me a little smile. You girls wash first, then me and Master Liang will follow. Seems like the right order. Men and women shouldn't be too close. Xianghua was raised in a strict family, can't wash with Master Liang, nor alone. You three wash together, okay? But in that case, Master Liang might feel lonely. If Master Liang likes having girls around when bathing, I can join him. Oh my dear lord. Mansui glanced at the other lamps, then at me. She seemed unsure, maybe a bit upset. The other lamps looked at Mansui with pity, then back at me. Their looks made me uneasy, like they thought I was some sort of an oddball. Brad, don't go spouting nonsense. What did I say? I like having girls around when bathing. I said we should all wash together to save the time and money of reheating the water. Forget it. What's the point of talking to you? You all wash up, and when you're done, I'll wash alone. I was annoyed by these brats staring at me, so I blurted something out and stormed out of the room. Thank you, Mr. Liang. Thank you, Mr. Liang. I heard the lamps thanking me as I left. I exited the bathhouse and shut the door behind me. I stayed outside while the lamps bathed within. Even with the door between us, I could still catch snippets of their chatter. The water! Yeah, too hot. Gotta wait for the water to cool a bit. Water's fine on this side. Let's bathe here. So sweet. Master Liang said he's using the pool we can't. Did he? Yeah, he did. Pool's his, top's ours. Remember that too. Hey, sisters, maybe we shouldn't... see, why did you step into the pool? It's fine, let's bathe here too. Don't fuss too much. 4 of us in one tub is too cramped. We should use the pool. After we're done, we'll help Master Liang change the water. Okay, will you drain the pool? Let me see. Oh, why is it draining already? Got it. I heard them talking about whether to use the pool or not. Eventually, they decided to go for it, led by Mansui. Alright, let them do as they please. As long as they can change the water for me later, it's all good. The pool feels so comfortable. It's almost as big as the room we're staying in. Sis, I need to go potty. Hold it in. If you go here, I'll scold you. Okay, I can hold it in. Sis, in my head itches. Want to wash it. Come, I'll wash it for you. Should I put my head in the basin? Wait, don't move. Let me add some water first. Don't add more. Water's getting in my ears. Where are you from, Sisui? Me? I'm from Luoyang. Luoyang? Isn't that where we're headed? What is it like there? It's a big town with lots of folks and plenty of food. And you, Xiong'ar, where are you from? My roots are in Hangzhou, and my parents are locals too. Hangzhou, I know it. Heard it's pretty nice. Lady Whitesnake and Xu Xuan met there, then Fahai trapped them in Life Hang Pagoda. I've heard about the Lady Whitesnake story too, but honestly I don't know much about Hangzhou. Shortly after I was born, my dad was transferred from Hangzhou to the capital for work, and our whole family lived there. The capital? I've heard the palace in the capital is beautiful, with golden glazed tiles that shine. Does that mean you've met the Emperor, Xiong'ar? I haven't, but my dad has. What does the Emperor look like? Dad said he's young and majestic, like a dragon. I thought I haven't seen the Emperor. I have met Uncle Yuan. He visited our home. Uncle Yuan? Yeah, Uncle Yuan is the Inspector General Yuan, didn't you know? Is it sweet? I don't know. Just know that there's an emperor in the capital who's in charge of everyone. Ongar, sweetheart, you don't know either? No. Alright, let's change the subject. Through this, I don't know much about Uncle Yuan either. I know he messed up later on and ended up dying horribly and caused trouble for our family. My mom and Uncle Yuan were kin, so when he got punished, we suffered too. Hey Xiong'ar, I heard you got snatched by Master Xing and his men, huh? Yeah, about a year back, soldiers took us away to the border. Then on the road, fake soldiers grabbed me and tossed me into a carriage. Wrapped up, gagged, rode in that carriage for ages and ended up at Master Yin-san's place. Ever thought about running? I didn't dare. Master Yin-san said if I escaped and got caught, I'd be beaten to death, showed me some bones of children too. Besides, my parents didn't want me anyway. They weren't even looking for me. That's what Yin-san told you? I don't trust him. Don't be scared. Your parents must be looking for you. She's causing the rebellion. I heard Mansui and Xiongfa talking a lot. They seem to be talking about things they shouldn't. Their voices got quieter afterwards, almost too quiet to hear. They probably realized I might be listening from the outside of the bathhouse, whispering secrets. Could those two lambs be planning to escape? That won't work. Hey, quit chatting and bathe. I'll give you one more stick of incense time. If you're not done by then, I'm coming in. Master Liang, you can't come in. Why not? We're not finished bathing and we still need to wash our clothes. One stick of incense isn't enough time. Hey, Master Liang, I've got one more thing to ask you. What's up? After we're done washing clothes, how are we going to change? There's no extra clothes here. I heard the rascals chatting in the bathhouse. That seems like true. I only told them to wash and dry clothes, but didn't give them anything to change into. Without clothes to change into, they can't hang out and the washed ones to dry and won't have anything to wear after bathing. Should I let them ask the innovator themselves? Doesn't seem right. Wait, I'll go find you some. Thank you, Master Liang. Such a hassle. Master Liang, can you find a wooden brush? We want to clean our feet. Clean what? So much to do. After walking so much, our feet feel dirty and uncomfortable. Can't walk without cleaning them. Wait, such a hassle. Master Liang, so you still can't hold it. Can you find a chamber pot? Both of you to ask me to fetch that. Want a slap? Okay, forget it. I won't ask anymore. Master Liang, please find one. If Sawyer goes into the pool, it'll be hard for you to bathe later. Please, Master Liang, help Sawyer out. Wait, such a hassle. The lambs had me fetch quite a few things for them. Some clothes, a wooden brush, and a chamber pot. I made a few trips, each time bringing those items to the bathhouse and giving a light knock. Soon enough, a thin arm would reach out, thanking me quietly as they took what they asked for. I leaned on the bathhouse door, hearing the gills of the lambs inside. Damn it, this wasn't right. I was supposed to be escorting these lambs. They were the cargo I was supposed to deliver, but now they were giving me the runaround. When I first met these lambs, they were all trembling, afraid to even breathe aloud around me. Now they were bathing first, and I was fetching things for them, treating me like some servant. Hold up, why did I even agree to let them bathe on their own, and why was I standing guard at the door for them? When did I get so bold? I started thinking hard, and then I remembered that look of hers, Mansui's face all sad and pitiful. It's her, the little brat set me up. I fell for her act and stormed out, but really, am I overacting a bit? They were just cargo for me to deliver. Why can't I ask them to keep me company like a master would? Being treated like some servant by them was just too much. I can't take it. Hey, stop bathing, get out now! I yelled at the bathhouse door and slammed it hard, choking the lamb's jokes and laughter into momentary silence. Wait, Master Liang, just a moment. Wait? I'll count to 10, and if anyone's still inside, I'll dunk them in the water. Coming, coming! Master Liang, please don't hit them. We're changing the clothes now. Hurry, sis. Put your clothes on. Sis, I need to go again. Hold it tight, don't go. Oh, I just noticed. Thank you for the follow, Fire Starter. I was kind of immersed in the story. I didn't notice before. I hope we're having a nice day. After I counted to 10, the lambs came out of the bathhouse wearing the inn's clothes. They looked clean and fresh, no more smell. I hurried them so their hair was still wet, sticking to their faces with like little drops on their eyelashes. They fixed their hair while walking, leaving wet footprints on the wooden floor. The clothes were too big for them, making it hard to walk. But they would give them back tomorrow, so it didn't matter anyway. I led the lamps upstairs and locked them in a room. After that, I wanted to take a bath and to change clothes. But in the meantime, I needed to do something important. Later you're joining me for a bath. I grabbed Mansui's arm, dragging her along. Not just because I didn't trust her being alone with the other lambs, feared she might stir up trouble or plot something, but also because I figured she's been playing games with my head earlier, treating me like her servant, and I wanted to teach her a lesson. Master Liang, I've finished bathing. It's my turn now. You go fetch wood, boil water, change water, do laundry. That will make you sweat. After that, we'll hit the bath again. All this on my own? And you really want me to bathe with you, Master Liang? Yep, all your job, and I want you to bathe with me. I glanced at Mansui, smirked, and reminded her of my order. Fine. Seeing how determined I was, she stopped begging and quietly went along with me, head down as I pulled her by the arm. A splash. Mensui poured hot water into the wooden tub. She had to make lots of trips with the wooden brass to fill the whole tub, which took a long time. When changing the water, she walked carefully to avoid slipping, and when pouring water into the tub, she had to stand on tiptoe. It took her nearly 2 hours to finish, draining, cleaning, fetching wood, and adding water. By now, she was sweating a lot. Her cheeks were red, but she was almost done. Ah, Master Liang, I'm worn out. Minsu stood in the bathhouse, her eyes tired like she had no strength left. Her legs shook a bit from all the work, and she was covered in sweat. Seeing her like this, I couldn't stay mad. Even though I helped her get stuff, she worked hard for so long it evens out. Alright. Could you please send me back to the view with the other girls, Master Liang? Nope. You're all sweaty now. Might as well join me for another round of bathing. Huh? You really want to bathe together, Master Liang? I thought you were messing with me. I never go back on my word, and if you go back now, besides getting sick, you'll smell sweaty. The other lamps might not like that. Do I smell sweaty? You stink. But actually, she didn't. I didn't smell anything. After hearing what I said, Mensui sort of agreed to my idea. She went to the wooden door, grabbed it with both hands and closed it. Then with her back to me, she reached for the inn's white robe belt, her fingers slipping into the knot. With a quick pull, the belt came undone and her clothes opened up. There was a soft sound as her clothes slipped off her shoulders and fell to the ground, revealing her bare body. Just before her clothes fell completely, I couldn't help but look away. But even in the corner of my eye, I saw her slender figure. Her skin wasn't very fair, more like wettish color with a hint of pink. She was too thin, her bones showing with her spine, leg bones, and shoulder blades clearly visible. She was sweaty from all the hard work she had just done. Sweat drops dotted her spine, shining in the dim bathhouse light. The only flesh on this last was on her butt, I thought. Last time, she was all fidgety about taking off her skirt. Why was she so cool with ditching clothes this time? Getting used to it? Master Liang, I'm done undressing. Are we bathing together in the pool or the tub? You bathe in the tub. Okay. She nodded, feeling the water's warm before stepping onto the wooden stool and easing into the tub. With a splash, I knew she was in the tub, so I glanced her way. The tub overflowed, water cascading down like a waterfall. She popped out her head and shoulders, quickly ran her fingers through her hair, tucking it behind her ears. Then she turned towards me, her eyes twinkling. Water's so hot. Master Liang, you weren't watching me just now. She was surprised to realize I hadn't been looking at her and smiled brightly at me. So yeah, just nothing worth fixating on. Master Liang, do you think I'm skinny? Yeah, way too skinny. It looks kind of unhealthy. Hey, I'm stripping now. Turn around, don't peek. Master Liang, you don't mind if I take a peek, right? Actually, I do. But you're already seen me, so it's only fair I get to look back, isn't it? I haven't seen any other man naked except for my dad. Kind of curious. Wanted beating? Quite bold for your age, aren't you? It's just shameless demand to bathe together, Master Liang. Sorry, I spoke out of turn. Don't hit me. I scolded and stared her down, wordless like I was ready to rumble. She got spooked, turned her back, covered her eyes, and stayed quiet. I quickly undid my belt, tossed my clothes into a nearby basket, and sank into the pool. But darn, the water was too shallow. I could only get my lower half wet, my upper body was still out in the open. To wash up top, I had to scoop water with a wooden ladle and pour it over myself. Good thing I grabbed that ladle for the lamps earlier. It sure came in handy for me now. Oh, you look really muscular. As I reached for the ladle, I heard Mansui's voice. She was leaning on the tub, curiously eyeing my body. I found myself getting annoyed for no apparent reason. The tub sat higher than the pool, so as I launched in the water, she peered down at me from above. She leaned against the tub, her chin propped on her arms, and looked down at me as if I were a child. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. What's with the counting? Counting the marks on your body. One big, lots of little ones. Why so many scars? All from blades. Been dealing with mountain bandits and caravan guards for years. I'm not much for talk. When things get thought fit to fly, in the end, they're left dead while I'm left scarred. Have you killed many people? Yeah, I have. About how many? Never counted. Dozens, maybe. Scared now? Not scared. Quit fronting. Hey, Liang. Master's Xiang's today. Where is he? He's not around. Went to find women to have fun with. In the East District, there's this tavern packed with women. Curvy and busty, they put you skinny pups to shame. She ditched the master part. Why didn't you go with the Master Xing? If I went, who'd watch over you all? Not to mention that I'm not interested in those places. Not interested? Do you prefer men then? You're really asking for it today. No, I didn't mean it. I'll shut up. I promise. I promise. So, you still haven't found a wife, Master Liang? I'm not planning to get married. Your parents didn't arrange one for you? My parents passed away long ago, so it's up to me. Getting married requires money and stability, and I don't have enough of either right now, so I'm not getting married. If I can't even handle myself, why drag someone else into it? Makes sense. What kind of woman are you looking for, Master Liang? One who's gentle, wise, and beautiful. Oh, that's a common thought. What do you think I should want then? I don't know. I don't know what a man should want. But if I were to marry, I would want someone like my dad. Hardworking, handsome, and strong. Isn't that also a pretty common thought? Yeah, I guess so. It's kind of funny, you know, you're sharing a bath with me, all exposed. If words get out, good luck finding a husband for yourself. I see. Got it. Then I'll marry you, Master Liang. No. What do you mean, no? I don't want someone like you, even if you grow up 10 years older and then become a knockout beauty. I wouldn't marry someone with your personality. Turned down by Master Liang. Mansui faint tears hiding her face in the wooden tub, though it was clear she wasn't really crying. Her earlier words were likely just jokes, aiming to poke fun at me. This last, not a bit of honesty in her. Master Liang, why are you afraid of Lu Bu? After a bit more soaking, Man suddenly lifted her head and asked, When I was afraid of Lu Bu? Last time during shadow play practice, as soon as Lu Bu was about to show up, you were too scared to even look. I'm not afraid of Lu Bu, it's just that shadow play brings back some bad memories. What memories? In the 6th year of Tianxi, there was a massive explosion in the capital. You heard about that? No. You really are out of the loop. Please tell me about it, Master Liang. In the 6th year of Tianxi, about 6 years back, the ground shook in the capital, and then the huge fireball shot up in the sky, darkening everything in an instant. Houses collapsed like dominoes, and over 20,000 folks got turned to dust. Rocks, bodies, and bird corpses fell like rain from the sky. Elephants stamped in panic, crashing the barely conscious below. Blood stained both the sky and the earth. So that was like a volcano explosion. That explains the climate shift. It's not the Emperor's fault. So scary. Yeah, it was terrifying. But, Master Liang, what does this have to do with the shadow play? When the explosion happened, my dad and I were watching a shadow play. Before I could react, the shadow play's white screen was shattered by the blast, sending us flying. I passed out when I came to. My father's body was gone, just his arm left lying nearby where I was. I quietly shared the past with Mansui, something I hardly ever told anyone else. She listened without a word, her face showing no emotions, like she was picturing it all. Not knowing what was going through her mind, after a while of silence, I felt awkward and wished I hadn't spilled my guts to this lass. Forget it. I must be losing it. Why am I even talking to you about this? Get on with your bath. Once you're done, you'll be helping me with the laundry. Sure thing. I'll handle the laundry. I'll make sure all your clothes come out spotless. You're still in good spirits, not sweating your own future at all. We're halfway there already, based on what you said before. Once we reach Luoyang, you'll be eaten by the swine demon. I get it. Every day's a blessing. Risking it all for the revenge on your sister's killer sounds kind of reckless, don't you think? The dead rest easy while the living struggle to survive. Your sister's gone and your family's lost enough. Seeking your vengeance will only leave your family with one less person. What's the point? I questioned her and she fell silent for a moment. After a long pause, she finally spoke. Then, Master Liang, if I said I don't want revenge and want to go to Luoyang, would you let me go? She asked, slowly awaiting my answer. I kept quiet, unsure how to answer her. Even if she was telling the truth, I couldn't easily help her escape. Leaving aside whether Tong would agree, just thinking about myself, I won't get paid until I finish the job delivering them. If I didn't get them to their destination, I'd anger Union Sunballs, lose my cash and make an enemy, sacrificing my own gain and taking risks for their sake, all in the name of doing a good deed. It wasn't my style, nor was in the way of the wolf. Mansui's eye dimmed as she heard my reply, and then the white mist clouded her expression, making it hard for me to see. After a moment, I caught her soft murmur. Well, at least I can rest easy now. I watched her from afar, mulling over her words. She probably knew I couldn't let her go no matter what, knew she had to go to Luoyang, and was able to avenge her sister's death with a peace of mind, right? Poor thing. How could you take revenge all by yourself? Wondered if she was telling the truth about the swine demon. The way she acted sometimes made me think her words weren't completely false. Could her words actually have some truth mixed in? Maybe it wasn't all lies. Before we hit Luoyang, had to find some chances to dig into this. Felt like that lamp was hiding something from me. Yin, San, and Tong also seemed to be hiding something. Too many mysteries, annoying me. Oh my god, that's been 3 hours and I'm losing voice. So, my idea is, first of all, to check the flowchart where we are. So we are like 30%. That's awful. How about we do one more chapter and then it's gonna be it for today, and we're gonna do another, like, the bonus one tomorrow, so we push the story a bit further. I think that could be the good idea, but I need to have a drink before that. Okay, got my drink. One more chapter and then I go off to bed. Last night, after Mansui and I bathed, we put on some clothes from the inn. After taking the lamps to relieve themselves in the inn outhouse, I ushered them back to their room. After locking up, I went to bed. I had the lamps changed back into their washed clothes, and that's when Tong showed up at the inn. Huh, Liang, figured out you'd be all up early, sharp as ever. It's past mid-morning, not exactly early. Why the grin, back from some fun? Yeah, Ligui's got some new girls over there. One of them is a real knockout, like a real-life she. You've seen Shu? No, never seen her, but that girl from yesterday sure was a stunner. And the lamps, where are they at? This changed clothes, they are resting in the room. Then call them out. We're getting ready to head to Shanzhou. Hey, get out of the room, I yelled to the lamps on the second floor of the inn. Mr. Liang, my skirt ain't dry yet. Feels cold wearing it. No time to fuss. Wear them wet for now, the sun will dry them out soon. Alright. I heard Hongar's response. Shortly after, the lamps entered the inn's main hall. Well, you've all had a bath, almost didn't recognize you, looking fresh, every one of you. If it weren't for the hefty pay, Liang and I might have married you lambs ourselves, to each, and started a family up on a mountain. Cut it out with that nonsense. Still stuck on a woman? Liang, you can't take a joke. Oh, by the way, brought some goodies for the lambs. Goodies. Lambs, gather around. Tong yelled out, and the lambs clustered around him. He tossed a cloth bundle onto the inn's wooden table, then untied the knot securing the cloth. The cloth unfurled on the corners, revealing shiny red candy balls. Saw a candy stand on the way back, so I picked up some sweets for you. He grinned, explaining where the candy balls came from, and inviting the lambs to grab some. Huh? The lambs looked at each other. They all wanted a candy, but nobody moved first. Come on, grab some. What are you waiting for? Oh, no. Why did it happen again? He shouted again and pretended to take the candy balls back. Finally, unable to resist hunger, grabbed a pizza and gave it to her sister before taking one for herself. Mansui and Xianghua took some as well. The lambs started munching on their candy balls. I've had those candy balls once before. Probably sugared up berries, sour and sweet. Loved them as kid. No wonder the labs were all over them. Strange to see Thong being so nice. I picked at him. He was watching the lambs eat and smile in his eyes. Lightly biting his lip, lost in thought as he watched them. After the lambs gobbled up the candy balls, we hit the road. Our next stop was Xuanzhou. It's even bigger than Huanzhou, but the busiest place along our journey apart from Luoyang. It would take us another 3 or 4 days to get there from Wenxiang. He bought some supplies and headed into the mountains. As soon as we hit the mountains pass, we hardly said a word. After the lambs annoyed me with their chatter yesterday, today's silence made me feel off. Tonight, I'm on the first watch. Chonk and the lambs were all asleep. Feeling a bit bored, I strolled over to the luggage hanging off the saddle and pulled off the wooden box with the shadow puppets. It saved us when we ran into the soldiers last time. Since then, Tonk hasn't gripped about me carrying this box along. Oops. I was planning to buy some donkey hides and sticks in Wenxiang, make some puppets to kill time, but I rushed too much, totally forgot. Guess I'll grab them in Xuanzhou. Bigger place, more stuff. Master Liang messed with that box again, trying to learn something new. As I opened the box of shadow play, I heard Mansui's soft voice from behind. I looked at her. Didn't confirm, didn't deny either. How about untying me? She grinned and nodded towards the robe at her waist. I helped Mansui under the rope, then we found a spot near the camp to do our thing. I picked up the wooden box and started walking ahead with her following behind. Master Liang, I hadn't gone far when she called out, "What is it? Can you hold my hand? It's dark and I'm scared I might fall." She looked up, waiting for my answer. Hold hand, okay? She reached out her hand and I started by grabbing her arm, but I was awkward since her arm was short, so I just held her hand directly. Her hand was small and my palm nearly covered her whole hand. It felt bony with soft skin and little flesh, and the bones underneath were clear. Why didn't you ask me to hold your hand when it was dark before? That time I was afraid that Master Liang would get angry, so I didn't dare bring it up. And now you're not scared? Well, still kind of scared, but I know you better now. I know you're not the type to get mad over small stuff. The lass knew how to talk. Right. Here's good. We walked about 50 steps and found a cliff. We sat down here. Mansui opened the wooden box and started sorting through the contents. Did your dad teach you shadow play? Yeah. When we still had food years ago, he would teach me at night. What was he like? He was tall as you, strong, kind, and the hardest working in our village when it came to farming. He treated me real nice. When times got rough at home, someone came asking if he would sell me off. He didn't. Just gave that person a good telling off. I remember one time when I was sleeping next to him, I heard him mumbling in his sleep all about me. He hoped I'd grow up, marry well, and eat good meals for the rest of my life. Your dad seems like a good man. But I'm a bit confused. If you love your dad so much, why leave him behind to seek revenge for your sister? I already told you, Mr. Liang. My sister's spirit won't leave me alone. Keeps haunting my dreams. I have no choice but to get revenge for her. I glanced at Mansui, wondering if what she said about her sister was real or made up. Years of experience gave me a gut feeling. Her stories about her dad felt genuine, but when it came to her sister, I had my doubts. What was your dad like, Master Liang? Just as I was doubting her words, she asked me a question as well. It's been quite a few years now. I need to think. What sort of man was my dad? He was actually a decent guy. After hesitating for a moment, I gave my dad the kind of evaluation. My mother died early. She passed away when I was born, and he raised me alone, never remarried. He was a trader for years, hauling goods from Henan to Hebei, sometimes even to the capital. I often tagged along. But he had his faults. Two things stand out. First, he couldn't kick the drinking habit. It often got in the way, and when he was drunk, he would sometimes lash out at me, left a scar on my arms once when I was young. Second, he was as stubborn as a mule. Being a merchant himself, he insisted I follow suit, but I wasn't cut out for dealing with people. Wouldn't have done well in business. In the days before he passed, we argued plenty about what I should do. Never did come to an agreement. Then he was gone. I'm curious, what did you originally want to do, Master Liang? What is it to you? Stop crying. Let's just do a shadow play. Okay. Mansui nodded and helped me get ready for the shadow play. We lit a fire and set up the widescreen. She sat behind it and I sat in front. She arranged the puppets and took up the sticks to start tonight's show. Mansui did shadow play, and this time I finally heard the three heroes battle Lubu all the way through. I didn't stop halfway due to fear. Even though my heart still raced and I sweated when the puppet weapons clashed, I didn't look away and saw it through. Afterwards, she told me for another hour. Seeing her looking tired and worried that Thong might wake up, I suggested we call it a night. On the way back, we chatted for a bit. Hey, Mr. Liang, got something to tell you. Yes? Master Xing hasn't been the same since he stayed out that night. What do you mean? He's been oddly nice to us, giving us candy balls and not being as grumpy. Isn't that a good thing? No, it's not. Master Liang, I'm kind of scared. Master Xing has been giving us strange looks. Mansui said it seriously, and I sat there pondering her words carefully. I'll need to keep a close watch on Tong in the days ahead. Is he trying to do like a double sale? After that, we trekked for 3 more days. In the daytime, we kept moving, and at night, if Mansui was up, I'd watched her do shadow play. I started getting the hang of it, setting up a screen, adjusting the fire, and moving the shadows around. I even picked up some lines from the Three Heroes Battle Lubu, but without the instruments or more materials like donkey hides and sticks. I couldn't learn everything until we got to Xuanzhou. As Mansui mentioned, Tong's been acting strange since that night he went out. Before, if a lamp needed to go, he would never be happy about it. If he was in a good mood, he might joke about it, calling them pea machines, and if he was in a bad mood, he would get mad not letting them go and might even act like he was going to hit them. But now, when the lamps needed to go, he'll agree with a smile and even help Suyar untie the rope from her around her waist. He also became more generous with the lamp's ratios. Before, when he handed out rations, he was always stingy, but now he's become very generous, making sure the lamps eat until they are almost full each time. He even often said, when we get to the city of Xuanzhou, I'll treat you to a good meal. This really wasn't like him. It was definitely unusual. The night before we got to Xuanzhou, it was Tong's turn to keep watch. I ate my rations, so the lambs were sleeping, and figured out it was a good time to have a talk with Tong. Tong, I called out to him. Yeah? He looked at me puzzled. Let's find a quiet spot to chat. Got something I want to talk about. I talked to Tong seriously, then stood up. He got up too and followed me. After walking about 30 steps, we reached a spot where the lamps couldn't see us. What's up, Liang? Why all the secrecy coming to me at this hour? He frowned, tilted his head, and asked me with confusion, Tong, I feel like there's something is off with you this past couple of days. Ever since you met Li Gui in Wenshan, you've been acting completely different. I haven't noticed anything different. What do you mean? I just feel like you've been extra nice to these lambs all of a sudden, more caring than before, and I just can't shake the feeling that you're hiding something from me. Hiding something from you? Liang, come on, you're just imagining things, right? Look, I've just been around them long enough, not annoyed by them anymore. Naturally, I'm a bit nicer. What's so strange about that? No, being nicer doesn't explain such a big change. Tong, we've known each other for 5 years. If you have anything to hide from me, I can see it now. There's definitely something you're not telling me about. I looked directly at him with my eyes sharp. He seemed uneasy and cleared his throat before speaking up. All right, all right. If you insist on knowing, then I'll tell you. To be honest, I wasn't planning on hiding it from you. I was going to wait until we reach Ryuluoyang. Got some info from Li Gui. Turns out this guy Yin-san didn't pay us enough. He gave us 400 chils. That's way too little. The buyer actually paid 2,000 chils for the lamps. By the rules, he owed us at least 500 chils. He's holding on to an extra 100 chils. Li Gui showed me a way, introduced me to someone, said we could squeeze Yin-san in Luoyang to call out an extra cash. Tong started talking and spilled the beans on what he's hidden from me. Yin-san cheated us out of 100 chills? Was that it? No, something's still not adding up. When he spoke, he wouldn't look me in the eye. Plus, you're still hiding something from me. I might not know much about trading, but even I can tell that 2,000 chills for 4 lambs is too much. Especially during a famine, you can buy a lamb for just a few chills and a few dozen at most. Even if our lambs look better, they can't be that expensive. How would I know? I was supposed to be generous, pay from a fancy sheep this time. Didn't I tell you from the beginning? That's what I'm talking about. I lowered my voice, interrupting him angrily. Tong, I need to know where these lambs are headed and how they'll be treated. You've been keeping something from me. Sour jellies, I see. There's a reason for such a big payout. It can't be for nothing. If you don't come... thank you, thank you, thank you. I'll take care of them. If you don't come clean about what you've been hiding, we've When we reach Shanzhou, I'll keep the lamps and find out myself. I got really mad at Tong and asked him each question one by one. He looked at me, seeing how serious I was, and bit his lip. Then, surprisingly, he started laughing. "Oh, Liang, you're really set on knowing, huh? Honestly, there wasn't such a harm in telling you. I just know you too well. You'd either be mad at me for not explaining earlier, or you'd hesitate, not wanting to carry on with this job." He chuckled only as he spoke to me. "And sometimes it's safer not to know than to know. Who knows, I might be killed one day for knowing this. Not knowing might save your life. Still want to know?" After that strange laugh, I was like, oh, in his eyes. Even though we were both selfish wolves who've been traveling together for years, this was his last warning, really hoping I wouldn't find out. I had to know. "Spill it." I hesitated for a moment, then spoke with seriousness. "All right, I'll tell you everything." He chuckled with a mix of mockery and sadness and started explaining. "Actually, the lambs we're delivering this time aren't meant for the fancy sheep to raise. They're going for a birthday feast hosted by some big shot." Birthday feast? What does that mean? Just what it sounds like. Just what it sounds like. I don't quite get it. In Luoyang, there's this big shot, born lucky, never had to sweat for a living. He just parties all day, living the high life, and keeps the family line going. A few years ago, he got bored with regular stuff and started doing this strange thing. Every year when his birthday come up, he collects a few lambs from poor folks to use as lamb dishes. Li Hui, Yin-san, and some other person I don't know, they're all his henchmen scattered in 3 different areas. The 3 areas take turns. Each year they rotate. One of them will deliver some lambs for that big shot, and the other usually stays the same. This year is different. The big shot wanted 2 rounds. Li Gui sent some lambs earlier, but the big shot asked Li San for more. Li Gui told me his guess. He thinks Big Shot messed up the usual way, so he wanted to redo it, asking for another batch. The usual way? What's the usual way in eating people? Liang, you're either really dumb or just pretending. You think that this big shot is just going to boil up a lamb and he paid 500 taels for? That a big shot isn't actually starving. His reason for eating the lambs isn't like ours. He isn't eating to fill his belly or stay alive, just to satisfy his twisted desires. That a big shot grew very wary of women more than a decade ago. Switched to men for a bit and then grew tired of them too about 10 years ago. Then he was fond of lambs for a while. What's terrifying was he got addicted to eating lambs later. That big shot weighs 400 or 500 pounds, with a waist as wide as a water bottle, just like a big python. He enjoys toying with the lambs, pressing them down, hovering beside their faces, listening closely to their clearest sobbing and wailing. When the big shot is fully satisfied, the lambs are almost crushed, struggling for air. Then he devours them alive, just like a python eating its prey. Li said one of the lamb has sent was a real pain, chatty and rebellious. He thinks that the big shot might have been annoyed by her and killed her before the usual routine. But no worries this time. The new mood we've got only looks good but also behaves well. I figure the big shot will fancy someone like that. Tong Tong knew the details. Hearing what he said, I couldn't help but tighten my fist. I thought being a bandit for years would toughen me up, but just imagining what Tong described made me feel sick. Is that a big shot, really? I asked, my voice trembling as I inquired about the identity of that guy. Liang, I didn't want you to know, but since we've already discovered there's no turning back, let's just deal with it together. That a big shot acts like a python, and he himself is a heavenly python. He almost became a dragon back then. Even the emperor in the capital has to respect him and call him uncle. Python. Heavenly python. I knew what python signifies, and I knew who the person was that even the emperor must address as uncle. If it's in Luoyang, then the identity of that big shot was even clearer. He's truly a towering figure, someone I absolutely can't afford to offend. Liang, don't think we're done after this. If you've heard it all, we've got to follow through. If we back out now, we're not just losing the money, our lives are on the line too. That big shot won't leave any loose ends. So it's your call. Why not join me and face this head on? On this last stretch, let's be nicer to those lambs. Don't want them haunting us after they bite the dust, do we? They were born into a dire situation, bound to starve. Let's give them some good days before sending them off early. But I've also thought, if we send these lambs off happily to meet the big shot, maybe we can pocket some extra cash. What do you say? Dong joked with me, but I stayed silent, caught in a storm of feelings. A weight pressed down on my chest, lingering. Shock, anger, disappointment, worry, and confusion churned inside me. The swine demon eats people. Her sister was eaten. She seeks revenge for her sister. Now I knew. Mansui told me stories I once doubted, but most of them were true. Ah, okay. For the sweet chapter, we're gonna wait until tomorrow. Grandma was buried, her body resting in the backyard. The day after her death, my brother and I each had a bowl of a thin porridge before Mom put us to bed. After making sure we were asleep, Mom quietly called out to Dad. Dad gently lifted Grandma's body from the bed and wrapped her in a straw mat. They carefully carried her out of the house, and Mom closed the door behind them as they left. Then, right after when I was dozing off, I heard the sound of a shovel digging in the backyard. The next morning I asked where Grandma went, and Dad told me Grandma is in the backyard. I went to check in the backyard. There was a small pile of dirt with some of Grandma's favorite old items placed beside it. That was likely where Grandma was buried. I don't think that's going to cut it. Why not? We didn't bury Mom right away. We shouldn't just bury her like this. I'll head into the town in a bit, buy a burial suit and a coffin, then bury Mom again. We should at least bury her next to Dad. How much is that going to cost? Where do we get all that money? We'll use our food to exchange for it. I did the math. It's not much, about half a month's worth of food. Half a month's worth of food? That's half a month's worth of life. No way. It's not much, Joe. The more I think about it, the more it doesn't sit right with me. We can't just bury Mom in such a rushed manner. We may not have the money to give her a fancy farewell, but at the very least we should buy a coffin to give her a proper resting place. Even if we're poor, we have a house to live in. We can't let our Mom become a wandering ghost. As for food, I'll figure something out later, Dad said to Mom, his voice gradually growing louder. Not long after, the room was filled with Mom's sobbing, Dad's angry shouts, and my younger brother's crying. I stood frozen in the backyard, staring at the small mound of dirt where Grandma was buried, my hand resting on top of it. I didn't dare to return to the house, afraid to confront my parents who were arguing. It didn't take long for my parents to stop talking about the burial. At noon, a tax official came. This tax official brought 2 official soldiers, and they kicked our door open the second they got here. Hand over your food. We're here to collect 8 buckets of grain. Give us the grain if you have some. If you don't, pay the equivalent amount in the silver pieces. The tax official shouted loudly, while the other 2 soldiers started rummaging through our house. Officer, did you knock on the wrong door? We handed in our grain just before New Year. We shouldn't have to do it again now, right? The household who live next to you ran away. Don't you know? Huh? Are you talking about the Shen family? They ran away. We had no idea. I can only offer a bucket of dirt, like literally, right? Who cares if it's the Shen family, Wang family, or whatever? They ran away and you had to know about this. By the laws of the court, if they have fled and no one's handling in the grain, then I'll have to collect it from you. You can't do that. Officer, this is my first time hearing about this law in all these years. You're the one to blame for that. This order came from above, and I'm also just following orders. We're being nice here, don't push it. That voice kinda sounds like Tong. Officer, we are really running out of food. There was a drought last year and all the year before that. That's 2 years without a drop of rain, and everything we planted died long ago. We still have 2 little kids to feed at home. We're barely scraping by, wondering where we can borrow food after each meal. Boss, they have food. Looking into the container, there are at least 10 buckets of grain. Take 8 buckets, then. You can't do that. You can't do that. Officer, please, I'm begging you. That is only enough to keep us alive. You really can't take it. How about you don't report this, and all 3 of you can each take a bucket of grain and leave? Piss off. I don't want your kids to die as well. That's why I'm showing mercy and leaving you with 2 buckets. Shut up already. Keep arguing with me and we'll take away all what's left. I heard Dad's pleading voice and the sound of the official soldiers shoving him around. They drew their swords, rummaged through our belongings, packaged the grain we relied on to survive into bags, and then took those bags away. Dad and Mom were beaten by them, and my younger brother kept crying. In the end, they still took the grain away. I stayed in the backyard, crouched on the ground, and covered my ears since I was too afraid to listen. These bandits and thugs, damn them all. After the tax officials and the official soldiers left, Dad slammed his fist against the wall, cursing bitterly in frustration. You were just thinking about buying a coffin for Mom. Now look, the four of us only have 2 buckets of grain that won't even last us a month. Sire, sweetheart, you and me, our whole family is going to starve to death. Stop crying. I told you earlier already. I'll figure something out. What else can you do? Are you going to sell that treasure in the backyard? No, Mom specifically mentioned it before she passed away. We cannot sell that family heirloom no matter what. Then what can we do? I thought about this earlier. If we really can't get by, I'll go do some shadow play performances with all that stuff that left me back in the day. That sigh, his hand resting on the edge of the bed as he spoke to Mom. Are you serious? Performers are the lowest of the low out of all professions. Your dad worked so hard to get rid of that level on him and forbade you from ever performing again. Well, there is really no other option considering the current circumstances. No matter how low shadow play is, it is still a craft. If this craft can keep us alive, then I'll have to do it. Where are you going to perform? I'll go to the neighboring town, Gangxuan. What if someone you know sees you? In this day and age, if they do, they do. Survival comes first. I'll get ready and head to the neighboring town today. I'll perform for a few days and return for you all when I've secured enough food. As Dad spoke, he began rummaging through the wooden chest under the bed. Inside the wooden box were the items Grandpa had left him for performing shadow play. Dad, I'm going too. I heard that packaging, so I hurried into the room, eager to join him. A couple of years back, Dad taught me a bit of drumming and shadow manipulating, giving me a rough idea of how to perform. So our shadow plays looked down upon, you can't go. Yeah, a little girl like you shouldn't mess with this. If rumors spread, you won't ever be able to get married later. Dad and Mom both forbade me from going after hearing that what I wanted to perform shadow play. I just let the rumors spread. Dad mentioned earlier that survival comes first. I also wanted to do something for our family. Plus, did you forget, Dad? You said before, to perform shadow play well, it takes at least 4 hands. Plus, I want to learn another craft as well. I muttered to my parents, my eyes pleading. Fine, having an extra skill for survival wouldn't hurt. Dad sighed reluctantly, seemingly agreeing to let me accompany him. I mean, how the heck is he supposed to do the shadow play himself? Dad and I walked out of the door, heading to town on foot. Dad carried the wooden box in one hand and held mine in the other as we made our way to the neighboring town. The town next to our village is called Guangxuan. Despite its name meaning sweet spring, just like our village, it had also been affected by the drought with no spring to be seen. However, Dad mentioned, I need to sneeze. We survived. However, Dad mentioned during major disasters, life in the city is better than in the town, and life in the town is better than in the village. With more people around, there is mutual support, preventing as much death or fleeing. We arrived at Guanshan town in the evening. As soon as we got to the town, Dad found an open space by the street. He lit a bonfire and rummaged through the wooden box. Before long, he set up the wide screen for shadow play. Come check this out! Come watch the shadow play! Woolsong fights the tiger, 3 heroes battle Lu Bu, and the cowherd and the weaver girl. Starting at 100 copper coins. If you have money, pay for a ticket. If you don't, just enjoy the show. Dad called out at the street, attracting passerbys. As he threaded the shadow puppets onto bamboo sticks, he continued his pitch to attract passerby. Dad's voice was a little quiet and a bit strained. Despite the bustling crowd, no one stopped to watch. I was bored to death, so I started chatting with Dad. Dad, which puppet are you threading onto the bamboo stick? I'm threading Lubu onto the bamboo stick, so if anyone asks to watch the 3 heroes battle Lubu later, I can perform it immediately and he won't have to wait. Let me help you then, Dad. Sure, go ahead, and thread the Jiangfei onto the bamboo stick. This is Jiangfei? Which one is Guan Yu then? This one. Dad worked on Lubu while he pointed out Guan Yu for me. Come check this out, come watch the shadow play starting at 100 copper coins. Dad continued threading the bamboo sticks while calling out loudly. Half an hour passed, but still no one paid any money. However, a few people did gather around. 3 beggarly-looking uncles and 2 kids who looked even younger than me formed a circle around us. They curiously watched Dad and our setup but didn't say a word. Dad, why is no one paying us? I mean, it kinda looks... She just said that there were kids that looked younger than her. I leaned in close to Dad's ear and asked him softly. It seems as if the people in this town know their stuff. Yeah, he looks terrified. Dad whispered in my ear. Know their stuff? Yeah. It's best to watch Shadow play when it's completely dark out. The sun has just set, so the folks who know their stuff won't bother watching it now. Dad had finished threading all the puppets onto the bamboo sticks and was waiting for the first paying audience. He gave a faint smile, appearing quite relaxed, as if he didn't care about how the business was doing. Another hour passed. It was gradually getting dark out. The sky became quite dark, making us brighter by comparison. Still, no one paid, but there were more spectators around us. We were surrounded by 4 beggars, 3 kids, and an old grandma and grandpa who even got their own stools. But still, nobody paid any money, and Dad's expression grew darker. He wasn't looking relaxed anymore, he seemed rather grim. Dad, I don't think anyone paid yet. We have quite a crowd here. Why don't we go ahead and perform first? Sure, we'll do that. Dad nodded in agreement, offering a simple response to my suggestion. It seems like he was ready to perform. He intended to showcase the shadow play to the people around and then persuade them to pay later. Dad handed me the drum and crouched down to organize things. With squinting eyes, he adjusted the frame supporting the wide screen. The firelight cast a glow on the wide screen, tinting Dad's face with reddish hue. Beads of sweat formed on his temples, trickled down on his cheek, and gathered at his chin. He closed his eyes, then opened them again. He took a deep breath, glanced at the onlookers, and finally began to sing. White robe, black armor, plain headscarf, serpent spear gripped in hand. Now, facing Lubu in battle, no way that scoundrel escapes my, Jiang's face hands. Dad sang loudly while controlling Jiang Fei in his head. Jiang Fei entered the stage on the horse, wielding the serpent's spear in his hand. He darted from one side to the other, charging back and forth behind the wide screen. I was captivated. Swear, Dad called out to me softly and gave me a nod. It was then that I realized he was urging me to beat the drum. I quickly picked up the drum and started beating it in a lively rhythm. Urging his horse towards the 2 armies, challenging the traitor to fight. Dad controlled Jiang Fei and sang another line accompanied by my drumming. Hooray! The audience cheered and applauded enthusiastically. Seemingly encouraged by warm applause, Dad sang with even more fervor. To keep up with Dad's rhythm, I also worked even harder on the drumming. The drumbeat echoed, blending seamlessly with the surrounding applause and providing a rhythmic accompaniment to Dad's singing. That wraps up the 3 Heroes Battle Lubu. Putting on a show isn't easy, folks. If you enjoyed it, a few copper coins would be much appreciated. And if you're short on copper coins, a bit of food would do just fine. We'll take anything. Thanks a bunch. After the performance, Dad stepped forward to the front of the widescreen and bowed to the audience. Meanwhile, he was handing over the wooden box to the audience, hoping someone in the crowd would toss in a coin or 2. However, the audience exchanged looks for a few seconds before dispersing in different directions. No one gave us any food, let alone money. All that remained were scattered sunflower hulls and the dying embers of the bonfire and the mocking waves of laughter drifting in from afar. Damn it, a bunch of down and outs. They watched the show but didn't pay anything at all. That angrily muttered a curse and as he set down the wooden box down beside him. After performing for so long, he only failed to earn any money or food, but also drove away the audience. The entire town is suffering from great disaster. Every household is hoarding money and food to save their lives. How could they spend money to watch a show? As Dad sat there resigned, an elderly man approached from afar. You better head home soon. It'll get cold later and you don't want your daughter catching a cold. He sighed and walked past the white screen and placed something in Dad's wooden box. I leaned over and peeked into the wooden box. It was a perfectly intact ear of a corn. Each kernel gleamed like yellow jewels under the moonlight. After that, Dad stopped performing shadow play. He packed the items into the wooden box one by one, and I helped him tidy up. Unable to find a place to sleep, we then decided to spend the night in the rundown temple in the town. Inside the temple was hay spread out with 3 beggars sleeping on one side and us on the other. The 3 beggars had also watched the show earlier. When they saw Dad arrive, they whispered and chuckled mockingly from a distance. Dad didn't say anything. He held me in his arms without saying a word as we huddled on one side of the temple. Dad, why didn't those people pay? I leaned against my dad and asked him with my hands grabbing his rough tunic. Was it because 100 copper coins were too expensive? Or perhaps people would have paid if we charged 50 copper coins? I clenched his rough tunic tightly. I think it was just too expensive. The show was quite nice but expensive. That's why people didn't watch it. Dad, why aren't you saying anything? I slightly raised my voice. Stop it! Dad yelled angrily before turning around and gripping my shoulder fiercely as if he was going to crush it. Yeah, this is very depressing, not gonna lie. But maybe it will have a good ending, right? We can still hope. The light in his eyes flickered and his mouth twitched a few times. He then reached over and hugged me tightly, pulling me into his arms. Sorry that I shouldn't have gone off on you. On this trauma that held me in his arms and apologized to me with a crying tone tinged with self-blame. You heard the ending is even worse? Come on, spoil. Maybe we'll have a good ending, right? It usually has at least two endings, right? I held on to Dad and cried uncontrollably. It was as if my emotions found an outlet and all the pent-up grievances and fears turned into tears. I didn't blame Dad. I knew it was hard for him. It had been too hard for him. That's why he was like this. Dad slept for a bit with me in his arms. I didn't sleep for long before I began asking Dan some questions out of concern. Dad, will I die? No, I won't allow that to happen. Then will you die? People die sooner or later. Daddy is not going to die for the time being since I still need to raise you and Sai are. I need to watch you to grow up at least before I die. No, I don't want Dad to die. You can't die, Dad. You can't. Alright, Dad's not going to die. I started crying again while hugging my dad. This time I was the one who hugged him tighter. He also responded by embracing me back, gently patting my back to comfort me. I had no idea when I fell asleep as well. I just remembered lying in Dad's arms and it felt really warm. Then next day, we woke up in the rundown temple. In the early morning, we headed to the only pawn shop in Guangshan town. Dad sold the wooden box Grandma left him, exchanging it for 500 copper coins. Then he made several trips to households in the town, exchanging coins for food. At noon, holding my hand while carrying a basket of food, we headed in the direction of our home. On our way back, I stole a glance at Dad. He looked very tired, with a pale face and a mixture of uneven white hairs among his dark ones. Since when was it like this? Dad got old all of a sudden? And he stopped smiling too. That is freaking tragic. Ah, we're back to Liang POV. Liang POV is usually more heartfelt. At least no kittens were eaten in Liang's POV, right? What's up, Liang? Why so quiet? You getting cold feet, not going to do it? In the woods, tongue spilled it at all. After he smirked, waiting on my answer. I slammed him against the tree, arm to his neck. You son of a bitch. You didn't tell me those lambs were meant for lamb dishes. You said this job was about feeding the lambs and sending them off to rich folks as daughters. All fucking bullshit. Yeah, that could still be the case. We could still get some kittens eaten. I yelled at Tong, muscles tensed, my face twisted in anger. Hey, why the hell are you so mad? I didn't know the job was going to be like this at first. If I hadn't asked Lingui about it, who the hell would have known? How are we supposed to know about this kind of job from the beginning? But 500 taels each, someone else will do it if we don't. I continued to glare angrily at Tong, my eyes blazing with fury. Liang, chill out. We've been in this together for years. Our hands aren't exactly clean. How many people you've offed? At least 50, if not 80 or more. You indeed have never killed women or children, but if a man dies while away from home, the family loses its support. Eventually, the whole family will die as well. Oh, that's very, very reassuring. Good job, Tong. Quit pretending to be a saint. You may not have slit the lamp throat yourself before, but who knows how many you've indirectly killed. So what's different with this job? You aren't doing the killing anyway. I stayed quiet. Tong's words hit me hard. My determination wavered, and my arms pressing against him eased up. Damn it, Liang. Remember the Tianxing explosion in the capital? It took out everyone, good or bad, men or women, just like that. Tong shoved me hard, breaking free from my grip. The way of the world isn't set in stone. Good folks don't always live long, and the bad ones don't always get what's coming to them. Everything in this world gets its way. We people don't have a say. Good or bad, we all die someday, so why not live for ourselves, huh? Live a better life. What's wrong with that? Tong tied up his clothes. I skipped. I lowered my head and pondered his words, remaining silent. Liang, think about it. Just a couple more things. If we pull this off, not to mention the fame and fortune, once we're in that big shot, even if the authorities catch us later, no one's gonna touch us, because he'll need us to do his dirty work. If we don't, someone else will. It's their world, Liang. Resisting means one thing, death. That was the worst spitting sound I could make. With that, Tong spun and headed back towards camp. I stood there, memories of the blood rain from the 6th year of Tianxi flooding my mind. After that explosion, everything I cherished became meaningless. Wealth, emotions, bonds, even principles. The words I never said to my father. The ones who never spoke to me. Ah, hello, Shita. I hope you have a nice day too. We currently have a very sad day because that freaking visual novel is so freaking sad. That is just heartbreaking most of the time, and they even ate a cat in it, so we're all traumatized now. My dreams, his dreams, our conflicts, all lost their significance. I've been living in emptiness like a walking corpse. I should have known better. Nothing matters except staying alive. But if I never knew these lamps, their fate wouldn't concern me in the slightest. Now that I do, can I really send them to the swine demon? Ah, I thought that I'm gonna have like a choice or something. I didn't give Tong a clear answer and returned to the camp alone afterwards. Back at camp, I should have slept, but couldn't. Watching the lamps slumber, thoughts raced through my mind. Hongar and Suiar, those sisters, were from poor backgrounds. The older one looked after the younger, who despite her age was quite sensible. Then there's Xianghua. Her father was originally a lofty official, but was exiled to the border due to the political changes, causing the family to fall. Despite it all, she's smart and reasonable, quite mature. Manasui, the smartest, knew it all from the start, seeking vengeance for her sister. She wasn't scared to die, and she's sharp, always aimed to go after that big shot. No, to take down that swine demon for revenge. I was not too hopeful, but had to admit, if she can keep that blade hidden and catch him off guard, that swine demon just might meet his end at her hands. After all, when she came at me with that blade, she was swift and decisive. A regular person might have been caught off guard. Can she pull it off? If she messes up, what's the swine demon going to do to her? And if she pulls it off, what chaos will that stir up in Luoyang or beyond? And then, will I be implicated for sending her there? I started dozing off with unanswered questions. Slept about 2 hours, then Tong woke me up to switch shifts. We kept watch a bit longer, then hit the road again the next day. Oh, that's a nice looking city. We got to the Shanzhou in about 4 hours. Before reaching to the gate, we untied the ropes from the lamps. Tong reminded them sternly not to cause any trouble. At the gates, guards checked our pass from Yinsan. After a few questions about the lambs, we got into Shanzhou. The streets of the city were wide and bustling, with a sense of prosperity unlike Huazhou and or Wenxiang. Perhaps because we had moved eastward, there were few refugees on the streets, giving the illusion of a peaceful and prosperous era. There were vendors, traveling merchants, and even performing monkeys. A monkey trainer with a turban guided 3 monkeys through a series of tricks, prompting spectators to drop silvers into his copper bowl. After a stroll, Tong led us to a grim inn located in a secluded part of the city. This inn was similar to the ones in Huazhou and Wenxiang, situated in a remote area of the city. This inn only catered to special guests like us on a mission. Damn, finally made it to Shanzhou. After all these days, look at this road, so wide, it is width screams a big city, doesn't it, Liang? Master Liang is worthy of having been to the capital. You're looking down on Shanzhou. I stayed silent. Tong smirked and I brushed it off. Let's head to the inn first. Rest up tonight, enjoy good food and drink. Tomorrow we'll hit the road again. I'm in a good mood today. I'll dip into my pocket and treat you all to a nice meal. Just tell me what you want and we'll have the chef cook it up for us. We'll have a feast there. Tong led the way, speaking to the lambs following behind. He tried to cheer up the lambs, but they remained somber. Maybe the lambs sensed the tension between us. None of them seemed cheerful. Yeah, that's exactly the same in Breaking Louis. Or how is it? Louis was definitely his surname, but I don't remember his name. Come on, what do y'all want to eat? No need to hold back. Just tell me what you want. Alright, so you first. Meat buns. What? Louder. Master Xing, my sister wants meat buns. Got it. And you? I want veggie buns, preferably pickled, but cabbage works too. Quite picky. We'll see. What about the rest of you all? I want fish. Any kind. Meat buns, veggie buns, and fish. We'll get those later. Oh, mute can speak. Liang, what do you want? Anything's fine for me. Alright, how about you and little mute head out to grab some veggies? Pick up some extra dry rations for us too. I'll cover the cost. No need, I'll handle the money. But why me and her? She can't talk, can't tell us what she wants. She goes with you, whatever she's thinking, you can buy it. Plus, with all that stuff to carry, you could use a hand, right? With a grin, Tong urged me and Mansui to hurry up and buy rations, insisting we come back to him for money. I knew exactly why he wanted Mansui and me to go shopping together. When we arrived at the city, it was customary to replenish our supplies. Usually, Tong took care of his task. He was more eloquent, sophisticated, and skilled at bargaining. However, this time he specifically instructed me to buy groceries, probably due to his lack of trust in me. My failure to give a clear response last night likely contributed to his suspicion. He didn't want me staying at the inn anymore, fearing what I might say to the 4 lambs if left alone with them. He even worried I might set them free. The reason he was fine with Mansui coming with me was that he thought she was mute and less likely to cause trouble. Alright, you stay at the inn and keep an eye on the other lamps. I'll take her shopping. I glanced at Tong, then at Mansui. Then I grabbed the silver and the bundle and headed out with Mansui. Shanzhou's streets were livelier than Huazhou's. They were filled with shops, including taverns, tea houses, pawn shops, and workshops. People brushed past each other as they walked. Looks like the monkey performer from earlier finished his act and went back with his monkeys. Master Liang. After a few hundred steps from the inn, Mansui, silent until then, suddenly addressed me. What? Glancing at her, it seemed she had no intention of pretending to be mute anymore. What's our first stop? Market, grabbing rations, fish, and buns. Tong already got their orders, so I'm set. How about you? Anything specific you want? No, you choose, Master Liang. Oh, come to think of it, there's something I would really like to eat. If you see any sweet potatoes, could you buy one? Sweet potatoes, what's that? You mean you don't even know what sweet potatoes are, Master Liang? Honestly, never heard of it. Didn't come across it even in the capital. Well then, I'll tell you. Sweet potatoes are a rare treat from overseas, said to promote longevity when eaten. Who told you that? My dad. We moved forward for a bit and I scanned for the market's location in Shanzhou. The time was ticking. It was afternoon and most shops were shutting down. We had to hurry, otherwise we might end up empty-handed. Mr. Liang, could you hold my hand? As I thought about finding the market, Mansui spoke up again. Why hold hands? I was puzzled. Did you notice, Master Liang? People are watching us. Master Liang, you look way older than me. If we don't act like father and daughter, folks might get suspicious. Mansui glanced around cautiously and whispered to me. Hold hands. Okay. I considered her point. Then I reached for her hand, leading the way to the market. Master Liang, look here, a bun stand. Oh, she was supposed to act as my daughter. God damn it, Mansui. We just started when she called out. Boss, do you have any buns here? Yes. Do you want filled or plain? Filled. Do you have pickled vegetable buns? Sure do. One bun for 5 coins. How many would you like? Buns seemed more expensive than before. I remember they used to be 2 or 3 coins each, but now they're 5. Must be because of all the disasters everywhere, pushing up the prices of grain and meat. 3 pork buns and 3 pickled veggie buns, please. I thought for a moment and said to the vendor, Sir, we sell them by the basket, 8 buns per basket. It's a better deal, only 32 coins for a basket. Let's buy 2 more. Last, Mansui, what kind do you want? I'll take pork too. Alright, 5 pork buns and 3 pickled vegetable buns. Here's the money. Got it, I'll fetch a batch. Just hang tight, sir. I handed over 32 coins and he went to fetch the buns. While Mansui and I waited, we chatted for a bit longer. Did you eat pork buns in the capital, Master Liang? Sure did. Lots of bun shops in the capital. Did you see the emperor? Never did. My family's been a trade for generations, never had a chance to see the emperor. How's the capital compared to Shanzhou? Wider streets, more people, otherwise pretty similar. Really that similar? Aren't there any differences? Not much difference. Once you've been around, you'll see everywhere's pretty much the same. I feigned sophistication to Mansui, and soon after I noticed the bun shop owner handing over a basket of buns. Buns are ready, sir. Take the basket. Huh? Don't we pay for the basket? Why give it to us? Normally it's coin for the basket, but seeing your girl's charm, I'll waive it. Thank you, sir. No problem. You're such a good girl, sweet and pretty. I grabbed the basket and called Mansui, giving me a smug look. That last was quite a show off. After buying the buns, we asked the boss for the market's address and found it shortly after. Unfortunately, we were late. Many stalls had already been closed. After a quick search, we found a fish stand still open. We bought a barely alive black carp and grabbed some cabbage and radishes from nearby stalls. Despite looking around, we didn't find any stalls selling sweet potatoes. No sweet potatoes around. They were rare to start with. My dad managed to find one, but they're probably sold out by now. Should we head back? Hold on, Master Liang. You forgot something else we need to buy. What's that? Items for the shadow play. Oh, right. Without Mansui's reminder, I almost forgot to buy the missing items from the wooden box earlier. To have a complete shadow play show, we need more than just drums. We also required some donkey hide and wooden sticks to draw additional puppets. Within an hour, we got what we needed. The wooden sticks and donkey hide were easy to find in carpentry and leather shops. The drums were not everyday goods, but luckily there was a pawn shop at the market. The owner said they mostly dealt in low-end stuff, and once something was pawned, it was gone for good. We found a theater through drums there. After a quick haggle, I paid 200 coins for the set. Master Liang, this set of drums cost 200 coins. Is that too much? It's alright. Things are usually pricey at pawn shops. This much isn't bad. Why did the theater throw pawn the drums? Times have been tough lately. Many people can't even afford food, let alone going to the theater. With fewer people attending shows, the theater troupe decided to call it quits. If they're not performing, what will they do? You've got me there. I don't have any friends in the theater troops to ask. Oh, didn't you mention it? Your family used to be in a theater troupe before becoming regular folks. How did this switch happen? I don't know. It was before my dad's time and he never talked about it. Huh? Master Liang's got something to ask? Yes? How many times have you pawned stuff at a pawn shop? Never kept count, probably dozens of times. Is it always for money? Yep, always for money, I calmly replied to Mansui. Back then, when food was scarce, I often found items. Starting out with Tonk, I did a few deals and even took care of a few sheep. Initially, I kept some of their belongings, but later, when times got tough, I palmed them off to pay for food. Those transactions were pretty much final, and whatever was pawned was probably long gone. Good riddance. I didn't believe those sheep's spirits would come back for revenge, but I still feared holding on to those items might attract attention from enemies one day. After we got our stuff from the pawn shop, Mansui carried the groceries and I held the drums. We headed back to the inn. I thought she wouldn't speak to me again on the way, but as we passed Chandro's golden pagoda, she surprised me by striking up a conversation. Master Liang, did you and Master Xing fight last night? Mansui whispered, asking me. Last night? A fight? How did she know Tong and I argued yesterday? Were you pretending to sleep? Were you following us too? I stopped and glared at her. After I spoke, I realized something wasn't adding up. She couldn't have been following us. I tied her up last night. She must have been feigning sleep. That lass probably squinted pretending to be asleep while watching Tong and me. She pieced together what we had argued from our reactions before and after our conversation. I wasn't asleep last night. I heard you, Master Liang, talking to Master Xing, and when you came back, you couldn't sleep. Seemed like something was bothering you. Master Liang, please don't be mad. I was just curious. What did you two talk about last night? Rather not say. Let's head back. I took her hand and tried to pull her along. I'm confused. Who's really the boss? You or Master Xing? She remained rooted to the spot, speaking with her head lowered. We're both equals, just partners. I handle the physical stuff better, he's sharper with the words, so we make a good team. Are you close? Like foreign brothers? Just regular friends. Then I don't think you should just follow his lead like he's the boss. During the bath earlier, you mentioned the explosion in the capital. I know, after that you might think some things are just fate, that what people do doesn't matter, but I don't think so. Master Liang, you can make your own choices. Mansui lifted her head, her big eyes staring straight at me, gleaming with radiance. I felt uneasy and puzzled by her stare. What did she mean by choice? Was she hinting at something? Quiet down, we're nearly at the end, act like little mute again. I avoided her eyes, took her hand and headed back to the inn. On the way back I stayed silent, she did too. Mansui and I made it back to the inn. Right as we entered, Tong grabbed the groceries I bought and handed them to the cook. After about 2 hours nearing dusk, the waiter ushered us to a room upstairs. The cook had finished preparing the food, and it was served on the table. Stir-fried cabbage, steamed carp, 5 pork buns, 3 pickled vegetable buns, and a big bowl of radish soup. It had been a while since I had seen such a spread, probably even longer for the lambs. Tong untied them and they gathered around the table, eyes wide, drooling over the dishes. Me and Master Liang keep our word. Promise you won't go hungry, and you won't. Got your buns, got your fish, come on, chow down. Tong plopped onto the chair by the wooden table, rolled up his sleeves and dug into the food with his chopsticks. He swiftly grabbed a chunk of fish and gobbled it down. Delicious! You all better sit down and eat, no need to be so polite. Tong swallowed a bite of fish and motioned for the lambs to take a seat. I led by example and sat down with little Mute following suit. The rest of the lambs nervously took their seats but hesitated to pick up their chopsticks. Dig in, everyone. Basket of buns with pickled vegetables and pork. Each of you gets one. I told the lambs casually, then grabbed a pork bun with my hands. Took a bite, the skin cracked, juices burst out, rich in taste. Delicious. Tasted amazing. Way better than dry rations. Watching me eat with my relish, Sui R couldn't hold back any longer, mimicking my actions by reaching for a bun from a plate. Soon after, Hongar, Mansui, and Xianghua each grabbed one too. The lambs eagerly nibbled on the buns, one after the other. They seemed starved, perhaps having gone without buns for quite some time. I paid close attention to Sui R and Hongar, the sister who requested the buns. Initially, they devoured the buns as if afraid they'd disappear. But halfway through they slowed down and savored each bite. With only one bun each, they likely worried about running out too soon and forgetting the taste. Sweetheart, taste the veggie bun? After finishing most of her own, Hongar passed it to her sister. Try the meat one, sis. It's good. Nah, you have it. Come on, just try it. Suyar also offered her meat bun to Hongar, who still seemed unsure. Stop fussing. Take another. I intervened when I saw them bickering back and forth. Master Liang, don't we have one each? There are 8 buns in total. Tong and I were supposed to eat 2, but I don't like them. You 2 can have mine. I said lightly, then picked up a pork bun and handed it to the 2 of them. Thank you, Master Liang. Thank you, Master Liang. The 2 sisters took my bun and started dividing it. Ah, Liang, you can't just favor these 2 sisters. There are still 2 lambs watching. Here, Master Xing is good to you 2. Here's one for you to split. Tong also grabbed a pickled vegetable bun, split it in half, and handed over a piece to Mansui and another one to Xianghua. Mansui took the bun, smiled at Tong in thanks. Thanks, Master Xing. Xianghua, a bit nervous, accepted the half bun and quietly expressed gratitude to Tong. This fish, Liang got it just for you. Hurry and eat. Tong picked up his chopstick, serving Xianghua a piece of fish. Xianghua nodded nervously, avoiding eye contact, and began eating her share of the pickled vegetable bun and fish. After a while, as she took the first bite of fish, tears welled up in her eyes. She tried hard not to cry, but 2 lines of tears escaped and trailed down her cheeks. Quietly wiping her face to hide her tears, she resumed eating, bowing her head. Tong and I pretended not to notice her tears. We didn't ask why she was crying, but we understood. It was likely the first time she had enjoyed such a good meal since being taken, and the fish likely brought back memories of her old life. Dig in, it's so good. Tong kept his eyes on the lambs, smiling softly as they ate. Perhaps to the lambs he was all a little gentle now, like some nice fella, quite different from before. But I knew. He just wanted to give the lambs a good last meal before they met their doom, so they wouldn't come back to haunt him. It's just his last bit of hypocrisy. Those gross thoughts killed my appetite, so I put down my bowl and chopsticks early. As I went to leave, Tong stopped me. Done eating so soon, Liang? Yeah, not feeling hungry. I'm going upstairs to rest for a bit. Alright, go ahead. Our rooms are in the northeast corner on the 2nd floor. Just choose one. Tong nodded and gestures upstairs. But as I moved to step away, he called out to me once more. Liang, wait. It's still early. Don't sleep too soon. We didn't finish our chat from last night. Let's grab a drink later and continue. Oh, god damn it. That's gonna be hard. As the sun dipped below the western horizon, dusk settled over the land. In the distance, the evening drums echoed outside the inn. With the first watch signal curfew, the inn began to close up. Shanzhou was a bustling city, strict with its curfew unlike rural villages. At night, venturing outside meant risking punishment by the night guards. After dinner, the waiter tidied our table and locked up for the night. In my room, thoughts swirled in my mind. First, about the lambs. The image of the sisters Hongar and Suyar sharing the bun, each insisting the other should have it, and Xiongqua looking like she was about to cry while eating the fish, stayed with me. Then, there's Mansui. These days learning shadow play with her, chatting in the bathhouse, grocery shopping together, memories flooded in my mind. Reflecting on those moments, a certain realization solidified within me. I wouldn't say I'm head over heels for these lambs, but I just can't bear to send the lambs to such a gruesome end. Besides, mulling over the lambs, I also dwelled on Tong. 5 years back, while fleeing famine, I encountered him on the road. Was ambushed by 3 men not far from the main road. Tong was among them. They aimed to rob me of provisions and my father's sword. I resisted fiercely. That battle was perhaps the closest I've ever come to the death's door. I dodged the first swing and struck back, taking down the first man. Then the second man ambushed me, aiming his dagger at my side. I sidestepped, taking the hit in my thigh instead of my abdomen. With a growl, I fought through the pain and yanked the dagger from my leg, and I returned it to him with a forceful thrust into his belly. I beat 2 bandits, but got badly hurt in the process. Blood gushed from my wounds, making me dizzy, and I collapsed. I recalled Tonk coming over. Just as I was about to fight him off with my last bit of strength, he tossed his weapon and told me to lie down, saying he'd patch me up. I was puzzled by his actions. He smiled and said he had a change of heart and wanting to rescue me. Fed up with his old crew, he saw potential in me and invited me to join him instead. Together, we would navigate the chaos of the world and make a living. That's when it hit me. Partners. Didn't matter to him one bit. He was cold to the core. Didn't give a damn about his old crew. He just wanted more money and a casual life. Who his partner was didn't concern him in the least. After that, he patched me up. And we became bandits, hitting lightly guarded merchants' caravans in the mountains and sometimes robbing travelers on the road. I mean, everyone wants more money, right? He had great connections, always scoring good information on caravan size and routes. My role? The muscle. We hit unguarded caravans or ones with just a few guards, take one out quick and we can rob them. Split the loot down the middle, adjust for extra effort. 5 years in, still not friends. Probably because we are both ice cold, both wolves. Wolves hunt, eat, and survive together, but they never become friends. After about an instant-stick's worth of time, Tong led the lambs upstairs. I didn't catch sight of them, just heard some noise outside. They were taken to the room next door by Tong. Had a brief chat, then Tong came back to my room. Hey Liang, you're still up. Thought you'd be out cold by now after being in here for so long. Not tired. All the lambs finished eating? Yep. They're done. Despite their size, they chow down a lot, especially that little mute, quietly polished up nearly the whole plate. Took them to the inn's outhouse to their business, then brought them back. You locked the room next door now? Haven't locked it yet, but don't worry, they won't run off now. Told the lambs they have to stay inside and already tie them up with the ropes. Plus, this inn only has one door and it's locked all night. Even if they untie themselves, they can't get out. We'll just wake up earlier tomorrow. If you're still worried, we can put a lock on their room in a bit. Yeah, better safe than sorry. Let's put a lock on their room soon. Tong and I chatted half-heartedly about locking the door for a while. Then silence fell between us. Liang, figured out last night's deal yet? After a bit, Tong broke the silence. He perched on the bed, his tone icy as he asked me. You sticking with this job? Give me a firm yes or no. Spit it out. Don't sit there like a lump. We said we'd clear the air, right? I don't know, but I'm likely out. If I didn't know those lambs, their fate wouldn't be my concern. After all this time, I can't send them to die like that. Tong, you knew my principles from the start. This job is not what we signed up for. I'm done. I fixed him with a serious look, making my resolve clear. I told you yesterday, it was all Yin-san's dumb secret. He never told us the lambs were for the lamb dishes at first. If I hadn't asked around, we might have stayed clueless. But we've already taken the job and delivered them to Shanzhou. Now we're stuck. If we're not doing it, then what? You leaving tomorrow, leaving me to take the lambs to Luoyang alone, or are we handing them over to the government? Let them go. Take them to the government. Are you nuts? Lawmen from several states are still on our tails. You're really going to turn yourself in? This isn't about missing out on a profit. It's about whether we'll live to see another day if we pass on its job. This time our employer isn't some small-time landlord. It's the most powerful man in Luoyang. You did his goods, you won't even know how you died. Tong yelled at me, slamming his fist down on the nearby bed. Damn it, in this mess, setting them free won't keep them alive. Starved folks everywhere, bandits killing and looting, soldiers faking credit by taking out the innocent. These lambs got no home to go back to. They're doomed from the start. They're going to die anyway. Why can't we just earn money? They're living in this messed up world. Why not give them some relief? Tong frowned deeply, eyes glaring, like a wolf's locked onto me. Can't take that path. Can't bear them dying that way. Hey Liang, you're really backing out? So if I keep at it, you're going to kill me over these lambs? You're going to throw down for those no good little bastards? He raised his head, jabbing a finger at my nose, his voice sharp, his face twisted, chin jerking, eyes still fierce like wolves. I couldn't read his mind, but I got his message loud and clear. He was warning me, ready to play for keeps. I didn't say a word, just gave him a look. I wasn't backing down. If you're ready to fight, I'm ready to fight back. Tong kept his gaze fixed on me. We were like two wolves about to clash, eyes locked in a deadly stare down. My muscles tightened, scanning the room's layout while debating whether to draw my blade. His jaw quivered, tears welling in his eyes, yet his glare grew fiercer. Seemed like it's going to be a fight to the death. I was pretty sure I could handle him. If it came down to it, he's the one likely to bite the dust. But we had been partners for 5 years. I didn't want to harm him, let alone take him down. But if he was out for blood and he wanted to take me down, I wouldn't hold back either. For those lambs, huh? Was it worth it? I was hesitating, surprised I'd actually break ties with him over them. No, it's not just about them. It's about me too. I have my principles. He hid details before we started going against them. I've got to stick to my principles. Can't just let it slide. Then just forget it. In the tense stand of Tong's fierce gaze suddenly dissipated. His sides shrugged and his tense muscles relaxed. What happened? Ah, Yang, I don't want to mention this, but if you're going to stick to it like that, then to keep us from tearing each other apart, I guess there's no other way. I eyed Tonks cautiously. I've got an idea that lets you stick to your principles and gets the job done, but it's tricky and risky. Spit it out. I kept my eyes on him and he settled onto the bed. Tomorrow we head up Shanzhou, sniff around, and sell those 4 lambs. We peddle these lambs for a fair price, ensure they end up somewhere safe. You get 1/10, I get the rest. Then I'll swing by Luoyang, see my buddy, and use most of the cash to snag for fresh lambs. The big shot Jocelyn's lambs, noted these specifically, so we swapped them out. Sound good? Tong detailed his proposal to me. Got to admit, it was feasible. I didn't want to send these 4 lambs already got too attached. And if they ended up dead in Luoyang, it would have been on me. But selling them in Shanzhou and Tong getting fresh ones in Luoyang, it might work. The swine demon wasn't specific about the lambs, might have even taken that Buddha back then. So what was the harm in swapping them out a bit? It's ironic in a way. Accepting Tong's proposal felt a bit strange. I refused to let those 4 lambs suffer to preserve my principles. Instead, there would be 4 other lambs in Luoyang, unknown to me, both by Tong, meeting their end with the swine demon. Call it my own wishful hypocrisy, but I was willing to do it. Alright, I'll take your offer. Let's do it that way. The change of plans is on me. After we sell these lambs tomorrow, I want to take a dime and I won't be involved anymore. Once you reach Luoyang, use all the money to get new lambs and to close the deal. If we make some extra, I'll cut you in. Deal? Sure thing. When we meet up in Luoyang, just toss me a share. As we talked, the tension between me and Tong eased, and our expressions softened. Alright, that's the plan then. No need for any fuss between us over this. Liang, you almost had me thinking you were ready to throw down just now. I was really scared of you. Hang tight, I'll fetch us some drinks. We're going to need a couple rounds to settle our nerves. Tong and I finally came up to an agreement. He's gone to get us some drinks. I exhaled deeply, my tense muscles finally relaxing. Sitting on the bed, I reflected on Tong's deadly stare just moments ago and my unwavering stance. It's hard to believe I went this far for those lambs, but it happened. 2 wolves, nearly at each other's throats over a disagreement. The issue was sorted out in an odd manner. We came to an understanding. 4 unknown lambs would be sacrificed in return for 4 known ones. It involved greater risks, but he would get a larger share of the money as a compensation while I would maintain my principles. It's a good outcome, I suppose. Maybe even a favorable one. Just as I began to relax and let my mind wander, I heard a noise from the wall of the inn. In the next room, someone was knocking on the wall, the sound of the knocks echoing over here. It was the lambs tapping away, the knocks growing more urgent. What's happening? I stepped out of the room and walked to the door next room, pulling it open. Inside, 4 lambs were tied up, each pair on the separate beds, and their waists were bound with ropes secured to a wooden post in the room. What's up? Who's banging on the wall earlier? Mr. Liang's, it's Sister Sui, she needs something. Jianhua gestured towards Sui, standing nearby. What's up? Master Liang, I have something important to tell you. Mansui looked at me with a serious expression, seeming a bit nervous. Go ahead. Can't talk freely here, we gotta find another spot to chat. I freed Mansui from the ropes, then took her downstairs for a walk around. Eventually, I decided to talk to her in the bathhouse downstairs. I quickly instructed the other lambs if Tong showed up with the drinks looking for me to tell him we're at the outhouse. We would be back soon. The inn was just like the last one, and even the bathhouse had a familiar layout. To avoid running into Tong on the way, I quickened my pace with Mansui. We arrived at the bathhouse where they closed wooden door behind her and began speaking to me. Tell me, why would you sneak me over here? What's up? Master Liang, big trouble. What is it? Master Xing plans to kill you. I was taken aback. I never expected her to bring this up with me. What makes you say that? Xingque just told me that Master Xing locked them in the room while we were out shopping and he didn't come back for an hour. And why is it that suspicious? It's definitely suspicious. Master Xing is cautious. Normally, he would keep an eye on them, making sure they don't run off. But earlier, he didn't do that. An hour is too much time for a bathroom break or fetching something. He probably left the inn to meet someone or do something. What's the big deal? Maybe he just went to see a friend. He got plenty of in Shanzhou. I don't think it's that simple. If he was meeting a friend, why didn't he tell you like he usually does? Master Liang, I heard Master Xing and you arguing next door. Couldn't hear it all, but Master Xing opened the door and said he's fetching wine. Master Liang, that wine's no good. It's drugged. Don't trust Master Xing easily. He's definitely... Before Mansui could finish her words, the bathhouse door was kicked open. Oh, what's happening here? The newcomer barged into the bathhouse, his eyes flashing with anger as he looked at Mansui. Tong. I stared at Tong in disbelief, never expecting him to barge in like that. Mansui was also taken aback by Tong's sudden intrusion. She widened her eyes, looking terrified, but didn't speak. Well, who would have thought Little Mute actually knows how to speak, and not in my favor? Had my doubts about Little Mute for a while, had a dream once heard her mumbling, and every time I went for a late-night stroll, you and her were conveniently missing. Liang, how long has this little bastard been conspiring with you? Is she pulling the wool over your eyes, or were you two in cahoots from the get-go? Tong's face twisted, body shaking, either from surprise or fury. I'm not lying. It's Master Xing trying to deceive you, Master Liang. Master Xing's been deceiving you all along. Just now, after you went upstairs, Master Xing grabbed a package, flipping through it like it's some kind of knockout stuff. Mansui pointed at Tong with a look of horror. Damn you, you're talking nonsense. I'll kill you. Tong furiously lunged at Mansui. He grabbed her swiftly before she could dodge. Mansui, off balance, tumbled to the ground as he grabbed her. Tong pounced, pinning her beneath him. Trying to run? I'll strangle you, you bastard. Tong straddled Mansui, veins bulging, hands gripped around her neck like a hungry wolf pouncing on a lamb. At that bra moment, his arms tensed, fingertips digging into her throat as if he aimed to choke the life out of her. Ah, hello. We're currently at a very big moment. For the Tong learned that Mansui is not a mute. Help, Master Liang! Mansui sobbed, tears blurring her visions, pleading for my help. It was chaos, total chaos. My mind was in a mess. In that moment, I couldn't tell what was real and what was fake. Was Mansui lying? Was Tong not really planning to harm me? No secret meetings, no drugged drinks. Possible. That last was good at deceiving. The mute act, the age, it could all be fake. But why warn me now? Her expression and eyes didn't seem like she was lying in this time. Was Tong lying? He'd always been selfish, only interested in his gain, but he accepted my deal this time. It was strange not like him to risk more just to stick to principles, yet his plan made sense. Though high risk, it was a win-win for us. Would he really betray me after proposing such a plan? The look he gave me just then didn't seem like a deceit. 1,000 thoughts swirled in my head. I mean, I'm super attached to the lambs. I'm like way more attached to the lambs than the main character is. And I would already kill Tong. Not gonna lie, after learning all the bullshittery happening with with the swine god, them being lamb dishes and everything, I would have already killed him and run off. And then I recalled Mansui's words from earlier. You can make your own choices. Well, I can make my own choice now. So who should I trust? How to choose? Trust Mansui. Ah, that was my blood pressure rose. Mansui pinned down by Tong, neck gripped tight. She fought, tears welling, looking up at me. You can make your own choices. Her words echoed in my mind at that moment. Her words revived a phantom in my mind. The figure of the phantom resembled me. He stood with his back to me, wearing a bamboo hat, straw coat, and long sword. I know, right? A gust of wind stirred his attire, yet he remained steadfast. Yeah, I would never trust Tong, especially given, like, we got a backstory, how we met and how we became partners. Yeah, come on. Then the next moment he turned, his gaze sharp but noble, not a wolf's, but a hero's gaze. I gritted my teeth, burst up, charging at Tong. A loud impact oh, that is a difficult word. A loud impact reverberated. I knocked Tong of Mansui. He hit the ground but swiftly rose again. Liang, you damn! Tong rose, eyes brimming with rage and murder. He probably didn't expect I would knock him off some lying brat. Die! He roared, brandishing a dagger from his waist. With the gleaming blade in hand, he sprinted at me. I scoffed, staying vigilant, bending slightly, steadying myself, eyes fixed on the approaching dagger. Whoosh. Focused, I dodged Tong's first strike. No second strike, I grabbed his elbow. Swift spin, I was behind him. Oh, that's like, I think that's like the first time, no, that's like the second time we see our face, but now we see a little bit more of it. We're actually quite handsome. My right hand seized his dagger hand, and my left arm locked around his neck. I used half my strength to restrain him, and half to push his own dagger towards his neck. He eyed the blade creeping towards his neck. My grip against his against the blade, a struggle. He resisted, slightly weaker. I pushed, slightly stronger. The tiny strength gap made the blade inch closer. I edged the dagger closer inch by inch towards his neck. He looked wide-eyed at me. I held his gaze. Sweat dripped from his brow, muscles straining as he fought to break free from my hold. Like a python, I tightened my grip, preventing his escape. Plunge. Finally, I guided his hand, driving his own dagger into his neck. The blade pierced skin, then throat. Blood flowed down the blade. His eyes widened, flicking between the blade and me. Anger and disbelief flashed in his gaze, questioning my resolve. But beneath, a plea for mercy, a fear of death softly begged from his eyes. Years of bloody experience taught me not to spare any enemy who's once fought me. Plus, I knew him too well. If I let him live now, he might not hesitate to kill me later. These thoughts drove me to push the blade deeper into his neck. I clenched my teeth, a grunt muffled in my nose, pushing him with all my might, driving the dagger deeper until half his blade disappeared into his neck. His muscles tensed, trembling, he turned to glare. His eyes flooded with anger, defiance, sorrow, fear, and pleading. Tears flowed, his whole body strained for air. I held him firm, one hand tied, the other letting blood flow. I twisted the dagger in his hand, like turning a key halfway, increasing the blood flow. Yeah, we got gore. Our gazes stayed locked together throughout. Mine held something much purer. Only icy intent to kill filled with my gaze. Drip, drip, blood dripped to the ground, blooming into crimson flowers. He fought in my hold, weakening, face draining of color. Blood ebbed, legs faltered, then with a final breath after a silent struggle he went limp. Releasing his arm, he collapsed like a marionette with cut strings, hitting the ground with a thud. I stayed silent, gazing down at him amidst the blood. On his back, eyes unblinking, skin drained of color. Kneeling, I checked his nostrils. Dead. Master Liang, Is he dead? Yes, I killed him. Why did you kill him so decisively, Master Liang? Mansui trembled and shakingly asked me, uncomprehending. You literally needed help. What I was supposed to do? She wanted my help, but she didn't expect me to kill my companion so decisively for her sake. About 2 years ago, we robbed a caravan but spared the coachman to drive for us. He pretended to comply but secretly led us astray, aiming to deliver us to the barracks. When the truth came out, he panicked. Tong promised him money to keep him quiet first. But once we reached the familiar roads, he not only killed the coachman, but also hunted down his 80-year-old mother and took her life too. He's always settled the score. Once he's drawn his knife, he'll have a bone to pick with me too. He would keep that grudge until he got a chance to finish me off. Better to end him today than wait for him to off me someday. I turned to Mansui slowly, my gaze fixed on Tong's corpse. Master Liang, why do you trust me? Just a gut feeling, and it's more about not trusting him than trusting you. I didn't buy Tong's proposal. What proposal? Didn't tell you before, but I thought this job was about selling you off as maids or servants, so I took it with a clear conscience. But guess what? Found out yesterday that you're being sent as lamb dishes, and the damn Luoyang city's got a swine demon eyeing you all for dinner. The more I thought about it, the more I realized I couldn't go through with this job, so I told him I wanted out. At first he wasn't keen, but after dinner he changed his mind and made me a proposal that satisfied me. He suggested we sell you all tomorrow, and I quit this job in Shanzhou. Then, once he's in Luoyang, he would buy a few lambs himself to deliver, and if he made extra, he would give me a cut. Something about that didn't sit right, and him being so agreeable this time was unusual. I calmly filled Mansui in on everything, including Tong's offer. Oddly enough, sharing it with her made me feel lighter. Yeah, I think you are on the right track, Master Liang. Think about it, if you could easily buy kids in Luoyang, why go through all this trouble to transport us from afar? That swine demon must have a reason. Maybe he prefers kids from Shanzhou, or perhaps for safety, he has to go through several intermediaries to buy kids from a distant place. Impressive. Just by listening to me, you sorted out what I couldn't. You've got a sharp mind. Ah, thank you. I will hydrate. I will hydrate instantly. I hope it did work. I don't have a wine with me. I still have a tonic, like a Schweppes tonic. I really like them. Okay, we gotta hydrate. Ah, we drank. We can continue. However, after this story, I'll take like a short up to 5-minute break, just to let my eyes rest, because like I've spent my entire day at the PC and my eyes are crying right now. And it's not only because of the story. So after this one, I'll take like a tiny break, and then we'll continue. Just by listening to me, you sorted out what I couldn't. You've got a sharp mind. I praised her. Indeed, her explanation helped me understand. Come to think of it, her sister got snatched by that swine demon too. He lied about marrying her and took her away. How old was her sister? Probably a few years older than her, right? Master Liang, what's your plan for us from here on? As I thought about Mansui's sister, she suddenly asked me another question. That's a very good question. She got me stuck for a moment. This happened too suddenly. At first I just didn't want them to become lamb dishes. Then I didn't fully believe Tong's proposal, but I hadn't even thought about what to do with them after Tong's was gone. When she asked, all I could think of was to go along with Tong's fake proposal from earlier. Tomorrow I'll ask the waiter, find some Shuanzhou human traffickers, and sell you off for money. No, Master Yang, please, you can't do that. She seemed really upset. Why not? I killed the partner I've worked with for 5 years just to save your lives. Now I have to figure out how to deal with the body and make a run for it. You got me into a mess, but I'm not trying to get you killed. Can't I at least sell you for some money? I shot her a glare. Meanwhile, I couldn't shake the feeling that this lass was pushing her luck after I killed Tong for them. Mansui saw my unhappy face and started to act more friendly. Oh, Master Liang, take it easy, take it easy. I'm not against selling us in Shanzhou. I just think your plan needs more thinking through. Master Liang, You're not close with these human traffickers in Shuanzu like Master Xing. Xionghua said Master Xing was contacting someone while we were away. If you meet them tomorrow and they don't see Tong, they might get suspicious. That means we might end up with the swine demon, and you might face his wrath later. Master Liang, you're in the shadows. They're in the light. You can't just step out of the shadows on your own. She laid it out straight. I have to say her analysis isn't wrong. I'm not tied with the locals like Tong. Selling them off without him? Locals might get nosy. Too risky. Their lives, mine, all on the line. What's your take on this? I looked at her, seeking her advice. Her clear thinking earned my trust, got me wondering about her thoughts. Let me think about it. She scratched her chin, pacing by Tong's body, lost in thought. Got something? Yeah, I got an idea. Spill. First, we need to deal with Master Xing's body, make sure nobody finds it. Then Master Liang can act as a human trafficker and take us to our respective places. What does that mean? Can you explain more? We're all from different families, so we have different places to go. Hongar and Suyar, the sisters, can't make it back home. Their parents can't afford to keep them. No point sending them back. Master Liang, you could sell them to your well-off relatives or friends who can provide for them. It will settle them down and bring in some money too. Xionghua was kidnapped. You can try finding her family and asking for money. If they pay up, Xionghua can go back. If not, sell her to someone who wants her, like your rich friends. Wait, yeah? Your plan has a big problem. I don't have rich relatives or friends nearby. Actually, I don't have anyone I can ask for help. I laid out my words, and Mensai looked a bit surprised. She might have been surprised that at twice her age I still had the social connections of an orphan. My dad had a small business, no rich friends. My parents eloped, tied the knot solo, cut clan ties, so no family to reach out to. For you, Mr. Liang. No need for your pity. Mansui gave me a pitying look and I shot back. Thinking about it now, I really don't have many friends. My connections had always been weak. In this big world, was there anyone willing to lend me a hand? I pondered for a moment and suddenly thought of someone. All right, I thought of someone. Who? Back in the famine, there was someone I met. I think she went to work in Haijiu. She should have the means to support you all. She got quite the network, can reach out to some people. My relationship with her isn't great, but I did save her life once, might be worth a shot to ask. I said to Mansui, recalling the person's face. Alright, let's head to Haijiu and find that friend. Great. Mansui relaxed when I mentioned my choice, showing genuine relief. Despite the brat's knack for fibbing, this happiness seemed real. She cared about those lambs. However, you sorted out everything for them. What about you? I asked her, puzzled about what she had in mind for herself. She talked a bunch but didn't bring up herself. She looked down, thinking for a bit. Then she looked up, locking eyes with me. She could be thinking about why I asked, or maybe thinking about her own plans. Soon she spoke her mind to me. I thought it's over. I'm still going to Luoyang. I need revenge. So you want me to take you to the swine demon? Yeah. Just drop me off. Sorry for the hassle, Master Liang. No, Master Liang, hold on. Let me explain first. You've killed Master Xing. Thus, if you send all the other kids away, it will be too obvious. To keep things quiet, you could still take me to the swine demon, and then say Master Xing snatched the other kids, leaving just me. That way you blame it all on the Master Xing. He's gone, can't argue back. They might pay less without the other kids, but they probably won't make it too difficult for you. You clear your name and there's no one less enemy for you. You're too naive if you think that will work. I don't know how tight Tong is with those human traffickers, but this story won't stick. They'll trust the Tong over alive me. Now that Tong's out, there's no turning back. I've planned my escape down south, as far from the north as possible. You're thinking I'll risk going to Luoyang just to end up dead? That's foolish and pointless. No, it's not about you, Master Liang. It's about vengeance. Ever since my sister died, she's been in my dreams. I can't sleep. I have to get revenge. I stared at her, and she looked back at me with a determined expression. Tears welled up in her eyes, and it seemed as if she was looking through me, focused on something beyond. It was obvious her need for revenge was strong. Fine, fine, fine. If you insist on going to your doom, I won't stop you. I'll take you to Luoyang, sell you off, and then make a run for the south as soon as possible. I said with helpless sight, looking over at her. Thank you, Mr. Liang. She nodded, all smiles. I just didn't get it. What's there to be so happy about? It's like she's completely detached, like she's not the one being sold, the one facing death. Alright, we're done talking. Let's get started with the first thing. Now we've got to figure out what to do with Tong's body. Sure, what's the plan for dealing with Master Xing's body, Master Liang? It's past curfew and tomorrow the waiter is going to tidy up. We have to handle the body before that. This inn isn't an ordinary one. If it's where human traffickers hang out. If the waiter finds out Master Xing's died here, he'll tell the human traffickers in Shanzhou. Our plans will be messed up. Mansui looked at the body, lost in thought. Well, I am aware of all that. Out in the boonies, it's simple. Find a spot away from the road and bury it. But in the city, I'm stumped. Why not bury it outside the city, Master Liang? No way. Why? The body's too big and too bloody. Can't carry it without raising suspicion. Imagine wrapping it in cloth and putting it on a horse. Someone's bound to notice. I slowly told Mansui. Well, imagine this. Guards at the gate asking questions, people smelling blood, seeing a pack horse carrying what looks like a human-shaped bloody bundle is a recipe for a disaster. Makes sense. Mansui thought hard. What to do now? Should we bury the body in the inn's yard, or try bribing the waiter to help? Nah, too risky. We can't depend on just the waiter. Master Liang, I've got an idea. Just as I was thinking, Mansui seemed to come up with something. What idea? It's just an idea. Might be good, but I'm not sure if you'll go for it, Master Liang. Mansui sighed deeply and looked at me seriously. What's there I wouldn't do? I chuckled, feeling she underestimated me. Is she gonna chop him down and make him into meat buns? Oh my dear lord. The cleaver came down again and again, slicing through the meat and bone laid out on the stone floor. The first chop separated the skin and flesh, exposing the muscle and the gleaming white bone below. The second chop cleanly snapped the bone, the sound echoing sharply in the room. With the third chop, a piece of meat, still clinging to bone and sinew, was neatly divided into two. That was actually... Oh, goddammit. I picked up a piece of meat about the size of my hand and tossed it into the first wooden basin. There were two basins in front of me. One for the meat and the bones, and the other for everything else. I mean... Yesterday we were in the village where people were eating each other because it's like... The famine is for years at this point. The last barefooted carried a water basin, cleaning up blood stains around me. The smell of blood in the bathhouse was strong, making my head spin and my stomach churn. Even though I was used to blood, I felt quite uneasy at the moment. The last proposal really caught me off guard. For the time of half an inn's sticks, I didn't dare to do it. Now we've been busy for nearly 2 hours. About 2 hours ago, she came up with an idea of handling the body. The body of Tong needed to be taken outside the city and can't be buried near the inn. We needed to make the body look less conspicuous and get rid of the strong smell of blood. She said that we should treat the body like we do pork. We can cut the body of Tong into small pieces. Then the meaty parts, like pork, are cooked and tied up in a bag and then taken out of the city on the horse. As for the non-meat parts, I'll gather them in a wooden tub, crush them up, mix them together, and dump them into an inn's cesspool. The stinky cesspool should mask the bloody smell. The small parts would also be well hidden within it. Even if people in the inn get suspicious, it'll be difficult for them to check. I'm almost done chopping up the meat. Is the hot water ready? I just added some wood. It should be ready now. I'll go check. Alright, you go fetch the water then. Be careful not to trip or to scald yourself if you fall. Sure, thanks you for the reminder. Mansui nodded obediently and went to fetch the hot water. The water had been heating for a while, and I told her to keep it going until it was bubbling. We planned to use it for boiling the meat. Initially, we thought of using the inn's kitchen, but it was locked up tight at night by the waiter. Plus, the kitchen spot wasn't big enough for all the meat, and cooking in batches would take too long. Besides, it was near where the waiter was sleeping, and we didn't want to wake him up. Then Mansui came up with an idea. She suggested blocking the bathhouse water pool temporarily, filling it with hot water, and using that to cook the meat. Mansui casually carried a basin of hot water, walking barefoot through the bathhouse. With a splash, she poured the hot water into the pool. The bubbling water spread evenly across the surface, causing the level to rise slightly. Steam rose from the soup, distorting the air around it. Thankfully, this was meant for cooking meat. If it were for bathing, even a moment in it would likely peel your skin off. Mansui paced back and forth a few times, until the water level in the pool had finally reached a usable level. She wiped her forehead and sat down to rest. Seeing she was tired, I didn't push her. I sat beside the tank, tossing the meat in, and asked, "How'd you come up with this idea?" I lightly asked her. It's tough to picture a kid that young coming up with such a scary plan. Long ago, we had a little piglet die at home. Mom, being hungry, cooked it up in a pot. After cooking, the piglet shrunk and didn't taste as strong. I remember it well. Mansui, hugging her knees, head resting on them. Watching the meat in the water, she spoke to me. Her eyes, as if she was remembering something, were empty and cold. I heard Tong say if you end up with the swine demons, he would chow down on you. Do you reckon he would munch on you raw or cook you up? Don't rightly know. Maybe raw, maybe raw. Why do you figure that? Once cooked, we're not going to look like humans anymore. Guess someone like him wants a shower while he eats. He'll gobble what he can and toss the rest likely. She continued extrapolating her guesses. Hard to imagine analyzing stuff like this suited to her age. Felt odd chatting with her. Though she looked 9, yet was in fact 11 years old, and her insides gave the impression of someone closer to my age. During the dismemberment of Tong's body earlier, I couldn't stand it, looking away and feeling the urge to vomit. She, on the other hand, remained cool, sorting the bloody parts as if they were just meat. Sometimes she would cough from smell, but that was it. I was getting more curious. Was she really from a regular farming family? What kind of experiences could make someone her age like this? Heard something at the tavern once. There are people in this world who are born undead. Undead people have no feelings, don't cry, don't laugh, don't fear. They can do anything calmly just like grown-ups, even when they are kids. Scary stuff. No way. She wasn't like them undead types. When I spooked her before, she seemed genuinely scared, not putting on a show. And when she played with other lamps, she seemed genuinely happy. It's like she's got both the innocence of a child and the maturity of an adult. Strange. This last was too strange. I kept thinking about her, but my hands didn't stop repeatedly throwing chunks of meat into the water. Tossing and tossing until there was nothing left in the wooden basin. I moved Tong from one place to another. Piece by piece he went into the water. The fat ones floated up and the thin ones sank down, reminding me of frogs bobbing up and down in the river. Tong. Though it might sound hypocritical to say so, seeing him like that, I did feel a bit sad. Even if he was killed, he wouldn't have wanted to end up like that. I shouldn't have let it happen, even if I killed him. Maybe only that swine demon who eats live kids deserved such fate. But how could that be possible? Some people were born into wealth and privilege, destined for a life of luxury. No matter how far they fell, they still wouldn't end up being cooked, right? The meat looks cooked wide. We'll have to bag it soon. After cooking for a while longer, I noticed the meat was almost done, so I tucked to Mansui beside me. Okay. She softly replied, her eyes still fixed on the rolling meat. After bagging it up, we'll need to clean this place too. The blood smells too strong. Got to scrub it off. She nodded in agreement. Tonight, you'll sleep in my room. Tomorrow, we'll rouse the lamps and explain. Got it. She nodded. The last was likely worn out. She was keeping her responses short and to the point. Asking her anything, I'll just get a quick answer. She looked tired. Maybe all the lamps are like that. They want to sleep when it's time. Mr. Liang, she suddenly spoke as if wanting to tell me something. What's up? I'm a bit hungry. Can't get into the inn's kitchen. I'll get you some rations later. No need. Although I'm hungry, I don't want to eat anything. Fair enough. Let's take a bath after we're all done. Okay. After a quick break, we resumed work once the meat was cooked. I packed the cooked meat into a bag and dumped the rest into the cesspool. She cleaned the blood-stained tub and scrubbed the bathhouse repeatedly. When we finished all that, we took a bath in the bathhouse. I used the tub, she used the bucket, both of us washing separately. Maybe we were just too tired and wanted to finish quickly and go to bed. Maybe it was just dissecting Tong's body together. Me and the lass, we were used to each other. Weren't shy anymore. After our bath, we only slept for about an hour. Shortly after returning to our room, the sky outside began to lighten, with distant bells followed by roosters and dogs barking. I woke up first, then nudged the lads beside me and went next door to wake up the other lambs. I gathered them to discuss our next moves. Listen up, plans have changed. We're not heading to Luoyang for now. I solemnly announced the new plan to the lambs. They looked at each other, then back at me, speechless. Pack up, we're heading north to Haijiu. Once we're there, I'll announce our next move. Master Liang? Suddenly Sui R called out to me, sounding worried. What's up? I frowned slightly. Before, Master Yin-san said we could only eat our fill in Luoyang, that there are endless steamed buns there. Yeah, Master Liang, weren't we going to Luoyang? Why the sudden change? The two sisters seemed really down. I figured Yin-san and Tong had been lying to them for a while. They kept saying Luoyang would be a paradise with endless food. Luoyang, with its endless steamed buns, had become their dream. How do I break it to them gently? Let them know Luoyang's a good spot, but once they're there, they'll be devoured alive. If I told them straight up, they wouldn't get it, might not even buy it. I froze, didn't know how to break it to them. Master Liang heard the people who will take us in Luoyang aren't good, so he's taking us somewhere safer. Don't worry, life in Haijiu will be better than Luoyang. Master Liang wouldn't lie to us. Just when I didn't know what to tell the sisters, the last spoke up for me. Suya and Hongar widened their eyes, looking at Mansui. Yeah, if Sister Su said trust Master Liang. Sure, I wanted to go to Luoyang, but if Master Liang says Haijiu is better, then it must be. Xianghua smiled, reassuring the sisters. Well, if everyone says so, then we'll trust Master Liang. If we're not going, we're not going. Suya, trust Master Liang. You're a good guy. Hunger and Suyara smiled at me, especially Suyara, who looked at me with trust in her eyes. I paused, feeling a warm sensation in my chest, unable to find the words. I couldn't deny it, being trusted like this felt pretty good. Afterward, I untied the lambs. I got some fruit down from the inn and gave it to them to eat before planning to leave. Before leaving, I asked Mansui to watch over the lambs and went back to the bathhouse. After airing it out, most of the blood and strange smell had gone away. Though there was still faint, odd smell, since this place didn't usually have many guests, it shouldn't raise the waiter's suspicions for him to investigate. I double-checked for any bloodstains, then, once I was completely at ease, I led the lamps out of the inn. As I hid the streets of Shanzhou and loaded the cooked meat into the pack horse, however, two strange characters caught my attention. They were standing at the inn's entrance. One fat and tall, the other skinny and short, dressed like caravan guards, with mean looks on their faces. The fat guy stood 9 feet tall, bearing a ferocious look. It was immediately apparent that he was the difficult-to-deal type. While the skinny one had a shifty look in his eyes, one could tell he wasn't good either. I led the lamps out, Mansui leading one pack horse while Al led the other. Their eyes stayed glued to us, slowly moving as we walked. Something was off. Who were they? Hey, stop! Just as I started to wonder, the fat guy called out. I stopped and the lamps followed suit. What's up? You know Xi Xing? He asked me in a low voice. I didn't reply immediately. Cold sweat beaded on my forehead and palms. No good. This guy was shady. Xi Xing was Tong's real name. This guy was probably called over by Tong. You don't know him. Who's Xi Xing? I forced myself to stay calm. He didn't answer, just glared at me harder. Where are you all from? Why should I tell you? He kept asking and I got annoyed, snapping at him. At the same time, I reached for the blade on the pack horse, ready to draw. Shanzhou is no small village. Drawing blades in the streets is forbidden. But this inn's location was remote. It would be a while before city guards arrived. If possible, I didn't want to start a fight with this guy, but if he really was Tong's man, if he found out I would taken out Tong, then I would have to fight him right here. What is that fat guy packing? He has a short-blooded weapon on his back. He's built like a tank, so close combat isn't my favor. But if I draw my blade fast, I might catch him off guard. Alright, Big Hammer, don't be a troublemaker. Just as things were heating up, the skinny guy called out the fat guy's name, stopping him. He said he doesn't know Xi Xing, so he doesn't. Why are you bothering him? He's just leaving this inn with the kids. He's going to be doing business. Don't mess with his hustle. But aren't we here to pick up the kids too? Xi Xing said there's big money here. He said we'd meet here when the rooster crows, but he's nowhere to be seen. Can't I ask? Shh, what's with all the talk? You forget what I told you? Your mother said to listen to me when we're out. Less talk, more action. Bruh, no hard feelings, alright? No hard feelings. The fat guy and the skinny guy argued some more, and the skinny guy apologized to me. No big deal. In's open. If you're searching for someone, you can check inside. I calmly told the skinny guy, giving them a hint. Alright, buddy, we'll go in a bit. The skinny guy agreed and then pulled the fat guy to stand at a distance. Then they kept their eyes on the inn. Let's go. Everything's settled, I told Mansui and the other lambs. So we set off again on our journey. We're headed to outside Shanzhou, then up north to Jin, and finally to Haizhou. I reckoned those two, one fat and one skinny, were probably hired by Tong. They might be caravan guards or bandits. I had a guess about why they were here. That proposal Tong cooked up for me last night was just a con. He was just trying to keep me calm so I wouldn't fight back. Come the next day, he would bring them in, ready to take me out, then let those two take over my job. Tong, you haven't changed one bit. Speaking of that, those two are pretty interesting. The fat guy acts thought, the skinny guy talks smooth, the fat guy throws fists, and the skinny guy smooth things over. Kind of feels like me and Tong brings back some memories. What do you think? Thinking about it, I couldn't resist leaning towards the packers and whispering softly. Of course, there would be no response from either the horse or the backs on its back. Closest to me, Xiongqua heard my voice and gave me a curious glance, wondering why I suddenly started talking to myself. At this moment, perhaps only Mansui and I knew the truth. That I wasn't talking to myself, that I was talking to a recently departed partner. And that he was lying in pieces in the pack horse right now, and that his flesh danced with the horse movement as we embarked on our journey out. A little bit longer than I expected, sorry. But my parents were talking about our stalker situation, and I had to put in a few coins. We had like the better update on that one. I'm gonna take a sip and then we're gonna continue. But kind reminder, we're only gonna continue until like 10 p.m. so 57 more minutes. But we will be back tomorrow. And I'll probably start earlier tomorrow because there's still like a lot of stuff in the story. I took the lamps and left Shanzhou. Leaving the city was easier than expected. The guards at the gate didn't bother to ask questions. One of them, looking tired, just waved us through as if driving flies away, making our prepared stories pointless. Once outside, we headed down towards Haizhou, about 30 miles away. Taking these lamps to Haizhou will take at least 3 days. Another long journey ahead. We'll likely be in the mountains for the next few days. The silver moon shone bright and the stars scattered across the sky. At night, we lit a campfire and I gave the lambs their food. Once they finished eating, I grabbed a shovel from the pack-horse bundle, ready to complete a task I had left undone. We're far from any towns here, so anything buried won't be easily discovered. Mansui Maju? Wait, why is it French now? Is there even an option for French? Oh, there is. I think it was a bug. The shovel lifted the thawed soil, dust swirling. I dug beneath the tree. Once the hole was ready, I unpacked the meat and dropped it in piece by piece. With the meat buried, I then filled the hole with the shovel. After burying the people before, I would usually split quick to meet up with Tong, but this time, after burying him, I didn't leave immediately. Instead, I stuck the shovel in the ground and stared at the freshly made mound for a long while. I even sat down, keeping the company of the buried guy for a spell. Didn't do much, just kept my eyes locked on that hole. Life sure throws some curveballs, huh? Never imagined I'd be here with Tong like this. The person who'd previously waited for my return is now resting right before my eyes. After the deed was done, I headed back. After 50 steps, I was back at camp. Xiongqua approached me, seeming like she had something on her mind. Master Liang, what's up? I'm feeling a bit tired, I wanted to go to bed. Sure, go ahead. But the ropes aren't tied. Xiongqua motioned to her waist, showing it was bare without any ropes. As a rule, I would have tied ropes on them before they slept. She wanted to remind me so I wouldn't forget. Never mind, no more robes. Tying and untying you every day is a hassle. Unless we're tackling steep slopes, no more ropes. I let Xiongqua and the others know about the new rule. Xiongqua looked surprised, and the other lambs gathered around, curious. Hey, Master Liang, where's Master Xing? Hongar asked me, curious. Since last night's meal she hadn't seen Tong, nor had I mentioned him. We had a fight yesterday, and he got mad and left. Master Xing won't come back? Nope, he won't. Master Xing... Hongar dropped her head, looking downcast. But do you still want him around? Kinda. Master Xing was mean at first, but lately he's been nice, like a whole different person. He even said yesterday, when you and Sisui were about to come back, that once we reached Luoyang, he would buy us small playthings. It was all an act. Playthings? Who knows if he'd actually get any. He just wanted you to go to Luoyang. Don't trust him. Really? Is that true? I subconsciously argued against Hongar, trying to remind them that Tong wasn't a good person. But then I thought, nah, no need to go further. She's too young to get it. And Tong's already buried in peace, so why disturb him? Enough talk for tonight. Time to go to bed. We'll have a long journey tomorrow. I yelled out to the lamb, signaling an end to the conversation with Hongar. They obediently settled down to sleep after hearing this. I stared at the fire, just about to doze off, when a thought hit me. Back when Tong was here, we took turns staying awake. When I slept, he stayed up, and vice versa. But now he's gone. There's no one to take turns with. Now that I think about it, maybe we don't need shifts anymore. Before, we took turns to keep an eye on the lamps to stop them from running off while we slept. But now we've built trust with each other, so there's no need to worry about them running away. So the only real reason remaining for shifts is to watch out for bandits and beasts. At night, bandits hardly ever move through the mountains, and the road from Shanzhou to Haizuo is pretty safe. And beasts usually steer clear of fire, so there's not much to worry about from them. Trouble sleeping, Master Liang? As I stared into the fire, Mansui's voice came from the other side. She was across the fire from me, looking at me with a smile. Nope, about to turn in. I was just getting sleepy, and then you woke me up. Sleeping so soon? Aren't we doing something today? You mean shadow play? I realized what she wanted to do with me. Along the way, she had taught me shadow play. But without the right items like drums and gongs, our performances felt incomplete. And we couldn't make puppets without extra sticks and donkey hides, so we could only perform the three heroes battle debut. It's in French again. Something about the knights, the soldiers, the mountains, and the way from Shanzhou to Haizuo. But with so much happening this past 2 days, I forgot all about it. Now that we have everything, are we going to learn tonight? Despite getting little sleep last night, I felt quite awake. Let's learn tonight. Well, let's find a spot, I told Mansui, and dug out the wooden box and drum from the back horse. I handed the drum to Mansui and carried the wooden box myself, walking with her away from the camp. We found a spot about 50 steps from the camp. I unpacked the wooden box and set up the frame and widescreen while Mansui fetched fire from our main camp to light a new one. Once the flames flickered to life, I glanced around. Oddly, I had a feeling. The more I looked at the tree beside me, the more it looked like one where I had buried Tong earlier. Too much of a coincidence. Venturing 50 steps into the night only to end back here. Could it be Tong's spirit wanting to watch our performance? After all, both Mansui and I kept it a secret from him. He's never seen it before. What do you want to learn tonight, Master Liang? I want to cover all the topics I couldn't learn before, like making puppets and drumming. Well, let's start with puppet making. What kind of puppets do you want to make? Not sure, name me some place. I don't know that many either. I only know the three heroes battle Lu Bu, Wu Song fights the tiger, and Nyaehh conquers the Dragon King. Are those all your dad taught you? Yeah, just those. I'm not aiming to make my livelihood by performing, so those are all that he taught me. Alright, let's do Wu Song fights the tiger. Let's make the tiger first. I told Mansui when I wanted, and she nodded before getting to work. Mansui sat on the ground with the wooden box in front of her. One by one she picked up all the necessary items from the wooden box. A small knife, 2 brushes, 3 pieces of donkey hide and 4 bottles of dye. After taking out the items, she closed the lid of the box and spread the donkey hide on top. Using her fingers, she smoothed out the hide and pressed down with her knuckles and rubbed it repeatedly. Once the donkey hide was all flat, she took one of the brushes. It had a really sharp tip, probably for sketching. She stared blankly at the donkey hide for a moment before she started to draw. Using the fine brush, she carefully outlined the tiger's general shape and the donkey hide, then went on to add details like tiger's tail, head, and limbs. Before long, I saw she had roughly drawn the tiger's appearance. Is this supposed to be a tiger? It looks more like a sick cat to me. Standing aside, I commented with a frown. This last tiger drawing has all its limbs and some resemblance, but it lacks patterns and presence. After carving and coloring, it'll look like a tiger soon, Mansu explained to me. Then she started the next step, carving. She took a deep breath, grabbed the small knife nearby. She held down the hide with her left hand and pressed the tip of the small knife onto it with her right hand. With focused attention, she kept the knife steady while gently guiding the hide with her other hand. The hide was pushed around the tip, and with the strenuous effort, the piece she had outlined with the thin strokes was peeled from the whole bit by bit. Impressive craftsmanship. Must have helped your dad plenty before. I couldn't help but give her a praise. Mansui got startled by my sudden noise. With a bit too much strength, her left hand made the knife tip nick the tiger's throat. The hide tiger seemed as if its throat had been cut, with the head and body split apart, just like Tonga bird nearby. Arne, this hide is ruined. It's your fault for suddenly speaking to me, Master Liang. Mansui looked down at the donkey hide on the wooden box, feeling disappointed. She blamed me, and she had a point. I didn't expect that carving required so much concentration. Sorry, you can carve another. I quietly apologized to her. She didn't answer me, just took out another piece of donkey hide and started carving on the wooden box. This time she was more focused, drawing first with the brush and then carving with the knife. Maybe she was nervous. Sweat began to appear on her forehead. Her lashes trembled, but she didn't blink. I stayed aside quietly, not saying anything. It was dead quiet around us, but if you listened carefully, you could hear more. The rustling of the wind sweeping through the trees, the crackling of the flame burning in the campfire, the continuous chirping of bugs, and the held breaths were deliberately muffled. All of them were fairly clear. After carefully carving the new tiger she picked up another brush. This brush had a thicker stroke. She opened the dye bottle, dipped the brush in a bit of water, then dipped into the dye and carefully applied it to the donkey hide tiger. Red here, yellow here, and black here. She leaned over the wooden box, quietly singing as she was painting. At that moment, she was rather childlike. Soon after, the tiger was filled with color. Done, Master Liang. After finishing the coloring, she put the brush down. Let me see. I stepped up to her and checked out her artwork. Not too shabby. She crafted a big tiger crouched on the ground. The tiger's head is really expressive, with a mean look in its eyes. Just a tad skinny, though, kind of resembling a mean cat. Not bad. Ready to try Wusong next? I praised her and was eager to see her on the craft of Wusong. Wusong is tough to make. Didn't expect her to look worried all of a sudden. Why is that? I can almost draw every animal from the 3 stories I've seen, but none of the human characters. Doesn't that mean that besides the tiger, you can't draw anything else? Not exactly. I can also draw Luvu's horse, the red hair. Seems like she wasn't too sure about drawing people. Isn't there the Luvu puppet in that box? Why not try copying that? The body shape might be close enough to mimic, but I'm not sure what Wusong looks like. What to do now? That's a problem, isn't it? I let out a sigh. We fell into a short silence. Hey, Mr. Liang, I've got an idea. She suddenly perked up again. What's the idea? I looked over at her. I can use you as a model to paint Wusong. You think I look like Wusong? Don't know, but I wanted to have a try. When I draw, I'm not much of a dreamer. If I try to think up something, it never works out. But if I copy, it's a 10 out of 10. Sure, give it a shot. Since she was in the mood to draw and I was keen to see Wusong as well, so I had her use me as a model for her drawing a shot. 10 out of 10. I would like to see what she come up with copying my countenance and then. I sat down before her. She sat too, then spread out another piece of donkey hide. She scrutinized me carefully, her eyes stuck on me. At first I thought we were staring each other down, so I glanced away uneasily, trying to look at her out of the corner of my eye. But then I saw she wasn't just staring at me, she was really scanning my face, my shoulders, my whole figure, before she started sketching Wusong. Good to admit, she was putting her heart into the work when it came to drawing those puppets. What kind of Wusong will she make modeled after me? After an instant's take of time, she finished drawing Wusong. I glanced at her newly colored Wusong. This Wusong really resembled me. Every detail from the eyes to the nose, and even the hairstyle and expression was the same. The only difference might be that the puppet in the shadow play seemed to have broader shoulders and wore a tiger skin skirt. If we didn't mind that Wusong was wearing a tiger skin skirt before he even fought the tiger, this puppet was quite well done. It looked pretty lifelike, evoking Wusong's fierce determination and boldness. I guess she might have recalled my expression from when I killed Tong yesterday and depicted it like that. Lovely, looks good. Some parts look like me, others like Wusong. I gave praise to her drawing and she seemed happier. With all the puppets done, do we string them onto the bamboo sticks next? Not yet, the dye still needs to dry, and after it dries I need to cut it out before stringing it onto one of the sticks. Alright, seems like we won't be performing the new play tonight. You should go get some sleep now. Master Liang, how about you? Are you turning in yet? Not tired yet. Strike while the iron's hot. I want to try your method and make a red hair for Lubu. Then I'll stick around. I'll keep you company. I'll help you out, Master Liang. Alright. I sat down and so did she, watching me draw. Master Liang, try this. Before you carve, outline it with a fine brush. She gave me the fine brush. I took it. One hand on the donkey hide, the other ready to draw. But after waiting for a long time, all I managed was a single dot on the hide. No, you better head back and hit the hay. I can't get anything done with someone watching. I awkwardly said to Mansui. It's true. With her staring at me, I just couldn't get the brush moving. As an adult, if my drawing turned out worse than this last, it would be pretty embarrassing. And to be fair, I will give her Wusong, which I admit was actually pretty good, 9 out of 10. I figure I just don't have that drawing talent. Alright, I'll go sleep now. You should be for too long, also Master Liang. Mansui said, nodding at my awkwardness before heading back towards the camp. Finally, I'm alone now, so how do I draw red hair? I thought hard, remembering the stagecoach horses I had seen, and started sketching. Will we see the outcome? The next day, last night after finishing drawing red hair, I went to camp to sleep. I slept restlessly without Tonk to take shifts with. I kept feeling like someone might come by, every rustle catching my attention, so I didn't sleep well and had a dreamless night. When the morning sun hit me, I set out again with the lamps. As we walked, I thought about the shadow play and was next for the lamps. The sun rose high and dipped behind the peaks. We traveled north for 6 or 7 hours and arrived again at nightfall. Master Liang, I wanted to see the red hair you made yesterday. Later that night, after the other lamps had gone to sleep, Mansui and I returned to our second camp 50 steps away. Once we had the fire going, she was all eager to check out the red hair I drew yesterday. Could be better, I said plainly, pulling the red hair from the wooden box and passing it to her. She took the red hair, examining cautiously. Not bad, but feels a tad small. Let me have a check. I fetched the Lubu puppet from the wooden box and held it beside the red hair. It's true, the horse I made was a bit small. Lubu looked twice as big as the horse, riding with a strong grip, like he was carrying it along as they ran. It might give him a sense of power as he rides, but it looks like the horse could easily be crushed, not very realistic. Yeah, it's a tad small. I'll sketch another red hair later, but first got something to ask you. What is it? How do you play the drums? Oh, they're easy peasy. Dad told me to just go along with the show's pace and follow the rhythm of the singer. Drum steadily for intros, faster for fights, and slow it for speeches. Got it. I'll give it a shot next time. She explained it straightforwardly. Makes sense now. If it weren't for the risk of waking up the sleeping lamps, I would give it a shot. But before trying out the drums, I'm more eager to see her perform a bit. How about you perform Wusong Fights the Tiger? I suggested to Mansui. Okay, she nodded and began organizing the items needed for the performance. She took out the bamboo sticks and threaded the puppets onto them. To help her start the show faster, I also set up the wooden sticks on the white screen. Mansui put on a show of Wusong Fights the Tiger for me. This time she hummed softly as she performed, but it was obvious she wasn't as familiar with the words of Wusong Fights the Tiger as she was with the three heroes battle Lubu. A few times she forgot the words and just kept humming instead. I watched closely how she manipulated the puppets and imagined the drum beats in my mind. Later, at her request, I copied her moves and performed a bit myself. She watched carefully and gave me tips. You're a quick learner, Master Liang. You're really getting the hang of it. You're a good teacher too. Today was quite something. Just a pity we didn't try the drums to avoid waking the lambs. Should we go further away and give them a go? Well, never mind. We shouldn't go too far, lest we lose sight of the camp. Good to keep an eye in case bees attack the camp or fire breaks out. Well, Master Liang, I have an idea then. What's that? What do you have in mind? How about tomorrow we invite them to watch us perform shadow play? Mansui's eyes sparkled as she proposed. I think for a moment. Yeah, that could be good. We started doing shadow play secretly in order to avoid Tong, but now that Tong was miles away, we didn't have to worry about hiding anymore. Hey, wanna see some shadow play? On the third night since leaving Shanzhou, after handing out rations, I suddenly brought it up to the lambs. They all turned their heads to look at me curiously. What's shadow play, Master Liang? What's shadow fillet? Is it yummy? Hongar seemed clueless about what shadow play is. Suyar wasn't just clueless, she even assumed shadow play was some kind of food. I know shadow play. You know how to do that, Master Liang? After I spoke, Xionghua asked curiously. At least her question made me feel a bit less awkward. I've been practicing with the lass for a bit. Now we're almost set to perform together, so we figured we would invite you all to watch. I nodded towards Mansui beside me. Yeah, Master Liang and I have been practicing at night for quite a while now. Mansui nodded as well. Sure, I'm excited to see Sisui and Master Liang perform. Want to see shadow play? Want to eat shadow fillet? The lambs all seemed really excited. Although Suyar might not quite get what shadow play is yet. Okay, let's start with the three heroes battle Lubu. I told the lambs and took the wooden box of the pack horse. I set up the frame, hung the white screen, and put the puppets on the bamboo sticks. Before, we had to sneak away to do these things, but now we could do it openly for the lambs to enjoy. Master Liang, how about you control the shadows and I play the drums? Sure, and when you play the drums, it would be nice if you could sing a bit. I'm not much of a singer. Mansui hesitated, picking up the drums while glancing at me anxiously. Give it a shot. Just to set the mood. You can sing softly. I told Mansui and she nodded in agreement. While adjusting the frame, I saw her quietly mouthing words as if practicing singing secretly. Again and again, she concentrated her efforts on practicing diligently. Seems like she really wants to sing well for these lambs. I'm ready. After everything was said, I whispered to her. Then I sat behind the white screen, hiding myself. Mansui sat next to me, holding the drum. The lamps in front of the screen by the fire looked on with the eager eyes. In my left hand, I held 2 bamboo sticks, guiding Zhang Fei's serpent spear in the battle. With 2 more sticks in my right hand, I steered his legs and horse, urging him onward. Clang, clang, clang. Then the rhythmic drumming filled the air. I looked over and saw Mansui starting to drum. White robe, black armor, plain headscarf, serpent spear gripped in hand. As the drums rolled, she chimed in with her voice. This time, though still hushed, it carried more intent. It wasn't just a hum anymore, she was genuinely singing. Maybe she hadn't practiced much before, maybe she just watched her dad perform, but to make the shadow play enjoyable for the lamps, she was giving it her best shot. Shadow play needs teamwork. She acted seriously, so I had to keep up. I focused on controlling Zhang Fei. He wielded his serpent spear bold and fierce at the city gates. I imagined a brave hero with a leopard-like head. With bated breath, I moved the sticks, controlling the puppets, their shadows dancing on the screen. I brought my vision of Zhang Fei to life on the screen. Mansui played the drums softly while singing along, and I followed her lead. I brought the Zhang Fei onto the stage and then introduced Lubu, Guan Yu, and Liu Bei one by one. The lambs were all eyes, watching the screen intently as they clapped along with Mansui's drumming, adding to her performance. However, when it came time to control 2 characters battling at once, my hands couldn't keep up. I struggled to manage with only 1 hand per character, making my movements stiff and awkward. Yeah, it looks a little bit like a pony, but there are some smaller races of horses that usually look pretty comical when people ride them, but they're still grown-up horses and not ponies. Mansui noticed I was having a tough time. She kept singing but got up, handed the drums to Xionghua and Hongar. The drums still sounded as the other lamps took Mansui's place while she sat beside me. Taking Liu Bu from me, she joined Zhang Fei on stage. Serpent spear clashed with heaven leaving painting halberd as they rushed back and forth, fighting each other to their heart's content. As the battle reached its climax, Mansui began to sing again, while the lamps in front of the widescreen intensified their efforts. As they tried to keep up with their pace, their drumming grew somewhat chaotic. Even though the rhythm got messy like the random falling of raindrops, it still added to the fun. Before the screen, drums thumped steadily, while on it, weapons clashed and figures swirled in the frenzy of action. The screen was a spectacle of fantastic action, and we all lost ourselves in its shadow and sheen. The three heroes' battle debut was done. The stick puppets dropped like their lost spirit plopping onto the sand. She stopped singing and the lamps put their drums. Even afterward, the lamps were still excited for quite a while. For Hongar and Suyer it was their first shadow play experience. They were curious how we controlled the puppets in the battle, so they eagerly peeked behind the screen. For Xionghui, it was her first time seeing a shadow play since she had been away from her family for so long. I don't know when she last saw one, but the wistful look on her face gave the impression she was reminiscing about something special. For me, this show seems to have finally brought me out of the shadows of the past. Explosions were replaced by drum beats, cries by laughter, and the fire's crackling took on new meaning. The shadow play overshadowed the nightmare. My haunting past, the explosion in the sixth year of Tianxi, is slowly becoming something I can face. Soon after, the lamps dozed off. Mansui and I tidied up our things in the wooden box and had a brief chat. Master Liang, what's so funny? They sure liked our show. Not just watching, they even acted along with us. At the end, it felt like we were at a theater troupe. A bandit with four little girls isn't much of a troupe, though. I laughed softly, replying to Mansui. After saying that, my smile suddenly froze and I stayed silent for a while. Just now, without realizing, I didn't call them lambs but used the term girls for the first time. That surprised me and made me feel a bit uncomfortable about the change. Sure, I've made up my mind to protect their lives and not sell them off as limb dishes anymore, but when I reach Haijo, I still have to sell them off to make money. So I shouldn't shouldn't I avoid getting too close to them? In the end, I'm still a bandit. Mansui seemed to catch on to my different way of talking and the sudden pause. She didn't say anything about it, just quietly put the wooden boxes in the pack horse pack. A bit later, I thought she was going to sleep. But then she suddenly asked me a question. Honestly speaking, Master Liang, there's one thing I've been wondering about. What is it? Master Liang, you mentioned you and your dad had a disagreement about what you wanted to do in your future. Way back before that explosion happened, when you were young, Master Liang, what kind of person did you want to be? You still care about that? She sure doesn't let the things go easily, remembering that I didn't tell her back then. That's my own secret, and it's been so many years since then, there isn't much to say about it. Why? I was getting fed up with her constant pestering, and then she spoke up again. All right, here's the deal, Master Liang. You tell me your secret, and I'll spill one of mine. Her secret. This lass had seemed to be hiding something from me all this time. If I could find out, it might put my mind at ease. I could agree to this exchange condition. Fine, it's just an old dream from back then. Now it has long disappeared, doesn't hurt anyway. I let out a sigh. This lie did arouse my curiosity. I really wanted to know her secret, so I gave in. When I was coming of age, I loved watching plays. They often featured different kinds of heroes, some like gods, some generals, some knights errant. The first two seemed too distant to me. I knew I couldn't suddenly gain supreme powers, and I didn't feel I had a talent to lead armies into battle. So I always dreamed of being a wandering hero. One person, one set of clothes, and one sword. I dreamed of traveling around, doing good deeds, fighting the lofty and helping the weak. I wrapped up sharing my dream. Yep, my dream back then was quite naive and pure. Just like Moya's boys around, I wanted to be a hero. Mansui didn't seem too surprised, like she already knew my dream. Then after a moment thought, she asked me a question. So, why don't you have that dream anymore, Master Liang? She asked, her tone serious, no more playful expressions. I gave a wry smile, because in this world there is no place for a hero to thrive. After the disaster that year, I fled the famine, and everything I saw and heard during that journey shattered my dreams. Those who died were often righteous and kind, while those who survived were selfish and cunning. Heroes thrive in times of peace and perish in times of chaos, while villains thrive in chaos and perish in peace. Clearly, we are in the times of chaos. I said these words blandly. I've told you what I dreamed of. Now it's your turn to spill the beans. What's your secret? I glanced at Mansui. Fair's fair. After hearing about my crush dreams, she ought to tell me something too. All right. Before I spill, I wanted to say sorry for lying to you earlier. Mansui lowered her head slightly, seeming remorseful. Huh? Actually, I lied to you and I said my parents were waiting in Luoyang. Truth is, my parents have been gone in a while now. I'm the only one left of my family. After my sister died, my parents confronted the swine demon. He sent people to cut off our food, and so my parents starved shortly after. I took the last food we had remaining, fled the famine's jaw of death, and finally made it to Huazhou. He said those words with indifference. Finding out all this suddenly, I felt like it was unexpected yet reasonable. She always seemed off. Traversing a great distance and risking her life in revenge for her sister when her parents were still waiting for her didn't add up. Turns out they weren't waiting. They were gone. That's why you had to go to Luoyang for revenge? Yeah. After my other family members died, I lost my will to survive alone. I've lived until now waiting for the day I can take my revenge. Well, I had asked, and she replied steadfastly, and while her voice held strength and determination, it was nevertheless tingled with sorrow I could hardly understand. We fell quiet, no more words between us. It wasn't until tonight that I was told everything. I never knew we were the same. Lost our homes in the chaos, both orphaned and alone. But while I became a wandering villain drifting with the tide, she turned into a vengeful spirit bent on revenge. Thinking back to our first meeting when she tried to stab me and I spanked her, I was able to better understand why she had such a forlorn manner back then. I told her then, lie to me and I'll wipe your family out. She just went quiet and walked off alone like a stray cat. Because her family was gone, nothing left for me to hunt down. Should I help her get revenge, or persuade her to forget it? If I were her, could I stop myself, or could I find the guts to go for revenge? I didn't know. With so many questions spinning around, I finally fell asleep. The excitement from the shadow play was gone, and depression took its place. I couldn't wait to dive into dreams and lose myself into the void. That night, I slept deeper than ever. Okay, ain't no freaking way. Ain't no freaking way. Or maybe... After Swiss POV, it's over for us for today. I was about to call it quits now, but I kinda really wanted to see her POV now. I'm just gonna take a sip and we're gonna continue. And after Swiss... Sorry, we're gonna go to sleep. Because we ain't... Oh my god, that was so horrible grammatically wise. We ain't destroying our sleep schedule over some weekend fun. Yeah, it kinda is, it's a light novel. Dad and I walked along the mountain path, leaving the two sets of footprints, one large and one small, marking our journey on the trail. I was constantly scared on our way back. We kept seeing people walking in the opposite direction. Sometimes it was just one person, and sometimes it was a bunch of people gathered together. Their clothes were tattered and they looked thin. It seemed like they hadn't bathed in a long time and they had an unpleasant sour smell. They appeared famished. They kept staring when they saw us. I couldn't tell if they were looking at the basket in Dad's hands or at me. Dad, what do those people do for a living? After avoiding them by a good distance, I nervously asked Dad. They rob people for food. They're all fleeing from the famine. They must be eyeing us now, right? Before we get home, you must not wander off at any time. You have to always stay by my side. Dad replied gravely and reminded me. Okay, I nodded and held Dad's hand tightly. I could sort of guess what Dad meant. Those people were starving and they needed money to buy food. If they kidnapped me, they would definitely sell me for it. After the long and frightening journey, Dad and I arrived home in the evening. As soon as we got home, Mom and my younger brother came to greet us. Dad, you're back? How much food did you bring back? A meter of corn, 2 cabbages, and 3 buckets of rice. That's pretty good. You earned so much stuff just by performing for a night? No, the audience couldn't give us that much stuff. We only got an ear of corn and the rest were traded for the wooden box. Well, what's done is done. Once we survive the year of disasters, we'll go look for it. Perhaps we'll be able to buy it back. When you were gone, I tidied up the stuff in the house and found the bracelet I mentioned before along with some clothes. Why don't you go into town again after a few days and pawn all that stuff? Sure. 3 days later, Dad went to the neighboring town again. This time I didn't follow him. Dad pawned Mom's bracelet and sold all kinds of things from our home for some food. This time, Dad and Mom got into an argument after he got back. Mom didn't believe that the bracelet could only be sold for 600 copper coins. She complained that Dad didn't know how to do business and was tricked by others. Dad said he did his best bargain and was only able to sell it for that price after visiting many places. Mom also asked if Dad could go into town and claim some relief food. She once heard from the neighbors who fled that the court would distribute relief food in times of disaster. Dad then said that those were all a bunch of nonsense, or else the neighbors wouldn't have fled. In times of disaster, commoners could only see the tax officials who regularly come to collect taxes, never the people who handed out the relief. Even if this relief were really to come from above, it would either be eaten up layer by layer or end up in the hands of the officials' relatives and acquaintances. In the eyes of the emperor and the high-ranking officials, they were concerned with the vast expanse of the 9 provinces, but once decrees were issued, they turned a blind eye. As for the low-ranking officials, they only wished for the calamity to drag on, the longer the better. Come a disaster, they could climb the ranks. Come a disaster, they could amass fortunes. That's why whenever a great disaster struck, neither the emperor suffered, nor the major officials, nor the minor bureaucrats. Instead, it was countless commoners who bore the burden of it. I didn't understand any of it. However, I knew that Dad was definitely different than before. Last year, when the disaster had just struck, the uncle from the neighbor's house was still around, and Dad used to chat with the neighbors often. The uncle from the neighbor's house would complain about the court's additional tax demands, angrily cursing the corrupt officials and the incompetence of Emperor. At that time, Dad would still speak up for the court, saying that the Ming were fighting against the eastern invaders, and the commoners should be sympathetic and share the country's hardship. Now, perhaps because we've been sympathetic for too long, we ourselves were starving to death. He wouldn't say such things anymore. One night, I had a dream. I dreamed about Grandma. Grandma, dressed in grey clothes and grey shoes, was looking at us from afar while staying in the mist. Her gaze was fixed upon us while she smiled, but she didn't utter a word. "Grandma!" I called out to Grandma, but she suddenly vanished, her figure concealed with the mist. The dream ended and I woke up. As I lay in bed, I suddenly heard the sound of shoveling dirt. At first, I thought I heard it wrong, so I turned around and tried to sleep more, hoping that I could meet Grandma again in my dream. The sound of shoveling dirt became even clearer. Rubbing my bleary eyes, I first lifted my little brother's legs off my stomach, then sat up in the bed and headed towards my parents' bed. "Dad, Mom, wake up!" I nudged Dad and Mom with my hand. "But what's the matter?" Dad was nudged by me and had slowly opened his eyes, looking a bit confused. "I heard someone shoveling dirt. It seemed like the sound came from the backyard," I slowly said to Dad while pointing toward the backyard through the window. After hearing what I said, Dad first squinted his eyes and tilted his head to listen, then his pupils gradually widened and his body began to tremble. Dad didn't say a word. He suddenly pulled up the door latch, grabbed the hoe, and dashed out the door. I followed him out of the door and saw 2 people with shovels hastily escaping. "Son of a bitch is gonna kill you all!" Dad, holding the hoe, cursed loudly in their direction. He was so angry that he tried to chase after the 2, but the hoe in hand was so heavy that they seemed to vanish into thin air before he could catch them. Dad came back panting heavily, carrying the hoe. The 2 were gone, leaving behind a hole in the ground. It was the hole Grandma was in. She hadn't been completely dug out by them, but I stole a glance and saw that Grandma's clothes were already visible in that hole. "What's going on? What's all the fuss about?" After Dad returned, Mom was run out of the house looking scared. "There were 2 idiots digging into our backyard with the shovels." What were they trying to find? What else could it be? It must be the family heirloom Grandma left us. Dad said in rage, but from what I could tell, I felt that perhaps it wasn't the family heirloom they were trying to dig up. The spot those 2 were digging was where Grandma was buried, and the Grandma's clothes were already showing from the digging. Perhaps if I got closer, I could even see her body. Grandma came into my dream probably because she wanted to wake me up and have me remind Dad that she was getting dug up. But I still couldn't wrap my head around it. What would those people do if they dug up Grandma? After those people left, Dad was angry for a long while. He recalled what they looked like, then came up with a few names. He was going to get the authorities involved to help him search for them, but he returned shortly after leaving the house. He said that on the second thought he couldn't go to the authorities. He was afraid that if he did, we would have to hand in our food again. He kept on cursing, but there was nothing else he could do. Another 2 weeks or so went by. We had thin porridge mostly, with the ear of corn and cabbage for one meal halfway through. Every day I didn't get enough to eat, feeling hungrier and hungrier. At times it felt like there was a fire burning in my stomach. At other times it felt like there was a lump out of black water churning inside, disturbing any sense of peace. When I got hungry enough, I didn't even feel hungry anymore, only exhausted. Once exhausted, I wanted to sleep. I slept on the bed, hoping I could have some good dreams where I could eat till I was full. I imagined that our families we grew back, tall and strong. I wanted to have a dream like that. However, the feeling of hunger was still there. Even if I dreamed, it wouldn't take long for me to be aroused by hunger. My brother was also hungry, and he had it worse than me. He was so starved when he was supposed to be growing that his condition became serious. One day I noticed that there was something wrong with him. When I called his name, he was dazed for a long time before he responded and gave me a blank stare. His pale face had a tinge of red, but his eyelids were constantly drooping, as if he really wanted to sleep. I sensed something was wrong, so I touched his forehead. His forehead was hotter than burning charcoal. I'm so cold. My brother looked at me as if he was about to cry. Mom! I hastily called out to Mom, who was making porridge, and she ran over in a hurry. Mom reached over and touched my brother's forehead. Her face instantly started to turn pale. Dear, Guy R is sick. Sai R. Mama called out loudly for Dad, and upon hearing her voice, he quickly ran over. Dear, what should we do with Sai R? If we don't find a doctor for some medicine soon, Sai R's head will become hotter and hotter. What should we do? Where do we get the money now to find a doctor? Yeah, we sold everything we could, nothing left to sell now. If this goes on, it won't be long till the 2 kids are dead, and us too. What am I supposed to do? I'm begging you, please hurry and sell that thing. We can't sell that. We can't sell that. We stop threatening it like a family heirloom. We can only pass it down if Sayar is still alive. It's not only a family heirloom. Dad and Mom kept saying that the thing was a gift from the deity. We'll have to face retribution if we sell it. Retribution? Haven't we gotten enough retribution already? Sayar is getting sick from hunger. He's dying. Without medicine and food, he's not going to make it. Our family is on the brink of collapsing. We're all about to die. You're bringing an end to your lineage, and you talk about retribution. If you really have to keep this, then let's sell Suyar instead. Take Suyar to Ganshuan. If that doesn't work, keep going south and find a bigger town to sell her. Mom shouted loudly at Dad. It was my first time... We need to see what she said. It was my first time seeing Mom speaking to Dad in such a loud voice. Not only did Dad change after my brother got sick, Mom also seemed to turn into a different person. Especially at the height of her frenzy when she mentioned selling me. Was that something she said to provoke Dad, or did she really mean it? She probably meant it. Mom was different from Dad. She always loved my younger brother more than she loved me. Since I could neither carry on the family name nor gain status through the imperial examination, she told Grandma more than once that I was a money loser. She would definitely sell me if that would save my brother's life. Dad, Mom, I felt sad when I thought about it, and I called out for my parents from a distance. Even if I'm going to die, I want to die with you. Please, I'm begging you not to sell me. I walked toward my parents and said to them in trembling voice. I wanted to change my mom's mind and ask my dad not to sell me. I stood there, head lowered, my body trembling. My eyes were red, but the tears didn't fall, as if caught in my eye sockets. Dad turned around and looked at me in a daze. He pressed his lips together and furrowed his eyebrows. He looked at me, then my brother and my mom. Every time he looked at us, his gaze seemed to avoid us like he was afraid, only daring to linger for an instant. He kept looking at us like that for a while. Dad wanted to say something, but stopped himself before he could utter a single word. He closed his eyes as if he was making a really big decision. He then opened his eyes again and looked at us as if he didn't want his tears to fall either. Eventually, he looked at me again. His previously dim eyes lit up. It's alright, sweetheart. Daddy will never sell you. Stop talking about dying and whatnot. Even if Daddy dies, I won't leave you behind. I won't let you and Sayar die. I'm going to dig up the family heirloom right now and sell it. If my parents hold grudges over it, and if the deity is going to send retribution, I'll take all the blame. He walked Daddy, I heard what Dad said and I couldn't hold my tears anymore. I threw myself into his arms where I choked back sobs and kept calling him. Dad, taken aback by my sudden embrace, hesitated for a second before stretching out his arms and pulling me close. It's alright, sweetheart. You're not going to starve to death. You're going to survive and live a very long life. Later, when you grow up, Daddy will find you a good husband, someone you like, and who can protect you. Find a good man to take care of you, treat you well, and then I can enjoy my old age in peace. He held me close in one arm, his other hand gently patting my back. He spoke to me softly, his voice full of tenderness. Daddy. I buried my head in Dad's arms and wept. I like Dad. He had always been as good to me as he had been to my brother, and he had never harbored the thought of not wanting me. That is the best. A day later, my brother had some thick porridge and ate some cabbage, and he actually got better. His forehead was not as hot, and although he still looked very weak, there should be no need to rush to find a doctor. But even so, we still don't have enough food to last the year. That said, we still need to figure it out. At dusk, Dad dug up the family heirloom in the backyard. I initially thought it would be some shiny gold or emerald green like the jewelry Mom once had. As it turned out, the family heirloom was just a strange piece of meat. The meat was greenish white. It looked like a fatty pork, but was more translucent. It had traces at the bottom like anal rings. Perhaps I was hallucinating, but I felt like it was squirming slowly. It truly seemed a treasure given by the deity. Dad first placed the family heirloom on the bed and kowtowed to it 3 times before wrapping it up with an old piece of clothing. Dad then took an ear of corn and some silver pieces as he was getting ready to leave. He planned to go south and find out how much he could sell the family heirloom for in Guangtian first. If it wasn't worth much there, he would keep going south and ask into the large towns. The food at home can still last a bit more than a month, and my trip will take about 2 weeks. If Sayar or Suyar get sick, just feed them some thick porridge and add some more cabbage. Yanyun, take good care of the kids and yourself. Dad left a few reminders for Mom. He then carried the bundle with the family heirloom in on his back, turned around and walked toward the door. Daddy, I called out to Dad. Yes, Suyar? He turned around and smiled at me gently. This is for you. I walked up to him and stuffed a pouch in Dad's hand. The pouch was really small, only as big as Dad's palm. It was red. The fabric came from a corner of my dress. I had just sewn the pouch this morning. While Dad was sleeping, I sewed it. I hoped that this pouch could stay by Dad's side and my side instead. I hoped it could keep Dad safe and allow him to come home early. That description is strangely similar to the description of the pouch we got at the very beginning of the game. Great, sewing job. Thank you, Sayar. Dad then took the pouch and stroked my head. He then turned around but put on his straw hat and the bundle and kept walking forward. He took a few steps forward but stopped all of a sudden as if he had forgotten something. Sayar, you must listen to Mom while I'm away. Daddy will be back very soon. Daddy said those words with his back facing us, his voice seemingly carrying a subtle hint of sadness. After that, he left. My brother and I leaned against the window, watching him. His shadow grew longer and longer under the sunset, his figure receding into the twilight. I watched as his figure became smaller and smaller, shrinking from the size of a ball at first, then to the size of a soybean until he disappeared completely. He vanished at the end of the horizon, fading into the endless mountains. 10 days later, that didn't come back. A month later, that still hadn't returned. 2 months later, we were starving to death. That still wasn't home. Dad didn't honor his words. He said he was going to be back in a couple of weeks, but he never came home. I mean, the only thing that was different here was the color was the same, the size was roughly the same, but it didn't have the thing on it, right? I want to see our flow chart where we are. Ah, there we are. So we are apparently at the 50%. Oh, that means tomorrow is gonna be longer, and I'll probably lose my voice, or I'll have to divide it. God damn it, that's gonna be that's gonna take some time. Okay, but for it for today, that's it. I know it does feel like reading a manhwa without a time skip because it kinda is. I don't know why one of my eyes like more blinking more than the other, and my left eye is not blinking. Never mind then. So, thank you for hanging out with me today. I will see you tomorrow if you wish to continue the story and see how it ends and see if we get a good ending, if there is a good ending. I kind of think that at this point that there might not be a good ending, that all of the endings are bad, if there are more than one, to be fair. But we'll see. So, thank you for today, and I hope you have a good night and a good weekend if we want to see each other through the weekend because you will not be here or something like that. And bye bye. How can I help you? I asked the man who spoke. Food. Need food, please. Master Liang, I haven't had a bite in 3 days. Come all the way from the capital. Please save me, save my life. He was kowtowing to me, on his knees, banging his head against the ground, eyes all red from hunger. I will share some food with you, but not a heap. Just enough for 2 days. I reached out from the darkness and passed him the food I had produced from nowhere. Who was this person? I couldn't rightly tell who he was by his hungry mug. Oh, we got more animation between the scenes. The misty scene swiftly crumbled away. A new setting sprung up from the ground, appearing abruptly before me. It was a rundown old mansion. The mansion's gate lay smashed open, the courtyard strewn with broken rice jars, and the ground littered with the mutilated bodies. Among these bodies were children, elderly ones, landlords, and their disheveled concubines. So the thing with Liang is that he's kind of detached from his emotions most of the time. He's been traumatized, like with his father's death, and only now he kind of starts to connect with himself again. All of them lay with their throats slit in pools of blood, while several bandits sat in the distance. Some perched on collapsed house beams, others on makeshift chairs fashioned from corpses, laughing and chatting about the recent carnage. I recognized them. The leader of these bandits was none other than the starving men I had rescued not long ago. You killed their whole family. Yeah, got rid of almost 10 of them. We grabbed the grain, took out a few people, and had some fun with his wife and concubines too. Look, Master Liang, we were pushed to the brink. These rich people they're heartless. When we asked for food, they barricaded themselves in, wouldn't give us a crumb. While our guys waited outside, his servants hurled rocks from within, busting up many of our lads' heads. We crawled out of the dead pile. Waiting longer means starving to death, so we might as well rob the bastards. Once we busted the doors, stormed into the backyard, damn, they've got enough food to last a decade. Why wouldn't they share a bit? Our guys got roiled up, ended up wiping the whole darn family out. Once blood is spilled, no one can stop it. If you just killed them, I would be fine with it. But raping women, slaughtering the young and the old, is that what humans do? That's downright beastly. I clenched my teeth angrily and laid into him. Damn it, I called you master to pay respects. What's wrong with you taking it so seriously? In this messed up world, us We're ones got to do what we must to survive, you know? And look at yourself. Aren't you trampling on people just as much as us? He jeered twice and nodded at my feet. I looked down in panic. Underneath me lay a mountain of dead bodies. It was submerged in a black lake. Only a few men stuck out above the surface. I had no clue what lay beneath. As I stared into the dark depths below, the shapes became clearer. Underneath the whole lake were women, old folks, and kids' bodies. Those near the top were swollen and blackened, limbs hanging down, faces below. Further down, some were snarling, showing monstrous fangs, trying to climb up. I yelled, falling back and nearly slipping off the heap of bodies. Liang, you didn't kill any of those women and kids, but they died because of you. The bandit litter in the distance sat on another pile of bodies. So was it Tong all along? That's when I realized he seemed to have changed his voice and appearance. His voice was Tong's, and so was his face. Liang, you're just another villain. Why hypocritically pretend to be a hero here? Come die with me, with me. Tong yelled at me, then started laughing like crazy. He grabbed a dagger, stabbed himself in the neck, blood gushing out. All of a sudden, his body exploded, broke apart, and merged with blood. The blood turned into a rushing flood, with faces of the bodies appearing in it. Boom, boom, boom. A loud, thundering noise erupted. A flood of blood, crowded with heads, oh my lord, crowded with heads, rushed towards me, blocking my sight completely. The pile of bodies beneath me and the lake below started to shake. That is a very nice picture. The pile swiftly sank. Men on the surface stared at me, while women and children below the lake extended their hands, trying to pull me down. Blood for blood, blood for blood, blood for blood. Die! The dead stared with wide eyes and twisted faces, roaring to kill me. I panicked, trying hard to escape, but there was no way out, and I slowly sank into the sea of corpses. Master Liang! Master Liang! Suddenly I heard a voice. It was Mansui's voice, slicing through the air, breaking apart in this blood-soaked world. Her voice turned into a spider-silk beam of light, piercing through the pile of bodies. I reached out, grabbing the light she sent down, and was lifted into the sky by it. I woke up in panic from the nightmare. Mansui was right there beside me. Her face looked odd, a bit scared. Guess it was just a dream. Master Liang, what's wrong? Just a bad dream. And you? Why do you look so scared? I asked her, puzzled. I was sleeping, then suddenly heard weird sounds. Something's not right. What kind of sounds? Come on, get down and listen. Mansui pointed down, saying to me. I leaned down, pressing my ear to the ground. Rumble, rumble. I heard a faint rumbling. It sounded like the flood in my dream. In my dream, I thought it was the sound of a flood. But after waking, I realized it was hoofbeats. Riders were nearby. Given the intensity, there might be dozens, maybe even hundreds of them. Not good. Wake everyone up. We've got to move, and fast. I scrambled up, rousing the still dozing lamps. The lamps blinked away sleep, rising to their feet. Master Liang, what's happening? Just walking, Xianghua tilted her head, questioning me. No time for questions, let's go. I hurriedly told Xianghua, tossing yesterday's unpacked parcels into the pack horse and undoing its tether. But it was probably too late. Hey, look over there, someone. I've heard hoofs and yelling behind me. From about 30 steps away, I saw shadows moving. Though far off, those shadows were definitely horsemen, at least 30, maybe even 50 of them. Hurry! I led the pack horse and the lambs trying to escape. But the figures in the distance were swiftly riding closer. Hey, you all don't move! You all aren't outrunning horses. Keep running and we'll start shooting. The soldier was talking in the northern Shan accent, threatened us with arrows, and I could faintly hear the strings being drawn. What now? Grab the last chance to flee? Or play it safe and hope for the best? Oh! Stop. Ain't no way we survive if we run. No, can't let them shoot. Even if we were confident enough to take the risk, with these lamps? No escape. No arrows. I spun around and yelled, making us all stop in our tracks. I stood rooted to the spot. That was quite the moan. That was a moan of depression of what to pick. I'm scared. I've already thought that I'm making like a good decision 3 times, right? I feel the. I hope you'll find your stay in another dimension. Ah, I cannot speak. I hope you'll find your stay in another dimension pleasant. So, I've already died 3 times, right? When I was trying to survive some situations, so I'm kind of wary of those. And I hate making decisions in situations like that. It seemed almost as though we were struck in place by some magical spell. Seeing we weren't moving, the riders lowered their bows and advanced cautiously, their horses edging closer step by step. Before long, they emerged from the trees. Not just one, but a whole bunch of them, with some still catching up. They quietly surrounded us. Many approached us, at least 20 from what I could see. The sound of footsteps and clashing weapons echoed around us, and there was no telling how many people were concealed in the distance. As they drew nearer, I could finally make them out. Men on horseback, dressed in rough clothes, some with red robes draped over their shoulders, others wearing red turbans. Some carried axes, others swords. Their attire and weapons varied. They didn't look friendly. Their eyes were both ignorant and fierce, and as they closed in on us, they stared at us intently like we were prey. So, if we were actually like in a forest like that, I would try running, because horses will not do well in this environment, but I'm not sure if we are in the open or not, because we didn't get that context. Who are they? My mind raced trying to figure that out. For starters, they aren't official soldiers. Regular army types have a particular look, and they don't usually cut through the hills like this. If they are heading somewhere official, they stick to the main roads. So, are they bandits then? That's not right either. I've traveled this road from Shanzhou to Haizhou before. Never heard of any big camps in these hills, and even if they were, they wouldn't have this many horsemen. Bandits are usually broke and only a few get horses. They don't come from a camp with hundreds of men. And something's off? Why would these people be riding horses in the mountains? Sure, it's a bit flatter here, no steep slopes, you can just barely ride a horse. But why bother? Master Liang, those are the rebels. Just as I was puzzled, Mansui suddenly spoke up. Rebels? I paused. She brought me back to reality. Yeah, these folks sure look like rebels. In the last decade, there's been non-stop disasters all around, so things aren't as peaceful as they used to be. Many people on the brink of starving have banded together, turned to the thieving to survive, and those thieving gangs joined up to form rebel armies. Rebels riding through the mountains aren't too surprising. This bunch might be a scouting party, checking things out before the main force moves in. But I've only heard of rebels up in northern Shan, so what are they doing here in Jin? The fella from earlier had a northern Shan twang in his tongue. Could they really be up from north? You, where you are from? The lead rebel hopped off his horse, sizing me up. The rest of the rebels encircled us, blocking any way out. Shanzhou, I replied calmly, showing dignity. Was your business? Taking them to Haizhou. They're your kin? Or you're a human trafficker? I stayed quiet, and felt lost for words. Honestly, it's tough to explain my connection with the lambs right now. I started out as their escort, but when I couldn't bear to leave them in a bad situation, I murdered my former partner and was now trying to arrange good endings for them. In that case, I guess I still count as a human trafficker. The rebel leader saw I didn't reply. He stared at me angrily, seeming to confirm I was a human trafficker. If only Tong was here right now. Tong was good at spinning lies, and with a good enough story, we might be able to talk our way out of this before the crowd closed in. I mean, we have Mansui, and so far Mansui also proved herself to be good with talk. But with Tong here, we would be working in shifts and wouldn't even have been caught off guard by a bunch of strangers. Sir, he isn't a human trafficker. We're part of a traveling theater group doing shadow plays. Master Liang's here as our teacher, taking us to Master Jiang in Haizhou to perform. Just when I was unsure what to say, Mansui spoke up. I told you, she's here. She seamlessly took over Tong's role. This time she's pulling a similar trick to last time with the soldiers, only this time she didn't have to act like a mute. She smiled sweetly at the rebels while talking, showing them the wooden crates on the pack horse. The rebels on the horseback glared at her, but she didn't back down. No need to show me I ain't know not about shadow play. This guy ain't no human trafficker. It's all good then. I hate three types of bastards. Greedy landlords the most, crooked officials the next, and human traffickers the last. Here's one of those three. I'll chop your head off. Skim your life. The rebel grumbled out his words. He was blunt, saying whatever's on his mind. Can we leave then? I asked calmly, preparing to take the lamps and go. No way. He lifted his sword, blocking our way. According to the rules, if we're seen on the march, we can't just let you off easy. You with the girls, come along with us for now. We'll let the boss decide. The rebel gruffly told me off, his haughty demeanor rubbing me the wrong way. Other rebels around us gave us fierce looks. It seemed that if I tried to take the lamps and leave, they would kill us on the spot. Compared to the regular soldiers, these guys might lack cunning, but they're simpler and rougher. Going with them, where would that lead us? I mean, maybe they will give us more horses. They seem to have horses, right? I mean, that's wishful thinking. I didn't pull out my sword against the rebels. There were too many of them, and I knew I couldn't win. I wasn't about to throw my life away. So, along with the lambs, they tied us up and marched us to their main force. I never liked the rebels much. Most of them were starving peoples from up north in northern Shan. Past few years, they've been hit by one of disaster after another, droughts, floods, and locusts. The emperor promised relief funds, but it all got pocketed by officials and landlords, and nothing was left for the commoners. So they turned into rebels to avoid starving. I heard the rebels aren't any better than bandits. They go around burning and looting, and sometimes they will rape women and slaughter the elderly and young. They could even be more vicious than the official soldiers and bandits. If we were to compare using animals, it would be a lone wolf, there would be a pack of wild dogs. Oh, that's a thing. So, I don't know if you ever had a chance to think about it, but wild dogs are worse than wolves because they are not afraid of humans. So I've mentioned that I live like near the forests and hills, and when I was a kid, there was like a big issue of wild dog packs, and most of those dogs were just dogs that were abandoned or run away, and they formed packs and they were attacking everything that could potentially give them food. Sometimes they would attack for fun, and it's been ongoing issue for years, and it only got better after there was like some virus that was decimating all the dogs in the neighborhood, and it decimated the population of wild dogs, and only after that it actually became more peaceful. But yeah, they were really scary. Now I'm in their hands. Seems like these rebels really dislike human traffickers. I'll have to learn from Tong and Mansui, keeping cautious. I can't afford to be brash when talking with them. Lost in thinking about the rebels, I walked with them for about 2 hours. When I came back to my senses, we were out for the mountains in a village. This village seemed like a small one on Jin's southern border. I've never been here before, don't know where it is either. Where are we? I asked the rebels leading us. Ligia village. He told me the place name. Where are we headed now? I'm talking you to meet Boss Li. The rebel replied to me. At the same time, he led me through the Ligia village. The village didn't look rich, and there were few people about. However, it seemed the village hadn't been hit hard by disasters, and the crops weren't too bad, unlike the hellish scene in Shuiguo village. Well, that was pretty hellish. I noticed rebels talking to the villagers. Some of them were holding hoes, while others were carrying fertilizer buckets. They were moving around in the fields, seemingly working. Huh. That's weird. Are these rebels even working for the villagers? That is really weird. I mean, from IRL perspective, that is weird, but I've seen a lot of Chinese dramas in that setting, and then it wasn't that weird. There were good rebels there too. I mean, in reality, there were also good rebels sometimes. I'm gonna take you to the bus soon. Be polite when you talk, or you'll meet a bad end. The rebel warned us and took us across a farm to a big house. The house was bigger than others in the village, with a well in front. It seemed like where a respected village elder would live. Guided by the rebel, we walked toward the house and first saw a red flag stuck in the ground. Then we overheard the boss speaking with the village elder. Hey, Aralisa, it's me. What are the odds, huh? None of us here are bad folks. We're all just regular people pushed to the edge by those damn officials. We had to make a break for it to survive. Oh, by the way, later I'll go to the cowshed to check out the cows. I used to work at the courier station, so I know livestock the best. All right, Lee. You seem like a decent man, and your folks seem friendly enough. Seeing as you don't hurt us or take our money, you're welcome to stay. And if you need food, we can share some. What worries me is, what if the authorities come poking around? Then we're done. Easy fix. If soldiers show up, just say I had a blade to your neck and captured you, right? Just tell them we're a bunch of reckless, desperate, tough guys. If we went hungry, then we'd just eat the villagers. As we turned the corner, we could see the old man sigh while beside him a smiling younger man was chatting. I like him already. The young man wore a felt hat and a blue upper garment. He seemed to be in his prime, with prominent cheekbones, deep-set eyes, and straight nose, and eyebrows like those of an eagle. His face wasn't handsome, but it gave off a sharp and capable vibe. Was he the boss of his band of rebels? Boss. What's up? Boss, got something to report. This morning, while patrolling the mountains, we saw a smoke. At first, we thought it was official soldiers, but as we got closer, we realized it wasn't. It was them, a guy with 4 girls. The girls look like a human. The guy looks like a human trafficker. Hmm? The boss scanned me and the girls with the eagle-like eyes. Finally, he locked eyes with me, and I returned his gaze. I met his stare with dignity, trying to match his aura without backing down. Where are you from, bud? Shanzhou. You Shan folk, huh? No, born elsewhere. How old are you? 26. Well, that's quite a coincidence. Same age as me. Small world, huh? He grinned, his tense expression easing up. This rebel leader sure likes finding common ground with others, but I reckon he's just using that trick to get close, and by the looks of him, doesn't seem like we're the same age. Hey buddy, you're a human trafficker or not? As I mulled over his age, he coldly repeated his question. No way. Guess I'll have to stick to the story man spun earlier. We aren't human traffickers, we're a theater troupe, taking these girls to Haijo to perform. What kind of show? Shadow play. Shadow play? I like that. You got the stuff with you? Got it all. Everything is on the pack horse. The boss took a moment to think after that. He gave me a look, then checked out the lamps. Girls, this guy hasn't been lying to me, right? Master Liang hasn't lied. Yeah, he hasn't lied. No lies. The lamps were all helping with the lie, but except for Mansui, who was quite skilled, the other 3 lamps seemed a bit awkward. It didn't feel like we could keep up the act much longer. What now? That's odd, real odd. The boss frowned as he glanced at the lamps. I've seen a lot of people and theater troupes too, but yours aren't like any of them. You, bud, with your tough look and that mean glare. I can tell right away you do evil deeds. But these little kids, why are they all lying for you? He furrowed his brow in confusion and asked. He has sharp eyes, boss. Their talk sounds like a bunch of made-up nonsense. Even if I'm a loggerhead, I wouldn't trust them. He's one of them human traffickers. Must have pulled the wool on them kids. Let's get him quick. The rebel who brought us here seemed to have also figured out that we aren't a theater troupe. He angrily drew his sword ready to attack us. Hold on there. What's the hurry? Bosley bellowed angrily, stopping his men abruptly. Easy there. I've made up my mind. No rush. Listen up, buddy. I don't care if you're part of the theater troupe or a human trafficker. The rebel leader looked at me and spoke directly. Our rations are tight and we can't take too many people. The troops move in secrecy, so I can't let y'all walk away and rat us out. So here's the deal, simple as can be. You square off against my men. Win, and you'll get to wear our banners. Lose, and you'll go 6 feet under. How's that sound? The rebel leader shoot me a sharp look, offering a blunt and brutal suggestion. A showdown? Was he thinking I looked handy enough to take on his men? Sounds reasonable. If I win, it shows I'm valuable to him and he'll rather recruit me than kill me. It seems like a safe bet. But what about the lambs? Should I try negotiating with him again or just agree to the showdown? Uh, uh, I don't know. I think that we should agree to the showdown. And if we win, then we will have an upper hands with the negotiations. Deciding life and death with a match? Huh, I'm in. I won't join you. If I win, you will let me walk free. Deal. You win, you're out. But what about them? Wesley pointed towards the lamb beside us. They looked at me, their expressions filled with worry and fear. I looked away and stayed quiet. Now's not the time to worry about them. If I try to negotiate with the boss, he might change his mind in a fit of anger. Better secure my own safety first. Later, I'll figure out how to handle the lambs. Looks like you aren't worrying about them too much either. Alright, let's settle this with a fight for now. Hey, get 5 keen lads and 6 bamboo swords. Bosley agreed to my suggestion. He waved his hand and the young rebel hurried off to fetch the bamboo swords for our match. So it's actually not gonna be like the death and life and death situation. After a stake of instance of time, the rebel who was going to spar with me brought 2 bamboo stakes. I catch! The rebel swordsman tossed the bamboo stick, hurling it towards me. I reached out and caught it, gripping it tight. This isn't a bamboo sword, it's just a stick. I looked at the bamboo stick in my hand, frowning. Just make it work. We ain't fancy, we train with the bamboo sticks. He's my match. That big guy there? I peeked at the burly figure standing behind the hothead. This guy, he's a towering 9-footer with a fierce mug like a door god. Yeah, that's me, he said it coldly before snatching the bamboo stick from the hothead. Without hesitation, he came charging at me. Judging by his clumsy steps, it's clear he's all brawl and no brains. Easy pickings. The big guy swung his stick, closing the gap to just 2 steps away from me, then charged forward, aiming a hard swing at my upper body. I took a quick step back, leaned away to avoid his first swing. All the same, I spun my waist, lifting the stick to slash at his neck. Smack. Quick as a flash, my stick hit his neck before he could dodge. He grunted in pain at the blow. In just 1 round, I managed to hit his brute right in the neck. He froze in place, stunned by my blow. Initially, he seemed like he wanted to retaliate, but seeing my stick still against his neck, thought better of it. If I had used the real blade, his neck would have been halfway severed by now. Looks like I won. Nice moves, let me take a swing. Right after I sorted out the door god, I heard Boss Lee calling out. He grabbed a bamboo stick and came charging at me. Wasn't the match over? Why is he jumping in now? He didn't waste a second. He came charging at me, swinging his bamboo stick with a fierce determination. Whoosh, whoosh. His strikes came fast and strong, like a stampede I couldn't escape. I dodged to the side just in time to avoid both attacks. Then, as I went to counter with a swing of my own, he struck again. It had remarkable speed and invincible force, making it impossible to dodge. Bring it on. I braced myself and swung back with all I had. Crack. Again! Crack, crack, crack. He swung his bamboo stick again and I swung mine, the 2 rattling against each other in rapid succession. We clashed for several more rounds. Nice moves, he praised, then swiftly twisted his body, spinning his bamboo stick towards me. Sharp, fast, precise, and skillful. In his hands, the bamboo stick seemed to take on the essence of a blade. What a skill. I will hydrate, thank you for the reminder. As we know, I should, because if I don't hydrate, then I get a wrinkle. So we need to be very careful about that. I cannot. I sometimes hate the European battles. Oh my dear lord. Okay. We're good now. What a skill. This guy wasn't just a figurehead, he knew how to wield a blade. Not daring to slow down, I surged forward, meeting his blade head on. Blade flashes clashed and intertwined, and trailing the air in a dance of gales. Huh? I backed off, taking a breath. We've been going at it for 30 rounds and it's still neck and neck. His strikes keep coming hard and fast. I'm holding on, giving it everything I got, just barely keeping up. But I know I got what it takes to come out on top. 'Cause of Wrinkle reading the Hungry. That sounds so stupid, right? But I know but I know I got what it takes to come out on top. As the fight went on, the fang of his blows began to dull, while clanging of the sword has slowly attuned into a rhythm in my head. Won't be long before I can take him down. But I've got to hold on tight. Energy's draining, heart's crashing, blood in my mouth, vision's getting fuzzy. Got to hang in there if I want to win. Alright, that's it. What? I'm beat. No more. First time I've seen someone take so many hits. You win. Bosley panted hard, looking at me tiredly. You all can go. All of you. I won? And you let us all go? I just stared at him dumbfounded. I figured he would let me go, but I didn't expect him to let the lambs go too, just like that. What use do I have for these little girls? Take them away. Take them, all of them, with you. Bosley tossed the bamboo stick to his men and gestured toward me. Aren't you afraid I'll snitch to the official soldiers if I run into them? Nah, ain't sweating it, baddie. Once we've thrown down, I know. You aren't the snitching type. Bosley glanced at me, grinned and chuckled. Is this guy serious? Is he really letting us walk away like this? I shot him a skeptical look, but I didn't want to stick around for any longer. I went over to the lambs and was about to lead them away. We were leaving, I said slowly to the lambs, then casually took Sui R's hand. Wait a second, Bosley suddenly yelled out. I stopped. The lambs stopped too. They were a bit scared and I was a bit worried. What now? Is he changing his mind? We were supposed to go free if we won the match. In the end, is he afraid we'll report the route to the officials and won't let us go? Sunlight's soon fleeting. Traveling commune ain't all that convenient. What say or stay with us for the night? Oh, by the way, aren't you guys skilled in the shadow play? Is that for real or just a bluff? Most of these folks are from the boonies and have never seen a shadow play before. We never know when we'll lose our lives, you know? When a bunch of us tangle with the official soldiers, maybe only some souls make it out. Getting to watch this is a rarity for most folks. A one-in-a-lifetime experience, you see? But we're always saying such rotten stuff. You said last time we shouldn't be messing with morale. Hey, quit your yapping. This isn't about stirring up trouble among the troops. Even if hundreds die, as long as one of us lives, as long as we wipe out the official soldiers, that's still a victory for us. Fear keeps you harmless as much as it keeps you nameless. Embrace risk if you just wanna start some sparks. Ain't that from my mouth before? How's that messing with morale? Yeah, you're right. We aren't afraid to die. We can all break through. You all have to excuse us, buddy. We're always locking horns like this amongst ourselves. Anyways, can you put on a show for us? Doesn't matter how it turns out. I'll treat you to some good booze and grub. Bosley eyed me and the lamps, while his face lighting up with a sly grin as he rambled on. He was so eager and sincere that it was tough to turn him down. Plus, the night was unforgiving on those mountain trails, and a break in a friendly village sounded tempting. And, well, the promise of the hearty meal and some drinks was hard to resist. I glanced at the lamps. They seemed to be on board too. Alright, we'll do it your way. But we're not good at acting, so don't expect much, and if the official soldiers come tomorrow, we'll say you made us stay. Deal. Leave you, find them a place to stay. Got it. We made friends. Bosley and his soldiers split. The lamps finally relaxed a bit. They started chatting with me in low voices. Master Liang, you did great in that fight just now. Master Liang was like yesterday's red robe. Red robe? Like Lu Bu in the shadow play. These lamps sure knew how to flatter. I told them we would put a shadow play later. We'll do it like the last night. The lass and I will do the shadows, you girls bang the drums. I looked at Mansui, then addressed the other lambs. Got it. If we do good, do we get meat? Yeah, I'll ask them for some meat later. Meat? Awesome. Mr. Yang, we really look like a theater troupe, huh? The rascals were all talking over each other. Yeah, I guess I'm really getting into this role. I had forgotten my identity as a human trafficker and now was feeling more like the leader of a theater troupe. Maybe subconsciously, it might not have been just the promise of food and shelter that made me agree to stay. I really did want to put on a shadow play with the lambs. After all, like Bosley said, the first chance in their lifetime may easily also be the last. This would be the first time I would act with the lambs in front of the others. And probably also the last. As night fell, the silver moon peeked through the clouds. Bosley gathered a bunch of rebels, and we lit a big fire in the village center. We set up a wide screen in front of the campfire, and the lamps tied the shadow puppets to bamboo sticks. There were lots of spectators tonight. The rebels formed circles around us, crowding in close. Their eyes were wide with curiosity, not wanting to miss a thing. Just like Bosley said, they probably hadn't seen a shadow play before, so they were eager to see what we had in store. I let out a big breath and settled behind a wide screen. Beside me, Mansui plopped down. She passed me Lubu and took Zhangfei. It was the same one we did last night. The three heroes battled Lubu. Let's start, Master Liang. Okay. She gave me a small smile and I nodded to the other lambs. The drums began. She took a deep breath and started singing again. White robe, black mirror, plain headscarf, serpent spear gripped in hand. Now facing Lubu in battle, no way that scoundrel escapes my Zhangfei's hands. Mansui sang softly, her voice blending with the crackling of the campfire, touching the hearts of the rebel soldiers gathered around. They're quite a lovely bunch, I got to say. After catching our shadow play, they've been cheering non-stop, craving for more. Under Boss Lee's orders, they rearranged themselves, soldiers from the swamp swapping with those at the bank, and so we ended up doing a few more runs. After that, Bosley kept his word and treated us to a feast with good grub and drinks. It was our first proper meal since Shanzhou, and with my mind clear, I chowed down hardly, filling up on meat and knocking back plenty of booze. While we drank and ate meat, the rebels chatted around me. One of them shared a story about a few years back. He was gathering herbs in the mountain ravine and came face to face with a tiger. I snarled at him from about a dozen steps away, and he was so scared he fell to his knees, kowtowing and begging for mercy. But the tiger didn't get human talk. Instead of forgiving him, it wanted to bite him. Feeling scared, he thought whether he knelt and got bit or fought back, he would die anyway. So he stood up and fought. He grabbed a stick nearby and swung at the tiger. Hitting its head hard, it howled, wanting to return the favor, but got hit again in the belly, hurting its insides. It ran off quickly. The crowd didn't believe the soldier's story and started mocking him. He got mad and insisted he wasn't lying, standing up to argue with the others. That's when Bosley spoke up. He gulped down a jug of wine, motioned for his crew to cease their bickering, and then got to telling his own story. He said he used to be a messenger, drawing a salary from the emperor, but the government shuttered the messenger post after a few years, leaving him without a job. After that, he went back home to farm and became the village chief, but all he got was droughts and locusts, leaving the land barren. The taxes kept coming, so he borrowed from a lord named Ai to save himself and his neighbors. But when it was payback time, grain prices shoot up and he couldn't repay. Mr. Ai dragged him to court, beat him up, and spared him prison due to the village's pleas. Then more trouble. Mr. Ai and the officials conspired against him, planning to punish him further, even to the point of death. Sentenced to die, he escaped with help from the villagers. The soldiers chased them into the woods, intending to starve him to death. He was pushed to the brink several times. He would never thought of rebellion before, but faced with starvation had no other choice. After rebelling, there was no turning back for him. All that was left was to push forward. His words stirred up passion. Tears welled up in the eyes of the rebels beside him. Listening to all this, I didn't feel much. Though I despised the soldiers and the landlords, I hadn't experienced the oppression they had. After hurrying so much, I just felt sleepy. I'm so emotionless about that whole yell. After that, I dozed off. Woke up to the birds chirping and the rebels packing up. Before we knew it, it was morning. Time to go. Woke up with the lamps packed and said goodbye to the rebels. Bosley and his followers saw us at the village entrance. Hey buddy, really don't want to stick around and join us in the fight? He stood by the village entrance giving my shoulder a pat and asking with a grin. Nah, got to wrap up some business with the little ones. Gonna stop digging in your heels and join us after all's well and done with? Probably not, I told him straight. After all, even being a bandit is safer than fighting as a rebel. With such a skill, it would be a real shame if you don't join us on the action, buddy. But if you ever change your mind and we're still kicking, feel free to come over. He looked a bit sad, letting out a long sigh and shaking his head. Easy for you to say, but how will I find you when the time comes? I asked casually. No sweat. Just look for rebel armies and drop my name when you're engaged someone. You'll all get us eventually. What's your full name anyway? I asked as it dawns on me. How? I didn't even know his full name after all this time. I go by Dashing General Lee. Dashing General Lee? I repeated the name silently. It's new to me, but honestly I didn't pay much attention to the names of the rebels. Under Gao's lead, he's the Dashing King. I'm just a Dashing General. If you run into our rebels, just mention the Dashing General and they'll know you're with us. Dash forth. Let's carve our fate with steel. Let's make those officials drop their weapons. Make them beg for mercy. He chuckled confidently, striking a heroic stance. Got it. I nodded and led the pack horse, heading towards Haijo with the lambs. After a while, I glanced at the rebel soldiers lined up in the distance. A flag fluttered in the wind, pole shining silver and crimson flag looking like it was soaked in blood. I seemed to have seen it yesterday. There wasn't much wind yesterday, so I didn't see what the pattern was on the flag. At first, I thought it would have the Lee character, because most generals would put their last name on the flag. But today I realized it wasn't Lee. It was a big Chuang character. Dash. Dashing general. The rebel general looking to dash forward and break through the world. Suits him well. By the end, still didn't know why he, with his northern Shan accent, led his crew through Jin heading north. And he didn't know if I was really a human trafficker or where those lambs were going. So we are in chapter 13. And I'm gonna take a short break so I can read for longer because I'm not stopping today until I'm done with this story. I disagree. We cannot make sure that the ending is sad. We need to do our best so we have like a good ending if there is any. And yeah, I'm back. I hydrated myself as well already, so I can go. Let me put on the headset so I hear the sounds. The dashing general showed us the way. We followed it for 6 hours until we reached the main road near Haijo. I need to... one thing. After a quick rest and some rations by the roadside, we resumed our journey in the afternoon. Another hour later, we finally arrived at Haijo. But this time, something was off. The city gate was shut tight. The tall walls and shut gates sealed off Haijo, keeping everyone out. Below the walls sat a beggar in tattered clothes, while guards watched from above, their faces hidden. When we spotted them, they spotted us too. Gates shut today, head back. A guard shouted down from the city gate. Why is that? I yelled, asking the guard on the top of the gate tower. Orders from above. No clue, I. When's the gate opening? Don't know. The guard yelled impatiently. I glanced at the beggar below, who was chuckling at us, likely seen this before many times. Master Liang, the person you're looking for is in Haijo. Yeah, saw her once about 2 years back in Huazo. She said she was heading to Haijo. So what's the plan now? No idea. I stared at the shut city gate, unsure of what to do next. Should we turn back to Chuanzhou and figure things out from there, or should we take the longer route to Yancheng along the main road? Neither options felt right. Apart from my friend in Haijo, I couldn't think of anyone else who might buy the lamps from me right now. Besides, going back to Shanzhou would be a hassle, and I don't know the way to Yanqing very well. This isn't good. Hey there. Don't bother waiting. The gate's been shut tight for 2 days now. Nobody's getting through. How about some food? I'll spill the beans on why and then point you in the right direction. The beggar by the gate suddenly spoke up. I glanced his way. Guess there aren't many options right now. He's been sitting there a while, seen plenty come and go, and might have some answers. I walked up to the pack horse and grabbed a piece of ration. Let's hear it. I handed the ration to the beggar. He eyed me suspiciously at first, then grinned and took the offering. Thanks, mister. Let me tell you. You know about them rebels up north in Jin? Yeah? Up north, rebels. Government sent loads of troops to squash them, but they just keep coming. Headed they're marching down from the north. Towns nearby haven't been peaceable lately. The higher-ups got scared, so they closed the gates of Haijo the last few days. I pondered the beggar's words quietly. What he said probably holds true. Gates aren't usually shut during the day unless there's enemy forces. This is the southern border of Jin. These barbarians from the border aren't likely to barge in. That means it's likely the rebels already made their way into Jin, and that's why they closed the gate. But he probably doesn't know everything. General Lee's gang, they're from the Shan region originally, headed north. So ain't rebels from up north heading south, it's the rebels from Shan sneaking into Jin going north. Why were they going north, though? Maybe to join forces against the government army. That's a mighty bold move, risking it all like that. Nothing you're saying is surprising. I not only know, but probably know more than you. Is there anything fresher? I asked the beggar coldly. You're already new, mister? Then why would you ask the guard just now? Just wanted to double check. Thank you for the head pat. Never mind, let's cut to the chase. What's the solution you're talking about? Alright, the solution: head southeast for about 2,000 steps until you spot a hill by the river. Go around it, and at the foot of the hill there's an inn. You can take the kids there, mister. Word is the innkeeper's got deep connections and knows how to get in Haijo. Alright, let's go check it out. I got the info from the beggar, then got the pack horse ready and moved out on with the lamps. An inn at the end of the foot of the hill with the canny owner. Well, that sounded pretty intriguing. Oh, that's a nicely looking inn. About half an hour we got to the inn. Just like the beggar said, it's at the foot of the hill. Before we came, I thought it would be crowded with people who couldn't get into the Haijo, but it's way quieter than I thought. With a cloudy day, the dark clouds over the top of the inn gave it an eerie feeling, not helped by the inn's doors and the windows being closed. Like, is it also gonna be super closed? Oh, it looks different than the inns we've been to. Like, the interiors are different. I took the lamps into the inn. They stayed close together, walking carefully. Master Liang, this inn's so dark. Yeah, Master Liang, this place gives me the creeps. Like it's occupied by ghosts. Should we keep going? Sis, what's a ghost? Ghosts. Can't talk about ghosts. It's bad luck. Just don't talk about them or see them. Sis Sui, what's a ghost? Ghosts, a dead person who walks. You can see them, but you can't touch them. They can kill you. Oh, Sis Sui, why do you have to say that? It's not good to talk about stuff like that. The lamps started chattering, getting all riled up. Quiet. I sternly hushed their talk. Don't scare yourself, silly. It's the daytime. Where's a ghost gonna come from? I'm here, my blade's here. What's to fear? I calmed the lamps and moved forward, blade in hand. I've killed many people, seen my share of bodies, but never seen a ghost. No need to worry. Hey, anybody in here? I shouted as I entered the inn. Anybody in here? I raised my voice and shouted again. Coming! Finally, after my second shout, I heard a response. A waiter came down from upstairs. Welcome, welcome, hey. And you brought all along some girls too, huh? Please, have a seat, have a seat. When the waiter saw us, he warmly welcomed us. He gestured for us to take a seat. See, no ghosts around here. What kind of tea you want? Longjing, Hushu, or Songlua? Just water, please. Don't worry, I'll pull you some. Guests staying here and get tea on the house. All right, pour some then. By the way, Why is it so empty here? Slow season, don't have many guests. You haven't heard? Hydro's locked down. Yeah, I heard about it. Got guests upstairs who can't get in. Really? I glanced upstairs skeptically. Actually, I didn't seem to hear any guests. What food does the inn have for dinner? Well, we're running low, might be basic, but if you got money, we can rustle up some meat and wine. What meat? How much? 3 pieces of pork, half a teal. Half a teal? Why is it so much? How much for one night? One teal. Oh, since you got so many girls, it's an extra half teal for a bigger room. 1.5 teals for a night? You're ripping us off like this? I can't say that. Times are tough, prices got to reflect that. That's too steep for me, we won't stay here. Hey, think it over, sir. It's getting dark and there's nowhere else nearby for miles. And if you're really leaving, good to pay up for this pot of long drink tea, 1 teal. Huh? Starting to feel like a real scam. I sneered and got up, planning to take the lamps and leave. Seemed like that beggar's directions weren't any good. He was just trying to trick us into this shady place. This place is probably a rip-off joint taking advantage of the lockdown in Haijo to make a killing. So there probably aren't any guests upstairs, and even if they are likely keeping quiet, just taking the hit. Yep, ghosts are rare, but people's hearts? Now that's a different story. They're the real spooky ones. Same in peacetime or worse in chaos. Stop right here. Either pay up or take a beating. Just as I was about to lead the lamps out the door, a fierce-looking and burly man burst out from the kitchen. I paid him no mind, motioned to the lamps and turned, leading the way towards the inn's entrance. You aren't leaving, are you? He came charging at me with his rolling pin. What a joke. Just yesterday I sparred with the dashing general, plus I had my blade at hand. This guy didn't worry me. No need to look back. I could hear his steps on the creaky floorboards. Heavy thoughts followed his strides. 3 steps, 2 steps, 1 step. Here he comes. As the burly man closed in behind me, I spun around fast. With a quick spin and a swift move, I smoothly sidestepped him. He was about to charge at me, but his balance wasn't steady, leaning too far forward. Seizing his arm, I took an advantage of his momentum, slamming him into the nearby wooden table. His head and torso thudded onto the table, nearly breaking it. I grappled his arm tightly and swiftly forced him backward onto the table with a sudden push. At the same time, I whipped out the knife with my left hand, yanked it 3 inches from its sheath, and pressed the blade against the back of his neck. Try anything and you're done. I stared down at the strong-armed thug and said coldly, I'm fine with this inn getting bloody. After all, I would seen a blood-covered inn just a few days before. Please, mister, spare me, spare me! The burly man, pinned down by me with a blade at his neck, instantly backed down, quietly pleading for mercy. Mister, don't kill him, let's talk it out. The waiter, scared stiff, didn't dare to get in close. He had completely lost his earlier thought act. Hold it. Just as I was pondering what to do with them, a clear female voice rang in my ears. A lady slowly descended the inn's stairs. As she walked, her fingers trailed along the railing. She appeared to be in her 20s, her abdo indicating she was married. She wore a light purple gown with a pale blue sash around her waist, giving an elegant and subdued impression. Familiar. With a glance, I immediately recognized her. She was... Liang? Before I could say her name, she beat me to it, calling out mine. She looked at me in surprise, standing there stunned, as her usual calm gone. Her name was Yuan, meaning kite. Perhaps her parents meant for her to fly high and have a fortuitous life, but she resembled her namesake Morgan, having the perceptiveness of a bird of a prey. She was the one I was searching for. Funny how things turned out. I didn't make it to Haijo, but here she is in this rip-off joint. I looked at Kite, recalling what I knew about her. Kite. I met her 5 years back. After the Tianxi explosion, lots of homeless people returned to their hometowns. I planned to head southeast but got mixed up and ended up following a group heading southwest. I traveled with them for a while, passing through a county near Anyang, where there was trouble brewing. 2 brothers there said the magistrate had messed up a case covering for a local landlord. The landlord took over their land, but because he was tied with the magistrate awarded the land to him. The 2 brothers got mad, got drunk, and decided to play bandit, aiming to raid the landlord's grain one night. Some refugees heard about it and agreed to join them in the robbery. They talked about justice, but really they were just after their own gain. They'd been starving for days, didn't care about anything upholding justice or assisting the poor. They just wanted to snatch some grain, and the brothers stepped out giving them an excuse. How do I know? Because I was one of them. Had been hungry too long, just wanted a decent and fulfilling meal. So I tagged along to grab some food too. One night, we followed the brothers. We waited at the landlord's place, climbed his walls with a wooden ladder, and snuck inside. Found the grain stash fast, knocked out the servants guarding it, and grabbed a sack each before making a run for it. It should have ended there. Turned out things didn't go as planned. Those brothers, they nabbed the grain but couldn't resist heading to the landlord's room to rough him up. And among our group, some had their eyes on the landlord's woman, thinking they could take advantage of them. As I tried to spill with the grain, I saw they'd offered the landlord and his wife. They were busy abusing the landlord's concubine and messing up his servants. I tried to talk sense, but nobody listened. I didn't want to get involved because I was worried that the official soldiers would come looking. Wanted to just split with the grain. Then I heard someone shout from far off, saying they found the landlord's daughter hiding in the room. For some reason, maybe curiosity, maybe something else. I hesitated for a second before leaving. I ran with two others towards the voice, planning to take a look. We stormed into a room and caught a guy trying to force himself on a woman, tearing at her clothes. I hadn't planned on stepping in, but her screams and his disgusting laughter made me sick. I couldn't take it anymore. Instead of just talking, I dropped the grain, grabbed my blade, and charged at the guy, cutting him down with one swift stroke. The people who came with me got scared off by my sudden move and bolted out the door, probably to tell others about my betrayal. Me? To dodge any retaliation from my erstwhile accomplices, I grabbed the woman and made a run for it. Soon enough, the constable showed up and found us. Thinking I was just a servant, they let me off the hook. At our direction, they stormed the landlord's place. Most of the crooks couldn't escape and got caught on the spot. Meanwhile, with the woman's help, I slipped out of the town and kept heading west. Clyde was the woman, the landlord's daughter. After that, I thought I would never see her again. She just thanked me for saving her, didn't ask why I was with those crooks raiding her house, and she never brought it up later. 2 years back, I bumped into her again in Shanzhou. I was looking to sell off some stuff at a dodgy pawn shop, and turned out she was the boss there. Took her a second to recognize me, then she invited me into the back for tea. She told me that after the mess 3 years ago, her family was left with just a few servants and their business tanked. The marriage they had lined up for her fell apart because of it. So she got her kin to set up a new marriage, ended up marrying into a wealthy family in Shanzhou, and only to find out the guy ran a dodgy pawn shop. Her husband kicked the bucket soon after they tied the knot, leaving her running the pawn shop solo. By chance we met again and finally learned each other's names. I stayed in Shanzhou for a few months and often dropped by to see her. But our connection didn't stop here. I even came looking for her to help with these lamps. And now here we are, bumping into each other once more at the inn near Haizhou. Liang, last time we met 2 years back, right? Yeah, 2 years ago. When I was in Shanzhou, you showed up at my pawn shop to fence stuff. Guide came down the inn stairs smiling at me. Back then I mentioned I thought Shan wasn't safe and wanted to head up to Jin to avoid trouble. How'd you find this place? Maybe you forgot, but then you clearly said you wanted to go to Haizhou, so I came here to find you. Didn't expect that I would bump into you at the dodgy pawn shop last time and at the dodgy inn this time. How come the places you run are always so dodgy? In today's world, ain't many honest jobs worth doing, right? She giggled briefly, covering her face, but soon her expression turned serious. Liang, I know you're all about the hustle, handling your own stuff. So what's up? What brings you to me this time? How'd you find your way to Haizhou? For them, I told her, glancing at the girls nearby. Quite a few young girls. Say my business isn't honest, but aren't you doing some shady stuff yourself? Kinda, well, not exactly. For a moment, I didn't know how to tell Kite about all that happened. Wasn't right with these lambs listening, and it didn't feel right with everyone else in the inn hearing. Kite caught on to what I was getting at. Little Jiang, old bull, take the girls to the kitchen and fix up some grub. Master Liang and I need to talk alone for a bit. Got it, boss. Sure thing. After Kite spoke, the waiter and the burly man led the girls to the kitchen. Mansui eyed Kite warily. Xianghua and the other lambs looked uneasy too. I mean, not too long ago I almost got into it with a tough guy called Iron Ball, and now I'm chatting it up with his boss. It's definitely a bit strange. Don't worry, it was all a mix-up. She's the one I was planning to bring you all to meet in the city. Someone trustworthy. I introduced Kite to the lambs. So the boss here is the one Master Liang was after. Master Liang was after a lady, huh? Oh, a lady. The lambs chimed in with their own reactions, but what caught me off guard was they seemed more shocked that the person I was seeking was a woman than the fact that I was looking for the owner of a shady inn. All right. You girls head to the kitchen now. I'll be there soon. I waved them off, urging the lambs to hurry. Okay, let's go. Don't want to interrupt Master Liang's catch-up time with his lady friend. Mansui directed the other lambs towards the kitchen and muttered something under her breath, sounding a bit strange. What's with the mysterious lass? Liang, seems like you're getting on real fine with these girls. Doesn't look like you're some shady dealer after all. Kite glanced at the reactions of the lambs and teased me. It's a long story, I sighed, planning to start from the scratch and explain everything. I told Kite about what went down in the last 20 days. About 20 days back, Tong and I got roped into an escort job by Yin-san. Yin-san pulled a fast one on us, making us think we were just delivering a few lambs to rich family to raise as their own. It wasn't until later that we learned those lambs were bound for Luoyang, where some powerful bio would play with them till they died, or even eat them alive. Tong and I had a big fight over it. I didn't want those lambs to end up dead and wanted out of the job. Tong insisted on carrying on, lied to me, saying he would cooperate. Things got heated passing through Shanzhou. I ended up taking him out and burying him before heading to Haijiao. Dang, you actually killed your buddy. It had to. No way you would both make it here. We were at a stalemate, had to be done. Who's the buyer in Luoyang? Can't say, won't help you any. Alright, don't need to know. So, you want me to help you finish the job and sell these girls? Yeah, trying to find a way to sell them off. Going rate from a few years back, 100 taels of silver each. She looked a bit conflicted. What's up? Can't find a way? I frowned, asking her. It's not that I can't find a way, but it's impossible to sell them for 100 taels now. Years of disasters have doubled or tripled the price of grain in the northwest. The business of selling people doesn't make as much money as it used to. Now even selling for 50 taels is difficult. Impossible. Tong said that the buyer in Luoyang was willing to pay 200 taels for just 4 of the lambs. Then why don't you think about how the buyer will treat these lambs? How much they sell for depends on where you want to send them. If you sell them to the brothel, you can get 100 taels each, but they probably won't live long, and even if they do, life there is worse than death. If you sell them to a child bride, you can get 50 taels each. As child brides, it's all about luck. If they meet a good person, that's their blessing. If they don't, then they'll have to leave it to fate. You only have these two options, the brothel or child brides? Yeah. These days, if you want to make good money, those are the only two ways. I looked down. Selling them to the brothel is out of the question. Selling them off as child brides could work. But is that really the right thing to do? Liang, if you're not up for selling them off like that, I have another idea. What's that? Kite suddenly suggested, grabbing my attention. I could use some extra help here. You can sell those two sisters to me for 5 taels each. As for the other 2 girls, you can figure something out. If you need any introductions, I can help. Only 5 taels? I looked at Kite, finding the price too low. Yeah. Considering I'll be providing for them and they won't be able to do much work, it's actually a loss for me. 5 taels is quite generous, Kite explained slowly. I lowered my head in silence, biting my lower lip in thought. I trust Kite. She would take good care of Hongar and Suyar. Maybe I could figure out something for Xianghua and Mansui later. With just 10 teals for all of this, and who knows if I'll even have any left after sorting everything out. I've been looking after them for so long, risking everything, getting rid of Tong, ditching Yinsan's job, getting into all sorts of trouble along the way. I was planning to grab more money, head south, and carve out a peaceful life from this chaotic world. And now I'm supposed to give up all my earnings, or even lose money, so they can have a better life. What kind of deal is that? Am I really going to give up my own peace to ensure they're okay? Being this good isn't my usual style. I'm a wolf, ready to do anything to survive. Just keeping them alive is enough. Is it really worth being a total do-gooder? Liang, being kind in this messed up world isn't free. Sell for a good price or be a good guy. Which will you choose? Kite's words hung in the air. After some inner struggle, I finally had my answer. Let me think it over some more. When faced with Kite's question, I didn't give her an immediate answer. There's been the voice inside me all along saying, get a good price for them. It said some other things too. I've done enough. I killed Tonk to save these lambs. How can I care about them when I'm struggling to protect myself? But even though these thoughts kept ringing in my head, I hesitated. I'll think it over. Sure, take your time, no rush here. It's getting late. Grab some grub. We'll chat more tomorrow. With a slight smile, Kite stepped away from the moment. I ignored Kite's advice and didn't go straight to the kitchen for food. Instead, I wandered outside the inn feeling restless. Like a confused wolf, I paced back and forth, hungry but unsure due to my inner struggle. Reflecting on the past 20 days only heightened my agitation. I would be uncomfortable sending those lambs as child brides. Too many bad people out there. What if they run into someone who beats or curses them? What if they're forced to have babies and die in childbirth? Or worse, what if they end up sold to the swine demon by whoever bought them? How would I have saved them all then? Not good. Can't risk their future like that. The sky darkened and my stomach growled with hunger. It's time to eat something. I walked into the inn with the sun behind me, heading towards the lobby. Inside, the innkeeper was tidying up tables, while the burly man I taught a lesson to earlier was setting the inn's account books. I hadn't expected him to also handle account books. After asking about the kitchen, I was pointed in the right direction. A few steps later, I found myself in the kitchen. Surprisingly, all the lamps were there. Sir, drop the knife. No, I want to use it. You're too young for that. It's dangerous. You'll cut yourself. Sis, you're no fun. Silly girl, I'm not trying to be mean, but if you cut yourself, there's no medicine. Alright, don't fuss over this, you two. Hunger, let her try. I'll show her how to handle the knife and to keep watch. If Sis Sui says so, fine. Sis Sui is cool. What should we chop first, garlic or cabbage? Cabbage. We haven't peeled the garlic. Can't cut it yet. They all huddled by the stove in the back kitchen. Mansui stood in the center with Hongar and Suyar on the side, and Xiongqua on the other. From afar, it seemed like the last was showing Suyar how to handle a knife. What are you all doing? I walked up, curious about their activities. Master Liang! Master Liang! Xiongqua and Suyar spotted me first and gasped. Then Mansui and Hongar turned around to see me too. When they noticed me, they got all tense and swiftly hid their hands behind their backs. I saw on the cutting board they were pork, garlic, and some chopped cabbage. Are they cooking? Master Liang, you're here? Mansui greeted me with a beaming smile. I glanced at her, grinned, and eyed the other lambs puzzled. Why are you all acting sneaky? You sneaking snacks or something? I asked the lambs in a low voice. No, we aren't sneaking food. Then what are you doing? Master Liang, Sis Sui is showing us how to cook. Huh? Why all the sneakiness for cooking? I prodded further, wanting to know more from Xiongqua. Sis Sui said we should cook secretly and surprise you when it's done. If you had known earlier, maybe you wouldn't have been surprised. Xiongqua lowered her head, her face slightly red, and nervously clutched her clothes, revealing the truth. The other lambs nodded along. It didn't look like a lie. Seems like it's my fault. I burrowed into their kitchen and disrupted the surprise they had prepared. Master Liang, look, I can chop veggies! Suyar called out to me. I leaned over to see her chopping. She gripped the knife in one hand and pressed down with the other, putting all her weight into slicing of the cabbage. With some effort, she managed to cut off a piece of a cabbage and then looked at me with pride as if waiting for praise. Her chopping technique might be a bit awkward, but at least she got the job done. Not bad, but when you get stronger and your aim is steadier, you can try using a straight chop, I calmly told her as I took the knife from her hand. I held the cabbage in one hand while gripping the knife handle in the other. Then I swiftly made 3 cuts, slicing the cabbage evenly. Wow, Master Liang, that's way quicker. I wanna try to— Not yet, sweetheart. Master Liang said wait till you're stronger or you might get hurt. Sister's no fun, never lets me try. Xianghua praised my knife skills while the 2 sisters argued again about cutting vegetables. What are you cooking up there? I asked the lambs curiously while eyeing the vegetables on the cutting board. There was a bit cabbage, some wild greens, a bulb of garlic, and what looked like not enough 2 eggs of something. What's the plan for this dish? We're making 3 simple dishes, including egg drop soup with wild vegetables, garlic stir-fried pork, and salted cabbage. Huh? You're the one teaching them. Yeah, learned from Mom before. Mansui proudly smiled at me with a hint of smugness in her eyes. This lass knows quite a lot of things. Alright, you girls go ahead and cook. I won't be in the way here. I'll come back to taste it when you're done. Sure, that's natural. We wanted to make it for you anyway. Okay, make sure you eat plenty. Mansui nodded, and Suyar seemed excited too. They're pretty fired up. I wonder how it'll turn out. Watching them from afar, my gaze softened and a slight smile playing at the corners of my lips. If, at this moment, I had a bronze mirror in front of me, I probably wouldn't recognize myself, would I? Ah, the cabbage. I want the cabbage, man. The sun went down. I sat at the wooden table in the lobby of the inn. The lamp brought out the cooked food. Steam rose from the dishes, filling the inn with a delicious smell. I was pretty hungry, but I didn't rush to eat to keep up a grown-up image. Here, Master Liang, give him a taste. After all the dishes were served, hunger urged me on. She seemed quite eager. Got it. When people finish cooking, they're always the most eager for others to eat. I remember when I was a kid, my dad, while still around, used to be the first to tell me to eat once he cooked, threatening to spank me if I didn't eat while it was still hot. Here, Master Liang, eat up! Thea handed me a pair of chopsticks, eager for me to taste her cooking. All right, I nodded and used the chopsticks to pick up a piece of garlic stir-fried pork. Click. I took a bite and chewed slowly. I savored the flavor of a meat. It was cooked just right, tender and juicy, although a bit lacking in seasoning. But I couldn't blame them. The kitchen probably didn't have many spices on hand. Master Liang, how's the dish? Hongar eagerly asked. It's good, pretty tasty, I said simply. Hongar and Suya looked happy hearing that. Try some egg drop soup with wild vegetables, Master Liang. Xianghua offered as I finished the meat. She handed me a wooden spoon. Seems like she had a big part in this dish. I remember seeing her washing the wild veggies earlier. I took a spoonful of soup and tasted it. Strong veggies taste. Not good? Xianghua seemed disappointed. It's actually pretty good. I didn't want Xianghua to feel too bad, so I said that the soup was okay, even though I didn't really like it. It's not her fault, though. Wild greens just aren't my thing. Maybe they needed something else to balance it out, like a bit of cooking wine? Anyway, after the soup I checked out the third dish. Give it a try, Master Liang. Mansui smiled at me expectantly. Looks like she made this dish. I picked up the chopsticks and grabbed a piece of stir-fried cabbage. Mansui smiled as she watched me eat. This last, she isn't spiking my food, right? Seeing her sneaky grin, I got this weird idea. Nah, she wouldn't. Sure, I scolded her and spanked her, but poison? Doubt it. Plus, the other lambs will eat this later. Even if she wanted to poison me, she wouldn't harm those lambs who call her sis Sui, would she? Thinking that, I felt a bit better. I grabbed my chopsticks and dug into the cabbage. It's cooked real nice. The cabbage feels just right, not too crunchy, not too soft. And she poured some pork broth on top of it and sprinkled chopped garlic, giving it some extra flavor. Good to say this lass knows how to cook. Master Liang, tasty, right? Nancy leaned on the table, looked at me. Okay, about as good as the other 2 dishes. Maybe a little tastier? I spoke carefully, not wanting to make the little brat too proud. I chopped up the cabbage for Sis Sui. Soya raised her hand. Yeah, I saw you chopping it earlier. I smiled at Suyar and she grinned back, showing her teeth. Join in, don't just watch me eat. I prompted the lambs to join in. After I said that, they obediently picked up their chopsticks and started eating. Master Liang, let me give you rice. No need, I got it. Okay. Suyar, have some more meat. No need, I'll get it myself. Still mad at me for not letting you chop veggies? Nope. Says Soy cooks so well, I want to improve too. You can learn over time, nothing happens overnight. Master Liang, try the soup again, the egg drops are tasty. Alright, I'll give it another try. I took another spoonful of the vegetable soup. I got some egg drop in it too. Definitely tastier than the egg drop added. As I ate, I watched the lambs before me. They didn't say anything to express their gratitude, but through the meal, I could feel their closeness. I don't know if it was Mansui's idea or group decision. They probably felt my kindness on the journey, providing food, drink, and safety, so they wanted to show their gratitude with this meal. What kind of person am I to them? I figure at the start, me and the Tong were pretty much the same. Both of us were human traffickers, with Tong being a bit harsh and me being quieter. But as we traveled and experienced more together, they began to see the difference between us. They weren't as scared of me anymore, especially after that bathhouse incident in Wenxiang. These lamps even started bossing me around to do things. Later, I offed Tong for them, joined their shadow place, and got closer. Started feeling less like a human trafficker, more like an older friend. Friend. I don't think there is a wolf in the world who can be friends with sheep. So, if I took them as my friends, can I still call them lambs? Maybe it's time to see them as kids. Kids. In that case, as their grown friend, I can't just send these kids off to be child brides. If that happened, the sisters will be split up, maybe never to see each other again. If that happens, Xiongqua will never see her parents again, and she'll have regrets for the rest of her life. And Mansui, that last, I can't quite figure her out. I don't know how she would take it, but I know that that isn't what she wants either. I guess that's it then. I really can't do it. I see them as important kids. I'm not cut out to be a wolf. Suyar, Hongar, I called out their names softly. Master Liang, what is it? Master Liang? Suyar and Hongar looked at me curiously. How did the waiter treat you earlier? The waiter was nice. He showed us the kitchen. Yeah, he was going to cook for us, asked what we liked. If Sis Sui hadn't said we were cooking ourselves, he would have made us food. The innkeeper, how was she? She's great. Never seen such a pretty lady before. Seems like a nice sister. One more thing. If you could choose, would you rather go somewhere nice or back home? I asked the critical final question. I want to go home. Be with my parents and little boy. Suyar spoke up first, her eyes shining. Suyar. Hongar interrupted her sister. Master Liang, we want to go somewhere nice, not back home. Mom and Dad said, home's in trouble, no food. Going back will hurt everyone. We need to marry well, live better, than help our family later. Hongar spoke each word carefully as if remembering her parents' words. I stayed quiet. Hongar was wise beyond her years. She knew her family sent them away because they couldn't afford to feed them. It was practically selling them off. Even if they returned, they would likely be sold again. Suyar didn't grasp this, and Hongar couldn't explain it to her. It's better not to understand some things. But I hope they won't bother coming back to help that family which sold them. That kind of family. What's there to help? Alright, I get your point. Let me ask you one more thing, I said seriously, having made up my mind. I lowered my head and raised it to meet their eyes. Suyar, Hongar, I've thought about it. I found you a good place. If you stay with the innkeeper here, living with that sister for a while, would you be okay with that? I questioned the two, their eyes widening with a sudden unease. Master Liang, are you going to leave us here? No, I want to stay with you. After a brief pause, Hongar's voice quivered as she asked, and tears welled up in Suyar's eyes. She had nearly cried when she thought about going home earlier. Now, hearing that I'm going to leave her behind, she wanted to cry even more. No tears, okay? Let me explain. I'm not trying to leave you guys behind, it's just that I was going to drop you off here. I took a job from Yinsand to send you all as child brides. But I thought about it, and sending you as child brides will separate you two. Better for you to stay together here at the inn. Are we close to the end yet? Oh, that's a good question. Let me see. So, allegedly, we're like 56%, and we're here in chapter 13. And looks like the ending is just around the corner. Like, literally just around the corner, because it seems like it's like 15 chapters. So it looks like we have 2 ahead, but I don't understand how the story completion works. After my words, Hongar and Suya grew quieter. They stared at me, seemingly lost in thought. After a moment, Hongar spoke up again. Are you leaving us, Master Liang? Hongar raised her eyes, her voice still tinged with tears. What do you mean close to bad end? Yes, I will have to leave eventually. I let out a sigh. Got my own stuff to handle, got some old enemies to dodge. Once I sort you two out, I'm heading south to lay low for a while. I was a bit surprised myself by being so upfront with the sisters. But you know, I'll remember this inn's location. Maybe one day I'll come back to see you here. I think we do. I mean, so far we were doing everything she wanted, so I don't know why we would not have a good affinity with her. But I don't know what the endings are, so... And I don't know what other decisions I'll have to take. When fate allows, people will meet again sooner or later, I told Suyar, and I gently patted her head. I found myself wearing a forced, gentle smile, a rare sight indeed. The smile felt stiff even to me, yet I somehow managed to make it. I didn't want these girls to cry again. I get it. We'll stay. You got to visit us, Master Liang. I'm staying too. Don't want to leave, sis. Master Liang, sis Soy, sis Hua, you gotta come visit us, Hongar and Suyard said to us. Mansui and Xiongqua smiled seeing them like that. Xiongqua, after confirming Hongar's and Suyard's intentions, I turned to Xiongqua. Master Liang? Xiongqua looked at me, put down her chopsticks, and fidgeted in her seat. She just heard what I said to the sisters, so I likely guessed what I was going to say. I know where you come from. Forget what Inside told you. You'll stay here for a while. I'll talk to the innkeeper and try to find your family. If I find them, then they can come and get you. Now, do you still want to see them? Tears welled up in Xionghua's eyes. She bit her lip, her jaw shaking and her eyelashes trembling. Yes. Shortly after, she uttered a word with a tearful voice. This word made her answer clear to me. All right, I'll do it, I said, firmly meeting her gaze. If she wants to see her family, I'll make it happen. Decided? Okay. After an hour I finished eating. I met with Kite again, chatting in the lobby. I've thought it over, going to do the right thing. Those 2 sisters will stay here. I'll sell them to you for 10 taels and trouble you to take care of them in the future. For Xionghua, I'll find her family. Any ideas? You know where she's from? Checked. Her father was an official in the capital, but got sent to the border for cozying up too much to the Inspector General Yuan. Hang tight. I'll pry into her parents' statues and report back. Okay. With that lead on her parents, we can let her stay here for now. I'll have someone track down where they are and reach out. So, should I give you more money for finding out and sending letters? No. I'll sort it out with her parents later. If they need money for postage or her trip back, they'll cover it. But her parents got exiled to the border. They got money? Usually, unless they're banished for something serious. Don't sweat it. I won't push too hard if they're tight. Long as they still care about her, I'm on board. Okay. After hearing Sky's plan for Xionghua, I felt better. And what about the last one? Sky looked at me, asking about Mansui. Oh, she meant Mansui. I guess Mansui made quite an impression on her too. That last wants to go to Luoyang, has her own plans. I don't fully agree, but I'll tag along to Luoyang and chat with her on the way. Heard she's lost all her close kin. I'll try finding some distant relatives around Luoyang. If not, we'll figure something out then. I remarked casually. When it comes to Mansui, the last I'm confident. I'm also cautious. On one hand, I trust her smarts. She could find her way out of any mess. But on the other hand, I can't shake the feeling she's hiding something from me, especially with her insistence on going to Luoyang. I need to sit down and have a chat with her. Clear the air. Okay. I've got too many girls here anyway. Taking her with you is fine. Tomorrow, I'll help you sort things out at the station. Get you on a cargo wagon. That'll get you to Luoyang quicker. Taking a cargo wagon saves walking. Awesome. Thanks. I nodded to Kite, but then I paused, realizing that there was something else I needed to ask her. Kite, but one more thing to ask. What's that? Know how to get into Haijiu? Yep. Though it's sealed off, they opened the southeast gate at dawn for trade. If you're up early tomorrow, I can have the waiter guide you, but only one person, okay? No problem. Was planning on going alone anyway. Why are you going to the city? Kite blinked, puzzled by my sudden trip into the city tomorrow. Just going to the market to buy stuff. Need supplies for the journey, selling the pack horses for money. And since we're parting soon, I'll get them gifts, I awkwardly told Kite. Kate chuckled softly when she heard me say that. What's amusing? I frowned, wondering why she was laughing. Nothing. Just funny how after all this time you're still you. Still me. Yep, just Liang. You're not a wolf, you're a Liang. Kite smirked and spoke vaguely. Her eyes showed a mix of pity, mockery, and tenderness. Kite's words were nonsense. Calling me a good person who lived up to my name was laughable. I've taken out plenty of people, and even if I stop the debts I owe will never be repaid in a lifetime. I'm no saint. I'm just a fool who wanted to be a wolf but ended up half-baked one. That's all. At dawn, I went out early with the waiter. We went into the city through the southeast gate of Haijiu, heading to the morning market to buy stuff. We only had about 2 hours to shop, as being late meant we would be stuck inside the city. We hurried along, hardly talking. Along the way, I counted the days since I met the girls. It had been about 20 days, if my math was right. Looking back, I realized how much those 20 days had changed. The old me would have been shocked to see all I've done for these girls now. What can I get for you, sir? I'm looking to buy gifts for 4 girls, ranging from 12 to 6 years old. What do you think would be suitable? Ah, I've come to the right person. I have daughters myself, so I know exactly what little girls like. Little ones will love windmills, tambourines, and clay rattles. Get one for each, they'll play for a long time. As they grow older, girls love fashion. Clothes or accessories would be perfect. You don't seem that old. How come you've got 4 little girls with you? I'm not married, they're not mine, just kids I'm looking after for friends. Enough chat, show me what you've got. Sure thing. I got gifts for the girls. Later I grabbed breakfast at the bun shop and got a basket of buns to go. After packing up everything, I met with the waiter and we headed back to the inn together. Get up, all of you. Downstairs to the lobby. After returning, they straightened at their clothes, rubbed their sleepy eyes, and slowly gathered in the lobby. I skipped that one line. Master Liang, why'd you wake us up so early? It's not early anymore. The rooster crowed 2 hours ago. Come, get you girls a basket of buns. I laid the bundle containing the buns on the table and opened it up. 8 buns were laid out, catching the girls' eyes right away. More buns! Oh, wow, Master Liang, you're so kind. Meat buns! Meat buns! The 3 girls gathered excitedly, their eyes sparkling as if about to drool at the sight of the buns. What are you waiting for? They again, but only take 2 each, no more. I chuckled, and the kids eagerly reached out to grab their buns. No bun for you, Mr. Liang? Mansui asked, puzzled, holding one. Nope, already had mine. Finish up, then I'll show you what I got for you girls, I casually remarked as they chewed on the buns. Gifts? Sui-er asked me with a mouthful of bun, her words somewhat muffled. Yeah, I brought gifts for you, in another package. I want to see too. The 2 sisters came to the package containing the gifts, holding their buns. Wait, finish eating before checking out the gifts. Don't forget to wash your hands or you'll dirty them. I cautioned the eager girls seriously. They obediently tugged their hands back. What's the rush? After half an instant's stick time, the lambs finished their buns. They wiped their oily mouths, washed their hands, and gathered around the wooden table, eagerly waiting for me to unwrap the package. I opened the package, revealing its contents to them. A red tambourine, a green clay rattle, and a purple windmill toy. Here, these are all for you. I pointed to the gifts in the package, speaking slowly. Wow! Sierra grasped, leaning in to get a better look at the gifts. The other lamps were glued to the side as well. I aimed to hand out the gifts individually and show them how to play with each one. Hongar, here's your tambourine. How do I play it? Watch. Hold it like this and spin it back and forth to make some noise. Thank you, Master Liang. After showing her how to use the tambourine, I gave it to her. She seemed pretty happy with it. Sweetheart, here's your clay rattle. Clay rattle, how do I play? Just shake it near your ear or roll it on the ground. You'll hear something special. Let me try. Wow, it sounds like a sand. Suyar, say thanks to Master Liang. Thanks, Master Liang. I gave the clay rattle to Suyar. She took it carefully, like she was holding a treasure. Quickly, she took it by her ear, enjoying the sound of the sand inside. Xianghua, here. Don't get too excited. Here, take this wind wheel. I gave the wind wheel to Xianghua. I wasn't sure if this little thing would be too shabby, but I couldn't think of anything else suitable, so I picked this for you. It's okay, I really like it. Just blow on it and the wind will start spinning. Alright, let me try. Whoosh. Master Yang is actually spinning, looks great. Xianghua showed me the wind wheel, really excited. Well, if she's happy with it, that's good. Honestly, I was worried she might not like it, given her background, but thankfully kids usually like anything you give them. Master Liang, where's my gift? After unpacking everything from my package, Mansui spoke up suddenly. She poked my arm, frowning slightly, seeming mostly confused but a bit annoyed. Nope, didn't buy you anything. Her face now showed equal parts confusion and irritation. Since you weren't well behaved, I didn't buy you one. Now she's mostly annoyed. Fine, forget it. She muttered in frustration, then turned away from me. You fell for it. She seemed mad. Ah, had my fun. Time to drop the act. Okay, no more teasing. Actually, I got you a gift too, but I didn't give it to you because we still have some traveling ahead. Oh, I see. Then why did you lie to me just now? Because you've tricked me before, so I wanted to get back at you and see how you'd react. Master Liang, you're not acting like your age at all. How childish are you? Maybe so, but I had to get even with you or I wouldn't feel right. Mansu laughed her and teased me and I didn't respond kindly. What's the gift? When do I get to see it? I'll open it up for you later on the carriage ride. Kite. After giving the gifts to the lambs, I called out to Kite. What's up? Leaving already? Kite lifted the curtain from the back kitchen and strolled over. Yeah, gifts are done. Got to pack up with the last, leaving soon. In a rush. No time for a break. Got no choice. Delay too long, employers might catch on. Taking this last to Luoyang first and escaping south. Still heading to Luoyang. Yes, sure thing. Mansui chimed in eagerly. It wasn't until then that I remembered. Stayed up too late last night and had to rise early. I still hadn't talked to the lass about what she planned to do in Luoyang. I wanted to persuade her to give up on her revenge, to let go of that swine demon, but I never got around to it. Oh well, we'll be passing through Luoyang anyway on our way south. I can talk to her on the road, no rush, okay? I've sent Old Bull to the station this morning to let them know. Just mention my name when you go to catch the carriage. Liang, why doesn't it seem like you're always in a rush every time you meet me? Kite chuckled, teasing me. I had to admit, she had a point. Every time I met her, it did feel like I was either escaping or on the run. Master Liang! As I spaced out, I heard Sui-Ara's voice. You're leaving? Sui-Ara held at a clay rattle I gave her, looking at me with a puzzled expression. Yeah, I'm leaving with Sis Suisun. When the three girls heard we were about to leave, they suddenly got a bit panicked. Please don't leave. Sui-Ara rushed over, clutching onto my leg tightly. Tears streamed down her face. Hey, stop that, okay? You cried last night and now you're crying today. I told you, didn't I? I've got to go. From now on, you and Hongar will live with Sis Kite. You've got to work hard. Sis Kite will take care of your food and shelter, but you need to learn some skills too. As for Hyunkwa, she'll stay with Kite for now. Kite will help her get in touch with her family until someone comes to pick her up. But I don't want you to leave, Master Liang, or Sis Sui either. Stop it. No, no, no! Sui R still held onto my leg, crying and fussing. Tears and snot smeared my leg. Sui R, stop! Hunger shouted at Sui R. Sui R lifted her tear-streaked face from my leg, looking at her sister with watery eyes. We agreed last night. I even told you when we got back. Master Liang and Sis Sui are leaving. Sis Sui slept with you last night, and Master Liang gave you a gift. We've done everything we could, saying our goodbyes properly. Why are you fussing now? Hello. Hongar scolded Suyar. However, her eyes had also reddened. Sigh. Maybe that's just how kids are. Even though we talked about leaving last night and she seemed okay with it, she's acting up again today. The younger they are, the harder goodbyes seem to be for them. Alright, Suyar, listen up. Master Liang's got stuff to do, only going to be gone for a while. But take my word, he's the type to circle back. Seen him do it 3 times now, pops up when you least expect it. For now, you'll learn from me, help out, and I'll treat you right. I promise I'll treat you twice as nice as Master Liang does. I reached out and gave Suyar head a gentle pat. Suyar let go of my hand and stared at Kaide blankly. So, will Master Liang and Sisui really come back? They will, Kaide assured Suyar. Yeah, I will. Mansui also promised Suyar. Her eyes looked very sincere, not like she was lying, but I knew this lass could easily pretend to be sincere to trick people. Anyway, after that, Suyar stopped causing trouble. Before Mansui I left, she hugged me, the lambs, one after another, whispering into each of their ears. I didn't catch what she said. I'm curious what she said. I really am. Then we said goodbyes to the lambs, crossed the inn's threshold, and were about to leave. Master Liang! Before leaving the inn, I heard Xiongqua call out to me. Yeah? I turned back. I waited for her to speak, but tears welled up in her eyes, and she didn't say anything else. As I was about to leave, it hit me that Xiongqua might even be sadder than Hongar and Suyar. I would be going 1,000 miles south, and once her parents come for her, they would head north 1,000 miles too. This meant that even if I returned someday, while Hongar and Suyar might still be around, Xiongqua probably wouldn't. It's a farewell, a final goodbye. People always experience their last moments with others unexpectedly. Even times of peace, but especially in times of chaos, it's just the way it goes. And that's the case with her and me. Bye, I mumbled, my voice a bit distant. Then, turning away, I walked forward alongside Mansui. Whoosh, whoosh. A breeze swept by, tousling my hair and ruffling my clothes. I pulled down my bamboo hat to keep my hair in check. I could hear the little windwheel spinning behind me. It was accompanied by tambourine's beat and the soft rustle of the clay rattle. Their cries, though muted, were unmistakable. Amidst the music I could hear the faint sobs of the girls. All the sounds melded together. Adjusting my bamboo hat, I marched forward. The noises faded into the distance until they vanished. Goodbye. Even though it might be our last, we still said goodbye. And it's so sad. Leaving them in an inn like this, Master Liang? We walked along the dirt road, and Mansui suddenly turned to ask me. Yep, I've sorted things out with Kite. She'll look after them fine. Hongar and Suyar will be with her from now on, and as for Xiongqua, Kite will help her go back to her family. Wow. You really trust this Kite, huh? You too close or something? Don't talk nonsense. She got married 2 years ago. It has nothing to do with me. I trust her because we have some old debts between us. I once saved her life and she helped me sell stolen goods and evade pursuit by the authorities. Mansui nodded. She probably figured out Kite's background. What about you? Do you trust Kite? No. I trust her. I had a sister who was kind to me before, and this Kite reminds me of her. She had a sister before? Was she her real sister? I detected something suspicious in her words, but I didn't plan to delve into such minor matters. Why didn't you leave me at the inn, Master Liang? We had been walking towards the station for a while when she suddenly asked me. Kite can't take care of too many lambs. Besides, didn't you mention wanting to seek revenge on Luoyang before? I replied, lowering my voice. She seemed a bit lost when I asked, as if needing a moment to gather her thoughts. Eventually, in a raspy voice, she responded, "Yeah, still going to Luoyang. Need to get my revenge. You could sell me to the swine demon. Yin-san has connections in Luoyang. Tell them we got attacked by big tigers on the road, that they ate everyone but me. I'll help you lie about it. They might not blame you then, might even give you some extra money." She calmly outlined her plan to sell herself to the swine demon. She talked about it as if it wasn't her own fate she was deciding. I thought about what she said. It made sense. It didn't cost much for Yin-san to get a lamb, but the swine demon would pay a lot more. If I give them a lamb, Yin-san gets his money back. And if the swine demon really needs a lamb, they'll take it, even just one. If I give Mansui to them and blame the missing stuff on tigers, I can still finish the deal like usual. Then, profit aside, I won't be blamed as much for messing up. Looking at it like that, it's not a bad plan. Not good. I thought about it some more, and there's a fatal flaw in this plan. What if Mansui's revenge ends up dragging me into it? If I send her over there and she goes through with the assassination, whether she succeeds or not, she's committing a heinous crime. Once she commits that crime, it's on me too, and I'll be implicated in her actions. Plus, didn't I already make up my mind? I won't send any lamb to the swine demon after all, especially considering what they'll be facing. It's just too despicable. Even for this lass who tried to kill me and lied to me before, I can't bring myself to do it. I still say no to your revenge plan. I'll take you to Luoyang because I know lots of people there and it's easier to sneak south from there. Once we're in Luoyang, I won't contact anyone linked to Yin-san to sell you off. I'll think of another plan for you, I told Mansui seriously. Okay, let's go to Luoyang first. Maybe I'll just forget about revenge and have some fun there, Mansui said with a smile. I wasn't sure if she truly meant it or was she just trying to ease the tension. How could she treat something so serious so lightly? After a half-mile walk, we arrived at the station Kite mentioned. These stations were usually for official use only, so common people like us couldn't use their transportation. But lately, with new government rules, many of those stations had been downsized and things were a bit chaotic. The station staffs couldn't make ends meet with just government funds, so they started taking private jobs on the side. Kite pulled some strings and paid a bit, so we could hitch a ride on one of the delivery wagons heading towards Luoyang. You are the ones the innkeeper mentioned? Yeah. Just you two? Where to? Just us two, heading to Luoyang. Hop on that wagon over there. When you're in, don't mess with anything inside. These are all bags of salt for the palace of the Lord. I'll check them again before you get off. Got it. We'll behave and stay out of trouble, I told the wagon driver, then climbed on the wagon with Mansui. I hopped on the first, then reached out and helped her up on the wagon. The wagon was packed with salt sacks, likely from the nearby salt pits by Haijo. Mansui and I nested among the sacks. She took one end and I settled on the other, facing each other. Space inside the wagon was tight, but it seemed like she had a bit more room to sit than I did. Hey, let's switch spots. Okay, I mentioned to Mansui and she nodded, swapping spots with me. We're stuck in this wagon for 2 days, so I'm not gonna be polite with her. Besides, she's smaller and better suited for the slightly narrower spot. Yeah, this wagon's dark as heck. Feels like a jail ride. But hey, it's just a cargo hauler. Good one tiny window for air. Good to endure this 2-day trip to Luoyang. These recent days have really been rough. Might as well catch some sleep. Mr. Liang. As I sighed and looked at the tiny window, Mansui called my name. What's the matter? I raised an eyebrow looking at her. She wants her gift. That lord that the driver mentioned earlier, is he the swine demon? She whispered to me quietly. Yeah, if it's the lord in Luoyang, then he's indeed the swine demon you're after. You knew the swine demon was the lord all along. Yeah, I've known for a while. I'm baffled. How did this lass find out? Was it from Yin-san all along, or did she eavesdrop on my talk with tongue? I just can't seem to puzzle it out. Mr. Liang, what if we put poison into the salt bags? Can we kill the swine demon? Just as I was wondering how she knew the swine demon was the lord, she spoke up again. Nope, can't do that. There are too many palace servants. Poisoning the salt might harm innocent people. Plus, if the swine demon survives, you'll trace it back to the drivers and us, putting Kite and other alarms at risk too. Makes sense. Mansui nodded, seemingly abandoning the idea of poisoning the salt bags. Can we just hide in the wagon and then attack the swine demon when we arrive? Nope. I'm not sure if this wagon is headed straight to their palace, but even if it is, we can't just go ahead with this plan. What if we charge out and the swine demon ain't there? We'd be in a fix. If we step out with blades, their guards will catch us in no time, and remember, killing the swine demon is your thing, not mine. Is that so, Master Liang? Don't you want to be a hero, take down the swine demon, leave a mark in the history? I've long abandoned the hero's path. I'm not willing to risk my life for a dream I've forsaken. I dosed Mansui's enthusiasm, and she's still too naive. Even if I were to slay this swine demon, how could I make the history? The chronicles are filled with his royal kin, and they're the ones who write the history books. Killing him would merely make me another outlaw in the annals. Me and Mansui sat in the wagon. After about a slick of an instant's time, the wagon finally started moving. Luckily, the wagon was pretty good for a muffling sound, so our earlier talk probably went unheard by the driver. Then suddenly he shouted, "Moving? Hold on!" And he gave the reins a tug, setting the 4 horses pulling the wagon into motion. The clattering hoofs and creaking wheels edged along trails in the dirt path. The wagon sped along, jolting us inside like bouncing bunnies, our backsides taking the pounding. 2 days of this and I'll need a cushion. Guess I'm more of a walker than a wagon rider. If it weren't for time constraints, I would rather hoof it. Definitely walking next time. Master Liang, ever been to Luyang? Just as I was mulling over the rough ride ahead, Mansui piped up. Fair enough. Guess I could chat with her, kill some time. Went to Luoyang twice before, just stopping by on business. How's Luoyang different from other cities? Wider streets, bigger houses, richer people. Oh, but not everyone's rich. Rich get richer, poor get poorer. I explained to Mansui, sharing my impressions of Luoyang. Besides that, lots of old buildings around. They say there are many ancient houses from the Tang and Song dynasties still standing in the city. And you? What do you think of Luoyang? After sharing my thoughts, I asked Mansui. She mentioned she's from around Luoyang, so she probably has some impressions of the city too. My memory's a bit foggy. Though my family lived near Luoyang, it's quite a trek. I've only been to Luoyang once. I was real young then. My dad took me to Luoyang. I remember a river in the city with a lake at the end. I think I got lost back then, walked along that river crying till I reached the lake. That's where I found my dad. A river in Luoyang? Oh, you mean the Chan River, right? If the Chan River connects to the Luo River, runs through the whole city, there can't be a lake, right? Guess I must have remembered wrong. Too bad. What's wrong? It's a shame that Soyara and the others won't get to see Luoyang. I wanted to show them around. Now, as we go, it's just you and me, Master Liang. This lass had quite the imagination. 1 minute we were talking about Luoyang, and the next she was lost in her own world, head slightly bowed. Let me ask you something. Right before we left, what did you tell them? I frowned and asked her. Didn't say much, just told them I'll come see them again. Said the same thing to everyone? Yeah, pretty much. Couldn't bring gifts, so I had to say bye somehow. Oh, by the way, did you forget my gift, Master Liang? Mansui suddenly got excited. She looked at me with hopeful eyes. Oh, I remembered now. This morning when I entered Haijo, I got a gift too. I haven't given it to her yet. Alright, I'll show you the gift now. I agreed and began reaching to the package behind me. After a few gropes, I easily found it. The gift was wrapped in a small package. I took it out and unwrapped it to show Mansui. It was a pair of shoes. Are those shoes? Mansui looked at the pair of shoes in the package a bit surprised. Inside the package was a pair of shoes. The shoes were a light blue with pointed tips and bright silver peonies stitched on both sides, looking delicate and small like 2 little birds with folded wings. Mansui glanced at the shoes, then at me. Why would you buy me shoes, Master Liang? After all the walking, I noticed your shoes were almost falling apart with your toes poking out. Worried about you having trouble walking later, so I got you a new pair of shoes. You don't like them? I do. Mansui lifted her gaze to meet mine, giving a slight smile. Her smile widened, showing her teeth and revealing 2 shallow dimples. I was kinda surprised. Never seen her like this before. When she smiled before, it seemed oddly mature. Usually her smiles felt kinda grown up. But now she's just like any other child her age, smiling brightly. This fabric feels really nice, so soft to the touch. Mansi held the shoes, not wanting to let go. They're expensive as hell, cost me 400 coins, they did, I replied. Can you help me try them on, Master Liang? She suddenly asked me softly. What? I didn't quite get what she meant right away. Just help me take off my shoes and put on the new ones. Her face turned a bit red as she asked me. You got hands and feet, why do you need me to do it? I asked her in a low voice. Just that, she wants me to change her shoes, can you believe it? Normally, it's servants who change shoes for their masters. She's just a lamb I'm selling. If I were a human trafficker, she would be my servant. Stinky feet? I can feel a flag being triggered. What do you mean by flag being triggered? I mean, they are probably all stinky, right? Because we were traveling and we didn't have a mention that we actually got like a bath when we were staying at Kite's place. How could she even ask me to change her shoes? I remember when I was real little, my dad gave me a pair of shoes too, and he helped me put them on. She looked down, her eyes shaded by her bangs, like she was remembering something. I paused. Just when she was pushing it, she explained why she wanted me to help her change her shoes. I see. She mentioned it a few days ago. Her sister and parents are all gone, and she doesn't have any family left in this world. Without family, not many people would bother to give her gifts and take care of her like this. She just wanted to feel cared for again. That's why she asked me to help her change her shoes when I gave them to her. This last, having her family taken away at such a young age. Oh, thank you. That's a very nice piece of Chinese lore I don't know about. Gifting someone a shoe as a tablet means bad omen. I mean, I can understand where it comes from, but I can also understand his him generally. I mean, I think. Okay, let me get my points straight. So I definitely think that he cares for her, and his like logic that her shoes are falling apart, she cannot afford her own shoes, he will take care of her and he'll get her shoes, right? That's the one thing. So that's for sure a good reasoning. That it's not taking away of giving someone a shoe being a taboo and letting someone go, because he is kind of like, he doesn't want her to go to the swine lord, right? Let me take a sip. He doesn't want her to go there because he knows that she'll most likely die. But at the same time, he kind of doesn't he doesn't see his life with her in the future, right? So in his head right now, he is kind of letting her go. So that makes sense. Thank you for bringing this up. This lass, having her family taken away at such a young age, even earlier than me without any family left, it's pretty sad. Alright, just this once, don't expect me to help you next time. I sighed helplessly as I spoke to her. At the same time, I made up my mind to set aside my pride, pick up the shoes and squatted in front of her. I mean, I've heard that in Chinese tradition, gifting someone a clock is also a bad omen, right? I think I've read somewhere about it. We were inside the wagon's cargo space, surrounded by bags of salt. The wagon jolted along, her on one side and me on the other. Neither of us spoke. Yeah. I mean, Chinese traditions and like the sass and like those taboos and curses is wild. Like this Chinese curse that you tell someone that you wish they were living in interesting times, that is also wicked. Though it's just a simple shoe swap, the process felt incredibly long. Mansui adjusted her position first. She leaned her upper body back, arms straight against the wooden planks of the cargo hold, bracing herself. Unlike her tilted upper body, her lower half leaned forward. She crossed her legs but slowly extended her foot, cautiously getting closer to me. The scene resembled a child by the lake tentatively testing the water's depth. I'm going to change them now, I said softly, breaking the awkward silence. Then I dropped my left knee, kneeling in front of her. Reaching out, I grasped her foot with both hands, intending to remove the shoe from the foot first. Her current shoe was indeed very dirty, torn and old, with many places worn through the original fabric. I gently held the ends of the worn-out shoe with my hands and quickly took it off. Her left foot was exposed in an instant. Her foot, like the rest of her body, was slim and somewhat frail. You could see the bones in her sole and the grooves of her ankles, every line showing her tiness. The only plump part was her 5 round toes, but overall her feet looked pretty. Her feet weren't wrapped. I heard fancy families like to tie up their ladies' feet to make them smaller and prettier. I don't get it, though. Tying feet like that just makes them look weird, not cute. But her feet, growing naturally, looked pretty nice. Mr. Liang, what? Why are you staring at my feet for so long? It's making me feel embarrassed. I just noticed you're really skinny, so I looked a bit longer. I thought you were thick-skinned, wouldn't feel embarrassed. Of course I would. Men and women are different. She went all shy and red. Men and women are different. Funny hearing that from this cheeky little brat. But isn't it odd? Back at the bathhouse I saw everything. She didn't seem bothered then. Now, just because I glanced at her feet, she's talking about men and women being different. I know, right? I don't believe that kind of stuff, but dang, my granny is hardcore about that stuff. Ah. If you have more granny lore, my ears are wide open, my eyes are wide open. I will always take it in. Master Liang is a feet connoisseur. At this point, I mean, he's very observant. Every time he was looking at something, he went into very deep details. So I think it's just his thing. It just happened now that it's about feet. Despite my thoughts, I kept them to myself. I didn't want to make her feel more uncomfortable. I proceeded with my task, removing her right shoe and slipping onto the new ones with the silver pawnee embroidery. The shoes slowly enveloped her feet, fitting snugly. I gently nudged the toe and adjusted the heel to ensure a perfect fit. Good fit? Yep. Feels right. Try standing and moving around. Okay. Mansui nodded and stood up in the shoes I gave her. The wagon's cargo area was just high enough for her to stand. She tried out the feel of walking inside the wagon, stepping lightly on the wooden floorboards. They fit perfectly and they're so comfy. After trying them out, she said to me, "That's good to hear. I was worried they might be too small." They're just right. I really like this gift from you, Master Liang, she said with a smile, and I felt relieved. Finally done swapping her shoes. Funny thing is, even though she likes the new shoes I got her, she won't let go of her old ones. She packed those old ones away in her bag. Is she just being tight-stiffed, thinking she can sell those old shoes, or were they a gift from her dad? After putting on the new shoes for Mansui, we stayed quiet for a while. She just sat there, lost in her own thoughts. I didn't bother trying to figure out what was on her mind. I took a sip from my water jug and leaned against the tiny window in the cargo hold, watching the scenery outside. The wagon moved forward, leaving the landscape behind in a blur. With each bump of the wagon, the scenery outside fluctuated up and down. Watching the rapidly changing landscape, I began to feel drowsy. In 2 days, we'll get to Luoyang City. What's our move? I reckon I'm not keen on taking her to that swine demon's place no more. But what's next for us? Where are we heading? With a lot on my mind, the sleepiness crept in. My upper and lower eyelids started a tussle, going on for about a dozen rounds. Then I tipped my head back, then forward, and finally shut my eyes. Vaguely, I heard Mansui's voice. Dream or not, it felt like she asked me, "Liang, do you regret taking all those people?" She asked, no emotion, her voice airy and different. And half asleep, I gave my answer. I mean, I kinda do. After throughout all this story, we will always saying that we only did it for our own survival. But it's not something we wanted. We never wanted to be a bandit, right? We always wanted to be a hero. We just got forced by the situation. And then we just kinda rolled with it. And I think our conversation with Tong kinda changed our like stance on some things, because we were sure that we were only killing the guys, right? And we never hurt any women or children or elderly. But Tong was right. If we took out the head of the house, what would happen to the other people? I mean, I think so too, because every time she asked us of something, it was very weird. Like, for example, twice she asked us to hold her hand. I don't know why though, but it seemed super important for her. And from the very beginning, I'm trying to just go along with her. Hungry. So hungry. I hadn't eaten for 3 straight days, not even a bowl of thin porridge. I lay on the bed and slept with my body curled up. My stomach kept bothering me last night, and I felt nauseous in my throat. I wanted to throw up, but could only retch. A few more hours passed, and I felt even worse. I felt groggy, and I had a layer of oil over my brain, and then my entire body felt sluggish. Something really strange was happening to my body. My chest felt like it was burning, but my limbs were cold. Rolling up my sleeves, I touched my bare arms and felt as if there was invisible garment draped over them. If cute, I go along, if not, it's a bye-bye. Kind of. I used my nails to scratch the clothing on my arms, but nothing came off, only leaving behind white marks. I felt like a snake, a quiet snake on the verge of death. I couldn't shed my skin, and I had to endure the torment of alternating hot and cold sensations. I was probably going to die soon. Well, have some thin porridge today, otherwise we'll die of hunger. How many times can we have it? 3 times. Then what are we going to eat after that? We also have a forest right outside our house, and there's some grass growing on the slope. We can eat tree bark and wild grass. We can't eat tree bark. Grandma told me before that tree bark is really hard. We won't be able to poop it out, and we will have to dig it out with our fingers. I don't want to dig it out. Oh my dear Lord. You don't have to. You have to process the tree bark first before eating it. I'll cook the tree bark thoroughly and mash it before feeding it to you and Soyar. Cooked tree bark is sweet. It's actually quite tasty. Silently, I listened to Mom talk. I wasn't sure where my mom learned all this. Could it be that she also had to go through some hard times when she was little? Since Mom could survive back then, I can too. After talking to me, Mom started to make porridge for us. The rice container was pretty much empty, and there wasn't much water left in the water tank. Mom scooped a bowl of water and put it in the pot, then grabbed a handful of rice and sprinkled it evenly. I crouched by the pot, watching the rice slowly sink to the bottom, resembling pieces of meat. I wanted to eat it so bad. However, it's definitely still going to be a while till I can have some. Mom still had to cook it for a while. Plus, even after it's ready, she would always let my brother eat first. Tree bark hot pot. Ah! Stop mentioning hot pot. Stop mentioning it. Actually, like the weather is a little bit colder right now, so I think it's a good time for hot pot. Might do some in the following days. Lately, my brother hasn't been talking much. Half a month later, Dad left. My brother's got sick again. He had a really bad fever, even worse than before. Mom was very worried and kept feeding my brother porridge. She even peeled off the last of the cabbage and added it to the porridge for him. After having porridge for a few days, my brother finally got subsided. But after that, he became mute and couldn't talk anymore. Mom, do you have any idea why Dad still isn't back yet after such a long time? What else could it be? Either he ran away or he's dead. I asked Mom, and she casually answered me as she threw firewood into the stove. I didn't believe that Dad ran away. There was no way that Dad would left us behind. He promised. He either got lost and couldn't find his way home, or something happened to him. Mom, I went to the village 2 days ago and saw that everyone else in the village was gone. I talked to Mom again when she was making porridge. Suyar, you went out again? Didn't I tell you not to run around? Aren't you afraid of being caught and eaten? Mom, everyone else fled. No one's in the village, so no one's going to eat me. Mom, if Dad doesn't come back, are we going to keep waiting at home? Just wait. We've waited for him for so long already. A few more days isn't going to hurt. We're not going to run away? No, Mom replied to me in a low voice. Actually, I could sort of guess why Mom didn't want to go out. My brother was sick and couldn't walk on his own. Being with my little brother wouldn't be easy, nor could we leave him behind. Besides, Dad had mentioned the presence of tigers, bandits, and even evil spirits in distant mountains. If Dad had been here to protect us, we would have dared to venture out. But with Dad gone, Mom wouldn't dare to flee with us alone. The porridge was ready. Mom fed my younger brother the porridge. My brother didn't make any noise. He ate the porridge with his eyes closed. If his mouth weren't opening and closing, I would have thought something was wrong with him. After my brother finished the bowl of porridge, Mom started to pack things up as if she was going to head out. Mom, are you heading out? Yeah, I'm going to get some tree bark while I still have the strength since I just had some porridge. Mom said calmly. She grabbed a knife, put on a straw hat, and was about to head out. I want to go with you too. Why? Stay home and watch your brother. No, I'm afraid that you won't come back like Dad. Mom, let me go with you. Fine. We'll head out together then. I'll carry your brother and you can give me a hand. Mom hesitated for a short while, but still agreed to my request. Mom handed me the knife used to cut tree bark. She then put my brother in the bundle and strapped the bundle to her back. My brother still slept with his eyes closed, not moving a muscle. Mom carried my little brother on her back, stooping slightly. With one hand tightly gripping the rope that connected her to my brother, and the other hand holding mine, the three of us headed out together. Mom and I looked around for a while and found a grove of trees near our home. Surprisingly, this was different from what I have seen 2 days ago. The trees in the woods had no bark left. Why are those overly sad flashbacks? I mean, she still claimed she had a sister, right? That she's avenging, and we still didn't get to see this sister or even mention of her. Every tree, wherever people could reach, was bare. They looked like people who had been stripped of their clothes halfway, with their upper bodies still clothed but their lower bodies completely bare. How did this happen? I stared blankly at the woods in front of me, unable to believe what I was seeing. Sweetheart, didn't you say everyone else fled? I don't know. Perhaps someone didn't. Mom, they didn't flee. They beat us to it and scraped off all the tree bark. I started to panic. Sweetheart, grab your brother and head home first. As Mom spoke, she untied the rope holding my brother. She then handed me the bundle containing my brother. He's a little heavy. I can't walk if I have to carry him. I took my brother from my mom, but nearly stumbled when I held him in my arms. I was very weak, and holding my brother was already quite a challenge for me. Walking back would be far too difficult. Then carry him on your back. Turn around and I'll tie him to your back. You can walk back like that. As Mom spoke, she moved behind me and tied my brother to my back. Instantly my back felt heavy, stooped just like Mom had been moments before. So heavy. Carrying my brother was a lot harder than I had seemed when Mom was doing it. I felt like my brother was too heavy, almost too much for me to carry. Mom, why don't you head back with us? I asked Mom as I struggled to carry my brother. I'll go look for some wild grass again. The roots of wild grass are sweet and edible. The porridge is almost gone. We must prepare some food just in case to avoid starving. But what if you... Mom paused briefly. She knew what I was going to say. She knew I was worried that she wouldn't come back just like that. Sweetheart, if I don't come back today, just finish the remaining porridge and head south. Afterwards, when you're with your brother and you see other people, call the older people grandma or grandpa, and the younger ones uncle or aunt. Whenever you meet someone, keep kowtowing and ask for their help. Try to get some food and survive with your brother. Mom advised slowly, and I nodded. Once you get home, make sure to close the door and latch it securely. Don't open it for anyone unless it's me. Mom continued to give me instructions. I understood what she meant and also why Mom wanted us to go back first. The woods around seemed to have visitors these past 2 days. Whoever just finished eating the tree bark might be lurking nearby. They were really dangerous. Mom needed to be cautious and so did I. I carried my brother on my back. Step by step, I headed toward home. My brother was really heavy, especially for me. I felt dizzy with each step I took. I almost was out of strength. As I walked with my brother on my back, for some reason I suddenly remembered a story Grandma used to tell. The story was called Kwafu Chasing the Sun. Many years ago, there was a giant called Kwafu Many of his people had died from the scorching sun, so Quaff wanted to go after the sun, catch it, and then make it obey commands. His people tried to dissuade him. Some said he would be roasted to death by the sun, while others said he would be exhausted to death, urging him not to go. But Quafa didn't listen. He went after the sun. In the end, he ran and drank up the rivers along the way, but still couldn't catch up with the sun. He later died of thirst on the road. I'm not sure why I recall this story all of a sudden. I just felt that Dad was like Quaffle if he didn't come back. And if Mom didn't come back, she would be like Quaffle as well. And if I died of exhaustion on the way back home with my brother on my back, I would feel like Quaffle did too. We're almost home, bro. Can you walk by yourself for this last stretch? I could already see our house from afar, but I was almost out of strength. The days of hunger left me dizzy. I could see little stars blinking every time I opened or closed my eyes. I crouched on the ground, slowly undoing the rope and letting my brother down from my back. I placed him in front of me. My brother was still asleep and not moving at all. I'm so tired. I really can't carry you anymore. I haven't heaved out a long sigh. Sis, I heard my brother speaking, but I felt strange. I heard his voice, but somehow I felt like I didn't. How come you're talking? Feeling confused, I asked my brother. I'm so hungry, sis. My brother whispered to me, his voice ringing in my head. Hungry. Don't worry, Mom will be back with some wild grass roots soon. Wild grass roots are sweet. They're really tasty. You won't be hungry anymore if you eat some, sis. I'm so cold. My brother spoke again. Said this exact sentence a month ago or so when Dad hadn't left yet. I felt even more uneasy. My heart was racing. The sentence sounded so much like one from a month ago. Everything about it, from the tone of his voice to the way it was said, was exactly the same. I reached over and put my hand over my brother's forehead. His forehead wasn't hot. It was cold. Little bro? I froze and started panicking a bit. I thought I made a mistake. I reached over and touched him again. He was cold. He was still cold. Little bro! With a trembling voice I called out to him while I reached over and gently touched his hands, legs, and chest. Cold. They were all cold. Little bro! I cried out in shock and used my fingers to pry open his tight shut eyes. His pupils had already dilated. They were dark without any sparkle. My head hurt a lot. The sudden chill made my entire body tremble. It occurred to me that starting from yesterday I hadn't seen my brother move at all. When Mom fed him porridge, he didn't actually open his mouth when the spoon approached. Instead, my mom used a wooden spoon to pry his mouth open and forcefully shove it in. Mom managed to feed him a lot of porridge, most of which ended up in his stomach, but some dribbled down from the corners of his mouth and he still didn't react at all. Hungry. We were too hungry. Mom and I were too hungry and we were already hallucinating. No wonder. My brother was already long dead. He died long before we knew it. Mom returned home at night. She found very few wild grass roots because most of the wild grass had already been pulled by the others and eaten. She looked lost, clutching a tattered cloth bundle, and found me sobbing while holding my brother. I cried as I told her about my brother's death. Upon hearing this, she trembled, staring blankly ahead. The ragged clothes bundle containing the wild grass slipped from her fingers and fell to the ground with a soft thud. And after that, she didn't say anything at all. She simply walked to the side of the bed and lifted my brother up with his body was cold. She rocked him back and forth, softly singing a song I couldn't understand. I had a dream. In my dream I saw Grandma and my little brother. They were still standing in the clouds while walking at me from afar without saying a word. Suddenly my brother extended his arm while holding a fist, getting me to check out the thing in his palm with a smile on his face. I walked over step by step to check it out. My brother's fingers slowly opened, revealing the treasure he had been hiding in his palm. In his hand was a piece of meat. A cooked, delicious-smelling piece of meat. In the middle of the night, I was woken up by the delicious smell of meat, so I wasn't dreaming at all. It really did smell like meat. The smell drifted over from nearby right into my nostrils. My stomach lurched and growled. I was almost out of strength. My body felt as light as kite. But when I smelled that smell, my entire body seemed to be filled with something, and it suddenly felt heavier. It smells so good. Meat smells so good. I licked up my upper lip and immediately sat up straight. I then opened my eyes and looked toward the source of the smell of meat. It turned out my mom was cooking meat. Mom had a pot set up while she squatted down next to it. She was humming a song while cooking meat. The flames were gently flickering in the darkness of the night. She threw my brother's tattered clothes into the fire, fanning the flames with the palm fun. The soup in the pot boiled and the smell of meat wafted through the air. Mom? I walked toward Mom feeling confused. I didn't know where she got the meat from. Sayar? She tilted her head, looked at me with a blank stare, and called out my brother's name. Sayar, you're here. I caught the piglet just now. I'm cooking it for you now. Ah, it's almost ready. Mom, I'm Sayar. Sayar? Sayar, hurry and find Sayar and get him to try my meat soup. Speaking of which, I had a dream just now and Grandma was in it. She tried to convince me to go back to my parents' home. And I told her I couldn't because I promised your dad I would take care of you. Your grandma knew I would stay, so she stopped trying to convince me. She brought me to see the Lord of the Land and made me kowtow to it a bunch of times. The Lord of the Land was really kind. He gave me a piglet. It was chubby and white and looked like we could eat it for ages. Sweetheart, and guess what? I originally thought that the little piglet was only in my dream, but it turned out I could actually bring it into real life when I woke up. So, I put all the remaining water in the pot and started to cook that piglet for you to eat. Ah, Sayar, we'll have a piece of the pork leg first, then Soyar can have some. You guys can eat first, I'll dig in last. Mom spoke to me non-stop as she stood there, seeming rooted to the spot. I slowly walked to the pot and looked at the soup with the meat emanating a savory scent. Then the faint mist dissipated, slowly revealing the shape of the boiling meat. When I noticed the shape of the meat, my eyes immediately widened. A cold despair surged up from my spine and swallowed me in an instant. I was going to scream at first, but it was as if something was strangling me and I couldn't make a sound. Mom has gone mad. Actually, I wanted to go mad like her too and look at this meat soup as if it were cooked with a piglet, but I couldn't. The meat in the pot had a sour smell similar to the meat of the kitten cooked months ago. It smelled nothing like pork at all. And as it bobbed up and down in the boiling pot, I could make out its shape little by little. Despite being swollen and distorted from cooking, I could still recognize him. Mom, you're not cooking a piglet. You're cooking my brother. I screamed in awe, my voice filling the cold room. When Mom heard what I said, her body trembled violently at first, and then her smile froze. She slowly stretched out her hand and reached into the boiling pot. She grabbed my brother's hand in the pot and quickly pulled back her hand before falling backwards to the ground. Mom didn't move at all, like a clay sculpture. I crouched down and stared blankly at her. I didn't cry this time. We didn't talk. After a long while, I suddenly heard Mom's heart-wrenching scream. So you speak up. How could you kill your own brother? Sarah was totally fine. How come he went home with you and ended up dead? You killed your brother. You killed him. Mom pressed me onto the ground and started choking me as if she wanted me dead. No, I didn't kill him. He was dead already when I was eating porridge. You're lying. You're the one who choked your brother to death. You're lying. Sweetheart, how could I raise a daughter like you? You've brought an end to our family name. What am I going to tell your dad? What am I going to tell your grandma? Tell me. Go ahead and tell me. She kept on crying while choking me. She was choking me so hard I could hardly breathe. I mean, she's gone mad, right? Also, she never really liked her in the way she liked Sayar. Mom, really, I didn't kill my brother. So please don't kill me. I can dig up grass roots and bugs for you. You just need to lay on the bed at home. I'll go find stuff to eat. Mom, I'll be a good daughter. I won't let you starve. I'm begging you, don't kill me. I cried and begged my mother while I thrashed my body about. When she saw me crying and begging her, she instantly started panicking. Confusion, pain, guilt, fear, sadness, I saw a range of emotions flash through my mother's eyes. When the emotions faded, Mom seemed to be sane again. The sad emotion in her eyes made me feel like she was finally back to her old self. She let go of me and stood there like a puppet. She then took 2 steps back and sat back down on the ground again. After she sat on the ground, she curled her body up. She wrapped her arms around her knees like a little girl, buried her head in them, and then stopped moving. She seemed to be crying and laughing at the same time. She wasn't paying attention to me for now. Seeing my mother like this and realizing that she didn't seem to want to kill me anymore, I staggered to my feet. I didn't have time to wipe my tears before I hurriedly ran out of the house. I headed out trying to find something to eat for Mom. She wasn't going to kill me for now, but there was no telling when she would try to choke me to death again. She's gone mad. She really had. My brother was dead and Dad made her go mad, and she went mad. She even blamed everything on me and wanted to kill me. Her love for me wasn't even half what she had for my brother, and no, probably not even 1/10 of it. If I died, she definitely would have cooked me instantly and had my brother eat my flesh. Bad mum, bad mum. With this thought, I felt aggrieved and bitter in my heart. As I walked, I absent-mindedly kicked at the dirt along the roadside. I mentally cursed my mom as I cried. Tears didn't fall, but I knew I was crying. I was the one who was burned first. I was the one who knew mom longer. Why did she treat me like that? Dad wouldn't be so biased towards my brother. Even though my brother could carry on the family name and take the imperial examinations, he wouldn't treat me like distressed goods. He wouldn't want to kill me for my brother. As if I wasn't even my mom's kid. As if she didn't carry me in her womb for 10 months and give birth to me. It was more like she adopted me from somewhere. I hate her. I hate how she was unfair to me. I hate how she loved my brother more. She didn't love me at all. I felt aggrieved and cried, but tears wouldn't come. I was a bit dizzy from hunger, but I didn't stop walking. Where could I find wild grass? Where could I find wild grass? I walked around in panic, searching for wild grass near our house. After half an hour, I still hadn't found any. No, I couldn't go home empty-handed. If I couldn't find any wild grass and Mom got mad, she might kill me. She might choke me to death and then cook me and eat my flesh. Then the thought of that terrified me, so I searched desperately, not daring to rest for a moment. Early the next morning, the sun rose from the other side of the mountain. I finally found some wild grass. I dragged my exhausted body back home with a bundle of grass. I was still scared before I pushed the door open. I was scared that Mom would go mad again and charge toward me to try to choke me to death. But when I pushed the door open and saw the scene inside, I stood dumbfounded at the doorway. Creak, creak, the sound of a rope swaying. Gargle, gargle, the sound of the water boiling. Mom was hanging in mid-air. Her shadow was very long, enveloping me in darkness and completely blocking out the morning light. With her head lower and hair shelf, her face remained hidden. Her hands and feet hung naturally, while the soles of her feet showed signs of bruising, and a wooden chair lay kicked aside nearby. Creak, creak, she was hung on a rope that was swaying ever so slightly. The morning sunlight streamed through the window panes, illuminating her dirty dress. Mom looked like a dead moth caught in a spider's web. When a moth dies that way, its wings will still spread, making it appear suspended in the air. Mom, I called out to Mom softly, kneeling before her right in her shadow. Just moments ago I was scared of her. I feared she would still be insane and kill me, but now I wish she would speak to me again. The sound of ropes swaying, the sound of the water boiling. I'm all alone now. Realizing this, I numbly crouched down and crawled forward in agony for a few more steps. I didn't know what to do. I just wanted to hide. I curled myself up and hid under Mom's shadow. Her shadow swayed back and forth while the darkness enveloped me. She was hanging in the house while my brother was in the pot. Grandma was buried in the backyard while Dad was nowhere to be found. And I? Where should I go? I really wonder, does it look like I'm in a flowchart now? Because we're almost at Luoyang, right? So it looks like we are literally that here we should have like 3 options at some point after this, and then we would be at the end. After 2 days in the wagon, we finally reached Luoyang on the third day. Luoyang, our original destination. Originally, Tong and I were supposed to bring 4 lambs here. But things changed. I killed Tong. 3 lambs were sent away and settled. Now it's just me and Mansui. I think those percentages also take into consideration different routes. So if you make a choice, then you go back and make a different choice, but we'll see. We got off the wagon and at a desolate spot a few miles from Luoyang and trekked down the city. I mean, you can see the ending on the VOD. Don't worry, I will tell you what ending I got. We got off the wagon and at a desolate spot a few miles from Luoyang and trekked toward the city. Thank you for the head. After about an hour, I spotted the city in the distance. Bye bye, sleep well, as the kid. Luoyang's walls were massive, standing over 100 feet tall and giving off a sturdy, imposing vibe. The walls were made of altering blue bricks, while the gates were striking red. At this moment, the city gate stood open, with people coming and going continuously. I silently rejoiced that Luoyang wasn't still of like Haijo, saving us a lot of trouble. Ah, hello, Wilbo again. You're still being sucked in the lyric dimension. However, there were some changes around the city, possibly due to rebellion. Outside the city walls stood a 10-foot high earthen rampart, seemed newly built, likely for a battle. Oh, I forgot, because I wanted to make like an animation for that. So right now it's just like an empty command, but we're gonna make a small animation in the future for that. I hope like in the next following days. Luoyang is still far from the northern invaders, so it seems this construction is more about dealing with rebellions. Where are you coming from? Huajo. All the way here? Got a pass? Sure, here it is. I handed the guard a pass from my package and he squinted at it for a moment. Looks like Huajo, and who's this girl with you? My sister. Alright, you can go in. But you two as siblings? Quite an age gap. The guard eyed us suspiciously but decided to let us in without further ado. Holding Mansui's hand, I guided her through the Linjing's gate and into Luoyang. The streets in Luoyang were wider than any we'd been to before. We walked along a broad road connecting east and west with lots of shops on both sides, including tea houses, taverns, medicine shops, and pawn shops. When we turned right at a corner, we stepped into a livelier market area. There were more people here, and we passed butcher shops, fish stalls, and all sorts of stores lining the streets. In addition to the shops, there were vendors under umbrellas in the open spaces, and people were always coming and going. Some were haggling with the vendors, some were wrestling under the shade, cooling off with their palm fans, and some were hauling ox carts to make deliveries. There were more women buying groceries, scholars with square hats, traveling merchants, and you could even spot some caravan guards with hidden weapons. Master Liang, Liu Yang is sure bustling. I remember it being even busier last time, with crowds everywhere making it hard to walk. But the last few years, with all the disasters and famine, people have less money, so nowhere as lively as before. I commented to Mansui, thinking back on the Luoyang of the past. Yeah, I felt like there used to be more folks around, fewer faces full of troubles. Where are we heading first, Master Liang? Let's find an inn first, drop off our stuff, and then we can explore. Okay, she nodded in agreement. We kept walking ahead, passing through the busy market area until we reached a quieter street. Temples and shrines lined both sides of the road. After walking east for a bit, we arrived at an inn. This inn was different from the ones in Huazhou and Xuanzhou. It wasn't the usual spot for shady dealers like us. It was just a regular inn that I wasn't too familiar with. I had heard about this place from Tong before. He mentioned that this inn in Luoyang was usually quiet, so if our usual spots were full, we could stay here without drawing too much attention. Hey, staying or passing through? As we entered in, the waiter greeted us. Staying 2 rooms? 1 room, please. Got it. 1 room for the night. That will be 200 copper coins. The waiter smiled and said to me, pushing over a small wooden tray. I took out 200 coins from my pouch and placed them on the tray, and then waiter quickly handed me a wooden token. 3rd room upstairs, straight ahead. I took the wooden token from the waiter. Let's go. I gestured for Mansui to follow me upstairs. Wait, Master Young, I have a question for Mr. Waiter. Suddenly Mansui stopped me. She approached the waiter's counter and popped her head up. Huh? What's on your mind, little miss? The innkeeper looked at Mansui and a smile forming on his face. He seemed amused by being called Mr. Waiter. Mr. Waiter, we're new here. What's there to see in Luoyang? You've come to the right one, young miss. I'm a Luoyang native, and so I know all the good spots. If you like flowers, head southwest to the garden. If you prefer rivers, check out the Chan River to the east. If you're into crowds, go near Lijing Gate. Plenty of market stalls here. Oh, I almost forgot. You're in luck. There's a special temple fair tonight. Temple fair? Yep. Heard it's a celebration for good lore, so they're allowing a night market for a few days. This night market's supposed to be something special. I heard they'll all have theater performance and fireworks. We fell silent. We ignored the waiter's talk. Our focus was on the one behind it all. Yeah, the lord, the one running the affair. He was the swine demon. Master Liang, why would the swine demon hold a temple fair? I guess it's for his birthday celebration. You lot, those lamps were originally meant as offerings for his birthday. But you never know, it could also be some other happy occasion that's got him in the mood to share the joy with the people. Those rich and noble ones, they've always been whipping up whatever happy events, who knows. I chuckled lightly, mocking the vast difference between people's lives. Master Liang, you think the swine demon will show up to temple fair? Nah, he's too full of himself and too cautious, doubt he'll bother. And even if he does, there isn't much you can do. When the swine demon moves, he's got thought guards around him. I can't handle them, let alone you. Didn't I tell you already? Forget about seeking revenge. We're not dealing with some small-time landlord. It's the powerful swine demon lord. You trying to go after him, it won't work out, just throwing your life away. I threw in a word to Mansu again. After that, we fell silent. We wandered the streets for a while, aimlessly just walking around. If you want to go, we'll check out the temple fair tonight. I'm not up for anything else today. You got any places in mind you wanted to see? After a while, I asked her. We had a couple of hours until sunset and the temple fair's beginning, so we'd need to find somewhere to kill the time. I want to take a stroll by the swine demon's palace. She looked at me with a wink, making the suggestion. You're still not giving up on the revenge, huh? Trying to chase the joint? I frowned, giving her a glare. How stubborn can this lass be? No, actually, after thinking about it, I feel what you said makes sense, Master Liang. I'm weak, don't have much strength, can't really take down the swine demon. Lately, my family also stopped talking to me in my dreams. Guess I can let go of revenge. Just kinda curious, wanted to see where the swine demon's staying, so see how he lives. The lass bowed her head, mumbling to me. It looked like she rested with herself before speaking up. That's fine. Giving up revenge is fine. I'll take her to see then. Alright, good that you figure out not to seek revenge, but you're quite gutsy. Wasn't it him who took your sister before? He always likes your type. Aren't you afraid his men might spot you and take you back to his place? Not afraid. With you protecting me, I'm not afraid. Mansi looked up, smiling at me. Her words warmed my heart. Okay, I'll take you, but you hold my hand the whole way there. I sighed, planning to show her around outside the swine demon's palace. I'm curious how it looks like. Oh, this has a nice gate. While in the capital, I glimpsed in the imperial palace, the swine demon's mansion, almost a match for it, extending from Town Front Street in the east to Cross Street in the west, from the courthouse temple in the north to the Lotus Temple in the south. The walls, half as tall as the Luoyang city walls, enclosing it like an iron fortress. Its gate, a vermilion entrance flanked by two stone lions, one lion male, the other female, carved from white marble, standing tall and fierce. Those lions, crafted so fine they'll keep their color for ages. His palace sure is grand. Mansui held my hand, gazing at the stone lions by the entrance. Yeah, it's almost as impressive as the imperial palace in the capital. Master Liang, how much grain do you think he has? Not sure, but I've heard he owns uh, half of the fields in the central plains, with his people also collecting grain from nearby Shan and Jin, I replied casually. Let's finish up and move on. We can check out other places later. I called Mansui and took her hand, walking away. This place felt heavy. Just standing at the gate, I could imagine the fun he had inside of those tall walls and the kid he slaughtered. I didn't want to stick around. As dusk approached, Mansui and I wandered aimlessly around. We visited some temples and the drum tower. As we explored more of Luoyang, the streets grew emptier and our destinations more remote. Our conversations faded as we walked. But the streets started bustling again. People were heading west and we followed the crowd. The sun set behind the city walls, and we transitioned from daylight to dusk and finally into the night. The market to the west lit up with lanterns. Vendors set up their stalls, actors put up their stages. We walked around a bit more. Vendors hawked their goods, actors performed on stage. Down below, merchants sold fabrics, makeup, iron tools. On stage, actors' faces were painted white, red, and black. People bustled about, chatting, pausing, buying goods, and watching plays. Most people at the fair came with their kin and pals, all cozy and close. They strolled hand in hand, chatting and laughing like peas in a pod. Though Mansui and I were also hand in hand, there was a gap between us and them. Their merry chatter seemed far, like it was on the side of the lantern light, while we were on the other. We're ruthless wanderers. In such a lively place, we seemed like strangers out of place, so without a word, we veered away from the hubbub into the quiet. As we walked down, as we walked on, the din faded into the buzz of instincts, a solitary sound. We walked from the temple fair in the west to the Chan River in the east. Mansui crouched by the river, dripping her hand in the cold water. The breeze blew past and the fallen petals rustled down, then drifted along the dark river. The petals spoon-like boats set adrift. She reached out her hand, her fingers wandering in the water, and the boat slipped through the gaps in her fingers and drifted off further in the river. She watched the petals drifting into the distance, lost in thought. "Are you playing in the water?" After watching her for a while, unable to figure out what she was doing, I awkwardly started a conversation. "No, I'm thinking about my dad." "You used to think about your sister the most, didn't you? How come you're thinking about your dad now?" "I started thinking about my dad after we arrived in Luoyang." I asked. She answered. I wondered if she was just my imagination. Since arriving in Luoyang, this last seemed to have had something on her mind, becoming much quieter. Could it be that she's disappointed with Luoyang? Before coming here, she thought Luoyang was bustling, but now that she's here, she seemed to think that this big city wasn't all that, and even though the temple fair was lively, she felt out of place. "Master Liang, I wanted to ask you something." Just as I was guessing her thoughts, she suddenly asked me, "Yes? If your enemy sometime day gets better, stops killing, and turns into a thoroughly good person, for that to happen, would you still think you have to take your revenge?" Mansui didn't look at me. She dipped her hand in the river and asked me quietly, "What the heck is she talking about?" Kids always saying things so simply. So the swine demon threw a temple fair today, shared a quick good time with the people, and now she doesn't seem as an enemy anymore. Bad guys stay bad, it's hard to change. Even if that swine demon is throwing a temple fair today, seeing people laughing and joking around doesn't mean he's a good person. After all, there are more people he's killed, more families he's ruined, and all stuff you aren't seeing here. Plus, even if a bad guy turns over a new leaf, they can't just wipe away their past crimes. If it were me, no matter how much and my enemy changed, I would still go after them for revenge. I spoke to Nancy slowly, one word at a time. This time, I, who usually didn't say much, told her a lot. Those words were probably all my thoughts. For many years, I would ponder the same question. If my parents didn't die from a natural disaster but because of someone's wrongdoing, would I seek revenge? I think I probably would. If my enemy was a specific person and not just an act of heaven, I would have a clear target, thinking all day about killing them. Then I wouldn't have been haunted by the nightmare of that day for so many years, fearing it repeatedly, even scared of the sight of fire. Speaking of fire, didn't the waiter said that there would be fireworks over Luoyang tonight? How come we haven't seen them yet? Getting late now. Surprised they haven't lit up the sky with the fireworks yet. Let's head back to the inn. Curfew hits soon. Time to call it a night. I told Mansui. She nodded, stood up, and reached out her hand, wanting to hold mine. "Hand over your money." Just then a voice rang out behind us. I glanced at the noise source. Two raggedy beggars stood near the dark river bank. They wore shabby clothes, their faces grim with coal dust. Both had crooked teeth in their half-opened mouths. One brandished a notched cleaver, the other a wooden stick. One had a squint, the other blinked frequently. Skinny and short, they didn't seem to talk as robbers. "Hey, why are you standing here? Why? We said we were taking your money. Fork it over." Yeah, what he said. "If not money, then food, please." "You mugging in the city? Aren't you scared I'll fetch the soldiers?" I gave them a scornful look. The scrawny two didn't seem to grasp the situation. I might not even have to unsheath my blade. Might as well have a chat, see what they are all about. Soldiers? You won't find any around here. They're all at the temple fair. No one around here. You can't find them. Lazy bunch. They don't care reporting crimes. The two beggars moved closer to me, looking tough. "What if I say no? We got numbers. Don't want your daughter seeing you get hurt, do you? Hand over the money or food." The squinting beggar raised his voice, almost shouting at me. "Only two of you? You call it a crowd?" I sneered again. "Damn tough talk. Let's go, bruh." The squinting beggar, fed up with my teasing, finally got mad. He lunged at me with his battered knife, while the other one hesitated for a moment before also charging at me from the side. I scoffed, stepping back with my left food, I opened up some space. The squinting beggar, unable to stop in time, rushed past me. I lifted my foot and kicked him in the rear with a quick motion. My kick knocked him off the balance, sending him tumbling to the ground in a heap. No, don't hit my bro! The stuttering beggar tightened his expression and charged towards me from the side. Despite holding a stick moments ago, he now dropped it on the ground and attempted to reach out to grab me. I raised my hand, holding the sheath of my blade. First, I dodged his lunge. Then I trapped him on the back with the sheath. Ah! With a thud, he also fell to the ground, collapsing alongside his brother. The two of them lay piled on top of each other, one clutching his rear, the other his back, grimacing and groaning. Seriously, you two think you can rob with those moves? I scuffed my foot, pressing down on the fallen duo. Hero, we don't dare again, never again. Please, we're sorry, let us go. The two beggars huddled together, cowering. I wonder how they even had the guts to attempt a robbery with such a cowardly behavior. Say sorry and you're off? Not happening. With the soldiers busy at the temple fair and no one around, if I kill you here, who will know? I sneered, and I pretended to reach for my blade as I talked. Honestly, it was obvious those two weren't out to kill me from the get-go, so I wasn't planning to off them either. But maybe it was time to scare them, teach them a lesson. Please, don't hurt my uncle, spare my dad! Out of nowhere, I heard a girl crying out. I halted my blade, turning to see who it was. A young girl appeared from the shadow of the nearby trees. She seemed about the age of Sui-ar, maybe 5 or 6 years old. This girl was thin, with half her face smeared with soot, her hair all messy, and she wore a patched-up coarse hemp garment. But her eyes were strikingly clear. She stared at me with big round eyes, a mix of fear, anger, and frustration evident in her gaze. Batman, you stepped on my daddy and uncle. I'll hit you. She grabbed the stick her uncle left behind and swung it at my leg. But her lack of strength only made it flop against my leg harmlessly like a drunk tottering around. I kept quiet, watching her with a stern face. She swung the stick clumsily, crying. Tears rolled down her dirty, coal-stained cheeks like little pearls. My child, don't hit the hero. Hero, mercy, she's a child, don't hold a grudge. The squinting beggar, seeing his daughter hitting me repeatedly, seemed worried that I might retaliate against the girl and started pleading with me. Seeing them in this state, I felt a strange sense of guilt. As if I were the robber and they were the ones being robbed. Master Liang. Mansui stood nearby, signaling me with her eyes. She probably hoped I would let those beggars go. Seeing those two foolish beggars with a little girl to care for, my anger faded and I felt like I could let them go. But is it just about letting them go? Is there something else I need to do? Offer them money. Stop it. I spoke up to stop the girl, and at the same time I stopped stepping on the beggars lying on the ground. I'm not going to kill your dad and uncle, so you don't need to hit me either. I grabbed this girl's stick and said to her. The girl stopped hitting me. She dropped the stick and looked at me all sad, like I was the one who'd been whacking her with it. You really won't kill them? No. I said it. I stick to it. I said quietly. Meanwhile, I reached out to help two beggars lying on the ground. Get up. Why were you two robbing anyway? I asked and helped the two beggars up. The two just pulled up by me, were still a bit shaky and didn't react the right way. With hands and feet, why not work for a living? I asked again, and a hint of impatience in my tone. Mr. Hero, we want to do work for a living too, but we're struggling to find anything. Me and my brother were just born ugly and he can't talk straight. Back when the times were good we could find work, but now with all these shops closing, there's nowhere for us. My woman, she got sick a few months back. We couldn't afford a treatment and she died. So my girl lost her mom. This past few months, forget treatment. We can't even afford to eat, so we're out here begging for scraps. Couldn't make it last. People nowadays are all poor, can't beg much. There's a temple fair happening on West today. Got blinded by hunger, thought with no lawman around we could try robbing. Hero, we're just so hungry, so famished. We aren't seeing things right. That's why we bothered you like this. Sorry. The squinting beggar cried. I watched the girl next to him closely, and then, when he talked about her mother, her eyes seemed to lose some spark. Judging by their poor robbery skills, they didn't seem like regular thieves. They must be truly starving to even think about robbing during the fair. Hungry? I asked the burger girl. Been hungry a while, belly aching. She whispered to me. I listened to her, reaching into my bundle. The squinting beggar beside us kept a close eye on me, his scared gaze glued to my every move. I understood his concern. He was likely afraid I would suddenly pull out a blade and harm the girl. After searching through my bundle for a while, I found a handful of silver pieces. There, take the silvers, 3 teals. Tomorrow, go to the market, get yourself some food. It'll keep you going for a few months. We can't just take this. Take it. It's not for you, it's for the girl. I thought her father and uncle right in front of her. Consider the silver as an apology. I stepped up, slid the silvers into the girl's hand. She glanced down, checking out the silvers. Then she looked up, her big eyes locked onto me. I flashed a quick grin, trying to be friendly. Seeing my smile still filled her eyes. Thank you. She bit her lip, kept her head down, and took the silvers. I caught her quiet thanks, feeling a bit warmer inside. Am I actually a good guy now? After that, Mansui and I said goodbye to the beggar family. We walked by the river, through the dark, dirty alleys of Luoyang. Many people were in ragged clothes, wrapped up in hay, sleeping on the side of the road. They were sprawled up or curled up, some even lying face down, not making a peep. Most of them were alone, but a few were huddled with their families, keeping warm together. They seemed more likely to be alive than sleeping than the others. It was hard to tell if they were asleep or dead. But if they were asleep, they might not be far from death. If they were dead, at least they were resting peacefully. The vermilion gate reeks of meat and wine. By the roadside, the starved and frozen lie. I heard this saying somewhere. Now, thinking about it, it fits Luoyang to a T. In the city, some get more grain than they can gobble, and the others are so stuffed they turn to eat little girls alive. Yet others go hungry, starving to death, right on the streets. Is this the intended way of the world? After all the disasters, the rich get richer, the poor get poorer. Is this how the world is supposed to be? I reckon I've really changed. A few months back, I wouldn't even think twice about this. Back then, in this world of chaos, all I cared about was staying alive. I would do whatever it took to survive, even if it meant sacrificing others. Except for not killing women or kids, I had almost no limits. But now, after killing Tong and settling those little girls, it's tough for me to go back to the killing trade. Whenever it comes to killing someone, maybe I'll feel a twinge of mercy. Because, the ones I off might be somebody's father or son. What made me change? Was it this journey of a mere month? Was it those lamps? Was it shadow play? Or was it her? I couldn't help glancing at Mansui beside me. Hey lass, I called out. She kept walking quietly, lost in her own world. What's up, Master Liang? She raised her eyes, looking at me with confusion. I don't know why. Maybe it's just me, but it seemed like her eyes were red. Was this lass thinking about something? Thought about it, I'm not selling you, I said to her, each word deliberate. Not selling me? She seemed to struggle to believe what I was saying. She tilted her head slightly, looking at me with confusion. Yeah, not selling you. Thought about it, but selling you won't fetch much. How about this? You stick with me from now on, we head south together. Bam. All of a sudden, I heard a huge bang. It cut me off mid-sentence. Fireworks shot up into the sky, bursting against the black backdrop of the night. Red, yellow, and purple lights all mixed together, blooming like chrysanthemums. My heart raced for a moment. The burst of fireworks caught me off guard. For a moment, I pictured the explosion back in the capital. Blood rain, buildings falling, countless souls lost in an instant, but it didn't last. Soon enough, I shook it off and come back to reality. No. Just as I was caught off guard by the sudden fireworks, Mansui suddenly spoke up. No. That's probably her response to my earlier idea. I suggested to her that I wouldn't sell her anymore, but instead I wanted to head south with her, though I hadn't really figured out what to do with her after that. Would we make a living together doing shadow plays, or would I find her a good future in some prosperous southern place? I don't know, and I was a bit lost about the future. But I didn't expect this last to just say no outright. Why not? I asked, taken aback. She was about to talk when another firework popped in the night sky. The noise from them fireworks was so loud it drowned out her words. Damn annoying. I felt a bit irritated towards these fireworks I'd been waiting for so long. What did you say just now? I raised my voice, asking her loud and clear. She turned and looked at me. Master Liang, I got to go to pee. Just wait here. She lifted her head and spoke slowly. At this hour? Alright, hurry up. I glanced around, unsure where the outhouse was, but she probably wouldn't mind. Bam! Another firework burst into the sky. The fireworks painted the whole Luoyang in dazzling colors, truly beautiful. But the loud noise made it impossible to talk normally. Annoying. Got some things to say. After I agreed to let her pee, Mansui bolted off. Funny thing, worrying about not getting to talk to her made me realize I wasn't afraid of fireworks anymore. The images of that big explosions from years ago, which had briefly flashed in my mind just now, didn't come back. Seems like I've finally shaken off that old nightmare. After waiting a bit longer, memories of what happened about 20 days ago crept into my mind. I know, right? He was always so scarce with his words, and now he finally wanted to, like, set things straight, and he got interrupted. That day, we just left Huazhou and were wandering around Mount Huashan. That night, she said she needed to go to P2. I turned away, and she tried to kill me. That lass could be ruthless. She was kind to those little girls, and even showed pity to the beggars we just encountered. So why was she so quick to try and kill me? Why is it taking so long? About an instant's time had passed. The fireworks ended, but Mansui still hadn't come back. Puzzled, I stepped out onto the street. Lass, I walked out of the valley, crossed the river, and arrived at the dense bushes. She wasn't there. Didn't seem like she went to pee here. Mansui, I pushed through the bushes past few houses and checked up a couple of outhouses. Still no sign of her. Where are you? I went back the way we came, looking around as I went. Still couldn't find her. Where the heck did she go? She's gone. Really gone. Just like when the fireworks went off, she tricked me again. That lass acted like she needed to pee and then ran away. And I fell for it again. This time she didn't try to stab me, she just disappeared into the Luoyang fireworks. Alright, because now we're gonna be here, then we're gonna be somewhere here. Like 3 chapters ahead of us. So we are. Amidst the darkness I heard Mom's voice. I opened my eyes. Mom was leaning against my bed while grabbing my sweaty arms. She furrowed her brows with a worried look. I had a nightmare. Because of the dream I had just had, I woke up drenched in cold sweat and my head was buzzing. I reached out and touched my face, feeling 2 streaks of tears on it. I must have cried in my sleep. Swear, how come you suddenly started crying while you were sleeping? Mom, I just had a nightmare. A nightmare? I recounted the dream I just had to my mother, my voice trembling and choked with sobs. That dream was really scary. In the dream, our family experienced a great calamity and none of us had anything to eat. Dad went somewhere far to sell the family heirloom in exchange for some food. But he never came back. And sometime after that, my younger brother died. Mom went mad as well and cooked my brother's flesh. I thought Mom was going to kill me, so I went to find some wild grass for her to eat. When I returned, I found Mom had hung herself. Shh, stop right here. I described my dream to Mom, and the more she listened, the angrier she got. She thought that the dream I described was ominous and made gestures as if she was going to hit me. When is Dad coming back? I squinted my eyes while I dodged Mom's fake move and asked about Dad. I really wanted to see him. I was worried that something might happen to him like it did in my dream. We are! At this moment I suddenly heard my dad shout. Dad stepped into the door. Dad! I immediately got out of bed, dashed over and hugged Dad's thigh. Hey, sweetheart, Daddy's back. Dad smiled and stroked my head. What happened? Did you sell the family heirloom? How much did you get? Mom asked Dad somewhat eagerly, wanting to know how much he sold the family heirloom for. I didn't sell it. Dad gave her a hearty laugh. Huh? Why not? Because this family heirloom is priceless. With it around, we'll always have food. We can never sell it. Dad spoke with a smile, joyfully glancing at the bag behind him. He put the bag on the bed and took the family heirloom from it. The family heirloom was a piece of greyish white meat with consenting ring patterns on it. It wriggled slowly as if it was alive. You finally discovered the wonders of the family heirloom. Grandma suddenly popped out of nowhere, praising Dad in the mysterious manner. Dad, why can this thing always keep us fed? My brother also asked Dad curiously as he held onto my dad's other thigh. Grandma and my brother appeared all of a sudden. I wasn't sure why they were hiding before. I actually didn't see them at all. It's a long story. Actually, I had planned on selling the family heirloom, but on my first night out, when I slept with it in my arms, I heard the deity's voice. The deity said the family heirloom is the deity meat he dropped. He has a kind of heart and wants to save our family, so he taught me how to use this meat. He said, soak this meat in water and boil it, and it will multiply when cooked. The more you eat, the more it grows. You'll never finish it. Dad excitedly shared with us, his eyes gleaming with joy. What great news! Then let's hurry and cook this meat. Suyar, go chop some wood. When she heard it, Mom also shared Dad's joys. She quickly urged me to chop some wood. Seeing them like that, I also felt overjoyed. However, I was also a bit worried. Even if the deity allowed us to eat its meat, it's still fine to eat it. Nothing would happen to us, right? What exactly does deity meat taste like? With a curious mindset, I gathered the dry firewood in a corner of the house. Sis, use this to chop the wood. My brother handed me a knife. The knife didn't look like it was used to chop wood. Instead, it looked like a cleaver for chopping meat. Where's the wood chopping knife? Here, we don't have it. This is the only one left. My brother looked at me and smiled, raveling his canines. He must be playing mean intentionally and making it hard for me to chop wood. That was why he gave me this cleaver instead. But whatever, I didn't want to scold him. I took the cleaver anyway. It could be used to chop wood if exerted more force. I swung the cleaver in my hand, chopping the firewood. Every time I chopped a piece of wood, my brother would throw it into the stove. And I chopped the wood, and I stole glances at Dad beside me. Dad was making a fire nearby, preparing to cook the deity meat in the pot. He chattered here and there with Mom and speculated about how the deity meat would taste. After a long while, I had worked so hard that my clothes were drenched with sweat, but I finally chopped all the wood. Dad, does this deity meat really multiply as it's cooked? I threw the last piece of firewood under the pot and then asked Dad skeptically. Of course it does. Come check it out if you don't believe it. Dad smiled while he spoke, and then he made a gesture for me to come and see. I wiped off the sweat from my forehead, threw away the cleaver, and then leaned over the pot to check it out. The pot was boiling, the broth shimmering, and the deity meat bobbing up and down. I kept staring at it. Initially, I didn't notice much meat, but gradually, as the deity meat was cooked, it actually multiplied in a bunch of pork. Wow! I shouted happily. I was drooling non-stop while I looked at the cooked pork. Too much. That's really too much. There's so much meat already that's coming out of the pot. Hurry and grab some bowls to scoop it up. Mom and my brother talked while gathered around the pot. Dad then grabbed a bowl to serve the meat to us. We'll have a first piece. Then Sayar. Yanyun will have one. Then Mom will have one. Dad kept serving us meat, dividing into it among the bowls. I took the bowl Dad handed me and started eating the meat. I took a bite of the meat born from the deity meat. This meat looked and smelled like pork, but it tasted a bit different. The meat was tougher, making it difficult to bite into, but I was too hungry, and it had been so long since I had the meat. How's the cooked meat? Not bad, it's pretty tasty. Suyar, come try this raw meat too. I tried one and it tasted really good, even better than cooked ones. My brother and mother handed me pieces of meat, one after another. My brother gave me cooked meat, while my mother gave me a raw meat. I had already tried the cooked meat, and by now I think I had a bit too much of it. So I became interested in the raw meat and started at the piece of my mother had. Mom, where did this meat come from? When you were chopping wood, I sliced a piece of the deity meat and it grew from that. Oh, didn't Dad say we have to boil it in the pot in order for it to multiply? Our family is fortunate, so the deity gave us an extra. Dad explained to me while smiling. Upon hearing Dad's words, I felt relieved of any suspicions and became even happier. So I moved closer to Mom and started nibbling on the piece of raw meat she handed me. The raw meat cradled in my mother's palm was pink. I was like a greedy kitten, bringing my head into her hand and biting directly into the meat she handed me. It was a bit hard to bite into. However, it was very delicious. Mom was right. The meat from the deity meat didn't necessarily have to be cooked. It was delicious raw too. Eating it raw allowed me to fully appreciate the meat's flavor. As I chewed, I could feel the taste of blood surging to my head, bringing waves of exhilaration. I quickly devoured it. I was scared to starve again, so I kept eating, not daring to stop for a second. Every time I finished a piece, Mom passed me a new one. It seemed indeed didn't have to worry about being hungry. Sweetheart, slow down, there's no rush. Mom saw how I devoured the meat and laughed softly. Dad and Grandma and the kitten also laughed. I didn't respond to them and I just buried myself in the meat as I kept eating. I was really starving. I needed to keep eating non-stop. However, after I dug in for a little while, I noticed something unusual. Mom? What is it? I spat out the thing I just ate. It was strands of dark fiber in my hand, and I picked them up to examine them closely. I thought they were wild grass at first, but upon closer inspection they startled me. Mom, something's not right. How so? How come this deity meat has your hair in it? With teary eyes, I asked Mom in a trembling voice. After I asked that question, it seemed like my mom froze in place. Her once gentle smile became stiff and she remained motionless like a statue. Dad, Grandma, my little brother, and even the kitten, who were all laughing moments ago, stopped moving, as though as they'd become a painting. I was living in a painting, the only one capable of moving. I screamed in awe and raised my hands to tear apart the canvas before me. Shadows swirled around me as my fantasy quickly shattered and crumbled. It was all a lie. There was no one else. I sat alone in the empty house. I held the cleaver in my left hand and the lump of flesh in my right. I froze in place motionless. Thick blood oozed through the gaps in my palm, dripping onto the floor with a steady rhythm. Flies came buzzing around, sickening me. The pungent smell of blood filled the room, saturating every breath. Darkness crept up my arms little by little, consuming every inch of my skin. I wasn't hungry anymore. Exhaustion, weakness, and the sensation of skin covering my hands disappeared, but in their place was a more unpleasant discomfort. I retched, unsure if it was due to nausea or sorrow. I tried hard to vomit. I wanted to puke something out, but my efforts were in vain. Perhaps my stomach knew what I needed better than my brain. It wouldn't let me puke anything that would keep me alive. Mom, little brother, sorry, I was so hungry. So hungry I couldn't tell. I didn't mean to do it. You won't blame me, right? Say something. Say something. Early in the morning, I stepped out of the house, leaving bloody footprints. I stepped on fallen leaves and mud until I reached the cliff about half a mile from home. The wind was cold on the cliff, and below it was pitch black, making it impossible to gouge and step. The night wind brushed against me, and I felt alive in a way I've never had it before. It was also the first time I felt such a profound sense of wanting not to be alive. Kitten, Grandma, Dad, my little brother, Mom, they were all gone. It was all like a nightmare. I wanted to wake up from it. So long as I jumped from the cliff, I would wake up. Just jump. I took a step forward. My eyes were closed, but I stopped with my foot in the mid-air. It's all right, sweetheart. You're not going to starve to death. You're going to survive and live a very long life. I wasn't sure why, but when I was about to jump, the words Dad had said to me back then echoed in my ears. His voice lingered, making me feel nostalgic. Dad, where exactly did you go? Dad, why didn't you come back? I wasn't sure if he was really dead or not. He spoke to me before I was going to jump off the cliff. That made me feel like he still might be alive. If he was still alive, then I should be too. Then one day I'll find him. I will tell him of all the agony I have gone through. Then we will continue living, as long as we have each other. If he died, or if he was murdered, then I would get revenge for him, for our family. I would kill whoever killed him. No, I must kill the bastard. Early the next morning, I cut off half of my hair with a knife and carried the knife with me. To be able to stay alive longer, I knelt and begged for my family's forgiveness. I then brought parts of my brother and my mom with me in my bag on my back. I set a fire, burned the house down, and embarked on my journey. I died. They passed me starved to death in this house. I was a corpse that died of hunger. I survived. They carried me with the help of my family, had survived, and was someone who would move forward. I needed to be alive. I wasn't staying alive for myself, but for my family's members who passed away. I needed to find the truth about the dad not coming back. If I couldn't find him, or if I found out he was already dead, then I must seek revenge for my family and become the retribution for the sworn enemy who murdered Dad. That was the only reason for the dead me to continue living. The fireworks had finished and the curfew was approaching Luoyang. The lights in the city were extinguished one by one. Street vendors were packing up their stalls, discussing how much silver they had earned that day. Soldiers were banging their drums, announcing the curfew before midnight, but pedestrians on the road continued their leisurely strolling. Adults held the children by their hands, and youth supported the elderly. People in the city walked in pairs or groups, chatting and laughing as they headed home. Beggars gathered together, huddling in the corners. Some were already asleep, while others watched the passerbys returning home, their eyes revealing a hint of envy. I felt out of place among the people of the city. I hurriedly navigated through the crowd, walking against the flow of people, searching for the figure I had just lost. Mansui was gone. She had mentioned needing to relieve herself during the fireworks, but then she disappeared. I couldn't understand why she had vanished. Yes, she had indeed run off, but I couldn't fathom why. I wasn't planning on selling her anymore, and I wasn't going to send her to her death at the hands of the swine demon, nor make her a child bride. Why did she run? Had she encountered some danger, like being abducted? That was a possibility. However, she was always very cautious, and it was hard for me to imagine her being kidnapped. I searched through the nearby slums, run-down temples, and under bridges, encountering many refugees and beggars, but I didn't find her. Where on earth had she gone? It was time for curfew in the city. The streets were deserted, the night watchmen patrolled, banging their drums and repeating the same phrases. It was forbidden to be outside during curfew. If caught by the night watchman, one would face punishment, so I had no choice but to return to the inn first. Well, I will try looking for her again tomorrow. I'd been searching for nearly 2 hours now and still couldn't find her. She probably wasn't abducted. Even if she were, I shouldn't worry too much. That brat was quite clever and it shouldn't take long for her to figure her way out to safety. If she truly wanted to leave on her own, then so be it. Perhaps she just simply didn't want to stay with me anymore. I'll get some rest first. I lay in my bed, repeating reassuring words over and over in my mind, but I still couldn't fall asleep after a while. I got up, checked the latch on the room door, and made sure my blade was by my side, and then went back to bed. Just sleep. Whatever, I'll figure it out tomorrow. The darkness quickly pulled my consciousness into slumber. Not long after I fell asleep, and my consciousness also slipped into a dream. Heavy rain poured down in torrents. The sound of the rain was like a continuous stream. It was as if the sky had split open and raindrops cascaded down like beads from the sky. It had been a long time since I had seen such rain. I was standing on the street in Luoyang, wearing a straw raincoat and a bamboo hat. This place should have been bustling, but now it was deserted due to the rain. I walked forward aimlessly, trying to find a place to stay, but came across a strange sight. The sides of the road were littered with corpses, all of which were people I had killed. Most had their throats slit, some were missing limbs, and a few were cleaved in half, their deaths gruesome beyond imagination. They were mostly men. Their eyes and mouths were half open, crawling, pleading, and crying in my direction. Their faces, once forgotten, were now vivid in my memory. 1, 2, 3, 10, 20, 30. There were so many of them. Their final breaths were long overdue, but hushed whispers still escaped their mouths. I could vaguely catch their words. They were cursing me, wishing for my demise. So annoying. So damned annoying. I hastened my pace, dashing through the rain, desperate to leave those people behind and never see them again. During the 2 years when I was fleeing from the famine, I killed people because I had no choice. For each life I took, I saved another. Sometimes I had to kill people to save my own life. During the years when I was abandoned, I also killed people because I had no choice. What else could a homeless man like me do? What else was I supposed to do besides banditry to survive? Now I'm becoming a good person. I did good things. I helped those kids, so I'm not a wolf anymore. I'll be a good person from now on, so I'll stop killing people. Don't bother me anymore. I kept repeating that in my mind, my steps getting faster and faster. Finally, I shook off those people I had killed. Whoosh, whoosh, a soft breeze passed by, casting me to pause in my tracks. The sky remained dark, as if the entire sky was on the verge of collapsing, ready to crush the entire city. However, the rain stopped. The instant rain stopped and I shook off those people, I saw a familiar figure. At the far end of the road stood a slender girl. Mansui. Mansui was standing at the far end of the street in Luoyang with her back toward me. She was standing on the street just after it had rained. The pavement reflected her figure like a bronze mirror, making her look as I thought she was standing somewhere. I skipped that. Raindrops fell relentlessly from the sky, threatening to engulf the entire city. What the hell kind of rain is this? Nervously, I looked around, noticing the water levels rising beneath my feet. The water passed my ankles, my calves, and then my knees and kept rising. The entire city seemed to be submerged in the torrents of the river. Panic washed over me. Hey, I walked up and tried to grab the little brat's hand. She was short after all. It would be easy for her to be submerged by the rapidly surging water level. However, the instant my hand touched hers, her figure began to blur gradually. While her body became blurry, she finally turned her head to gaze at me. Her expression seemed to be crying, and a faint smile tugged at her lips. Her eyes were tinged with regret and resentment, but her face wore an indifference of disillusionment with life and death. What exactly did you want to say? What exactly did you want to do? I gazed at her, confused. She vanished bit by bit, and I wanted to stop it all. Hey, little brat, don't disappear! Don't disappear! I shouted at her as loud as I could, but my voice was drowned out by the storm. I called her name over and over again, but it was no use. Eventually, she still vanished. I woke up from the dream. I was sitting on the bed in the inn, my back soaked with a cold sweat. What was that dream? I had a dream about that little brat. What did the dream mean? I didn't really get its meaning. I wiped the sweat from my forehead and scrambled out of bed. I grabbed my blade, packed my belongings, and then headed to the inn's lobby, intending to leave. Glancing out at the people in the street from the inn's lobby, I saw the bustling activity, indicating it was at least mid-morning. How come I got up this late? Let's find that little brat again today. Last night's dream intensified a sense of uneasiness in my heart, and at this moment I simply wanted to find her immediately. Hey there, hold up. The waiter at the inn called out to me when I was about to leave. What is it? I furrowed my brow and asked the waiter, feeling a bit confused. Mister, when you checked in yesterday, did you have a little girl with you? The waiter asked me carefully. I instantly felt a pang of anxiety. Yeah, I did. What happened? Where was she here just now? Yes. She came in a bit after the morning bell rang. She forced a massive tip on me and asked me to give you something. What's that? I stared blankly at the waiter. The waiter handed me a small bag. Could it be that she was returning the shoes that I gave her? I took a guess as I looked at the small bundle. The size of a bundle didn't seem right for shoes. I slowly unwrapped the bundle, and the thing inside caught me by surprise. It was a pouch. The pouch was red, sewn together with patches, yet it looked new, adorned with the pale character Anne on top. Is this? I mumbled to myself while looking at the pouch. I suddenly stab of pain shot through my temple. In an instant, memories I thought I had forgotten flooded back into my mind. Oh, that's the very beginning. We saw that pouch before. 4 years ago, in the last few months of 1628, I encountered a man in the mountains. That man was dressed like a peasant from northern Shan, wearing a bamboo hat and carrying a bag on his back. He kept going west at a brisk pace. He wiped the sweat off his forehead as he walked, his eyes filled with eager anticipation. Suddenly I dashed out from the bushes and tackled him to the ground. Without waiting for him to say something, I plunged the dagger into his heart and pressed all my weight onto him. He struggled desperately, trying to grab my dagger and get me off him. At the same time, his eyes were fixed on me, almost on the brink of tears, pleading with fear for me not to kill him. When I killed, I often avoided the gaze of the victim, so I took off his hat and covered his face with it, refusing to look at him. In the end, I pressed his head with the hat in one hand, while tightly gripping the dagger plunged into his heart with the other. He struggled violently for a bit, kicked his legs twice, then went completely still. After he died, I searched his body and found a small red pouch. The pouch was tiny, embroidered with the light-colored character An on it. I remember this pouch. I sold this pouch a long time ago. At the time after killing that man, I carried this pouch for me for more than a year. After a year, since I didn't take on any jobs for 2 months and was a bit scrapped out of cash, I sold this pouch to a dodgy pawn shop in Huazhou. Before Mansui left, she specifically left me this pouch. What did she want to tell me? Did she have anything to do with this pouch? Did she have anything to do with the man back then? Could it be... She's that man's daughter? She and that man indeed looked a bit alike. Plus, if she really were the daughter of that man, then a lot of things would make sense. I stood in shock, carefully sorting through my memories of her. Oh, it went into French again. That night we left Huazhou City, she pretended that she wanted to be so she could assassinate me. She only softened her assassination attempt, failed, and I threw away the blade. She told me about her life story, taught me shadow play, and learned about my experiences. I became more acquainted with her along the way. As we spent more time together, she subtly changed me. After that, I killed Tong for the girls, trying to secure a better life for them, even though I might not get enough money out of it. Gradually, I transformed into a better person. I no longer desired the life of a bandit and wanted to start anew. She said a lot of things, but perhaps not much was true. The swine demon killed her sister and destroyed her entire family. Those were probably fake. Her age, her background, and the things she said were probably all fake. The purpose of her approaching me was only to avenge her father. But why didn't she kill me after that? Why did she just leave like that? There was indeed a lack of opportunity in the beginning. After all, she rushed into things on the very first day and tried to kill me. I was still very wary of her at that time. I threw away her blade but still kept an eye on her. However, why didn't she try to kill me again after that? While we were staying in the inn in Haijiu, she had an opportunity to steal a kitchen knife. On the wagon to Luoyang, she could have easily killed me while I was sound asleep. Why didn't she kill me? I clenched the pouch tightly. Guilt, fear, confusion, sadness, and bewilderment. The various tumultuous emotions made it difficult for me to find peace. I didn't know what her logic was in doing those things. Why didn't she kill me after all that? Why did she leave by herself? Why did she give me this pouch in the end? What exactly did she want? I just didn't get it. Besides asking you to give me this, did she say anything? I asked the waiter in a trembling voice, trying to gather more intel to figure out her intent. Did she say something? No, I don't think so. Think hard, mister. She really didn't say anything else. She simply said to give you this thing and nothing else. I nodded, grabbed my luggage, and left without a word. I thought this little brat would leave me a message or something, but no. Why? Actually, I'm her sworn enemy because I murdered her father, but then she just left without killing me. What on earth was the significance of her deed? I had no idea, but still decided to go and look around. I planned to retrace the steps we took yesterday, ask people who might have seen us, and then look for her again. If I could find her, I would be able to ask her and unravel all the unanswered mysteries. Though I had no idea how I was going to face her. Should I apologize or try to explain? I didn't know. I mean, he's in a very tough spot right now. I first went to the market where the temple fair was held yesterday. The market today lacked the vibrancy of the last night. Scattered individuals were cleaning the ground, while small vendors were setting up their stalls and calling out their wares, with occasional passerby pausing briefly. I revisited the riverside where she and I had been yesterday. Yesterday we had encountered a beggar family with a little girl where we got robbed. I looked around, but it didn't seem like the beggar family were there. There was only an elderly man fishing by the riverside, his eyes half closed. Hey. While I was staring at the elderly man and hesitating to ask, a voice sounded from behind me. The beggar girl from yesterday came out of nowhere and stood behind me. Is it you? I gave her a quick look and greeted her. You're not hungry today? I bought a big pancake with the silver pieces you gave me. I'm not hungry anymore. The beggar girl smiled and blinked her eyes. As she spoke, she took out a palm-sized pancake from her pocket and showed it to me. Are you looking for someone? The kid from yesterday. Yeah, I'm looking for her. Have you seen her? Of course. You have? When? I saw her yesterday. She was with you. Oh, my dear Lord. I was initially thrilled when I heard she had seen Mansui. However, when she meant by I've seen her actually happened yesterday, that left me a bit disappointed. Oh, and today too. I've seen her as well. Just as I was getting disappointed. Today? When? I don't know how to count time. I guess it was very early when I saw her walking along the river bank. The beggar girl pointed me toward the road. Strictly speaking, this wasn't exactly giving directions. She was just pointing out the entire road along the river bank. Thank you. Nevertheless, I still thanked her and quickly set off. I had a lead. It seemed that the little brat had walked along the river. After sneaking away, she didn't leave the city, but instead continuing along the river. Wait. Why would she walk along the river? Why? I pondered as I walked briskly. Riverbank, river. Did she ever mention anything about the river? Oh, it seemed she actually did. Suddenly I remembered something she said. My memory is a bit foggy. I was real young then. My dad took me to Luoyang. I remember a river in the city with a lake at the end. I think I'd got lost back then, walked along that river crying, till I reached the lake. That's where I found my dad. While on the wagon, the little brat mentioned feeling like she had been to Luoyang before. She said her dad had brought her here to Luoyang when she was little. At that time, she got lost and found her dad by walking along the river. I felt like her story was probably fabricating. Judging from her fresh and curious demeanor yesterday, it was probably her first time in Luoyang. But why would she make such a story? I couldn't understand, but I still planned to follow her lead. So I walked along the river, intending to find the lake at the end of the river, as she had mentioned. I searched for a long time. I walked for several hours. I didn't eat anything at all, yet I kept walking. From day to dusk, I kept walking. Eventually, just when I was about to give up, thinking there was no lake inside Luoyang, I seemed to have found one. The waters of the Chan River flowed to the southeast corner of the city, where there was a small lake. According to the old man who gave me the directions earlier, this lake was once a bustling port during the Sui and Tang dynasties, but it fell into disuse and fewer people came here over time. Nowadays, the lake is not used for navigation. It's just an abandoned lake within the city, serving no purpose. A few years ago, a woman whose chastity had been ruined jumped into this lake. Her body never surfaced, and since then the lake seemed haunted, with reports of a woman's crying echoing around. Many people detested the ominous air, so even fewer people came here. As I walked step by step, the small lake was tinged yellow by the twilight. The inner circle was a dirty marsh, the middle circle was overgrown weeds, and the outer circle consisted of dilapidated houses, giving it a desolate and bleak ambience. I searched around, but didn't find Mainsui. It seemed she wasn't here. I knew it was a long shot that she would come here. What would she be doing at a place like this lake anyway? Just as I was about to leave, I suddenly noticed something unusual. A few dozen yards away from me, there was a series of shallow footprints pressed into the muddy ground. The footprints clearly belonged to someone who wasn't wearing shoes. They led all the way to the lakeside. The footprints were very small, about half the size of my hand. They looked like footprints of a little brat. My spirits lifted. After searching for so long, I finally found what seemed to be her trace. So I quickly ran forward and followed the footprints. Squish, squish, my feet sunk into the mud with each step, bringing up some dirt with my shoes. Step by step, I followed the footprints with difficulty. In the end, I found what she had left behind. I bent my head down to look at what was placed by the lake. For a long moment, I couldn't find the words. Oh my god, is it the shoes? Shoes. By the lakeside lay a pair of shoes. The shoes were light blue with pointed tips and bright silver peonies stitched on both sides, looking delicate and small like two little birds with folded wings. The shoes seemed as if they were painted onto the blank canvas. The side of the shoes were not stained with mud. It appeared that she must have walked here barefoot carrying her shoes. And then, where did she go? I grew suspicious and continued following the footprints along the bank. The footprints continued all north, all the way to the lake. There were no return footprints. I froze. Based on the footprints, it seemed that the little brat had headed towards the lake, but there were no traces of her turning back. Did she keep walking towards the lake until she disappeared into it completely? Why? After that, I never saw her again. I stayed in Loyang City for several days. During those days, I went to the lake every day. I wanted to see if any drowned bodies would surface in the lake, but I never saw any such corpses. Later, I asked the nearby fishermen and learned that although the lake seemed to be within the city, it actually connected to the Chan River. If someone jumped into the river here, it would be difficult to find them. The drowned person would be washed into Chan River through the outlet of the lake and then into the Luo River. Once out of Luoyang, they would never be found again. I pondered for many days but still couldn't understand. Why did the little brat leave like that, and why did she give me that pouch in the end? She revealed to me that it was her dad's murder, but then chose to disappear. It's all so inexplicable. Little brat, did you really jump into the river? Did you really die? Why didn't you seek revenge against me and instead choose to die on your own? What in the world was the meaning of all this? After that, I continued southward, inquiring about her all the way, but I never found any information. From then on, I've been searching for an answer that can never be found. I didn't realize it until many years later. To be gone in such a sudden way, with the result of my never finding an answer, was her revenge on me. The gentlest yet cruelest revenge. Seems like we're getting a bad ending.